Jiangqing 3rd Vocationalist Academy. My Shield Warrior class is really insane. It comes with 10% melee damage reflection by default. Leveling is ridiculously fast. Melee reflection. What if you run into ranged monsters? Won't you just explode? That's what teammates are for. Is your Shield Warrior supposed to solo everything? The classroom buzzed with noise. A week had passed since the awakening ceremony. The students had all cleared their beginner dungeons and were animatedly sharing their leveling experiences from the past few days. Only Yuan seemed out of place. He sat by the window speaking to no one, head lowered as he quietly sorted his books. Suddenly, a folded slip of paper slipped out from between his workbooks and fluttered down. Yuan picked it up and unfolded it. Please come to the rooftop after school. The handwriting was neat and graceful with no name signed. No phone, huh? He murmured. Yuan shook his head and crumpled the slip into a ball. Before his class awakening, he might have wondered if someone was about to confess to him. But after awakening, if anyone came to confess to him, it was overwhelmingly likely to be a prank. He was a transmigrator. He had been reborn into this world 18 years ago right from the womb. Unlike Blue Star, this was a world where games had invaded reality. 1,000 years ago, games and the world merged and monsters descended upon every corner of the globe. At the same time, humans awakened the power of classes. Mages, warriors, archers, chefs, farmers, mechanics. Combat-oriented vocationalists were responsible for resisting the monsters. Life-oriented vocationalists were responsible for production and construction. Official statements always stressed that no class was superior or inferior to another, yet everyone knew that only by awakening a combat class could one become a protagonist in this world. Fortunately, Yuan had awakened a unique hidden class, the Abyss Walker. A battle-oriented class possessed only by him alone, capable of forming contracts with abyssal demons and fallen angels, summoning them to serve under his command. It sounded powerful, but the price was outrageous. To form a contract with a demon, one had to offer up soul and flesh as sacrifice. Clearly, it was an evil class. The principal had said that if Yuan insisted on contracting demons, his fate would inevitably be to fall into corruption, lashed beneath the whip of a succubus queen, lured by the whispers of fallen angels until he himself became a demon. The homeroom teacher also tried to persuade him to give up, saying that even working as a technician in a factory would be better than walking down this road to ruin. On the surface, Yuan agreed, but he concealed the truth. The souls and flesh required for sacrifice did not necessarily have to be his own. Other people's would do just as well. On his class panel, the formulas for sacrificial contracts were clearly listed. Sacrifice goblins living 10 to contract imp 1 currently owned 6. Sacrifice wasteland wolves living 10 to contract hellhound 1. Monsters were the natural enemies of humankind and were already the usual targets hunted by vocationalists. Sacrificing them came with no psychological burden, but doing so could only earn him nameless low-ranked grunts within a fixed level range. To contract named entities with true identities and growth potential, boss-level units, he would need sacrifices of far higher quality. For example, human vocationalists. Sacrifice a vocationalist living 1 to contract Succubus Queen Urbana. Only upon seeing this formula did Yuan truly grasp how terrifying the Abyss Walker was. What it tested was not the will to resist the erosion of the abyss. It tested one's humanity. Yet humanity could not withstand such a test. Yuan's gaze swept over his classmates one by one. They, like him, were all newly awakened vocationalists, their strength still limited. Should he randomly select one of them as a lucky audience member? The thought had surfaced more than once, but each time Yuan ruthlessly extinguished it. To indiscriminately harm innocents for the sake of his own future. He was not yet capable of that. There was no shortage of vocationalists who richly deserved death. Sacrificing them would bring no psychological burden. But at present, Yuan had no way of encountering such people, and even if he did, he would not be their match. Tomorrow is the novice trial. I can only count on the imps to perform well, Yuan thought to himself. The novice trial was a special dungeon event that would determine the fate of new vocationalists, one that could only be entered once. The major vocationalist guilds would decide whether to recruit a student based on their performance in the trial. If he could secure an internship with a top guild, his growth rate would be 10 times, even 100 times that of an ordinary guild. Only then could Yuan quickly gain the strength to sacrifice bad people and summon hero-level demons without cost. Previously, he had agreed to his homeroom teacher's suggestion to go work in a factory. But over the past week, he had secretly leveled up to level 5, just like everyone else, and was now eligible to enter the novice trial. Relying on imps alone, however, Yuan could not guarantee a strength rating that would meet the recruitment standard of top guilds. Forming a contract with the Succubus Queen is impossible before the novice trial, but I cannot afford to discard my conscience, he told himself. Gu Yuan shook his head and withdrew his gaze. To slaughter innocence for the sake of the trial, was that not itself the abyss gnawing at his heart? Just then a pungent wave of perfume swept over him. Gu Yuan looked up to see the school beauty Shun Lian standing by his desk. Classmate Gu Yuan, I've liked you for a long time. Please be my boyfriend. Shun Lian gave an awkward smile as she held out a rose toward Gu Yuan, her voice pitched a little too sweet as she proclaimed her confession aloud. The once noisy classroom fell silent in an instant. Every gaze in the room converged on Gu Yuan. After 3 long seconds of silence, a few stifled snickers finally leaked out from the back row. Gu Yuan inclined his head slightly, letting his gaze slide past Shun Lian's somewhat affected smile toward the back row. Her official boyfriend Zhou Bo was sitting there with a few lackeys looking on with barely concealed anticipation. Gu Yuan understood. They were playing truth or dare, and he had become a piece of their little game. He turned his gaze back to Shun Lian. She was very beautiful, worthy of the title of school beauty, but she was disgusting. He was silent for a moment, then reached out and took the rose. The instant he took it, a roar of laughter erupted from the back row. Huh, he bought it. He actually believed it. My God, I'm dying here. Zhou, this stunt of yours is way too twisted. And Sister Lian is a living bodhisattva, descending in person to console this fallen genius. Amid the grating laughter, Shun Lian's expression was exceedingly awkward. She shot a reproachful glare toward the back row and muttered under her breath, "Are you satisfied now?" Then she turned back to Gu Yuan. So classmate Gu Yuan, don't get the wrong idea, we were just... Her explanation cut off midway. At that moment the rose in Gu Yuan's hand was rapidly withering. The scarlet petals were losing their moisture and color at a terrifying speed, the stem turning brittle and yellow as though all life force had been sucked away. This was Gu Yuan's class ability, Abyssal Corruption. Under the taint of abyssal power, in merely 2 or 3 seconds, the once luscious rose had become nothing more than a rotting twig. Feeling herself offended, Shun Lian's smile vanished. Her voice turned cold. Gu Yuan, what is that supposed to mean? Gu Yuan loosened his fingers, letting the ashes drift down to the floor. Taking the flower was out of respect for you. Burning it was out of respect for myself. Silence settled over the classroom once more. Shun Lian's face flushed rapidly red with shame and anger. His classmates' expressions shifted from relaxed amusement at the spectacle to sober gravity and quiet admiration. Damn, Yuan is still as elegant as ever. No wonder he used to be a top student. Even if he's fallen, his kingly aura remains. Honestly, that was so satisfying to watch. Zhou Bo and the others went way too far. Exactly. If fate hadn't played him false, how would those good for-nothings dare mock Gu Yuan? Their muttered comments were like one slap after another across the face of the mastermind behind the prank. In the back row, Zhou Bo's face turned livid. He slammed a palm onto the desk and shot to his feet. Gu Yuan, you ungrateful bastard, are you asking for a beating? Gu Yuan, what the hell are you pretending for? Inside the classroom, Zhou Bo slammed his desk and shot to his feet, pointing at Gu Yuan and cursing. You've already awakened a self-mutilation class, and you still don't know how to keep a low profile. I crack a joke with you, and you bare your fangs at me. Shun Lian also recovered from her shame and anger. Folding her arms, she took the chance to add fuel to the fire. Exactly. Some people, whether they can even find a wife in this lifetime, is a problem. I kindly gave him a little sweetness, and he doesn't know how to be grateful at all. Such a turnoff. Her words drew coaxing laughter and agreement from a few hangers-on. Ha ha, Sister Lian is a living bodhisattva. Barring accidents, you should be the last woman to ever talk to Gu Yuan. If those ugly girls even count as women, that is. You can't put it like that. With that pretty boy face of his, Gu Yuan could always sell himself. Heh. Watching these clowns, Gu Yuan couldn't help but curl the corner of his lips. When a person is utterly speechless, they really will laugh. That faint smile completely enraged Zhou Bo. What the hell are you laughing at? Zhou Bo grabbed a chair, raising it as if to strike. If you've got guts, come duel me one-on-one. Zhou Bo, what are you doing? Stop it. Seeing that Zhou Bo was about to start a fight right in the classroom, 2 boys immediately stood up and the cold wind mixed with tiny ice crystals struck him in the face. The temperature here, at least 30 degrees lower than that in Linyuan City. The sky was leaden gray, surrounded by steep glacial cliffs, with only, that's right, even a cornered rabbit will bite. If you push him too hard, and he disregards everything to trigger his contract and summon a demon to trade his life for yours, what then? At those words, the blazing arrogance on Zhou Bo's face shrank by half. So-called innate attributes were one's physical stats before awakening, only visible after awakening, one's starting attributes. No one knew whether Gu Yuan was simply too driven or a born freak. His strength, agility, constitution, and spirit had all already reached 10 points before awakening the human limit, more than double that of an ordinary person. Even if he had never leveled once and remained at level 1, his total attributes already reached 40 points. He was by no means some weakling without combat power. Moreover, Yuan was not without combat skills. The price of using them was simply too great. He dared to sacrifice himself to burn rose petals with his power to use his ability even on his own body. Yet to pretend nothing had happened would be too humiliating for his pride. Zhou Bo's eyes rolled as an idea struck him. He turned to a burly lackey beside him. "Wang, who didn't you transfer to the Berserker class? Drag him outside and give him a good beating for me." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Wang Hu's face. Berserker was just a common class, not even rare. Yuan, however, held a hidden class. Combined with his max starting attributes, even at level 1 his combat power would not be much weaker than Wang Hu at level 5. If Yuan activated his class abilities and fought him with his life on the line, Wang Hu wouldn't be able to take it either. "Brother Zhou, maybe let it go," Wang Hu said awkwardly. "When this berserker of mine goes crazy, even I'm afraid of myself. What if I beat him to death by accident?" Zhou Bo's face darkened as he lowered his voice. "What, you're not listening to me either now? Have you forgotten your dad is still a manager in my family's Tianhong guild? Do you still want that internship in the guild or not?" Those words gripped Wang Hu by the throat. For low-tier professionals, entering a large guild was the only path to changing their fate. If he offended young Master Zhou of the Zhou family, not to mention the internship, his father's job might not even be safe. After weighing pros and cons, Wang Hu strode over to Yuan's desk looming over him. "Yuan, we're classmates after all. I don't want to use force. You know your own situation, don't you? Don't be stubborn. Apologize to Sister Lian now, and we'll let this go." At this moment, Shen Lian also grew excited and added her own condition. "I want him to kneel and apologize." Yuan did not even lift his eyelids. He continued tidying his desk, as though everything around him had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Zhou Bo shouted to Wang Hu, "Wang Hu, he's ignoring you. Don't you dare lose face." Wang Hu also felt his pride slipping. His face flushed red as he slammed a hand down on Yuan's desk and bent over. "Kid, talking nicely doesn't work on you, does it?" This time Yuan finally reacted. He slowly raised his head, his calm gaze meeting Wang Hu's eyes. Under the desk in his right palm, a mass of pitch-black ink-like energy had already coalesced. Abyssal corruptive energy. It was his only offensive method for now, a power that corroded life. It could be wrapped around his hand for close combat or hurled as a projectile. If level 5 Wang Hu took even a single hit, he could forget about participating in tomorrow's trial. However, Yuan did not intend to strike first. At such a critical juncture, injuring someone proactively would cost him his qualification for the trial. He had to wait for the other side to throw the first punch so that he could justifiably claim self-defense. Yet Yuan's silence at this moment in Wang Hu's eyes was naked provocation. "Good. Very." Wang Hu laughed in fury, suddenly straightening up. The muscles all over his body bulged at once, a faint reddish glow spreading across his skin. "You'd better keep pretending to the very end." With that, he directly activated the Berserker's core skill, Rage. At the same time, the orb of corruptive energy in Yuan's hand was also ready. He only needed to wait for Wang Hu's arm to rise, and he would press that orb directly against the other's chest. Boom. Suddenly, icy blue flames roared to life over Wang Hu's body. The flames carried no scorching heat, but a bone-chilling cold. In the instant they wrapped around Wang Hu, they froze him into a human-shaped ice sculpture. The sight left everyone dumbstruck. Yuan was stunned as well. Dispelling the energy in his hand, he turned to follow the trail of magic back to its source. 2 rows of desks behind a girl in a school uniform with long ice blue hair stood quietly, staff in hand. The magic crystal at the tip of her staff still exuded a faint chill, pointing from afar at the frozen Wang Hu. So it was her. Yuan was somewhat surprised. Lan Ruado. In looks, figure, and background, her stats surpassed Shen Lian in every respect. A limited collector's edition character. Before awakening, her starting attributes had also reached 37 points, only 3 less than Yuan in strength. However, she was almost never at school and had an extremely aloof personality, rarely speaking to any classmates. If he hadn't seen her awaken a rare class at the awakening ceremony, Yuan would have nearly forgotten that such a person existed in their class. What he had never expected was that this ice-cold goddess, who was nearly a stranger to the entire class and appeared only at specific times, would actually step in on his behalf. "Calm down." Lan Ruadong looked coldly at the frozen Wang Hu, her words few and precise. Wang Hu's eyes darted up and down rapidly, conveying that he was indeed calm now. Lan Ruodong withdrew her staff, and the ice crystals on Wang Hu's body instantly dissolved into specks of blue light and vanished. Wang Hu collapsed onto the floor, trembling all over, clearly chilled deep into his bones. Zhou Bo and Shun Lian looked even more awkward. They didn't even dare glance at Lan Ruodong, only shifting their gazes elsewhere. In this world, strength was supreme. According to rumor, Lan Ruodong's entire family were powerhouses. Zhou Bo could bully his classmates, but Lan Ruodong could bully his father. Gu Yuan looked at Lan Ruodong and gave a slight nod. Thank you. Lan Ruodong did not respond. Expressionless, she simply sat down and continued scrolling on her phone as though nothing had happened. The embodiment of cold aloofness. Gu Yuan shrugged, not minding. Perhaps she had merely found Wang Hu too noisy and casually helped him out in passing. At that moment, a voice drifted over like a chill breeze. You just wait. Gu Yuan looked over to find Zhou Bo glaring at him viciously. You won't always have people around you. Hearing this, Gu Yuan smiled and nodded. For some reason, he actually found himself looking forward to it. After school, Gu Yuan deliberately lingered at school for a while, chatting with a few teachers who had once had high hopes for him. By the time he walked out the school gate, night had fully fallen. Streetlights flicked on one after another, casting pools of dim yellow light. He mounted his bicycle and rode home. Passing along a remote stretch of road flanked by dense forest on both sides, the surroundings grew exceptionally quiet. Only the soft rustle of his tires on the pavement could be heard. Suddenly, Gu Yuan felt a gaze shoot out from the woods ahead on his right. They're here, he whispered through his second skill, Abyssal Gaze. He sensed that there were many people hidden in the woods, but none above level 5. It seemed Zhou Bo had not disappointed him and had indeed arranged an ambush. Gu Yuan welcomed this. The forest at night was deep and shadowy, very much like the scenery of abyssal woodlands. He brought his bicycle to a stop. He accidentally opened his personal panel and accidentally pulled up the contract conditions for the Succubus Queen. Sacrifice one living professional as an offering to contract Succubus Queen Urbana. Human nature cannot withstand temptation, Gu Yuan murmured softly, especially in places where no one is watching. The leader was none other than Zhou Bo. He wore a sinister grin, brandishing a baseball bat, while a beautifully made-up Shun Lian nestled beside him. And figures emerged surrounding. The leader was none other than Zhou Bo. He wore a sinister grin, brandishing a baseball bat, while a beautifully made-up Shun Lian nestled beside him. The others included 5 professionals, among them Wang, who all wielding basic weapons fresh from their awakening. Gu Yuan glanced around, secretly amused. It seemed Zhou Bo wasn't well regarded at home either. He couldn't even summon a level 10 professional, only a bunch of level 5 rookies. However, one among the 5 piqued Gu Yuan's interest. Su Chenxing, a top student from the neighboring First High School, he shared the same orphanage background as Gu Yuan and could be considered a brother. They were supposed to support each other, but Su Chenxing's competitive spirit was strong. He always regarded the equally top-performing Gu Yuan as his rival. But no matter how hard he strived, Su Chenxing's results were consistently overshadowed by Gu Yuan. During this awakening, his initial attribute was measured at 32 points, exceeding the norm by 12 points, yet he still fell short of Gu Yuan. In terms of profession, although he held the rare class of Gale Swordsman, it paled in comparison to Gu Yuan's hidden profession. Of course, Su Chenxing didn't see it that way. In the later stages, single-digit attribute advantages could be negligible. As for the so-called hidden profession Abyss Walker, that was even more of a joke. Sacrificing souls and flesh to unleash power. That was no better than a truck explosion. Before Zhou Bo could speak, Su Chenxing stepped forward, taking the initiative to speak. Gu Yuan, I heard you've been acting quite arrogant today. With your character, you're bound to suffer in a factory. I'm here to help adjust your temper so you won't get beaten up in society later on. Gu Yuan nodded, his expression serious. I truly appreciate your concern. Su Chenxing furrowed his brows, disliking Gu Yuan's yes demeanor, feeling as if he hadn't won. At that moment, Zhou Bo impatiently shook his baseball bat. Su Chenxing, why are you wasting so many words with him? Grab your weapons. Break his legs first. Su Chenxing stopped talking, gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, while his lackeys rolled up their sleeves ready to pounce. Wait! Suddenly Gu Yuan shouted to halt, causing everyone to freeze. He looked at Shun Lian, forcing a flattering smile on his face. Sister Lian, I know I was wrong. I can apologize to you and Brother Zhou, but could we not do it here? Can we go to the woods over there instead? Upon hearing this, Zhou Boss Group was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Is it still time to apologize now, eh? Zhou Bo arrogantly brandished the bat. Want to change locations? Do you think you deserve to negotiate with us? Gu Yuan lowered his posture even further, bowing his head and saying, Brother Zhou, I just want to save some face. I'm afraid the neighbors passing by will see. Once we're in the woods, you can play however you like, alright? Oh. Zhou tapped Gu Yuan's shoulder with the bat. You still know how to care about your face. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Gu Yuan weakly nodded, saying, there are many people in class today, I just wanted to show off a little. Ha! You're truly a clown. Zhou laughed wildly, then turned to Su Qinxing. What do you say? Su Qinxing nodded. This kind of thing should indeed be done in the woods. If you want to humiliate Gu Yuan publicly, it's simple. Just take your phone and record the whole process when we get into the woods, then post it on the school forum later. Hearing this, Gu Yuan took a deep breath. Su Qinxing, like him, was an orphan. He thought he could empathize with him, but instead he bullied him even more fiercely than Zhou. Ha ha ha. Zhou laughed heartily. Recording a video is great. Su, the top student, knows how to have fun. Shen Lian clapped her hands excitedly, saying, they'll write him a little essay, so he can never turn his life around. Zhou threw an arm around Gu Yuan's shoulders, boasting, when we get into the woods, cooperate well. If it goes well, I might consider giving you a beauty filter, got it? Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly. Thank you, brother. Zhou, thank you, everyone. He's thanking us. Zhou grinned at everyone. This guy is such an idiot. In the small woods, the moonlight was fragmented by the lush branches and leaves. The surroundings were dark and deep, with only the beam of a phone flashlight flickering. Gu Yuan was pushed into the small woods as if he were being led to an execution. As he walked, he observed the terrain around him carefully, selecting graves for his brothers. At this moment, Su Qinxing, walking beside him, casually said, I never expected you to be such a coward. Oh, I really overestimated you before. Gu Yuan smiled submissively. I'm sorry to disappoint you. You don't need to apologize. Su Qinxing shook his head, laughing. You've always been the king of kids, with everyone revolving around you. Now, seeing you in this state, I find it quite satisfying. Having said that, he patted Gu Yuan on the shoulder and turned back to Zhou, who was walking behind, saying, Zhou, I think this is far enough. Going further in would be too deep. Zhou stopped, lifted his folding phone to record a video, and pointed at Gu Yuan with his chin, saying to Shen Lian, baby, this kid has offended you today. You can vent any anger you have. Hubby will back you up. Shen Lian coquettishly replied, you spoil me the most, hubby. Then she looked at Gu Yuan, her flirtatious smile replaced by disdain and cruelty, commanding in a queen-like tone, kneel. Faced with her command, Gu Yuan remained indifferent, his gaze drifting as he contemplated how to kill them all in a short time. Seeing Gu Yuan standing there in a daze, Shen Lian raised her voice, sharply shouting, I told you to kneel. Are you deaf? The piercing voice snapped Gu Yuan back to reality. He looked at Shen Lian, his previous humility gone, retorting, why should I kneel? What? Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, thinking Gu Yuan had been scared silly. But soon they all realized. Gu Yuan was playing dumb. He had been toying with them from the start. You son of a bitch. Zhou's face turned a shade of deep red, but before he could speak, Su Qinxing had already suppressed his anger to speak. Gu Yuan, I just came to watch the joke. If you're going to play this way, then I have to step in. With that, he stepped forward, hand resting on the sword hilt, and the others followed suit. Gu Yuan only smiled. You came to see me make a fool of myself. You, a perennial second place, are worthy. Su Qinxing's gaze darkened, then he shouted, fuck. This shout served as a signal, and the surrounding lackeys all drew their weapons in unison. Zhou meanwhile stepped back a few paces, with Shen Lian shouting, take him down. Beat him to death. If anything happens, it's on me. Medical fees and compensation, I'll cover it all. The battle professionals, including Su Qinxing, immediately spread out swiftly, taking their combat positions. The berserker Wang, who stood at the front with Su Qinxing in the middle, flanked by archers and mages, and a priest at the back. Quite the preparation, huh? Gu Yuan scanned the surroundings, secretly nodding. This formation had a front-line output, ranged attacks, and healing. Clearly Su Qinxing's handiwork. Zhou the fool didn't have that brain. It was a pity that Su Qinxing's brain wasn't too much either. He didn't even consider why Gu Yuan dared to toy with them. Gu Yuan's gaze swept over each person, mentally predicting their escape routes. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! In the next moment, centered on Gu Yuan, a black-red magic array composed of eerie runes unfolded. Flames roared along the patterns of the magic array, ominous abyssal energy, slowly rising, and the devil's wicked laughter grew clearer amidst the rustling leaves. Su Qinxing's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted, not good. He's going to sacrifice souls. Summon a demon. Kekek. Kekekek. The sinister laughter from the depths of hell echoed within the magical array, growing increasingly clear. The expressions of the crowd were dim and haggard under the glow of the array, resembling shades of death. Only then did they recall that abyss walkers were deemed a useless profession, not because it was weak, but due to the high cost associated. But how dare Gu Yuan take that risk? During the awakening ceremony, the principal had clearly warned him. Trading with demons and walking alongside the abyss would lead to a fate tenfold more tragic than death. Yet Yuan accepted the warning, stating he would not trade with demons. But now, he was summoning demons at the cost of his soul to deal with his classmates. Yuan, are you crazy? Don't you fear becoming a creature of the abyss? Zhou Bo exclaimed, trembling with shock and anger. Shun Lian was even more frightened, diving into Zhou Bo's arms. Right? We were just joking with you. Is it really necessary for you to react this way? Su Qinxing also tried to persuade him. Yuan, we never intended to truly harm you. Please calm down, we can discuss this properly. Calm down. Yuan shook his head and smiled. I have been calm from the very beginning. Hearing this, Su Qinxing's heart sank heavily. He understood. Yuan was not acting impulsively. He had planned everything from the start. He had chosen to enter this small grove to make his move easier. This person had already turned against humanity. He had ruined his own life and intended to drag everyone else down to hell with him. Don't just stand there. Call the guards. Hurry. Su Qinxing suddenly turned around and shouted at the mage behind him. The mage, however, shook his head in terror. I already reported it. There's no signal. The phone won't go through. Su Qinxing's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, this area has been eroded by the power of the abyss. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Yuan nodded with a smile, speaking like a teacher praising a student. You've earned a one-way ticket to hell. A one-way ticket to hell. Su Qinxing was genuinely anxious, raising his hand in a negotiating gesture. Yuan, listen to me. Life is long, and you're still so young. There's no need to take a road of no return. He tried to soothe while threatening. Besides, there are so many of us here. If it really comes to blows, you might not even be our match. Just before dying, Su Qinxing was still trying to regain control of the situation. He had awakened a rare profession. His wonderful life was just beginning, and he couldn't let Yuan, this madman, drag him into hell. Hey, you're still trying to advise me? Yuan tilted his head and smiled. His smile was warm, but his voice, mixed with the howls of countless demons, ignited the fear within everyone. Wang, who standing in the front row, could no longer hold on and stumbled back, shouting in terror, damn. This is way too creepy. Run. This guy is definitely not human. He's a devil. Don't panic. Su Qinxing was still trying to stabilize the situation, shouting hoarsely, he never intended to let us go. The more we run now, the faster we'll die. At that moment, kekekek. The demonic laughter was now just around the corner. Flames erupted from the black-red array beneath everyone's feet. A red figure wrapped in flames screeched as it soared into the sky, landing at the edge of the array. This was the most common demon in the abyss, little demons. They stood only 1 meter tall, hunched with bony bodies, their skin a dark red. A pair of small goat horns sprouted from their heads, and their wide mouths, grinning from ear to ear, were filled with sharp, thin teeth. Their tattered wings flapped behind them, stirring up a scorching wind. Little demons. The mage at the back was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. The abyssal creatures he had only seen in books were now vividly appearing before them. In an instant, the teacher's warnings flooded his mind. Demons are a type of abyssal creature possessing extremely high resistance to flames and toxins. At the same level, their combat power far exceeds that of other creatures, making them extremely dangerous. However, those who actively embrace the abyss are the ones to be most wary of. A rain of sulfur-scented flames fell, igniting the leaves, transforming the dim forest into a hellish scene. Su Qinxing looked desperately toward the center of the abyssal array. In the hellish glow of the flames, Yuan's figure was elongated and magnified, transforming into a grotesque shadow of the abyss looming over everyone present. His eyes shone with a red glow, filled with morbid excitement. Alpha Phi Sigma Tau Epsilon Tau Iota Theta Upsilon Sigma Epsilon. Leave the sacrifices. Tau Alpha Upsilon Pi Lambda Omicron Iota Pi Alpha Sigma Tau Epsilon Lambda Tau Epsilon Sigma Tau 8 Nu Kappa Lambda Alpha Sigma Eta. The rest, send to hell. The gnarled wooden staff was raised high, and the incantation in the language of demons resonated through the forest. Kek. The 6 little demons flapped their wings fiercely, turning into 6 twisted streaks of red light, pouncing toward their prey from all directions. Hold the line. Maintain formation. Su Qinxing waved his sword, trying for one last resistance, but his teammates had already lost all will to fight. The berserk warrior Wang, who ran faster than the archers, and became the first target for the little demons. They dove down, and their sharp claws swiftly passed over Wang Hu's neck. Thud! His head flew off, and Wang Hu collapsed after running a few steps, blood pouring out like a spilled bottle. The initial attributes of the demons were higher than those of humans. Even the lowest tier little demons were 1.5 times stronger than an ordinary human. After following Yuan to level 5, these little demons had total attributes reaching 90 points. Meanwhile, this group of level 5 rookies had a maximum attribute of only 72 points. Warriors who primarily enhanced strength and constitution were as fragile as paper before the demons, not to mention those ranged professions. Help! The last priest of the group had barely uttered a word when two little demons pounced on him, one biting through his throat while the other ripped out his heart. The mages and archers tried to retaliate against the little demons, but their skills couldn't keep up with the demons' speed, ultimately turning into charred remains under the barrage of hellfire. This was a one-sided massacre. Little demons possessed abilities for ranged attacks, close combat, and flight, putting them on a completely different level compared to this group of level 5 novice professions. Let go of me. Let go of me. At this moment, Zhou Bo was being pulled by two little demons by his arms lifted into the air. The instinct to survive made him struggle desperately, but a third and fourth little demon flew up as well. They grinned as they held Zhou Bo's limbs, pulling him forcefully in 4 different directions. Pooch! With the sound of tearing cloth, Zhou Bo's body was ripped apart into 4 pieces, blood mixed with entrails raining down, and was then ignited by the flames crackling loudly. Seeing this scene, Shen Lian didn't have time to scream and fainted immediately. At the same time, Su Qingxing was pinned down to the ground by 2 little demons using their claws penetrating his shoulder. But he had not yet given up on surviving. He looked at Gu Yuan in the center of the array, pleading, "Gu Yuan, we used to play together when we were kids." Gu Yuan shook his head. "I don't remember." After saying this, he raised his gnarled wooden staff and aimed it at Su Qingxing. Whoosh! A thick stream of abyssal evil energy flowed forth, entering Su Qingxing's body. Su Qingxing's body shriveled and withered at a visible rate. He opened his mouth wanting to plead for mercy, but no sound came out. The evil energy continued to pour in, and the light in Su Qingxing's eyes slowly extinguished as his eye sockets rapidly sank in. At the same time, on the rooftop of the 3rd Vocational College in Jiangxing, the night breeze was cool, blowing through the girl's ice-blue long hair. Lan Ruodong stood alone on the rooftop, gazing up at the cold moonlight, her pale face filled with disappointment. After a long while, she finally withdrew her gaze and let out a sigh. He really didn't come. It's all Shen Lian's fault for causing trouble. The Supremes, the language of demons here, is actually Greek. It was used following a recommendation from the— No, don't kill me. Shen Lian awoke from her nightmare. She opened her eyes wide, and what met her gaze was a low ceiling covered in moss. A faint candlelight flickered in the corner, casting ghostly shadows. Where am I? Wasn't I in the woods? Memories surged into her mind like a flood. The woods turned into hell by flames, the powerful and savage demon Zhou Bo being ripped apart. And that man Gu Yuan, who was even more terrifying than a demon. Shen Lian sat up abruptly, glancing around in panic. It was a closed and damp cellar, the air thick with the stench of decay. In the center of the cellar, a bizarre array drawn with blood and silver powder emitted a faint red glow. Shen Lian's heart sank. Seeing the array, she knew she was still in the demon's grasp. But why? Why was everyone dead and she alone remained alive? Could it be? A thought ignited like a spark in the darkness of her heart. After all, she was the campus beauty, the dream lover of countless boys. Gu Yuan killed everyone but left her alive, locking her in this cellar. He must be coveting her beauty. This thought temporarily suppressed her fear, replacing it with an inexplicable sense of superiority. Indeed, men are creatures that think with their lower bodies. She was saved. Creak! A dull scraping sound of wood came from above her head. Shen Lian looked up sharply and saw the cellar exit opening. A silhouette backlit appeared at the entrance, descending the old wooden ladder. The person was Gu Yuan. He was shirtless, revealing a well-defined set of 8-pack abs. The dim candlelight in the cellar accentuated the sharpness of his features. Shen Lian's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Gu Yuan's looks and physique were not bad. He just had never dressed up, and his good body was buried under baggy school uniforms. Putting aside family background, Gu Yuan is much better than Zhou Bo, Shen Lian thought to herself, feeling that even if Gu Yuan used her as a tool for lust, she wouldn't fare too badly. However, Gu Yuan walked past her without a glance. He went straight to the strange array, crouching down to examine its patterns with a focused expression. Shen Lian felt puzzled, but still straightened her chest and pulled open her disheveled clothing. She speculated that Gu Yuan was fiddling with that array to sign some master-servant contract with her. Shen Lian was not afraid. Compared to those who had died, being able to live as a slave was already a stroke. Clearing her throat, Shen Lian spoke in a voice she thought was pitifully weeping, trembling, as she said, "Gu Yuan, they forced me to do those things. I actually don't dislike you." Gu Yuan did not turn back. Gathering her courage, Shen Lian walked to Gu Yuan's side. You want me, don't you?" She bit her lip, her eyes filled with shyness and submission. "I understand. You killed Zhou Bo and the others for me, right? Indeed, Gu Yuan turned his head, a warm smile on his face as he nodded. Everything done today was for you. I knew it. Men think about nothing but that. Shun Lian laughed inwardly, her mindset shifting once again. As long as he doesn't kill me, I still have a chance to escape. Oh, I can't sign a master-servant contract. If I do, I'll be bound to this pervert. With a plan for escape in mind, Shun Lian pretended to be obedient. As she said, Gu Yuan, I actually have some feelings for you. We can develop a normal relationship without signing any contract. Shun Lian tried to dissuade Gu Yuan from considering a contract with her. In her view, Gu Yuan, who had never been in a relationship, must also long for one. Although a master-servant contract could force her to act, wouldn't it be more romantic if she took the initiative? Of course, this was just a tactic. Shun Lian's real goal was to report him and bring Gu Yuan to justice. But if she were bound by a contract, Gu Yuan could torment her even in prison. However, Gu Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, I have no intention of signing a contract with you. Shun Lian was taken aback and pointed at the array, asking, Isn't this the array for a master-servant contract? Gu Yuan shook his head. I wouldn't use such an evil array. Shun Lian breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't a master-servant contract, that would be wonderful. As long as she could coax Gu Yuan into taking her out of the cellar, there would be a way to escape. For example, the environment in the cellar is poor. I want to be on the bed. Shun Lian thought to herself, counting the 100 ways she could manipulate Gu Yuan. Just then Gu Yuan suddenly stood up and grabbed Shun Lian's shoulders. Oh, you're hurting me. Shun Lian complained, instinctively thinking that Gu Yuan was going to make a move on her. However, Gu Yuan said nothing and forcefully threw Shun Lian into the array. Shun Lian stumbled and fell to the ground, a bad premonition rising in her heart. What was this strange array really for? She looked at Gu Yuan and saw him gazing at her with an expectant expression. His narrow eyes sparkled with almost manic excitement. So it really is about doing that kind of thing, Shun Lian thought to herself. She was very familiar with Gu Yuan's gaze. It was the look one has when desire overtakes reason. However, she did not understand why Gu Yuan wanted to do it in the array. Did he have some special kink? Just as Shun Lian was lost in thought, Gu Yuan slowly raised his hands, his fingers moving rhythmically up and down. What are you trying to do? Shun Lian's heart raced, an ominous premonition growing stronger. Gu Yuan did not answer her, only closing his eyes slightly and softly reciting a series of obscure syllables as if in a dream. Buzz. As the syllables rose and fell, the array beneath Shun Lian began to flicker and grow. The entire cellar was shrouded in this ominous red light, and the shadow of Gu Yuan cast against the wall seemed to gain a will of its own, writhing and clawing at the air. Oh! Shun Lian let out a short scream, trying to escape the array, but was held down by two small demons summoned by Gu Yuan. She finally realized she was wrong. Gu Yuan had no interest in her whatsoever. Or rather, he didn't have that kind of interest. He had kept her alive just to make a sacrifice. The word sacrifice exploded in Shun Lian's mind. Yes, sacrifice. Shun Lian looked at Gu Yuan, chills running down her spine. It turned out that Gu Yuan had planned everything from the very beginning. What self-inflicted harm to harm the enemy? What a sociopathic madman. He wasn't mad at all. Entering the small woods was convenient for killing. Leaving her alive was because she was the sacrificial offering. Moreover, he had concealed information about his profession, making people think he could only sacrifice himself. This person is more evil than a demon. Shun Lian understood everything, but it was too late. At that moment, dozens of pitch-black energy chains surged out from the array like tentacles reaching from hell. They wrapped around Shun Lian's limbs, piercing into her heart, abdomen, and brow. Ah! The shrill scream echoed in the enclosed cellar. Gu Yuan watched everything expressionlessly, as if merely waiting for the loading progress to complete. Bang! As Shun Lian's final breath ceased, her body completely disintegrated into pink light points, all of which were absorbed into the array below. The sacrifice was complete. The demon queen in the abyss had received her gift. Buzz! The array erupted with intense red light, and the violent abyssal energy rampaged through the cellar like a hurricane. The space in the cellar suddenly twisted, presenting a dark and desolate scene of the abyss. There chaos and decay reigned, and countless demons howled and screamed in the barren world. Is this the abyss? Facing the abyss, Gu Yuan's breath quickened. When mortals gaze into the abyss, the brave see death, and the wise see warnings. And Gu Yuan saw his throne awaiting him. He gazed into the abyss, his eyes filled with anticipation. Suddenly, the two small demons let out terrified howls, dropping to the ground and prostrating themselves, as if worshipping the king of hell. At the same time, a projection began to condense, becoming clear. Just from the curvaceous silhouette, it was evident that the figure was a woman. No, strictly speaking, it was a female demon. Within the cellar, the rampant abyssal energy gradually subsided. The curvaceous humanoid projection became ever clearer until it appeared almost corporeal. So real that Yuan in a daze could even catch the scent of the other's alluring body fragrance. The Succubus Queen Yuan. She was a woman with an angelic face and a devilish figure. Her blood-red lips were luscious and seductive. Her violet eyes were bright and mesmerizing. As a demon, she possessed all the qualities of a high-quality woman and had perfected them to the utmost. Her bosom was ample, her waist slender, her hips perky, and her legs long and graceful. As for her elegantly curved demon horns and the petite bat wings that unfurled behind her, these aberrant features did not detract from her beauty, rather they added an allure named blasphemy. Yuan felt a bit parched. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he nearly lost his composure under the extreme excellence of her modeling. After all, this was a creation designed by the Abyss to corrupt mortals. Every inch of her skin, every curve resonated with humanity's longing for beauty and desire. The Succubus Queen lifted her skirt and performed a slight curtsy. "My name is Yuan, Royal Succubus. I am pleased to form a contract with you." Her voice was sultry and languid, yet Yuan could discern the unintentional aura of a superior emanating from her. He nodded slightly, saying, "A pleasure to meet you. My name is Yuan." The contract between an abyss walker and a demon was essentially an employment contract akin to the relationship between an employer and an employee. But demons are not exactly good employees. They are inherently greedy, cunning, and cruel. When they come to the human realm, it is mostly to indulge in their wicked proclivities of slaughter and destruction. When they feel unsatisfied or bored, they will find ways to shake the contract and turn the tables to become the boss. To avoid this risk, one must maintain the integrity of their soul and never sacrifice it. Of course, demons are also highly temperamental beings. As long as you possess strength and charm and can satisfy their needs, they will be willing to offer their loyalty. As Yuan was pondering this, Yuan spoke again. "By the way, a royal succubus will only have one partner in her lifetime. I hope you are ready to nurture the blooming flower of my desires." Yuan took a deep breath. He naturally understood the cryptic language of the Succubus Queen. Her purpose in accepting the contract was to pursue the pleasure of the flower's blossoming and to gain power. In this regard, Yuan had no experience, only innate confidence. He looked into Yuan's beautiful eyes and said, "We both have our needs. You help me with tasks, and I will satisfy you." "Huh." Yuan let out a sultry laugh. "Then I shall look forward to it a little." With that, she turned slightly, and her projection became hazy. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she turned back and bit her lip, saying, "By the way, I like your abs and your cut. I think they should be quite powerful. Please summon me before you sleep. See you later." The projection dissipated and the lingering fragrance faded. The cellar returned to its previous state of decay and dampness. Feeling the presence of the queen dissipate, the 2 little demons sighed in relief and took to the skies once again. Yuan also took a deep breath. If not for his strong mental fortitude and audacity, he would have surely fallen into a disadvantage before the Succubus Queen. Indeed, being an abyss walker was not a mindless profession. Just dealing with the demon's needs was enough to keep him busy. As a mage, he also had to train his abs. Thankfully, the rewards were high. From the little demon's reverence towards Yuan, it was evident. This woman was formidable. Yuan silently chanted in his heart as he opened his panel. Name: Yuan, human. Level 5. Strength 14. Agility 14. Constitution 14. Spirit 38. Professional skill: Abyss Affinity Beginner. You can harness the corruptive abyssal energy, sustaining release, attaching to weapons, and condensing into magic orbs, etc. Abyss Gaze Beginner. You can impose mental pressure on a target while gazing at them. If the target stares at you, you can open their personal panel. Core skill: Abyss Contract Beginner. You can sacrifice your own or another's soul and flesh to form a contract with abyssal creatures, which will fight for you. As the skill level increases, it can elevate the contract target's level. Contracts: Minions Little Demons 6. Hero Yuan Succubus Queen. Contract formula details unfold. The constitution is too low. Yuan glanced at his base attributes, thinking that his future allocation strategy would need to change. Otherwise, he couldn't be sure he could nurture the flower of desire in time. Before the second transition, gaining 1 level would grant 10 free attribute points. Yuan, now level 5, had already allocated 40 free points, with the allocation plan being 1 point in strength, 1 point in agility, 1 point in constitution, and 7 points in spirit. This was the conventional allocation scheme for mages, but to meet Yuan's needs, Yuan would have to spend at least 3 points in constitution. Distributing those 2 points in constitution would strain my spirit. Yuan sighed inwardly. When a summoned creature is present, the summoner must endure mental pressure. The more summoned creatures, the greater the pressure. I hope the Succubus Queen is worth the investment. Yuan thought, unfolding Yerbina's panel. Name Yerbina Demon. Level 590 unlocked with Contractor's level. Strength 75. Agility 105. Constitution 80. Spirit 230. Skills. Soul Whip super condenses spirit power onto a weapon, inflicting damage while imposing severe mental pain on the target. Desire Cage super catalyzes the target's desires, causing them to fall into self-confusion. Exaggerated. Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. He could only bear a fraction of the demon's power. The level 90 Yerbina could only appear at level 5. Yet for the same level, Yuan's total attributes were 80 points while hers were 480 points, a six-fold difference. This is a king-level demon, Yuan thought to himself. The initial attributes and growth multipliers of each race are different. Moreover, there will be differences even within the same race, and they can be significant. Little demons are the lowest-tier demons. Although stronger than humans, they are not much stronger. The succubus before him had an initial attribute of 240 points with a growth rate 6 times that of humans. This indicated that she was among the top tier of demons. Such combat power far exceeding that of her kin usually indicates a boss in a secret realm. Besides attributes, Yerbina's skill levels were also very high, reaching the super rank. Skill levels are categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, super, extreme, and divine. The difference in effects between skills of different levels is significant. Before the 30-level second transition, very few humans or monsters can train their skills to advanced. Having such a strong employee providing more resources wouldn't be a loss. Yuan sighed in relief. Yerbina's strength not only related to his future, but also to his very life. Today Yuan had killed 7 people in one go. Among them was Zhou Bo, the young master of the Tianhong Guild. This was a serious crime. Even though he had cleaned the scene without leaving direct evidence. He had just clashed with Zhou Bo. With a motive for the crime and the capability to commit it, when the guards discovered Zhou Bo's disappearance, he would be the first suspect. If he fell into the hands of the Zhou family, he would have no chance of survival. Of course, Yuan, while aware of the consequences, had also thought of a countermeasure. To exonerate himself and avoid being hunted by the Zhou family. There was one method, and only one. In the cellar, Yuan was cleaning up the traces of the sacrificial array, his thoughts surging. Seizing the moment while the other party was caught off guard, Yuan felt he could escape to the ends of the earth. However, committing such a grave offense, the guard division would undoubtedly take it very seriously. Coupled with the operations of the Zhou family, they would surely dispatch second transformation combat professionals of level 30 or above to hunt him down. Their combat strength was also exceedingly formidable, and their tracking methods were numerous. It would not be difficult for them to find someone like him who had just completed his first transformation. Even though Yerbina was a king-level demon, she was still limited by her own level and could not match a second transformation powerhouse. If she resisted capture, she would simply be killed on the spot. Of course, Yuan would never surrender. Having killed the young master of the Tianhong Guild, he would die in the detention center the very next day if he turned himself in. While contemplating this, Yuan pinched a bloodied finger to unlock Zhou Bo's trifold screen. From the phone, the voices of the deceased began to echo, filled with laughter and curses. Zhou Bo, I think this is where we stop. Going further would be too deep. Baby, that guy upset you today. Oh, feel free to let it out. Your husband has your back. You're the one who spoils me the most, husband. Kneel. Make him pay. Beat him to death. If anything happens, it's on me. He'll cover the medical fees and the buyout money. After watching the video, a smile appeared on Yuan's face. He was quite grateful that in his past life, he had watched numerous crime investigation shows. While cleaning up the scene, he had taken the deceased's phones and the parts used to unlock them. This segment of video on Zhou Bo's phone was extremely important. It could prove that he had acted in self-defense against bullying, leading to the death of these 7 individuals. Yet even so, it would be very difficult for Yuan to exonerate himself. Not to mention his methods were excessively cruel, leaving no intact corpses. The Zhou family, having lost their beloved son, would not tolerate him escaping punishment under the guise of justifiable defense. Unless there was a greater force to help Yuan fight this legal battle. For instance, Tunglong, Lindong, Liuli, and Baijian, the 4 top guilds. Due to the immense differences in power systems and production methods, the national institutions in this world were merely managers, not rulers. The true power lay with those guilds and families that held military might and immense wealth. This provided Yuan an opportunity to evade legal sanctions. In the eyes of capital, everything could be measured in value. A rare talent, 1 in 10,000, holds far greater worth than an ordinary life. Top guilds and families have the final say in the interpretation of laws. As long as they supported him, Gu Yuan's justifiable defense could become an ironclad case. To gain their support, Gu Yuan must pass the newcomer trial showcasing his worth. And strength score wouldn't suffice. Even being in the top 10 wouldn't be enough. He must be the leader. Ideally, he should be stronger than the previous year's champion. Only by igniting the greed of capital would they expose their true nature and willingly pay the cost of breaking the rules. Moreover, I was forced to resist, which provides them with room for maneuver. Gu Yuan smiled, filled with confidence. With the Succubus Queen present, this newcomer trial would be his showcase. As long as he safely navigated through tonight and smoothly entered the trial instance tomorrow, the situation would be in his favor. What he needed to do now was prevent the families of the deceased from reporting. With this in mind, Gu Yuan began operating Zhou Bo's trifold screen phone. He slightly edited the video he recorded of Zhou Bo and posted it in the class group, accompanied by the text, "Gu Yuan, come and admire your disgraceful self. If you pretend to be impressive next time, it won't be as simple as kneeling." Moments later, the group chat exploded. "Li Zihan, Zhou Bo, you've gone too far. So many of you bullying just one Gu Yuan. Su Wen Xuan, and you still posted it in the group. What are you trying to convey? Is it true that those who obey flourish while those who resist perish? Wang Xinkai, is Su Qinxing from the First Academy also involved? How could he be like this?" Zhong Yakin, it seems that his good student persona was all an act. "I'm so disappointed. Li Jing, homeroom teacher Gu Yuan, are you alright? Are you hurt? Do you need to report to the guard division?" After watching the video, the classmates were outraged, all denouncing Zhou Bo in the group. Gu Yuan was quite satisfied with this outcome, but he genuinely feared that the teacher and classmates would report to the guard division. He immediately took out his own phone and replied, "Thank you all for your concern, I'm fine. I've already apologized to Shen Lian, and Zhou Bo didn't make things difficult for me." "Li Zihan, Gu Yuan, are you seriously letting this go?" Wang Xinkai, well, what can we do? In this world, after all, strength speaks the loudest. Seeing that Gu Yuan wanted to smooth things over, the classmates were all indignant, yet they felt powerless. Zhou Bo's Tianhong Guild had considerable influence in Jiang City. While they couldn't dominate everything, dealing with an ordinary student was still a piece of cake. To the classmates, reporting to the guard division would not only be useless, but could also backfire. At that moment, Gu Yuan had switched back to Zhou Bo's phone. "Zhou Bo, it's good that you know your mistake. From now on, when you see me, just bow your head and call me brother. We're still classmates." Zhou Bo, Wang, who gathered the brothers, "Let's go out and have a good time tonight. Su Qinxing is coming too." After sending the message, Gu Yuan switched to Wang Hu's phone. "Wang Hu, bro, there's the trial tomorrow. Let's just go home tonight." "Zhou Bo, nonsense. I'm going to take care of you all tonight, ensuring you're in top shape for tomorrow." Wang Hu, alright, then let's enjoy the night. By switching back and forth between phones, Gu Yuan created the illusion that Zhou Bo and the others were still alive and planning to party all night. In this way, even if they stayed out all night and did not answer calls, their families would not rush to report to the guard division. As for Zhou Bo, his father was very busy and normally never cared about him. After completing all this, Gu Yuan took a deep breath and relaxed completely. For the first time in taking a life, he was not tense, but rather astonishingly calm. In fact, upon reflection, he even felt a sense of enjoyment. It must be the abyss corrupting me. Gu Yuan smiled, shifting the blame to the abyss. At that moment, Zhou Bo's phone vibrated. Someone had sent a voice message. The sender was surprisingly Lan Ruodong. Gu Yuan was taken aback and played the voice message. "Just wait." These 3 short words were spoken with a cold tone filled with anger. Gu Yuan couldn't help but shiver, feeling quite puzzled. It wasn't surprising that Zhou Bo, as the young master of the Zhou family, had Lan Ruodong as a friend. What was strange was, why would Lan Ruodong be angry about him being bullied? And to directly message Zhou Bo with a threat. "Hiss. Lan Ruodong and I have never spoken to each other. Does she really have such a strong sense of justice?" Gu Yuan shook his head, feeling that things were not that simple. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly looked up. "Hiss. The note in the practice book. Could it have been placed there by Lan Ruodong?" Just this mere speculation made Gu Yuan's heart race. This was not the youthful flutter of a crush, but rather the excitement and joy of avoiding 20 years of detours. At the academy, Lan Ruodong had never mentioned her identity, but the classmates were not fools. Her identity had long been guessed somewhat. Her surname is Lan, and she wields frost. The leader of the Lindong Guild among the 4 major guilds also has the surname Lan and wields frost. He is a 4th transformation powerhouse, the king of bitter cold, Lan Xiangdong. Even if Lan Ruodong is not the daughter of Lan Xiangdong, she must be a member of the main family. Could it be that I've caught the attention of a rich girl? Gu Yuan thought with a chuckle, feeling a bit giddy. Whether or not this note was placed by Lan Ruodong was still uncertain. Moreover, even if the note was indeed from her, it didn't necessarily mean anything. Perhaps others just believed in him and wanted to cheer him on. But Gu Yuan still hoped that his speculation was true. If he had the backing of the Lindong Guild, then the Tianhong Guild of the Zhou family, and even the Jiang City Guard Division, none of them would be able to do anything to him. In the early morning at the central square, sunlight pierced through the thin mist, casting shimmering halos on the granite ground. This is the urban core of Jiang City, as well as the entrance to the newcomer trial secret realm. The square, once bustling with tourists, is now under temporary control. Outside the square, hovering police vehicles of the security division are parked, and heavily armed combatants are visible everywhere, creating a solemn atmosphere. In the very center of the square stands a 10-meter-tall, diamond-shaped crystal. The crystal emits a soft white light, and pure energy radiates outward, enveloping every corner of the square. Graduates from various vocational colleges in Jiang City are scattered around the square in small groups. They all wear their school uniforms and carry no other weapons or equipment. This is because the newcomer trial does not allow participants to carry any external equipment or supplies. Once inside the secret realm, the system will automatically provide novice weapons, equipment, and supplies to ensure absolute fairness. Gu Yuan, wearing a mask, blends into the crowd, appearing inconspicuous. He is dressed in a clean school uniform with several purple bruises on his face and exposed arms. These are the results of his own handiwork, with a blunt instrument perfectly showcasing his victim image without affecting his upcoming battles. At this moment, he is gazing up at the holographic screen on one side of the square. The screen is looping highlights from previous newcomer trials. With flashes of blades and the roar of magic, scenes of exciting and intense battles ignite the students below with passion. In the footage, a senior is wielding a spear, darting in and out among a horde of monsters, ultimately delivering a fatal blow to the boss with a move called Spear Like a Dragon. Cleared by Yi Jingchuan. Difficulty Nightmare. Ratings Grade. Ranking 00001. To secure the first place, one must unlock the Nightmare difficulty, Gu Yuan murmurs softly. To have a top guild defend him, merely having its grade score is insufficient. He must claim the title of the trial champion. To achieve first place among tens of thousands, he must choose the highest difficulty of the secret realm, Nightmare. At this level, the combat power of monsters more than doubles. Without exceptional skills, one cannot even clear the trial. Gu Yuan predicts that, relying solely on the words of the little demon, it is highly likely that he cannot handle this level of difficulty. Thus, it is evident that without sacrificing a living soul to contract an elite demon, the profession of Abyss Walker is rather ordinary. At this moment, in the VIP seats on the high platform, leaders from various guilds and colleges in Jiang City have already taken their seats. Old Zhang, your third academy is truly talent-rich this year. Principal Li Wenbin said with a forced smile. One daughter of the Winter Guild and one hidden profession holder have already guaranteed 2 grade ratings. Hearing this, the teachers from the third academy showed displeasure. They cannot possibly be unaware of what Gu Yuan's hidden profession entails. Mentioning Gu Yuan at this time is clearly a deliberate jab. However, Principal Zhang Jinhai of the third academy remained unfazed and replied, no matter how strong the blue family daughter is, she is not trained by our academy. As for the hidden profession you mentioned, at this point a trace of regret flashed in Zhang Zhenhai's eyes as he continued, Gu Yuan is a good student. I would rather he awaken a conventional profession than let fate mock him like this. Indeed, it is a pity. Li Wenbin sighed, faintly, his satisfaction evident in his tone. Therefore, awakening those flashy professions is useless. The key is whether one can harness the power of the profession. Look at Su Qinxing from our academy. While the Gale Swordsman is quite common among rare professions, it is still better than awakening a hidden profession without the ability to use it. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's homeroom teacher Li Jing could no longer hold back and stood up, saying, Principal Li, your words are excessive. Is Gu Yuan really incapable of using it? Try awakening an Abyss Walker, and let's see if you have the ability to use it. Humph. Li Wenbin snorted coldly, glancing at Zhang Jinhai, and said sarcastically, Old Zhang, your management of your subordinates seems lacking. Should I help you discipline them? As he spoke, he unleashed a scorching pressure that caused the surrounding temperature to rise. At that moment, the director of education beside him suddenly leaned in, urgently whispering, Principal, Su Qinxing seems off. The trial is about to start, and he is still missing. His phone is off, and we can't reach him at all. What? This statement was like a bucket of cold water extinguishing Li Wenbin's intense pressure. He abruptly froze, quickly stood up, and left the high platform with the director. Seeing this, Zhang Jinhai chuckled lightly. You should properly manage your students. How can they miss such an important event as the newcomer trial? However, Li Jing beside him frowned. She also has 3 students who are absent: Wang Hu, Zhang Yuan. These 3 cannot be reached by phone either. Li Jing knows they were with Zhou Bo last night, so she had someone contact Zhou Bo. Zhou Bo's phone is reachable, but no one answers. Buzz. At this moment Zhou Bo's phone vibrated again, but it was not in his hands. In the crowd Yuan pulled out a foldable phone. After unlocking it, several unread messages popped up on the screen. There were anxious inquiries from Li Bapa, is Zhou Bo with Wang Hu and Zhang Yuan. They need to participate in the trial today. Oh, please have them come to the central square as soon as possible. Please call back immediately upon seeing this message. There was also an angry question from old Deng, you little brat. What the hell are you doing? Your homeroom teacher contacted me, and even Principal Li from the first academy called saying that you've abducted his students. What the hell is going on with you? He's dead. Ooh, I will turn myself in after the trial. Yuan replied with a voice message and casually tossed the phone into the trash can. At this point, hiding the evidence is no longer useful. It's better to leave an attitude of surrender, which will play a role later. A distant and resounding bell tolled throughout the central square. The enormous crystal in the center of the square emitted a strong white light. All noise abruptly ceased. In the next second, a transparent panel appeared in front of each student. Newcomer trial has begun. Secret Realm Goblin Outpost. Level requirement, level 5. Would you like to enter? The Secret Realm entrance will close after 60 seconds. Countdown 60, 59, 58. The students without hesitation silently thought yes. Columns of white teleportation light illuminated the square one after another. The people in the square visibly became sparse. Li Jing anxiously scanned the area searching for her missing students. When her gaze swept across the edges, she unexpectedly spotted someone who should not be present. Yuan. Li Jing was taken aback, her face filled with astonishment. How could he be here? He had assured her that he would abandon the path of Abyss Walker, seek a stable job in a factory, never sacrifice his soul, and never summon demons. Yet here he stood at the entrance of the newcomer trial. This meant he had not given up. He was going to sacrifice his soul to make a deal with the Abyss. Or rather, had he already sacrificed it? The skill Abyssal gaze triggered passively. Yuan felt Li Jing's astonished gaze upon him. He merely returned a sorrowful smile before withdrawing his gaze. He looked at the countdown before him. Enter. A brilliant white light surged into the sky. Yuan's slender figure was completely engulfed by the transmitting glow. On the high platform, the principal Zhang Zhenhai finally noticed the fleeting figure, and he abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is it Yuan? How could he? Before he could finish his words, Yuan's figure completely vanished. At the same time, the screen of a mobile phone in the trash can lit up, displaying a message from Lao Deng. Who are you? Where's my son? The screen flickered for a moment before slowly dimming. Central Square. As the final beam of teleportation light extinguished, the once bustling square fell silent and empty. Meanwhile, the VIP seats on the high platform became lively. Yuan. How could he come to participate in the trial? Principal Zhang Zhenhai of the Third Academy looked at Li Jing, an expression of anger crossing his face. Didn't I tell you to persuade him to give up, eh? Li Jing, the homeroom teacher, turned pale, her body trembling. Yuan's apologetic smile was somewhat painful for her. It wasn't because Yuan betrayed her advice, but because she understood his despair. Yuan had once been the most promising student of both her and the principal. Outstanding grades, intelligent mind, and kind heart. As long as his profession was fine, he would undoubtedly have a bright future. But he had awakened an evil profession that would backfire on himself. To survive, he could only waste his life away. This was undoubtedly painful for Yuan. And just when he was at his lowest, he was bullied by his classmates. Principal. Li Jing met the principal's furious gaze and replied in an equally angry tone, this must be related to that video. Zhang Zhenhai was momentarily taken aback, understanding Li Jing's words. Last night, Li Jing had forwarded the video of Yuan being bullied to him, demanding severe punishment for the students involved. However, considering that the next day was the new student trial, and Yuan himself showed an attitude of wanting to let things go, he decided to temporarily put this matter aside, planning to deal with it after the trial. But unexpectedly, Yuan's weakness was merely a disguise for his extremity. The humiliation from his classmates drove this once brilliant young man to the path of self-destruction. He was willing to sacrifice his soul to the demon to prove himself in the new student trial. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhenhai began to understand Yuan. At the same time, an unquenchable rage surged within him. After the trial, all those who bullied Yuan would pay the price. At that moment, the principal of the Fourth Academy approached. Old Zhang, didn't you persuade Yuan to give up? A deep walker who wishes to fight must inevitably sacrifice their own soul. Doesn't he fear being corrupted by the Abyss? Zhang Zhenhai did not look at that principal. He merely tightened his grip on the armrest of the chair, speaking in a deep voice. Compared to the Abyss, the human heart is far more terrifying. At that moment, the originally looping promotional holographic screen changed its display, revealing a list of real-time updated data. The list densely listed the names of tens of thousands of candidates, their respective examination regions, and the difficulty levels they had chosen for the trial. Looking around, 90% of the students chose normal, while the remaining 10% opted for difficult. Only a few individuals selected nightmare difficulty. Moreover, it was single nightmare. At the top of the list, several lines of information, marked in crimson, stood out glaringly. Gu Yuan Jiang Yojuan Jiang City, single nightmare. Lan Ruodong, Jiang Yojuan Jiang City, single nightmare. Zhang Xiaowei Jiang Yojuan Peng City, single nightmare. Zhua Shuchen Jiang Yojuan Ling City, single nightmare. Nightmare difficulty. And it's solo. At the moment they saw those words, a gasp of disbelief rose from the high platform. All the principals and teachers who knew Gu Yuan turned their gaze toward Zhang Xinhai. Choosing nightmare difficulty indicated that Gu Yuan intended to unleash all the abilities of his profession, which also meant he would pay all costs to embrace the abyss and walk towards destruction. This is not planning to survive. However, a bittersweet smile of understanding appeared on Zhang Xinhai's face. Since he chose to burn, he should burn completely, burn fiercely. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, as the white light faded and the sensation of weightlessness disappeared, Gu Yuan's feet touched the soft ground. A mixed scent of soil and decaying organic matter flooded his nostrils. Surrounding him were towering ancient trees, and the occasional chirping of insects could be heard. This was the novice trial secret realm, Goblin Outpost. Just as Gu Yuan was looking around, a light blue screen automatically unfolded. You have chosen nightmare difficulty. At this difficulty, the number of monsters increases by 100 to their attributes enhanced by 150, and you receive buffs: damage reduction 30, damage increase 30, A speed 50. Difficulty score bonus 300. Single player score bonus 300. Task objective: traverse the forest, reach the outpost, destroy the core crystal within, or kill the goblin captain. Good luck. As the system prompt disappeared, the distant sounds of commotion became clearer. It was the excited screeches of goblins. The goblins at the outpost were already more combat savvy than ordinary goblins. Under nightmare difficulty, these monsters were capable of taking on seasoned adventurers. Gu Yuan did not rush to set off. Instead, he first equipped all the basic gear provided by the secret realm. Equipped apprentice staff. Magic damage 5. Equipped apprentice robe. Initial protective shield. Equipped apprentice headband. Mental recovery. This is much more suitable than my deadwood staff. Gu Yuan weighed the staff in his hands, feeling quite satisfied. This set of level 5 equipment, gifted by the secret realm, was quite considerate. Just the apprentice robe alone provided a special skill, allowing him to convert his mental power into a shield for protection. Once the shield was depleted, he would be teleported out of the secret realm. With such a function, it could be considered a divine artifact. Unfortunately, these items could not be taken out of the secret realm. After preparing, Gu Yuan pointed his staff at the empty ground before him and issued a command. Arabella, follow the contract and respond to my summons. Humph. A cold snort filled with resentment. Immediately afterward, specks of pink light appeared out of nowhere, swirling around the point where Gu Yuan's staff pointed, like petals blown by the wind, eventually coalescing into a pink whirlwind, exuding an enticing fragrance. At the center of the whirlwind, a curvaceous outline began to take shape. Countless petals climbed, flowed, and shaped, sketching long, beautiful legs wrapped in black silk, apert and rounded behind, delicate limbs that could be grasped with one hand, a full and upright bosom, and a graceful swan neck. Ultimately, that face capable of moving even the divine beings, along with flowing black hair like the night sky, fully emerged. Arabella slightly turned her body, her arms crossing over her chest, accentuating her already breathtaking curves even more. She tilted her head, looking at Gu Yuan, her elongated, enchanting purple eyes clearly displaying dissatisfaction. Wasn't it supposed to be summoned before you sleep? Gu Yuan was taken aback, recalling that Arabella had said she was looking forward to seeing him showcase his abdominal strength. However, he hadn't slept at all last night. Something came up last night. I didn't sleep at all. Not my concern. Gu Yuan began to explain, but was interrupted by Arabella's shake of her head. She took a step forward, bringing a waft of fragrant wind, pointing at Gu Yuan's chest, and said, "Since you've contracted me, you must provide compensation. Regardless of whether you sleep or not, you must give it. Remember, if you skip even once, I will not let you off." To all my dear fathers, the author wishes to create summonables with thoughts and personalities who come with hidden tasks, so they won't mindlessly fall in love with the protagonist. Under the premise of not endangering the protagonist's safety, they will also create some minor troubles for him. Conquering these summonables is one of the major highlights of this book. Of course, the author guarantees that there will be no betrayal or harm against the protagonist. In the newcomer trial secret realm, a goblin outpost. Yerbina's alluring, yet domineering warning left Gu Yuan momentarily stunned. He suddenly felt that the Succubus Queen resembled a disgruntled employee demanding her salary. If he were to owe her salary, she would indeed explode in anger. In the future, when signing contracts, one must clarify the requirements. Don't sign with a lunatic demon forcing me to engage in abstract dealings. As for Yerbina, Gu Yuan glanced at the Succubus Queen before him, instinctively swallowing hard. It's normal for others to work and receive payment. Just as his thoughts wandered, a faint sense of being watched emerged from the surrounding woods. Skill Abyssal gaze activated. 12 units have been detected watching you. Gu Yuan's heart stirred as he summoned the opposing panel and named Goblin Scout level 6 rank, ordinary strength 35 agility, 45 constitution, 30 spirit, 10 skills, stealth poison blade throw. Under nightmare difficulty monster attributes are doubled. A level 6 ordinary monster has a total of 120 points in attributes. For a level 5 human warrior, it's quite difficult to single-handedly take one down without considerable skill. More importantly, they are scouts. This means they have higher combat proficiency than ordinary goblins. This can be inferred from the changes in the surrounding environment. The previously noisy chatter has now vanished. Clearly, that group of goblins chose to go into collective stealth the moment they locked onto their prey, preparing to launch a surprise attack. If they were ordinary goblins, they would have rushed in shouting and clamoring. Gu Yuan retracted his distracting thoughts and looked at Yerbina, who wore a discontent expression due to the salary owed. What is due to you, I will not withhold a single drop. But the premise is that we must first get through the current predicament. Upon hearing this, Yerbina raised her hand and yawned, saying, Are those goblins who can't even control their own desires considered a predicament? Less than 100 meters away from Gu Yuan in the dense forest, a patrol team, composed of 12 goblin scouts, was crouched low, using the terrain for cover as they silently stalked. The leading goblin scout captain vigorously twitched its nose. A pair of murky little eyes were filled with primal desire. Female. It caught a whiff of a scent so sweet that it made its soul tremble. This aroma was even more intoxicating than the fragrance of elves, instantly igniting the filthiest and most primal instincts within its bloodline. Golyulu. Gagaga. Female. Premium female. It emitted a hoarse, shrill laugh, drool dripping down its chin. The other goblin scouts were similarly stirred by this scent, their eyes filled with red desire. Yet they did not lose their rationality. Instead, they spread out from different directions, silently surrounding the target. Soon they positioned themselves in the best spot. Peering through the dense thickets, they caught sight of their target. It was a human male clad in an apprentice robe, facing away from them. Beside him stood a female figure, also with her back to them, exuding grace. Her long black hair, exaggerated curves, and ample silhouette. Just her silhouette made the breaths of the goblins grow heavier. It's her. It's the scent emitted by the 12 goblin scouts exchanged glances, revealing lecherous yet cruel smiles. In the next moment, they could no longer suppress their desires and simultaneously let out excited shrieks, bursting forth from the grass and rushing towards the two unprepared figures, brandishing their poisoned daggers. However, just as they neared their target, the female figure facing away from them elegantly turned around and cast a stunning glance. The leading goblin captain's lewd grin instantly froze, transforming into a twisted horror. It beheld a face so beautiful it was beyond description, which should have further ignited its primal desires. However, what rose before desire was a fear stemming from the depths of its bloodline. It turned out that what it pounced towards was not a sumptuous feast, but rather the abyss. Clatter. The weapons in the goblins' hands clattered to the ground as they all knelt. The desires in their eyes extinguished, leaving only the fear of their natural enemy. Seeing this scene, even Gu Yuan felt a hint of astonishment in his heart. He had anticipated that Yerbina could easily annihilate them, but he did not expect that merely through suppression of rank these enhanced monsters would give up their resistance. Is this the worth of abyssal demons? Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. To contract a demon, one must use a living sacrifice. This meant he had to render the opponent incapable of resistance without killing them. Previously, when contracting a minor demon, he had meticulously controlled the output of abyssal energy to barely achieve this. Yet now Yerbina only needed a single glance to make this group of goblin scouts kneel obediently, ready for slaughter. This was simply too convenient for a sacrifice. However, Gu Yuan still abandoned the thought of conducting the sacrifice here. The imagery of the newcomer trial could be viewed by the outside world. Even if they did not watch the live stream, they would surely see the replay afterward. Making a sacrifice now would not only expose his secret ability to sacrifice others, but would also indirectly inform others that he killed Zhou Bo and the others with premeditated murder rather than in a fit of passion. That would completely change the nature of the situation. With this thought, Yuan collected his thoughts and issued an order to Yerbina. Make your move. Yerbina did not respond, merely raising her delicate hand and elegantly twisting her wrist. Whoosh! A purple whip composed of abyssal energy appeared out of thin air in her hand. Then she casually whipped it to the left and right. You have killed a Goblin Scout, level 6 experience 30. You have killed a Goblin Scout, level 6 experience 33. Bang! Bang! Two sounds of breaking air rang out. The 12 Goblin Scouts, immersed in fear, did not even have the chance to let out a cry before they transformed into blood mist and experience. Yuan was slightly taken aback looking at Yerbina. The Succubus Queen, however, appeared disinterested and complained, "They're simply too weak. They didn't even have time to experience the pain I intended to grant them." That's quite a pity. Yuan nodded on the surface, but internally scoffed. These Goblin Scouts had undergone attribute enhancements and possessed a built-in 30 damage reduction buff. Take the stunning scene he witnessed earlier in the square, for example. The previous champion, Yi Jingchuan, relied on his superb marksmanship and positioning against the Goblin Scouts to execute brilliant maneuvers. But with Yerbina here, there was not even room for operation. Doing it this way, others could easily misunderstand that I am cheating. Well, let them misunderstand. After all, there's no place to report it. Yuan slightly calmed his emotions, gazing deeper into the forest, and said, "There are stronger bosses ahead. She should be able to fully appreciate your grace." Boring. Yerbina stretched lazily, displaying her captivating curves. "I just want to finish quickly and then wait for you to settle yesterday's daily payment with interest." Upon hearing this, Yuan instinctively touched his lower back. He felt that his opponent today was neither the boss of the newcomer trial nor the approaching guards, but rather the Succubus Queen before him, who was always thinking about daily payments. Meanwhile, in the outside world, in the central square atop the platform, when Yuan's battle imagery unfolded, the entire VIP area fell into a dead silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In the central square atop the high platform, the entire VIP seating area was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The principal teachers and high-ranking guild members all stared blankly at the images on the screen as if petrified. The holographic screen displayed a third-person view of Yuan. He stood calmly in front of a large pool of blood. Beside him was an enchanting yet deadly beauty. This is a succubus. Someone broke the silence in a daze. Damn. A young male teacher couldn't help but curse, muttering to himself, No wonder that kid dared to sacrifice his soul. If it were me, I would too. Who the hell can resist this? Someone nearby immediately joked, Haha, if I could summon a beauty of this caliber, I wouldn't just sacrifice my soul, I'd sacrifice my lifespan. Shut up. Zhang Jinhai snorted coldly, unable to contain his anger. Your students are sacrificing their souls to summon demons for battle, and you are here cracking jokes. The two male teachers immediately lowered their heads, apologizing. I was just making a joke. This is not funny. Zhang Zhenhai's eyes turned bloodshot, ignited with real fury. You two fools who can't even act as role models for others. Put your resignation letters on my desk tomorrow. Hearing this, the two male teachers instantly turned pale, regretting their careless words. At this moment, Li Jing approached quietly and said softly, Principal, this is not an ordinary succubus. I know. Zhang Jinhai nodded, his gaze firmly locked on the succubus on the screen. An ordinary succubus has hooves resembling those of a goat, which is one of the most distinctive features of their race. However, the succubus summoned by Yuan had a pair of long, beautiful legs that were indistinguishable from a human's. This meant Zhang Zhenhai's heart tightened sharply. That succubus possessed royal blood. A royal succubus. Zhang Jinhai murmured, lamenting inwardly. To actually contract with a demon of this level. Yuan, what price did you pay? Is your soul still? Just as Zhang Jinhai couldn't bear to look at Yuan's frail back any longer, the guild leaders, sitting far away, also came back to their senses from their shock. They turned their heads towards Zhang Jinhai, their gazes burning with intensity. Clearly, they had recognized the significance of the situation. The previous champion was Yi Jingchuan from Jiangxing First Academy. Everyone had seen his trial footage. Compared to Yuan's one-hit kill, his battle was exciting and perilous, but it was merely a case of weaklings pecking at each other. Without considering the performance of other students or the final results, just based on the terrifying strength Yuan had just exhibited, he had already received acceptance notifications from the vast majority of guilds. He had instantaneously killed a goblin at nightmare difficulty. No one had achieved this until now. Even if his summoned creatures had time limits, his explosive power surpassed everyone else. A slightly plump middle-aged man could no longer sit still. He quickly walked over, a warm smile on his face, and said to Zhang Zhenhai, "Principal Zhang, it's an honor to meet you. This student Gu Yuan from your esteemed school has performed exceptionally well. After the trial, could you please introduce him to us at Tianhong Guild? We are very interested in such talent." Before he could finish, another recruitment officer from a different guild squeezed over, bluntly mocking, "Your Tianhong is just a local guild in Jiangqing, too small a pond to accommodate this true dragon. Principal Zhang, our Panshir Guild has branches all over Jiangyu County. As long as student Gu Yuan is willing to join, he will start with elite treatment and top-tier resources." Elite treatment. Our Liang Guild is willing to offer the treatment of core members. Liang has been underperforming these past 2 years. Oh, why not consider our Xiongyan Guild instead? In an instant, the area beside Zhang Zhenhai became bustling with activity. Recruitment officers from various guilds surrounded him like sharks sensing blood. Among them was even a recruitment officer from one of the 4 top guilds. The offers they presented were more enticing than the last, their words filled with desire for Gu Yuan. However, facing this scene reminiscent of stars gathering around the moon, Zhang Zhenhai felt no joy at all. He slowly stood up, his tone heavy. "I appreciate your goodwill on behalf of Gu Yuan, but there is one thing I must speak frankly about." Zhang Zhenhai then candidly explained the job conditions of the Abyss Walker. As he narrated, the previously enthusiastic atmosphere in the room gradually cooled down. The once fiery smiles of the recruitment officers froze on their faces. What? Still need to sacrifice his soul? To summon such a powerful demon, what a hefty price this must be. A newcomer trial, and he's already going all into this, is too reckless. Indeed, the recruitment officer from the Baijian Guild who had been silent couldn't help but shake his head in regret. He could have first contracted with some weaker demons and taken it slow. This way the cost of sacrifice would be much lower. As long as he has a future, he won't have to worry about the firewood running out. But now his lifespan is likely short. The faces of the crowd displayed expressions of pity. A genius destined for a short life, no matter how extraordinary, would lose much of his value for guilds that require long-term investment. The Baijian Guild is one of the 4 top guilds. His words practically sealed Gu Yuan's fate. At this moment, a clear voice rang out from behind the crowd. "You are mistaken, elder from Baijian. Cowering before the abyss will only lead to being eroded faster." The crowd turned to look. They saw a young man dressed in white casual wear, exuding an extraordinary aura, walking confidently toward them. His handsome face and striking ice-blue short hair drew everyone's attention, radiating an innate calmness and confidence. "Lan, young Master Lan." The recruitment officer from the Baijian Guild gasped, his pupils contracting sharply as he recognized the newcomer. The other guild leaders also recognized him, their faces revealing shock and respect. The newcomer was none other than Lan Yuding, the heir of the Lindong Guild, one of the 4 top guilds. Zhang Zhenhai and all the principals and teachers stood up in unison. "Young Master Lan. What? Why have you come in person?" Lan Yuding approached, nodded slightly to the crowd as a greeting, and then looked at Zhang Zhenhai, explaining, "My sister sent me a message saying she was bullied at school and asked me to come and support her." Off. Zhang Zhenhai was taken aback, as if he had heard a joke. "Lan Ruodong, the one who could freeze people into ice sculptures at a whim. She gets bullied. How could I possibly believe that? Let's talk about this later." Lan Yuding waved his hand, shifting his gaze to the holographic screen, watching the figure walking alongside the demon, his eyes revealing unabashed admiration. After a moment of silence, he smiled slightly and said, "Since you all are worried that he will be eroded by the abyssal powers and die too soon, or become a monster, then it's best not to compete with me for him. This student named Gu Yuan, we of the Lindong Guild shall gladly accept him." Everyone present was taken aback, exchanging glances, unsure of what Lan Yuding was planning. The Lindong Guild shouldn't be lacking in geniuses, right? Why would they be interested in a profession destined for a short life? However, Zhang Zhenhai thought of something and cautiously asked, "Young Master Lan, do you mean the Lindong Guild has a way to help Gu Yuan resist the erosion of abyssal powers?" Lan Yuding nodded with a smile and said, "No wonder you are my father's enlightener, nothing escapes your scrutiny." He then looked back at Gu Yuan on the screen and slowly said, "But only those who dare to face the abyss have the right to wield its power." Having said that, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhang Zhenhai. "I admire this student Gu Yuan's courage. I will not let this trial be his final dance." Hearing this promise, Zhang Zhenhai nodded excitedly. "Great. With your word, I can rest assured." The class teacher Li Jing had been too intimidated to speak in front of these prominent figures. But at this moment, she could no longer hold back, her eyes instantly turning red. This is wonderful. The student she admired the most would not only avoid a dead end, but also receive high praise and a promise from the young master of the Lan family. He has been saved. Just as Li Jing felt exhilarated about Gu Yuan's future, an angry shout came from outside the crowd. Stop the trial. Immediately stop the trial. There is a murderer in the trial's secret realm. Murderer. On the elevated platform, the shrill accusation struck like a boulder plunging into still water, igniting an immediate thunderous uproar. Every pair of eyes snapped in unison toward the plaza's entrance. A portly middle-aged man strode forward, flanked by over a dozen fully armed professionals, his bearing fierce and unrelenting. This was Zhou Wanhong, president of Jiangxing Tianhong Guild. His broad, fleshy face bore the raw mask of grief and fury. His bloodshot, narrow eyes locked unblinkingly onto Gu Yuan's image flickering across the holographic screen. It's him. That's the one. Zhou Wanhong jabbed a trembling finger at the screen and roared, "My son Zhou Bo. He was slain by this wretched boy." What? At those words, pandemonium erupted across the hall. Zhang Jinhai, principal of the Third Academy, stood frozen in place, stunned, speechless. Before he could utter a word, Li Wenbin, the principal of the First Academy, pushed his way forward from the crowd, trailed by a contingent of battle-class officers clad in the uniforms of the Municipal Security Bureau. Indeed, that Gu Yuan is a bloodthirsty fiend. Li Wenbin's voice quivered with anguish and wrath. He didn't merely kill Zhou Bo, he slaughtered our academy's prodigy as well. Su Qinxing. And he paused, then turned upon Zhang Jinhai with venomous glare, and Shen Lian, Wang Hu, Zhang Yuan, and 4 others from the Third Academy. They've all vanished since last night, alongside Zhou Bo. Hearing this, Zhang Jinhai's expression darkened instantly. Wang Hu and the others were ordinary students, unremarkable enough that their names would never have lodged in his memory. Yet after last night's bullying footage surfaced, Zhang Jinhai had memorized each name, intending to hold them accountable once the trial concluded. He never imagined he'd first learn of their deaths. Zhang Jinhai silently turned his gaze toward Li Jing, their homeroom teacher. Li Jing trembled faintly, her face pale, as realization dawned. Su Qinxing, Zhou Bo, Shen Lian, Wang Hu, all had tormented Gu Yuan. Their collective disappearance made suspicion fall inevitably upon Gu Yuan. Still, Zhang Jinhai clung to reason. They were all together with Zhou Bo last night. Why assume Gu Yuan is connected to their disappearance? Evidence. Zhou Wanhong sneered, stepping aside with deliberate contempt. At that moment, a battle-class officer in the Security Bureau uniform stepped forward. Lu Huan, director of Jiangxing's Municipal Security Bureau. Lu Huan's countenance remained grave. He gave a slight respectful nod toward Lan Yuding before addressing Zhang Jinhai. Principal Zhang, please remain calm. We have not declared Gu Yuan the murderer. Yet based on current evidence, he is the prime suspect in this disappearance case. With that, he produced 2 transparent dust-proof pouches. One held a trifold smartphone. The other contained a freshly severed human finger, still glistening with blood, recovered from a trash bin in the plaza. At the sight of the fresh digit, gasps rippled through the crowd. Zhou Wanhong pointed at the pouch, voice breaking with sorrow. That is my son's phone. His sobs shattered the silence. Every soul fell mute. Zhang Jinhai and Li Jing stood paralyzed, unable to speak a single word. A finger. A phone. Principal. Li Jing suddenly recalled something, but Zhang Jinhai silenced her with a sharp gesture. He understood it all. The finger had been left behind to unlock the phone. The phone itself, left to impersonate the dead, sending false messages obscuring the truth. Which meant that bullying video may never have been posted by Zhou Bo, nor did he send the invitation summoning Su Qinxing, Wang Hu, and the others for their night out. Very likely, they were already dead by then. Lu Huan sighed softly and said to Zhang Jinhai, moreover, numerous other leads point squarely to Gu Yuan. He had openly clashed with the missing persons, possessing ample motive. Then his gaze drifted toward the holographic screen, where Gu Yuan's slender, resolute figure advanced, crushing monsters beneath his stride. And he possesses the capability to commit such acts. Those words ignited murmurs among the assembled principals and guild leaders. Their glances at Gu Yuan shifted from admiration moments earlier to layered, searching scrutiny. Only Lan Yuding sat unmoved in his chair. He lifted his teacup, blew gently across its surface, and revealed no trace of emotion, as if the unfolding murder inquiry held no weight whatsoever. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Yale Burna has slain a goblin warrior. 55 experience. Yale Burna has slain a goblin shaman. 55 experience. Yale Burna has slain a goblin archer. 55 experience. Yale Burna has slain a goblin archer. 55 experience. Yale Burna has slain a goblin archer. 55 experience. Notification after notification scrolled across Gu Yuan's vision. Gu Yuan strode calmly past mounds of fallen monsters, staff held steady in hand. Simultaneously, he mentally tracked time. Half an hour has passed. Given the Security Bureau's investigative pace, they've surely identified me by now. He murmured inwardly. He sensed it. The net had closed. Stepping out of this realm would mean immediate arrest. Yet his progress here had been astonishingly smooth. Under Yaleburna's overwhelming might, every monster encountered fell in a single decisive strike. The entire advance resembled less a battle and more a harvest. Yuan harbored no doubt among this year's initiates none could rival his strength. Claiming the trial's top honor was now inevitable. As the province's foremost novice, his prestige far eclipsed that of a provincial top scorer in the Old World College entrance exam. Battle-class professionals were inherently scarce compared to civilian vocations. In Jiangyu Prefecture, with over 100 million souls, fewer than 30,000 awakened as battle-class this year. Though not all were treasures, each was nurtured as a flower of the human alliance. Its elite stood as future core warriors, charged with defending humanity against alien races and expanding human dominion. And the prefecture's champion. The 2 capitals and 13 prefectures rest upon my shoulders. Yuan smiled inwardly. He acknowledged this move carried risk, a gamble rooted in capital's cold pragmatism. A gamble grounded in the primal empathy for the oppressed. A gifted genius vital to humanity's survival, erupting in righteous fury to slay arrogant, tormenting science. This narrative offered immense latitude, both legally and publicly. Once he emerged, eminent scholars would defend his cause with erudite discourse. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. You have gained 10 free attribute points. You have unlocked a new skill sacrificial gem. Your summoned entity's level has increased, attributes automatically enhanced. As Yuan reflected, golden light shimmered across his body. I've leveled up and unlocked a vocational skill. Yuan paused mid-step, heart lifting with delight, and opened his skill interface. Vocational skill sacrificial gem basic. Upon slaying a living being, you may choose to generate a sacrificial gem, storing the target's vitality and soul. These gems may be used to sacrifice ordinary demons, or to restore your own physical resilience and mental clarity. The higher the sacrificed being's physical and mental attributes, the greater the restoration effect. Note capacity, 0.99 gems currently available. This, Yuan beamed with astonishment. This skill was nothing short of perfect. With it, forging pacts with ordinary demons no longer required live sacrifices, enhancing both convenience and stealth. Moreover, these gems doubled as potent restorative agents, effectively granting him an auxiliary support ability. After his elation subsided, Yuan allocated his 10 free attribute points in a 1:135 ratio across strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Instantly, warmth flooded his limbs, his mind felt cool, lucid, and unburdened. His body felt denser, sturdier, while the mental strain from sustaining Yaleburna dissolved almost entirely. Name, Yuan human. Level 6. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Constitution, 17. Spirit, 43. Much lighter, Yuan murmured, massaging his temples. With his current spirit, he could sustain Yaleburna, and simultaneously summon 2 lesser demons for tactical support. Simultaneously, his demonic summons also ascended in level, though attribute gains varied significantly by rank. The lesser demons collectively gained only 15 attribute points. Yaleburna, however, surged by 60, equivalent to 6 full levels for a first-tier vocationalist. At that instant, a gaze brimming with savagery and murderous intent lanced from the forest ahead. His passive ability, Abyssal Gaze, triggered instantly. Yuan stiffened, instinctively opening the foe's profile. Name, Goblin Centurion. Level 8. Rank, Elite. Strength, 70. Agility, 80. Constitution, 120. Spirit, 30. Skills, Bloodlust, Rally, Whirlwind, Axe, Frenzied Throw. Boss. Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. A boss had abandoned its lair and launched a preemptive assault. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying gale tore through the trees, bearing down upon him. In the secret realm, the jungle swayed and birds and beasts fled in panic. A fierce gust of wind swept through, parting the trees and pressing heavily on people, making it hard to breathe. Yuan sensed danger and immediately shouted to Yaleburna, "Be careful. The boss is here." Yaleburna reacted with lightning speed. Her petite bat wings flapped vigorously and her delicate figure floated into the air, retreating backwards. At the same time, the purple long whip in her hand lashed out like a serpent, wrapping around Yuan's waist and lifting him off the ground as well. Boom. Just as the two left the ground, a massive battle axe shimmering with bloodlight fell from the sky, crashing down on the spot where they had just stood. Debris and dirt splattered in all directions, and the ground was smashed into a deep pit with a diameter of 5 meters. Gu Yuan looked down in shock. This nightmarish boss was truly a nightmare. It struck without warning and came in with a heavy blow. Just that single axe could not only hit directly, but the aftershock could also instantly kill him. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a three-meter muscle-bound goblin clad in heavy armor charged out from behind the fallen trees. It picked up the giant axe that had smashed into the ground, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the two in the air. Behind it followed dozens of goblin wolf cavalry armed with spears. These monsters shimmered with a faint red glow exuding a fierce aura. It was the effect of bloodthirsty inspiration. Gu Yuan frowned. Under the influence of this buff, the monsters would fall into a reckless frenzy. Yerubaina's king-level pressure had been dispersed by the raging battle intent and could no longer intimidate them. Grr! The goblin captain roared angrily, issuing the command to attack. The goblin wolves below immediately scattered, surrounding the area beneath the two and raising their spears. Do they think him too easy to bully? Gu Yuan frowned, immediately realizing what was happening. Normally a boss would wait at the final stage for the challengers. The guards beside it were also spread out, providing opportunities for them to be defeated individually. But now they had stepped out of their preset positions under the boss lead and actively surrounded the intruders. This was actually a hidden mechanism of the secret realm. When a professional was too successful in the secret realm, there was a certain probability that the boss would fall into a rage and take the initiative to attack. This mechanism greatly increased the difficulty of fishing for monsters and made secret realm exploration full of uncertainty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears glimmering with cold light shot towards the two in the air like a reverse rainstorm. Yerubaina, holding Gu Yuan, deftly dodged the first wave of attacks, then counterattacked with a whip, instantly killing two monsters. Yerubaina killed a goblin wolf rider. Experience 77. Yerubaina killed a goblin wolf rider. Experience 77. This soft meal feels so soft and fragrant. Gu Yuan tightly embraced Yerubaina's waist, secretly sighing. In fact, with Yerubaina's attributes, there was no need to take these attacks seriously. The reason for dodging was still to protect Gu Yuan in her arms. Even though these demons were rebellious and defiant, as long as the contract was intact, they would still actively protect their contractor. As long as Gu Yuan held on to Yerubaina tightly, she would naturally deal with all threats in front of them. But this was somewhat too ugly. Gu Yuan thought to himself. His clear video of passing the level would surely be studied repeatedly and even replayed as a highlight next year. If his MVP settlement scene was just him stammering in the embrace of the succubus, that would be rather embarrassing. This is the final battle of the trial. Ooh, I need to show off a bit. Thinking this, Gu Yuan said to Yerubaina, "Let me go." Yerubaina glanced at Gu Yuan and tightened her embrace again. "Am I holding you too tightly and making it hard to breathe?" "I'm not really." Gu Yuan raised his head, his lips twitching as he said, "This is too inefficient. You deal with the goblin captain, and he'll deal with the minions." Saying this, Gu Yuan pushed Yerubaina away, allowing his body to begin free fall. "What are you doing?" Just as Yerubaina reached out to grab Gu Yuan, her purple eyes widened in shock. He saw Gu Yuan in free fall suddenly unfold a pair of demonic wings ablaze with flames, and then flew up into the air. It turned out that Gu Yuan had summoned a little demon to catch him and fly in the air. "This way I won't hold you back, you go deal with the goblin captain." Gu Yuan adjusted his posture midair and said to Yerubaina. At that moment the spear rain from below struck again. The little demon behind Gu Yuan flapped its wings fiercely, performing a risky somersault to dodge several spears. But the attacks below were too dense, and after dodging one poison spear, still shot towards Gu Yuan. "Separate." Gu Yuan commanded in his heart, and the little demon immediately pushed him out, allowing the spear to pass between them. At the same time, another little demon hovering nearby dove down, quickly grabbing Gu Yuan's body and pulling him back into the air. Thus, the two little demons, through their tacit exchange of assistance, performed aerial acrobatics with Gu Yuan amidst the dense spear rain. And Gu Yuan was not idle. He raised his staff and unleashed dark evil energy, orbs pouring them down onto the monsters below. Whoosh, whoosh. The orbs silently penetrated the bodies of the monsters, quickly corrupting them until they withered away. Yerubaina hovered high above her, violet eyes reflecting a peculiar brilliance. "Are you trying to show off in front of me, sister?" "You're actually quite impressive," the succubus murmured softly, revealing a possessive smile. "Such an interesting boy cannot be harmed before I have thoroughly consumed him." In the next second she withdrew her gaze, a cold look replacing the allure in her purple eyes as she glared at the goblin captain, who was roaring and preparing to throw his axe again. Lowly creature. She spoke with her red lips, her tone no longer flippant. Who gave you permission to raise your head and look at me, yeah? With that she swung her jade hand, and the purple whip struck fiercely across the goblin captain's face. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the captain was directly pinned in place. Yuan killed the goblin captain. Experience 1077. Generate sacrificial crystal. What? Yuan, still performing acrobatics in the air, was taken aback. Did she just kill the boss? It was a nightmare difficulty boss, with double attributes and a damage reduction buff. The goblin captain's physique was even higher than Yuan's. Yuan thought that even if Yuan was strong, it would take several rounds to defeat him. But just like the earlier small monsters, she still killed him with a single whip. Yuan looked at the goblin captain. He saw it still maintaining a charging stance, the blood color in its eyes quickly fading to emptiness. Boom. The captain's body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing only a whip mark on its body, Yuan understood. Yuan's soul whip was a semi-physical, semi-psychic attack. It dealt damage based on the difference between spirits. The captain's spirit was 30, which was even lower than his own, but Yuan's spirit was as high as 200. With that single whip, she had directly wiped out the captain's soul. Crack! 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 After the captain fell, a series of sonic booms erupted. Yuan wielded her whip, swiftly killing the remaining goblin wolf riders. Under the overwhelming attributes, she didn't even activate her enhanced normal attack, simply relying on regular attacks to complete the nightmare-level dungeon. Congratulations! You have cleared the goblin outpost. Newcomer trial completed. Your rating is, since you have achieved the fastest, perfect, and damage-free clear at the highest difficulty. There is no need for horizontal comparison with other participants. Your ranking is directly locked at 00001. You have earned first place rewards, orange grade treasure chest level 10. I did it. Yuan was overjoyed, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. As the champion of the newcomer trial, I have done all that I needed to do. The rest will be left to those scholars. Those who do great things will not ruin a genius future for a few bullies and arrogant fools. As long as I pass this, the sky is the limit. Furthermore, the rewards for being the trial champion are also worth looking forward to. With this thought, Yuan looked at the dazzling treasure chest floating in the air. Don't be fooled, it may only be a level 10 treasure chest, but its quality is a range grade capable of yielding orange gear. This quality of equipment is something 80 of professionals would struggle their entire lives to obtain. In the secret realm, a goblin outpost. A beautifully ornate orange treasure chest floated in the air, radiating a faint golden light. Yuan's gaze grew intense. For the vast majority of novice warriors, the trial is a college entrance exam to prove their strength. However, for those from affluent families like Lan Ruodong, there is no need to prove their capabilities to anyone. They came to participate in the trial with the sole purpose of obtaining this orange treasure chest, which could not be acquired through ordinary means. The treasure chest is one of the ways to obtain finished equipment and items. Quality ranges from low to high, divided into 7 levels: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and rainbow, corresponding to equipment and items of each quality. For ordinary warriors, assembling a full set of purple gear is a lifelong pursuit. As for orange gear, even large guilds would covet it. As long as one can possess a complete set of high-level orange gear, they can establish their own sect and become a formidable figure. As for higher-tier red and rainbow gear, Yuan had only seen them in illustrations and textbooks. However, for him, even a low-level orange piece of equipment would be sufficient for a significant leap in status. Yuan took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. Open! The chest emitted a soft chime, transforming into a shower of golden light, dazzling and brilliant. In the center of the light, the outline of an item slowly coalesced. It was a black necklace. The pendant's design was quite peculiar, a nun in a pious prayer ensnared by iron chains. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Yuan reached out to catch the necklace, and the item's information immediately appeared. Necklace key of the black coffin, quality orange. Level 5. Skill redemption of the black coffin. Consumes mental energy to summon a black coffin of redemption to shelter oneself, immune to all external damage. Note: mental energy will be continuously consumed in the black coffin. Please deactivate the skill if discomfort arises. Hiss. Yuan couldn't help but gasp. It is equipment with built-in skills. Moreover, it is a defensive skill that grants immunity to damage, essentially half of a paladin's invincibility, albeit unable to move. The value of this necklace is likely beyond monetary measure. Yuan was overjoyed and unhesitatingly put the necklace around his neck. A chilling sensation washed over him. The moment the pendant rested against his chest, a compassionate female voice suddenly echoed. Please. Redeem me. The voice seemed to come from the deepest depths of the soul, imbued with an irresistible magic highly seductive. Moi. Yuan furrowed his brow. Is this the effect sound of the equipment? He recalled what his teacher had said. Some powerful weapons and gear have backstories. These effect sounds are clues to their backstories. If one can unravel their meaning, hidden tasks associated with the equipment may be unlocked. It's equipment with built-in tasks that just feels a bit eerie. Yuan murmured as he stroked the necklace. At that moment, a teleportation array appeared beneath his feet. Trial completed. You will be teleported back to the central square in 60 seconds. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in the central square on the platform, the atmosphere among the VIPs was unusually tense. Due to Yuan's involvement in a major murder case, his personal live streaming perspective had been cancelled. The holographic screen displayed the battle footage of Lan Ruado. In the footage, this rich young lady showcased a fiercely different side from her cold exterior. She raised her staff, unleashing ice-blue flames akin to a dragon's breath, incinerating, freezing, and reducing groups of goblins to dust. In just half an hour, her progress had reached near the boss chamber, engaging the goblin centurion's guards, the wolf cavalry. As expected of my sister, Lan Yuding held a teacup, a look of approval on his face. Her speed is about 10 minutes faster than Yi Jingchuan's from last year, but unfortunately. Lan Yuding shook his head, not continuing his thought. Indeed, Lan Ruodong displayed formidable dominance in the secret realm. However, compared to Yuan's overwhelming advantage, she appeared less remarkable. Unless, of course, Yuan's summoned creatures have a time limit and cannot maintain their overwhelming advantage indefinitely. There should be right. Such powerful summons without a time limit would be invincible, wouldn't they? As Lan Yuding pondered, the battle footage on the holographic screen suddenly vanished, replaced by a massive golden leaderboard. Overall ranking activated. 00001. Yuan, level 6, Abyss Walker. 00002 None. 00003 None. Silence. The entire platform once again fell into a deep silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at the leaderboard and that lone name. After a while, the recruitment officer from the 100 Battle Guild was the first to break the silence with an exclamation. Incredible. The trial isn't over yet. How could the leaderboard activate early? He voiced what everyone present was thinking. The final rankings of the novice trial are determined by the mysterious world rules, which evaluate participants' data comparatively before generating results. This includes multiple assessment items such as completion speed, exploration, completion rate, battle damage ratio, and difficulty level, and must wait for everyone to finish the trial before proceeding. But now, Lan Ruodong has yet to encounter the boss, and the nearly 30,000 participants after her haven't even seen the boss guards. There is still a long way to go before the trial concludes, yet the leaderboard has opened directly and even locked in the first place. Does this mean Yuan has already crushed the nightmare difficulty, achieving heights in those assessment items that others cannot surpass? The recruitment officers were all fixated on that lone name on the leaderboard, their gazes becoming fervent once more. They previously thought that Yuan's value was greatly diminished due to his short lifespan, but now it was to crush nightmare difficulty and secure the title of trial champion proves that Yuan is nothing short of a monster with potential far exceeding that of other geniuses. Such a person, even if destined for a short life, is worth spending precious resources to extend his life. At this moment, even the always calm Lan Yuding put down his teacup. He silently exchanged a glance with the recruitment officer from the 100 Battle Guild, both seeing the intent to vie for Yuan in each other's eyes. Then the two shared a knowing smile, clasping their fists in the air as if to say, let the best man win. However, Zhou Wanhong, who accused Yuan of murder, and Principal Li Wenbin were glaring fiercely. They knew that the murderer of their son and favored disciple would soon emerge. Just as the tension reached its peak, a white teleportation beam illuminated the center of the square. As the light faded, a youth clad in a school uniform, his face bearing several bruises, appeared in the open square. Yuan had emerged. The white light was blinding, and Yuan instinctively squinted. Once he adapted to the external light, he immediately looked towards the VIP area on the platform. In that moment, he saw a myriad of emotions. Worry and regret in the eyes of the principal and mentors. The vengeful hatred in the eyes of the victims' families. And in the eyes of the guild recruitment officers, an unabashed desire. It was done. Yuan's heart finally settled. He had bet right. Even with blood on his hands, his value could not be concealed. Director Liu, what are you waiting for? At that moment, Zhou Wanhong's anguished roar echoed throughout the square. The murderer is right in front of us. If you don't take action, he'll personally execute him on the spot. Director Lu Huan of the city guard frowned. He noticed that the major guilds were not very eager to act against Gu Yuan. But upon hearing that Zhou Wanhong wanted to take action himself, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Apprehend the suspect and take him back for questioning." Yes. More than 10 guards immediately sprang into action. Colorful lights erupted from their bodies as they charged towards the slender figure in the center of the square. At the same time, bolts of ice blue lightning struck down from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the explosive thunder, the crisp sounds of ice crystals forming resonated. The more than 10 guards from the city guard in the midst of their charge were all struck by the ice lightning covered in a multitude of ice crystals. Before they could even register what happened, they maintained their forward-pushing stance, transforming into lifelike ice sculptures frozen in place. The platform fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone stared in shock at the wielder of the ice lightning, Lan Yuding. He stood up, his ice blue eyes fixed on Lu Huan. "He is the one my winter guild has set its sights on. I hope Director Lu can show some courtesy." On the elevated platform, the VIP seating area, Lu Huan gazed at Lan Yuding, calm, unruffled, his back already slick with cold sweat. The heir of the Frostwinter Guild, could he possibly refuse such a face? The Frostwinter Guild, one of the colossal powers towering over the Eastern Human Alliance, had long extended its influence across every domain. Within the Security Bureau's hierarchy, numerous high-ranking officials either hailed from the Frostwinter Guild or owed it profound debts of gratitude. Even the Director General of the Security Bureau, stationed far away in the prefectural capital, would address this young master as senior brother Lan with deferential courtesy. Lu Huan drew a deep breath, gestured to his subordinates to thaw the frozen battle-class practitioners still immobilized on the spot, then gave Lan Yuding a respectful nod and asked young Master Lan, "What are your instructions?" Lan Yuding's gaze remained fixed upon Gu Yuan, as if savoring a peerless ancient millennium treasure. "Instructions? I dare not presume. I merely recognize that this student Gu Yuan is an extraordinary prodigy, destined to become a pillar of the human alliance. We must treat such talent with utmost caution." He withdrew his gaze and turned to Lu Huan's shifting tone. "Of course I would never shield a criminal. Yet to ensure this genius's safety and prevent any untoward accidents, I request that you conduct his interrogation publicly here under my very eyes." "Under your eyes? Publicly?" Hearing this, Lu Huan instantly grasped Lan Yuding's intent. It was both a graceful concession to the Security Bureau and a resounding declaration to all present: Gu Yuan is under my protection. At that moment, the recruitment officer of the 100 Battle Guild stepped forward. "I have long heard of the Security Bureau's Grand Memory Restoration Technique, a skill capable of forcibly implanting false memories of crimes. I confess, I would very much like to witness it firsthand." Compared to Lan Yuding's veiled diplomacy, the 100 Battle Guild's officer spoke with blunt candor, openly declaring, "I do not trust your Security Bureau. I fear Gu Yuan will be coerced into a false confession." Could Lu Huan possibly refuse? With 2 supreme guilds now speaking in unison, even summoning the city lord of Jiangsheng would compel him to acquiesce. Thereupon Lu Huan raised his voice toward Gu Yuan standing in the plaza center. "Student Gu Yuan, you stand accused of involvement in a grave homicide case. I shall now proceed with your lawful interrogation. Please answer truthfully and forthrightly." Only then did Gu Yuan stir from the shock of that ice thunder technique. Ice fused with lightning. Was this not the signature art of Lan Yuding, the Frostwinter Guild's heir, brother of Lan Ruodong? A surge of exultation rose within Gu Yuan. He had assumed his protector might be no more than a top-tier guild's recruitment officer. He never imagined it would be the Frostwinter Guild's heir himself, descending personally onto the stage. A recruitment officer from a premier guild wielded immense authority in Jiangsheng, yet a single word from the Lan family's heir carried absolute, irrevocable weight. "It seems I won't even need to set foot inside a detention center," Gu Yuan thought, heart now utterly stilled. By then, Lu Huan had already begun formal proceedings. First, he concisely stated the disappearance of Zhou Bo and 6 others last night, and confirmed their deaths beyond reasonable doubt. Then, signaling his subordinates, he projected onto the holographic screen the so-called bullying video extracted from Zhou Bo's phone. Once the video ended, Lu Huan's gaze sharpened. "Gu Yuan, describe the events exactly as they transpired." "Yes." Gu Yuan nodded, stepped forward, and faced the assembled dignitaries atop the platform, beginning his performance. "Yesterday after school, as I walked home, I was ambushed by Zhou Bo, Su Qinxing, and others. They dragged me forcibly into a grove beside the road, saying I had offended Shun Lian, and that they would cripple me. At that moment," his voice trembled just enough, soft, raw, trembling with vulnerability. For the next several minutes, Gu Yuan recounted the entire incident, truthfully step by meticulous step, how he had crossed Zhou Bo and Shun Lian, how he'd been cornered and humiliated. And finally, how overwhelmed by fury he'd lashed out in blind rage, and in tragic error slain them all. His words brimmed with anguish, injustice, fury, and haunting lingering dread. At the climax of his testimony, he even unbuttoned his school uniform jacket to reveal the bruises he'd self-inflicted, and displayed them openly. Esteemed leaders, respected teachers, behold, these marks, they struck me. He cried out, voice cracking with grief and outrage. They outnumbered me, and bore weapons. Had I not fought back, I would have died in that grove. Having heard this tear-streaked testimony, everyone on the platform stood solemn and silent. Several guild leaders and faculty members even softened, eyes clouded with pity. Lan Yuding broke the silence first. Turning to Lu Huan, he said coolly, Director Lu, the facts are clear. Gu Yuan acted in legitimate self-defense after enduring brutal assault. Self-defense. Zhou Wanhong leapt up instantly, pointing fiercely at Gu Yuan from start to finish. That video shows no beating. You claim you fought back only after being struck. Where is your proof? Before Gu Yuan could reply, Lan Yuding smiled faintly. Of course, there's no footage of the assault. Why would perpetrators record evidence of their own cruelty? Gu Yuan lowered his head, concealing the irrepressible smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, evidence of violence existed, but it depicted him summoning a demon to attack, and had been meticulously edited out. Proof is not entirely absent. Lan Yuding spoke again, his ice-blue eyes locking on his Zhou Wanhong. President Zhou, your son clearly declared on camera he would cripple Gu Yuan, break his legs, and even offered money to buy his life. Then those glacial eyes shifted toward Lu Huan. I wonder, has the Tianhong Guild grown so powerful in Jiangxing that it may freely purchase the life of a prodigious student? Zhou Wanhong choked into silence. Lu Huan's face paled visibly. Li Wenbin, principal of First Academy, seized another angle very well, even if Gu Yuan killed in response to bullying. Afterward, he failed to surrender immediately. Instead, he concealed the bodies, and used the victims' fingers and phones to fabricate misleading evidence, attempting to evade justice. His intent is unforgivable. Gu Yuan lifted his head, his expression already poised in sorrowful resolve. I never sought to evade justice. I only wished to participate in this newcomer trial, not to die burdened by regret. He looked directly at Li Wenbin, voice trembling with despair. To resist their tyranny, I have already sacrificed my soul. I have little time left to live. What difference does exoneration or condemnation make to me now? I am doomed to die anyway, so why not fight one final time, to fulfill the dream of every battle-class practitioner? I had already resolved to work in a factory, live quietly, modestly untroubled. Had they not driven me to the edge, why would I choose this path of no return? His final words erupted in a guttural cry. Then, exhausted, hollowed, he swayed slightly, breathing ragged and deep. A single tear traced a perfect path down his cheek, cutting through the bruise, before falling silently to the ground. The searing fury, the crushing injustice, the cruel hand of fate. Mocked and humiliated by peers, yet choosing self-immolation with defiant grace, he rendered it all with devastating authenticity. Every soul on the platform was swept into his emotional current, plunged into stunned silence. Zhang Jinhai stood mute. Homeroom, teacher Li Jing wept openly, tears spilling unchecked. Even Li Wenbin, who moments before had pressed relentlessly, now gaped speechless. And Gu Yuan, the architect of this entire drama, stood astonished at his own performance. Damn, I'm this good an actor. He sensed his emotional cadence had flowed with uncanny instinct. The quaver in his voice, the subtle shifts in timbre, the solitary tear, each landed with flawless naturalism. So convincing it even beguiled him. For an instant he truly believed himself the tragic broken soul, cornered, betrayed, choosing mutual annihilation. This visceral soul-rending lament left Li Wenbin utterly mute. He could only cough twice, offering a feeble retort. No matter your grievance, you killed. And killing demands retribution. Exactly. Retribution. Zhou Wanhong roared in unison, glaring at Lu Huan. Eyes burning with veiled threat. Director Lu. He has confessed outright. What more do you await? Do you require me to descend and enforce justice myself? Lu Huan remained impassive, his gaze fixed solely on Lan Yuding. Lan Yuding, sensing the stage now belonged to him, rose slowly from his seat, and met Zhou Wanhong's glare with serene composure. An eye for an eye is just, but one must ask, whose eye is it? On the high platform in the VIP seating, Lan Yuding gazed directly at Zhou Wanhong. His calm demeanor, however, left Zhou Wanhong feeling somewhat suffocated. He knew that this young master of the Lan family had recognized Gu Yuan's immense potential and wanted to preserve it. Moreover, he understood that the Lan family was a launch player of the Eastern Alliance, possessing the ultimate authority in interpreting the law. Yet even so, Zhou Wanhong was unwilling to watch idly as his son's murderer roamed free. What does young Master Lan mean by this? The pain of losing his son rendered Zhou Wanhong fearless as he locked eyes with Lan Yuding and said, "Are you trying to exonerate this demon who has killed 7 people?" Lan Yuding did not respond, but turned to the recruitment officer of the 100 Battles Guild, smiling as he asked, "Esteemed elder, may I ask, have you ever killed someone?" The officer named by Lan Yuding was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood the implication and nodded with a smile. "Naturally, I have killed before." Lan Yuding then looked at another person. "What about you? Have you killed someone?" The person nodded. "Of course I have. I am a berserker." Lan Yuding sat back down, spreading his hands. "Everyone present here is warriors. Who among you has not taken a life?" Upon hearing this, everyone understood the underlying meaning of Lan Yuding's words and exchanged glances. At the same time, Zhang Zhenhai seized the opportunity to interject loudly. "I have always taught my students that in this world what is more terrifying than monsters is the human heart. In the wild and secret realms, there are countless human scum who treat their own kind as prey. Does that mean that when our lives are threatened, we cannot fight back using violence to counter violence?" Hearing this, the school leaders and recruitment officers present nodded in agreement. The officer from the 100 Battles Guild even spoke in support. "Principal Zhang is right. Gu Yuan was surrounded by 7 people, his life threatened, and he retaliated with thunderous force. Such things are all too common in the wild." He stepped forward and continued, "When I was Gu Yuan's age, I too killed 4 people. They were 4 robbers in the wild who attempted to assault a woman, and I happened upon them, killing them on the spot. Should I also pay with 4 lives for those scoundrels?" As the top guild members spoke, the balance of public opinion began to shift. Indeed, if we are to be punished for killing evildoers in retaliation, how can we warriors survive in the wild? If it were me, I wouldn't just retaliate, I would wipe out the entire family of the criminals. With weapons in hand, the desire to kill arises, and it is difficult for warriors to be constrained by the law. Using violence to counter violence is the best approach. Li Wenbin, listening to the discussions around him, trembled with rage and shouted, "My student Su Qinxing is not an evildoer. He is merely young and impetuous. He does not deserve death. Your student is the most disgusting." For the first time, Lan Yuding's tone turned cold, shifting from his previously relaxed demeanor, and he said coldly, "Just because he awakened a joyful wind element, does he think he is superior? He dares to bully his classmates today. Tomorrow he will bully his teammates, and the day after that he will betray humanity for profit. If I encounter such a person—" Lan Yuding paused, enunciating each word. "He will have no chance of survival." These words struck like thunder, causing Li Wenbin to turn pale, no longer daring to utter another word. Zhou Wanhong, however, refused to give up, crying out in despair, "Even if they are at fault, my son cannot just die in vain." "Of course he cannot die in vain," Lan Yuding nodded. He turned to Lu Huan, his tone returning to its previous lightness. "Director Lu, the public safety in Jiang City is quite concerning. The newcomer trials are an important channel for selecting talent. Each participant has the potential to be a shining star of the future. How can you allow someone to be surrounded and bullied at this critical moment during the trials?" Having said that, he pointed at Gu Yuan, his voice suddenly turning cold. "If this rising star is snuffed out due to your negligence, can you bear that responsibility?" "I cannot bear it." Lu Huan broke into a cold sweat. Lan Yuding's remarks were enough to cost him his job. He immediately stood at attention and responded loudly, "Rest assured, young Master Lan. We in the security department will conduct a thorough investigation into this malicious bullying incident. We will not let a single perpetrator escape. At the same time, we will commend Gu Yuan for his righteous act of eliminating harm for the people. A thorough investigation into the bullying incident. Not letting a single perpetrator escape. Commending Gu Yuan for eliminating harm." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanhong felt as if his CPU was about to overheat. But the perpetrator is already dead. Just as Zhou Wanhong was about to explode again, Lu Huan pressed down on his shoulder. He leaned into Zhou Wanhong's ear and whispered, "Old Zhou, let me give you a piece of advice you have for son. Do not sacrifice the family legacy left to you by your ancestors for that useless Zhou Bo." Zhou Wanhong's plump body shook violently, his anger quickly replaced by fear. Lu Wan's words awakened him. The pain of losing a son had caused him to overlook who he was really facing. Lan Yuding, the young master of a top guild, commanded countless powerful individuals. He himself was a level 59 second transformation warrior, just a step away from the 3rd transformation. Such strength would be regarded as an elder in Zhou's Wanhong guild. If he found a suitable reason, he could easily annihilate his family's guild. With that thought, Zhou Wanhong's legs went weak and he slumped into the chair behind him. Lu Huan was right. Zhou Bo was his least capable son. He was uneducated and troublesome. The family members did not think highly of him. Was it really worth offending Lan Yuding and destroying the Tianhong guild for him? Meanwhile, in the center of the square, Gu Yuan silently observed everything happening on the high platform, his heart tumultuous. He had already determined whether he could clear his name. However, he did not expect that the young master of the Winter Guild could, in the midst of laughter, turn truth upside down, portraying his actions, at the very least a case of excessive defense, as a righteous act of eliminating harm for the people. Is this what it means to possess both strength and connections? Gu Yuan gazed at the carefree figure on the high platform, his fists slowly clenching. An unprecedented desire began to spread and grow within him. A true man should be like this. On the high platform, Zhou Wanhong retreated in despair. The gavel passing judgment on Gu Yuan also fell. Lu Huan announced loudly that Gu Yuan was not guilty and stated that a thorough investigation into the bullying incident would be conducted. Upon hearing Lu Huan's verdict, Gu Yuan continued his act. His body trembled, his face full of shock, utterly at a loss. It was as if he had never imagined that he could be exonerated, that he still had a future. Yet beneath the facade of emotional turmoil was a calm and clear mind. Gu Yuan lowered his head, hiding his gaze, but his thoughts turned towards the sky, now free of the morning mist, vast and blue. He can continue to move forward to explore and experience this vast world. This world is immense. The Sea of Death, the Shadow Islands, the underground city-states. Many places where humanity has yet to truly set foot. He can explore lost ruins, challenge powerful bosses, and pursue supreme power. As long as one has the ability, anyone can live out their own legend. Gu Yuan was a gamer in his past life. To say he wasn't longing for this would be a lie. But before that, yawning, Gu Yuan lowered his head, carefully stifling a yawn. Having stayed up all night today, he was again under mental pressure, summoning demons to fight. In the end, he would also be treated as a suspect and publicly interrogated. After a series of battles, even a body as strong as iron was nearing its limits. Right now, all he wanted was to sleep until tomorrow morning. But just as he had this thought, a seductive voice echoed in his mind. "Oh, you're already yawning. It seems you've escaped danger. When can you settle the debts you owe from yesterday?" Gu Yuan jolted awake, instantly alert. In the central square, Gu Yuan suddenly shivered. Unlike other summoning professions, the demons summoned by Gu Yuan not only possessed their own consciousness, but also had their own lives. As the queen of succubi, Yerbena had her own palace. Even when Gu Yuan had not summoned her, she could observe and communicate with him through a crystal ball. Therefore, before being teleported out of the secret realm, Gu Yuan had Yerbena keep an eye on him. If that one chance of danger occurred, she would immediately respond to the summon and take him away. After all, in Gu Yuan's eyes, nothing was guaranteed to be 100. What if his serious crime couldn't even be protected by a top guild, or what if there was no top guild to protect him? Better safe than sorry. According to the employment standards of the Jiang City Guard Department, most of them had not yet unlocked their flying abilities. With Yeerbena's help, Gu Yuan could easily escape Jiang City. However, the days of being on the run could never compare to the current feeling of being the center of attention. Gu Yuan, come up. I apologize for the trouble you've faced, Principal Zhang Jinhai called loudly from the platform, his voice trembling with emotion. Yeerbena, well, settle the bill later, Gu Yuan said softly, trying to placate the disgruntled employees. He then walked through the central square towards the platform. Along the way, he felt numerous intense gazes. Those high-ranking individuals regarded him as if he were. Yet Gu Yuan did not let it go to his head. He still played the part of a frightened child, keeping his head down as he walked onto the platform, appearing awkward. Good lad. Well done. As soon as he stepped onto the VIP seats, Principal Zhang Jinhai came forward, patting Gu Yuan's shoulder with great relief. The homeroom teacher Li Jing followed closely behind, her eyes still red, and after a moment of silence, she finally said, "Cheer up. It's all in the past now." Gu Yuan looked at the two teachers who genuinely cared for him, giving an apologetic smile and nodding. "Principal Teacher Li, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to you and ended up making a contract with a demon." "Don't say that." Zhang Jinhai shook his head, repeatedly feeling ashamed. "It is our lack of understanding of you and the Abyss." His words were heartfelt. If Gu Yuan had truly given up and chosen to work in a factory, would he have ever encountered the benefactor Lan Yuding? Just then Lan Yuding's voice came from the main seat. "Principal Zhang, may I have a word with student Gu Yuan?" Hearing this, Zhang Jinhai and Li Jing quickly led Gu Yuan to the core area of the VIP section. "The trial was tough. Please take a seat." Lan Yuding, as before, showed no airs and smiled, gesturing for Gu Yuan to sit beside him. He then smiled at the guild recruiters, eager to chat with him, saying, everyone don't rush. He'll have a conversation with student Gu Yuan first, and then you can talk to him. The recruiters could only smile bitterly and shake their heads. You are the young master of the Winter Guild. You can offer any terms. After Gu Yuan finishes speaking with you, is there even a need for us to talk? Lan Yuding paid no mind to them. He directly crushed the crystal item in his hand, creating a barrier to isolate sound, enveloping himself, Gu Yuan, and Zhang Junhai, and Li Jing within. Young Master Lan. Before Lan Yuding could speak, Gu Yuan nodded first, and said, "Thank you for your help today. No need to be polite." Lan Yuding waved his hand, his smile warm. "I merely did what I believed was right. In comparison, your performance during the trial surprised me even more." He paused, not beating around the bush, and spoke directly. "Student Gu Yuan, I am now officially inviting you to join the Winter Guild on behalf of the guild. Please consider it." Upon hearing this, even though Gu Yuan and Li Jing had anticipated it, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Of course, Gu Yuan was feigning his reaction, while Li Jing was genuinely expressing her feelings. In this world, guilds monopolize the vast majority of Secret Realm's resources and talents. Without dealing with these organizations, new professionals would find it difficult to level up. Therefore, joining a professional guild was almost a rite of passage for everyone. Being recruited by a top guild was the highest achievement attainable during the beginner stage. And now Gu Yuan had reached the pinnacle of this achievement. He had the young master of a top guild personally courting him. This honor had never appeared in Jiang City or Jiangyu Prefecture before. This doesn't require much consideration, does it? Gu Yuan continued his act, his face full of astonishment. Joining a top guild was already part of Gu Yuan's plan. Moreover, with Lan Yuding helping him clear his name, it basically made his choice of joining the Winter Guild a certainty. Are you really not going to consider it? Seeing Gu Yuan agree without hesitation, Lan Yuding thought he was swept up in excitement, and instead waved his hand, signaling Gu Yuan to calm down. All the major guilds will offer sky-high prices to compete for you. To avoid regrets, you should at least listen to what our Winter Guild can offer first. As he spoke, he extended 3 fingers. First, the salary. The salary at the Winter Guild is quite low. In the first year of employment, I can only offer you a monthly salary of 2,000. Last year's Jiangyu Prefecture champion Yi Jingchuan only received 1,000. Second, resources. All the secret realms of the guild are unconditionally open to you, and the guild takes no cuts. You will have direct access to the second tier of the guild's treasury exchange permissions. As long as you have enough contributions, you can exchange for orange-grade equipment. At this point, Lan Yuding paused and emphasized, "My sister's current permissions are still a tier lower than this." Thirdly, and most importantly, Lan Yuding's expression grew serious. "Our Winter Guild has been stationed at the Frost Abyss Rift in the northern border for many years, battling abyssal creatures for over a century. It can be said that we are one of the organizations with the most thorough research on abyssal powers in the world. As long as you dare to face the abyss, I am confident that I can solve the problems of abyssal backlash for you." Lan Yuding's final words were delivered with absolute certainty. At the same time, his gaze towards Gu Yuan became sharp, as if scrutinizing whether he had the courage to confront the abyss. Gu Yuan naturally possessed that courage. In a way, he was the abyss itself. For him, the issue of abyssal backlash was not as perilous as others understood. From a short-term perspective, the third condition mentioned by Lan Yuding was even less appealing than the previous two. A guaranteed monthly income of 2,000, which Lan Yuding claimed was not much. But he might not be aware that ordinary guilds offer new professionals an average monthly salary of only around 1,000. Life-related professionals earn even less. Those in lower ecological niches, such as farmers or craftsmen, have starting monthly salaries of only 3,000. His 2,000 monthly salary might be the equivalent of 2 years or even 5 to 6 years' income for his peers. However, focusing solely on money was too limiting. What truly tempted Gu Yuan was the complete opening of the guild's secret realms. If strength was the primary productive force in this world, then secret realms were the foremost strategic resource. The power and might of a guild, or even a civilization, can be judged by 2 standards. First, how many strong individuals they possess. Second, how many secret realms they control. Strong individuals can discover and conquer secret realms, while secret realms continuously nurture strong individuals. The 2 reinforce each other, and once in a virtuous cycle, it's like stepping on both feet and soaring upwards. This is why some guilds can grow from initial adventure teams into massive organizations today. The Winter Guild's opening up of all secret realms to Gu Yuan was equivalent to laying all the gold mines before him. With the capability to mine freely without the guild taking a cut, this was already a privilege unimaginable for ordinary combat professionals. Gu Yuan had previously researched the market. Guild members had to share the output from the guild's secret realms. Entering certain high-value special secret realms required purchasing tickets. The Winter Guild, being such a large entity, was no exception. It was said that due to the high output of their secret realms, their tickets were even more expensive. The conditions Lan Yuding offered were far more substantial than just presenting some rare treasures. Of course, it was also because he was the young master of the Lan family that he dared to offer such terms. If it were a recruitment officer sent down, they probably wouldn't have the guts and authority to make such offers. But there is no free lunch in the world. Yuan also worried that with such favorable conditions there might be a more expensive price to pay. For example, signing a lifetime contract and binding himself to the guild. Perhaps Yuan had been silent for too long, leading Zhang Jinhai to think he was dissatisfied with the salary. He couldn't help but say, Yuan, compared to the other three top guilds, the salary at the Winter Guild is indeed a bit lower, but they can help you resolve the issue of abyssal erosion, which is what you need the most. Lan Yuding also nodded, looking at Yuan. If you only pursue salary, the Winter Guild may not be suitable for you. While we do not practice elimination of the last position, the contract is signed for 3 years. If you are just going to slack off, there won't be a renewal. Think it over carefully. Really. Upon hearing that the contract was for 3 years, Yuan's eyes lit up and his concerns were completely set aside. It seemed that for the Winter Guild, even a genius didn't hold much special status. If you don't work, there are plenty of geniuses who will. Yuan thought to himself, extending his hand towards Lan Yuding, and said seriously, no need to consider anymore. I have decided to join the Winter Guild. Welcome aboard. On the high platform, a blue barrier that muffled sound rippled. Lan Yuding and Yuan lightly shook hands, smiling warmly as the barrier was lifted. It seemed intentional to let the recruiting officials present here the words welcome aboard. Sure enough, the officials from various guilds outside the dissipating barriers smiled helplessly. Especially the recruiting officer from the 100 Battles Guild, Yuan Min. Prior to this, he still held hope for recruiting Yuan. After all, the 100 Battles Guild is also one of the top guilds in the Eastern Federation with no shortcomings in various aspects. If Lan Yuding and Yuan had not reached an agreement, he would definitely have intervened at the first opportunity. But seeing this situation, he could only offer his blessings. Congratulations to the Winter Guild for acquiring a top talent, and I wish Yuan great success in his martial career. Yuan Min nodded at the two with a smile. Thank you for your blessings. Yuan stood up and bowed slightly. In this world, the underlying logic is survival of the fittest. But the logic of survival still requires mutual cooperation. Every combat specialist has their own role: output, control, healing, and enhancement. As for life-type professionals, the division of labor is even more detailed. Potion, crafting, equipment, forging, weapon, enchanting. Even if Yuan possesses the strength to form an army, he cannot avoid interacting with others. He understands this well. Even if transactions do not go through, he must forge as many bonds as possible. What if one day the other party could help him like Lan Yuding did today? Lan Yuding was also very pleased with Yuan's humble attitude, nodding in praise. As a county chief, you are still able to remain grounded. You are much stronger than last year's candidate. Yuan was taken aback and asked, is it Senior Yi Jingchuan? Now you are colleagues. Lan Yuding said, patting Yuan on the shoulder, do well. Your potential is 100 times, even 1,000 times greater than his. Yuan silently nodded. This was his first time having such close contact with someone from the upper world. He had expected something different, but Lan Yuding was as easygoing as a friendly neighbor, just an older brother. This is indeed rare. One must know that other high-level professionals are mostly not so approachable when facing newcomers or the weak. Thinking of this, Yuan couldn't help but feel some affection and anticipation for the Winter Guild and the Lan family. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the holographic screen, and Lan Yuding, who had just been joking with Yuan, also turned his gaze toward it. It seemed that the second place in the new recruit trial was about to be determined. At this time, Lan Ruodong had already engaged in battle with the Goblin Centurion. In the holographic image, the Goblin outpost, surrounded by giant stones and fences, had turned into a purgatory of icy blue. A circular wall of icy flames trapped the Goblin Centurion and its elite wolf cavalry. Lan Ruodong kept moving outside the fire wall, her wand waving vigorously, adding fuel to the icy flames with her magic. She was also wearing a loose and ordinary apprentice robe, but with her movements it clung to her body, inadvertently outlining her delicate curves. Yuan looked at the screen and immediately understood her strategy. Very clever and quite bold. This was a kite cage strategy. Relying on positioning and area skills, she continuously segmented the battlefield and surrounded the enemy. Then she gradually expanded the area of damage, devouring the trapped enemies. This is an extremely draining tactic, but the advantage is safety and efficiency. As long as she can maintain the icy flame wall, she does not need to face the boss and can clear the final level. Beautiful. Someone on the high platform couldn't help but exclaim. With the strength of one person, she suppresses the entire outpost. This young lady from the Lan family has far surpassed her peers in controlling magic. Hearing these praises, Lan Yuding shook his head with a bitter smile, not satisfied with Lan Ruotong's. He glanced at Gu Yuan and said, it's just a battle of magic consumption. Compared to the crushing performance of Gu Yuan, this is just a safe and foolish method. She is already very strong. Gu Yuan smiled, not continuing the conversation. At this moment, he could already determine Lan Ruotong's identity. She is the daughter of the Frost King Lan Xiangdong, and also the sister of Lan Yuding. Bloodline supremacy is the same in any world, Gu Yuan thought to himself. Despite Lan Yuding's dissatisfaction with Lan Ruotong's tactics, in reality, if it weren't for her unique abilities, she would not be able to use the so-called foolish method described by Lan Yuding. Lan Ruotong also chose the nightmarish difficulty. The defenses and speed of the monsters were greatly enhanced. If it were an ordinary fire wall, those wolf cavalry would have long since charged out of the flame cage under bloodthirsty Inspire. With double maneuverability, a single mage like Lan Ruotong would have no chance to kite them. However, Lan Ruotong's flames are icy flames. This is a bug-like ability. It possesses the strong adherence and rapid spread of fire, while also having the control and slowing effects of frost. Any monster that comes into contact with it will either be frozen into an ice sculpture or be unable to move. Lan Ruotong's seemingly foolish tactics rely entirely on the characteristics of the icy flames. An ordinary mage would have already failed. Moreover, Lan Ruotong's icy flames, like Lan Yuding's icy thunder, both come from the bloodline of the Frost King, Lan Xiangdong. Powerful professions and abilities can be inherited through genetics. While the probability is not 100%, if one marries multiple wives and has more children, there will always be a few offspring who can inherit the power. This is precisely why those noble families continue to grow larger. A continuous stream of strong individuals is born within a family, leading to its increasing strength until it becomes unshakable. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The children of mice know how to dig holes. Once a farmer, craftsman, or other low-tier lifestyle profession awakens, it is also possible for the profession to be passed down through generations until a certain generation of children has no descendants and the bloodline completely dies out. Therefore, some who are unwilling to be ordinary will go through various channels to send themselves or their children to large families to improve their bloodlines. Of course, the premise is that one must have some attractiveness to catch the eye of the large family. As for ordinary people, being able to find a wife and live a life is already quite good. Having too many desires will only add to their troubles. Gu Yuan is undoubtedly fortunate. The strength of the Abyss Walker gives him the capital to climb upward. Of course, this must also come with a price. Gu Yuan leaned back on the sofa, his gaze piercing through the holographic screen, as if he could see the beautiful, yet dangerous Demon Queen. Living alongside demons and abyssal creatures, his daily life would certainly not be easy or pleasant. But so what? A mundane life is also an abyss. Gu Yuan murmured in his heart. Perhaps it was because Lan Ruotong's tactics were too dull, combined with the fact that he hadn't slept all night. After watching for a while, he felt drowsiness creeping in. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes. The dream realm was a void radiating a pink glow. In the haze, Gu Yuan felt something soft and warm pressing against him, with a fragrant aroma wafting. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a large round bed. On the soft velvet, scattered rose petals created an ambiguous atmosphere. Yuan was wearing a very revealing lace nightgown nestled against his side. The soft weight and warmth all came from her. Where's this? Seeing his demon, Gu Yuan was not panicked, only asking in confusion. It is your dream, my dear boss. Yuan extended her delicate finger, gently tracing circles on his chest, her purple magic eyes shimmering with waves. Gu Yuan was taken aback. Invading dreams is the innate ability of succubi. They can use a scarlet dream to entice the owner of the dream to achieve unspoken goals. As the Succubus Queen, Yuan naturally possesses this ability. Her appearance in his dream likely meant she was here to claim her daily payment. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan asked her, can you also receive payment in dreams? Yuan giggled and shook her head. I don't know, this is my first time invading a dream. Let's find out together. As she spoke, she flicked the shoulder strap with her finger, and the lace nightgown slid down her fragrant shoulder, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Gu Yuan looked at the vibrant scene before him and felt no resistance in his heart. As a young man in the prime of life, he occasionally has such scarlet dreams. This is a sign of good health and nothing to be ashamed of. The only downside is that in the early morning he has to wash the sheets and change his clothes, which can be quite troublesome. Washing sheets and changing clothes. Prepared to enjoy the dream, Yuan suddenly froze, looking at Bena, who was leaning down. Wait a moment. I'm currently sleeping outside. Wait a moment. In the crimson dreamscape, Yuan suddenly sat up straight, hurriedly reaching out to push Bena. I am still outside. Outside. Bena did not stop at his words, but instead, she leaned in closer, a mischievous grin appearing on her face. The dream is the most private domain. How could anyone outside know what we are doing here? I have a habit of talking in my sleep. Yuan found a reason he couldn't just say he wasn't wearing a diaper. As he spoke, he tried to crawl out of bed, only to find he couldn't control his body. It felt like knowing he was dreaming, but being unable to act within it. Useless. Bena looked at Yuan's futile struggles, her smile growing wider. No one can control their dreams. Are you doing this on purpose? Yuan's struggles slowed down. He could tell from Bena's wicked smile that she was up to no good. What bad intentions could a demon have? Bena seemed to see through Yuan's thoughts, feigning a pitiful tone as she said, "Isn't it because you haven't paid me according to our contract? As a mere worker, I have no choice but to ask for my wages." As she spoke, she extended her delicate finger, lightly tracing Yuan's abdominal muscles with a hint of a threatening tone, continuing, "You wouldn't think that a demon would endure like a human when facing an employer who owes wages, would you?" As her fingertip brushed past, a tingling sensation like an electric current spread from Yuan's lower abdomen throughout his body. Yuan let out a muffled groan. He could feel his most primal desires igniting like a raging wildfire, growing and spreading uncontrollably. Faced with the desire-controlling succubus, Yuan found himself unable to suppress his cravings with reason. He could only close his eyes, trying his best not to look at her, while soothingly saying, "Bena, I will definitely pay you on time, but now is really not the time for such jokes. Boss, your body is far more honest than your mouth." Bena glanced down, letting out a melodious laugh. She slowly leaned down, her black hair cascading over Yuan's chest, stirring up an unbearable itch sensation. Yuan clenched his teeth, trying to use pain to escape the dream. However, aside from the comfortable sensations created by Bena, he felt no pain at all. "It's over. I've looked up. If the dream is synchronized with reality, then I can only live in the abyss." Yuan began to panic. Though he wasn't a good person, he still had some pride. Social death is absolutely unacceptable. It seems that in the dream, only thoughts remain unaffected. I can try using skills. In the struggle between desire and reason, Yuan suddenly found a breakthrough. If thoughts were independent, it meant that his spirit was not under control, and his skills all consumed spiritual energy. With that thought, he activated the active skill of the orange necklace. Skill: Redemption, Black Coffin. In an instant, a cold, dead, and deeply despairing force erupted fiercely around Yuan. Upon sensing this ominous aura, Bena's expression stiffened, and she immediately flapped her bat wings and retreated. At the same time, jet black light rapidly intertwined, constructing a black rectangular prism at an astonishing speed, enclosing Yuan on the bed. In an instant, it solidified into a massive stone coffin, entirely black. Boom. The coffin seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. As soon as it appeared, it shattered the crimson dream that Bena had painstakingly created, causing cracks like shattered mirrors, and the entire dream began to tremble. All you had to do was admit your mistake. Why resort to using skills? Amid the continuously falling fragments of the dream, Bena's beautiful face was filled with indignation. With her hands on her hips, her ample chest heaving, she complained, "Tisk, you really have no sense of fun." However, complaints aside, Bena soon revealed a hint of an appreciative smile. Being able to stir up desires shows that he's physically fine. Maintaining rationality while engulfed in desire is a sign of strong willpower. This boss of mine might just become a demon king and unify the abyss. By the way, what's the deal with this? Bena scrutinized the massive black coffin. In her purple demon eyes, curiosity sparkled. This dark stone coffin gave her an extremely sacrilegious feeling. The ominous aura it emanated would be considered very unlucky, even in the abyss. Bena slowly reached out her hand, wanting to touch the cold coffin wall. But the moment her fingertip touched the coffin, it was as if she saw something terrifying, and she recoiled in shock. This feeling is, "It's that woman. Damn it." Bena covered her burned finger and retreated, a look of fear appearing on her exquisite face. Meanwhile, inside the black coffin, Yuan's consciousness plunged into a cold darkness. This was the interior of the black coffin, an infinitely expanding darkness, an absolutely safe sanctuary. He could feel that Bena's pervasive spiritual interference had been blocked outside. The desire ignited forcefully was also cooling rapidly in this icy darkness. Huff. Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, his whole being relaxing. Fortunately, this black coffin is useful. Otherwise, I would have truly fallen into that demon's trap. Recalling how close he had come to social death, Gu Yuan felt both anger and amusement. Under heaven, who summons a familiar to deliberately trap their own master? Indeed, no demon is good. One must be cautious when dealing with them. Sigh. Just as Gu Yuan was admonishing himself, an endless sigh, filled with sorrow, suddenly echoed in the silence. Gu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Is there someone else in this black coffin? He turned around and saw a figure quietly floating in the deepest darkness. It was a nun who prayed devoutly, yet was bound by chains. Her hands were placed over her chest, maintaining a prayer posture, her eyes were slightly closed, and her expression was pious, yet 2 streams of blood tears flowed down her face. Her black habit was already torn, revealing a long and beautiful leg, also entwined with iron chains. This sacrilegious appearance was identical to the pendant on the necklace around Gu Yuan's neck. Who is this? Gu Yuan murmured to himself. His intuition told him that the nun before him was very dangerous. Although she had an angelic face, her expression was filled with compassion and dignity. Yet the feeling she gave was not one of holiness and purity, but rather sacrilege and ominousness. At that moment, the nun seemed to sense Gu Yuan. She slowly opened her eyes, and between her brows was a profound sadness. Instantly, a deep, cold, and desolate aura radiated from her. This aura was highly infectious, weighing down Gu Yuan's mood. It felt as if the nun before him was his closest kin. Release me, redeem me. The nun spoke. Her voice carried endless fatigue and sorrow, striking deep into the soul. I will give you the flames of authority that symbolize divine power. Divine power. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. In this world, gods truly existed. The divine power in their hands is a conceptual divine skill capable of modifying rules. No human has touched this height yet. And this nun before him actually used divine power as a bargaining chip to have him release her. Gu Yuan admitted. In that instant, he felt a stir in his heart. The nun's compassionate influence, combined with his desire for a conceptual divine skill, made Gu Yuan unconsciously consider touching the chains. Fortunately, a prompt yanked him back. Unlocking a new contract formula. Sacrifice a light-affiliated practitioner living to contract fallen holy maiden. Good heavens. This is a familiar of an abyss walker. From this contract formula, it was clear. This exquisitely beautiful nun, with her compassionate expression and devout prayers, was definitely no good. Inside the black coffin, there was an eerie silence. Gu Yuan found himself engulfed in absolute darkness, yet his thoughts were remarkably clear. The fallen saintess before him, though malevolent, meant that as long as the contract formula appeared, she could be utilized for his purposes. However, compared to Yerbena, her contractual conditions were relatively special. The target of the sacrifice had to be a practitioner of the holy light profession. This was far more challenging than simply finding a random passerby as a victim. Moreover, even the true name after the title was not displayed. This indicated that some conditions had yet to be fulfilled. However, what could be confirmed at this moment was that this fallen saintess was likely stronger than the Succubus Queen Yerbena. If she truly mastered divine authority, I cannot afford to be careless. Gu Yuan warned himself in his heart. His contract was not simply a mindless absolute control. Even if there were constraints, they were mutual, and a price had to be paid. For instance, if he contracted Yerbena, he would have to provide her with sustenance. If he failed to do so, the other party had the right to overturn the contract and seek redress. Gu Yuan needed to ascertain the salary that this fallen saintess demanded. Immersed in the black coffin, he prayed devoutly, his body bound by iron chains. This blasphemous scene, reminiscent of a dark ritual, sent a chill down Gu Yuan's spine. First, I need to know her true name and personal background. After all, she has a certain wickedness. Gu Yuan felt his head throbbing, slightly confused, and suddenly recalled the note on the equipment. Please deactivate the skill if you feel uncomfortable. Something's off. I need to get out of here. Gu Yuan shuddered. It seemed that this note was a key. Staying in the black coffin for too long should lead to some adverse consequences. Skill deactivated, dream shattered. The moment consciousness returned to reality, the clamor and discussions from the high platform surged back into his ears. Gu Yuan opened his eyes and immediately looked down. Fortunately, the crimson dream from before had left no embarrassing traces. Awake. Suddenly, a cool voice sounded beside him. Gu Yuan turned his head to find that the person sitting next to him was no longer Lan Yuding, but a girl in the same school uniform. Lan Ruodong. Gu Yuan instinctively glanced at the holographic screen. It was broadcasting others challenging the boss. Lan Ruotong's presence here indicated that she had successfully cleared the newcomer trial. At this moment, she was calmly looking at him, her fair and delicate face revealing no discernible expression. Sorry, I took a short nap. Gu Yuan nodded awkwardly. Facing this ice-cold school beauty made him feel even more constrained than when he was with Lan Yuding. Congratulations on becoming the champion. Additionally, I've heard about Zhou Bo. Lan Ruotong glanced at the bruise on Gu Yuan's hand and said in a cold tone, you did nothing wrong. Thank you for understanding. Gu Yuan replied with a smile. He knew that Lan Ruotong's coolness was not deliberate, but her tone could certainly freeze the atmosphere. After a brief silence, Lan Ruotong spoke again. From now on we will be colleagues. I am honored, Gu Yuan replied, politely, feeling increasingly suffocated. He truly was an adept at dealing with this ice princess. Due to her emotionless demeanor, every word she spoke seemed to carry a sense of finality, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. But after all, she was the sister of his benefactor. Gu Yuan did not want the conversation to fall flat. Thus he proactively brought up a topic. Was that note written by you? Lan Ruotong's body slightly trembled as she nodded yes. What do you want to discuss with me? It's nothing. Lan Ruotong's voice was a bit airy as she looked into the distance and said, my family has a method to resist the abyss encroachment. Out of care, I want to advise you not to bury your hidden profession. At this point she lowered her head and glanced at Gu Yuan from the corner of her eye. It has been proven that I did not misjudge you. Was it that simple? Gu Yuan furrowed his brows. According to Lan Ruotong's words, her intention was to assist him out of concern. Yet if it were merely care, was it really necessary to privately threaten Zhou Bo for his sake? Furthermore, the ability to resist the abyss encroachment was not a secret to the Winter Guild. If Lan Ruotong wanted to advise him, she didn't need to arrange a private meeting on the rooftop, did she? Furthermore, the ability to resist the abyss encroachment was not a secret to the Winter Guild. If Lan Ruotong wanted to advise him, as expected, she still harbors the thoughts of a young girl. Gu Yuan realized a slight smile creeping onto his lips. With 2 lives lived, how could he not understand Lan Ruotong's feelings? Was it merely appreciating talent? Then why go through such convoluted means? Nevertheless, Gu Yuan suppressed his rising smile and remained silent. Currently, he truly had no intention of engaging in a conversation with Lan Ruotong. After entering the black coffin, his mind was filled with thoughts of the imprisoned fallen saintess. She was sinister, mysterious, and dangerous. If he could successfully contract her, it would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to a new dimension. Moreover, through this newcomer trial, Gu Yuan also recognized his own shortcomings. In battle, Urbana not only had to attack, but also had to split her focus to protect herself. Relying on her formidable strength, this might be manageable in lower-level secret realms. However, when facing high-level monsters or seasoned combat professionals, it was easy to be exploited for weaknesses. Though there were also minor demon minions to fill the gaps, anyone who had played games knew that the greater the distance opened up in the early stages, the smoother the subsequent path would be. Just with Urbana, he had achieved the title of champion in the trial and possessed a top-tier guild as a backing. This was enough to prove that those famous summoned beings were the true strength of the Abyss Walkers. The more Gu Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Upon regaining his senses, he realized that the atmosphere had already become quite awkward. Lan Ruotong appeared to be watching the holographic screen while occasionally glancing at him, as if silently asking, why aren't you speaking? Gu Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed. He was not particularly talkative. Faced with this seemingly aloof young lady, he was even more at a loss. Just then a voice from Lan Yuding echoed from a distance. Little sister, come here, let me introduce you to Senior Yu from the 100 Battles Guild. Coming. Lan Ruotong's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly reluctant. She nodded to Gu Yuan after saying that she stood up and walked toward Lan Yuding. Gu Yuan watched her blue hair sway her graceful figure and let out a sigh of relief. Chatting with this ice princess was indeed more exhausting than battling a boss. At that moment, Urbana's voice echoed in his mind. Are you free now? Find a convenient place quickly, I have something to discuss. Half an hour later at the Jiangsheng Huading Hotel top-floor suite. This was a room specially arranged by Lan Yuding for Gu Yuan, allowing him to reside temporarily until the teleportation array to the Winter Guild opened. He called it the treatment a champion deserves. In reality, it was to prevent the Tianhong Guild's members from becoming desperate and retaliating against him. This Huading Hotel was one of the Blue family's properties in Jiangxing, also serving as one of their strongholds. The security personnel there were all from the Winter Guild. The hotel manager was a retired third-tier powerhouse from the guild's core members. Such a person could easily walk through Jiangxing, yet he willingly took a managerial position in a hotel, which was truly perplexing. After Gu Yuan dragged his luggage into the room, he immediately locked the door and drew all the curtains. Then holding his staff, he pointed to the empty space before the bed. Yair Bane, I summon you. Whoosh! Pink petals appeared out of thin air, coalescing into an elegant whirl. Moments later, the stunning figure of the Succubus Queen appeared before Yuan. Upon their second meeting, Yair Bane discarded her previous lazy demeanor, scrutinizing Yuan with a serious expression and directly asking, "Boss, what did you see in that black coffin?" Yuan was slightly taken aback. "You know, there was something in that black coffin." As expected. Hearing Yuan's retort, a glimmer of astonishment passed through the succubus' beautiful eyes. "Seeing that person hasn't gone mad yet means you're truly not simple." Yuan's heart stirred. Yair Bane's words confirmed his suspicions. The nun in the black coffin was even more dangerous than the Succubus Queen before him. However, he still pretended to be unconcerned, saying, "That black coffin is my skill. Oh, it can be used to protect myself. Could it possibly have side effects?" "Side effects?" Yair Bane shook her head, her tone becoming grave. "I can clearly tell you that the woman in the black coffin is an existence more evil and dangerous than we abyss demons. She cannot protect anyone unless you possess something she desires." "Do I possess something she desires?" In the room, Yuan sat on the edge of the bed. Opposite him, the demon queen, shedding her usual languor, wore a serious expression. Her demeanor sparked Yuan's curiosity about the saintess within the black coffin. Demons always regarded evil and brutality as virtues. If you call him bad, he would think you were praising him. In their eyes, being capable of wrongdoing is a manifestation of great strength. It's akin to using the term vixen to insult certain women. They would merely perceive it as an acknowledgement of their beauty, feeling no shame whatsoever. Thus, Yabelna's words could be interpreted as, the saintess in the black coffin is more formidable than the demons. With this thought, Yuan asked Yabelna, "So who exactly is she?" "In the abyss we never speak her name, as it brings ill fortune." A trace of disgust appeared on Yabelna's beautiful face. "Merely uttering her name can bring misfortune upon oneself. We can't even say her name." Yuan paused for a moment, becoming increasingly excited. Is she truly an existence that all demons fear? If he could successfully form a contract, wouldn't that help him suppress these disobedient demons? However, the prerequisite is knowing her true name. This is the first step of the contract. Yuan looked at Yabelna and suddenly chuckled playfully. "To use ill fortune to describe a future colleague, how will we get along in the future?" "Colleague?" Yabelna was taken aback, then her body shuddered. "You want a contractor?" That's impossible." Yabelna's voice suddenly rose. "She dares to defy even the gods. What makes you think she would sign a contract with you?" "Because I am an abyss walker," Yuan thought to himself. Since the contract formula has appeared, it signifies that a contract can indeed be established. This is the law of the world above all powers. Yet Yuan did not elaborate further. He calmly said, "I have my ways to make her contract with me. Now I need to know her true name and her life story." Yabelna looked at Yuan's calm gaze, her breath gradually quickening. She initially believed that Yuan, her boss, was merely a human brave enough to gaze into the abyss, possessing fate. Little did she expect that his ambition was great enough to dare touch the taboos of the abyss. This was simply more insane than demons. Yabelna's expression changed as she quietly observed Yuan, setting aside her previous disdain. If he truly could form a contract with that being, then this boss potential would not stop at becoming a demon king. Yabelna remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "I can tell you everything, but before that you should learn dragon language." "Why should I learn dragon language?" Yuan asked. Yabelna explained, "That person has already acquired divinity, and reciting her true name will establish a mental link with her. Given her ability to corrupt the mind, this is a very dangerous matter. Moreover, dragon language is a language imbued with the power of rules. Uttering her true name and deeds in dragon language can to some extent weaken the mental corruption." Yuan nodded upon hearing this. Dragon language is the language of the flying great lizards and is also a form of spell language. For instance, saying fire would unleash flames, while saying ice would release ice. The battle between two dragons is essentially a clash of language. Of course, humans cannot directly trigger spell language. They can only decipher dragon language, analyze historical texts, and explore the secrets of the dragon race. It is said that dragon language has no grammar. Learning the vocabulary allows one to understand it all. Naturally, dictionaries of dragon language, such precious tomes, only appear in large guilds with deep foundations. After passing the level 90 Secret Realm, dragons Grave the Winter Guild must have such collections. Dragon language must be learned. Yuan nodded. In the black coffin, he indeed felt influenced by the pitiful emotions of the fallen saintess. Perhaps that is what Yabelna referred to as mental corruption. Had it not been for the protective profession, he might have already fallen into her trap. Yubelna's suggestion should be taken seriously. With Gu Yuan's promise, Yubelna also sighed in relief. She looked at Gu Yuan as if there was something more she wanted to say, but ultimately shook her head. Nothing else, then I will take my leave for now. Moi. Gu Yuan was somewhat surprised. This demon. To collect payment, she could invade his dreams. Now that he summoned her, why didn't she bring up the payment? Gu Yuan did not want to be teased again for owing wages and directly said, I have time now, oh I can settle the bill for you. Yubelna trembled at his words, her purple demon eyes shimmering, glancing meaningfully at the necklace on Gu Yuan's chest. Then she averted her gaze, saying, just now my Crimson Lord came, it's not convenient in the next few days. You also experienced this. Gu Yuan was taken aback. The visits of the Crimson Lord each month are a hassle for every woman. This trouble is not limited to humans. It is said that demihumans, elves, and other humanoid races also experience this. However, Gu Yuan had never heard that demons have this trouble too. As a female demon, why wouldn't I experience it? Yubelna smiled seductively, returning to her previous alluring demeanor, and said sweetly, if you could be a bit more diligent after the flower of desire fully blooms, I could even bear the fruit of desire for you. That's called a half-breed demon. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. Yubelna shrugged, call it whatever you like. She seemed to suppress the desires within her, taking a deep breath and casually waving her hand. So let's leave it as is for now. Oh, a while later, it'll come to collect both the principal and interest. This is something you don't want, there's no interest. Gu Yuan spread his hands, pretending to be tough. In truth, he had seen through it long ago. The so-called Crimson Lord was merely an excuse. What Yubelna feared was the dirty thing upon her. She was afraid that the nun in the black coffin would through her taint her flower of desire. Sure enough, upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yubelna, who had just turned around, paused. She slowly turned her head, her violet demon eyes flashing with reluctance. If you put it that way. Her luscious red lips slightly curved up, revealing a mischievous smile. Demons do not suffer losses in contracts. With that, her figure suddenly approached like a ghost, and in Gu Yuan's astonished gaze, she reached out, pressing her hand against his chest. Gu Yuan felt a tremendous force surge through him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself thrown onto the velvety bed. Gray curtains blocked all light, and several wall lamps emitted a warm, ambiguous glow. Gu Yuan sank into the soft bed, and before he could react, the voluptuous body of the demon queen pressed tightly against him, bringing a soft weight. Aren't you afraid of the Crimson Lord? Are you ready for a bloodbath? Gu Yuan chuckled. Yubelna buried her head in Gu Yuan's neck, whispering sweetly in his ear, the Crimson Lord came, I just want to open the door right. The mixed fragrance of roses and fine wine became unprecedentedly rich, invading all his senses as the distance closed. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, allowing the demon queen to claim her so-called reward. She might profit a little, but I, Gu Yuan, will absolutely not suffer losses. Boss, please bear with it. In the hotel suite, Yerubaina's voice was sultry. The demon's tail tip crawled up that robust chest, lifting Gu Yuan's chin. The violet demon eyes stared greedily, filled with desire. At the moment the flower bud blooms, it will be very greedy. It's all right. Gu Yuan chuckled, wrapping his arm around the slender waist of the succubus. I have 18 years of stock. Huh. The Succubus Queen burst into giggles at this line, shaking with laughter. It's the first time I've heard someone describe a lifelong solo experience so refreshingly. After laughing, she gazed at Gu Yuan with sultry eyes, softly caressing his chest. Just right, my desire flower has also been budding for 180 years. I hope tonight's heavy rain can make it blossom fully. With that, she said, no more, leaning down, her lips meeting his. In that moment of their lips touching, boom. Outside the window, thunder roared. A storm swept through Jiang City. The sounds of rain and thunder covered the gradually rising breaths and murmurs. Occasionally lightning struck, strong light piercing through the curtains, faintly illuminating two overlapping figures. At the same time, at the Tianhong Guild headquarters, thick cigar smoke rolled in the dim light, the air filled with a stifling irritability. Bang! Zhou Wanhong smashed half a glass of liquor against the wall. The glass shattered, and the liquor flowed down the wall like blood. That little bastard Gu Yuan not only cleared his name, but also climbed the high branches of the winter. Zhou Wanhong's face twisted. The pain of losing his son aged him 10 years overnight. Even if Zhou Bo is my most useless son, he is still my son. I truly cannot swallow this anger. From the shadows, a thin figure in black stepped forward, speaking in a sinister tone. President Gu Yuan is currently protected by the Lan family. We absolutely cannot move against him. If we mess it up, the Tianhong Guild will undoubtedly face the wrath of the Frost King. Then shall we just watch him get away with it? Zhou Wanhong gritted his teeth. Of course not. The aide sneered, his bony fingers tapping on the table. Using someone else's hand to kill is the best strategy. Gu Yuan's profession is Abyss Walker. Who is the natural enemy of the Abyss? It's the Holy Light. Zhou Wanhong narrowed his eyes. Are you saying we should find a holy practitioner to act? No need to look. The aide lowered his voice like a venomous snake. For those fanatics, Abyss-type warriors are unforgivable heretics. We just need to spread Gu Yuan's information, and naturally someone will come for him. The aide maliciously curled his lips. In the chaos against demons, the Abyss Walker becomes corrupted and out of control, and the holy practitioners will purify him to protect themselves. This reason is impeccable. Even the Lan family cannot find fault with it. Go do it. Zhou Wanhong looked out the window. As a father, I cannot do nothing. Hotel suite. When Gu Yuan woke up, it was already the next morning. At this moment, the room was left. Urbana had returned to the Abyss, but the air still carried a faint fragrance, proving that she had been there. Who? Gu Yuan sat up from the messy bed, savoring the lingering scent of the Succubus Queen, his expression full of reminiscence. The taste of a succubus is truly delightful. But I'm a bit tired. Gu Yuan rubbed his waist, feeling weak and sore all over as if he had just run a marathon. He opened his personal panel. Name: Gu Yuan, human. Level 6. Strength 15. Agility 15. Constitution 11. 17. Temporary weakened state, recovering slowly. Mentality 43. Status: succubus residue. Damn, my constitution is nearly half. Gu Yuan gasped, instantly feeling more spirited. In this world, constitution is equivalent to health points. Illness, injury, and poison all reflect on the constitution value. Generally speaking, a reduction of over 30 in constitution will affect normal actions. A reduction of 50 is considered serious injury and requires treatment. If the reduction reaches 80, you can enter the ICU. Next level up, I need to invest fully in constitution. Gu Yuan sighed. The lustful path is a double-edged sword. I am clearly a mage focused on mentality, yet I still have to consider constitution, which puts me at a disadvantage in terms of allocation strategy. However, just as he was about to close the panel, he noticed a line of small text in the status bar. Succubus residue: you have absorbed the essence of a royal succubus, enhancing your suppression of ordinary demons and permanently increasing your affinity with the Abyss. Gu Yuan's heart stirred. He subconsciously spread his 5 fingers, gathering a segment of abyssal dark energy. The dark energy surged like boiling ink, its corrosive power seemingly much stronger than before. This is nice. Gu Yuan's eyes brightened. Elemental affinity is an invisible metric that doesn't show on the panel. For example, fire affinity, ice affinity. The higher the elemental affinity corresponding to oneself, the stronger the effects of release skills, and correspondingly resistance to those elements is also gained. The Abyss is a realm, a concept, and also an element. I didn't expect that paying Urbana would also enhance my abyssal affinity. While it may be a slight increase, it is permanent. Moreover, my first skill is also called abyssal affinity. Who knows, this might even help my skill upgrade. Gu Yuan felt better. Affinity is a hidden metric that can only be enhanced through equipment or rare treasures. Yet I can simply pay demons on time to gain it. In this light, trading some mentality for constitution is definitely worth it. Gu Yuan felt balanced and stretched leisurely. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lan Yutian. Someone is maliciously spreading news about your abyssal profession. Jiang City is no longer safe. I have some matters to handle back at the guild. I will leave with Lan Ruodong first. You should leave as soon as possible. Once you are ready, you can contact Manager Zhou from the hotel, and she will activate the teleportation array directly to the Winter Guild. I have some matters to handle back at the guild. I will leave with Lan Ruodong first. You should leave as soon as possible. Once you are ready, you can contact Manager Zhou from the hotel. Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. Warriors believe in repaying grudges and grievances. The Zhou family can pull off such a large guild, they must have some guts. If they can't come openly, they will come secretly. If the secret fails, they will resort to underhanded means. Thankfully, my backing is strong enough. Just as there was movement on that end, Lan Yutian received the news telling him to leave Jiang City. A dedicated teleportation array to Linyuan City. No wonder Lan Ruodong can travel freely between the north and south. Gu Yuan thought. I have nothing much to prepare. It's best to leave early, the sooner the better. Gu Yuan murmured. The Zhou family's influence cannot extend to Linyuan City, where the Winter Guild is located. That is the safest haven. Moreover, he needed to quickly find information on dragon language within the guild to contract that fallen nun as soon as possible. I also need to sacrifice a holy practitioner TSK. Gu Yuan sniffed the lingering scent of the succubus in his hand, murmuring, this nun who even the king-level demons fear feels unusually wicked. Ugh, are we there yet? The dizziness from the long-distance teleportation was overwhelming, as if he had been shoved into a washing machine and spun for half an hour. As Yuan felt his feet touch the ground, a tumultuous churn still stirred in his stomach. There were no farewells, nor any lingering feelings. After washing away the lingering aura of the succubus, Yuan contacted manager Zhou at the hotel and took the teleportation array, crossing thousands of miles to arrive at Yuan City. His vision cleared, and the sounds of commotion filled his ears. Yuan realized he was standing in a massive square. In the center of the square stood a 10-meter-tall ice crystal statue, that of the first president of the Winter's End Guild, a legendary warrior who severed the storm with a giant axe. Someone was staring at him. Yuan squinted, forcing his gaze to focus. Below the statue stood Lan Ruodong, quietly waiting. Yuan was taken aback. Today's Ice Mountain campus belle seemed a bit different. Having graduated completely, she had shed her oversized school uniform and donned a mage's robe interwoven with ice blue and snowy white. This robe was clearly tailored by a master craftsman, made from tiny scales of soft armor combined with supple silk. The fitted design highlighted her concealed yet alluring figure without reservation. At her chest, the silver soft armor formed a full arc, and her waist was tightly bound by a silver waist belt, accentuating her slender waist, contrasting beautifully with her rounded hips. Her long straight legs were wrapped in icy silk stockings visible through the slit of her skirt. This outfit must be worth a house. Yuan swallowed hard. Most of the native equipment in this world was rather ugly, especially the lower-level gear, which often lacked any sense of design. Fortunately, equipment could be disassembled into materials, which could then be transformed by the corresponding crafting professions. Undoubtedly, the designer of this robe was someone who truly understood. His work retained the nobility and dignity of a mage while showcasing the charm of femininity to the fullest. Only then did Yuan realize that beneath Lan Ruodong's icy demeanor lay such an enticing figure. At the very least, she had level combat power. It would be impolite to keep staring. Yuan thought to himself, feigning calm, as he looked up at the sky. In the northern skies, a faint blue light shield arched over the edge of the city. Beyond the shield was a raging blizzard, while within it the temperature remained pleasantly around 20 degrees. Yuan immediately understood this was a massive temperature-regulating barrier. It resembled a giant bowl covering the city, completely isolating the wind and snow from the outside. This was Yuan City, humanity's most formidable fortress in the north. The one in control of this city was the Winter's End Guild. Is this what it means for a top guild to have such depth, providing warmth for the entire city? Yuan sighed inwardly. Maintaining such a temperature-regulating barrier over the entire city must burn an astronomical amount of magic crystals every minute. This was not just burning money, it was as if they were incinerating mountains of gold. While Yuan was lost in thought, Lan Ruodong approached him, her ice-blue hair tied into a high ponytail. She appeared less like a student and more like a capable professional. Yet her delicate and charming face still bore little expression, resembling an exquisite ice sculpture. Classmate Lan Ruodong. Yuan greeted her with a smile, dragging his suitcase over. Have you been waiting long? Lan Ruodong shook her head, her gaze falling on Yuan's somewhat pale face, and said, You look unwell. Yuan touched his face. The weakness caused by the Succubus Queen had yet to recover, and the side effects of long-distance teleportation made his face as white as paper. I also vomited for a long time during my first teleportation, Lan Ruodong said as she stepped forward and took the suitcase's handle from Yuan. I can carry it myself. Their hands briefly touched on the handle. Yuan was taken aback and instinctively wanted to refuse. However, Lan Ruodong did not let go, her tone flat as she said, Let go. My brother asked me to guide you. The girl's tone always carried an air of finality. Yuan knew it would be futile to argue, so he could only release his grip. This scene drew the attention of others in the square, sparking a small commotion. What did I just see? The young lady of the Lan family is helping someone with their luggage. As the headquarters of the Winter's End Guild, Yuan City's square was never lacking in people. Adventurers in various gear hurried past, either teaming up to hunt or returning laden with spoils. Lan Ruodong, as the guild leader's daughter, was already a celebrity in Yuan City. Usually this young lady was known for her solitary nature, always appearing aloof and unapproachable, even though scions of influential families often found themselves rebuffed. But now this most beautiful ice sculpture of Yuan City was actively helping a boy with his luggage. Moreover, he was just an ordinary person. Dressed in plain clothes without any noble demeanor aside from being somewhat handsome, he seemed entirely unremarkable. Who was that? I don't recognize him. I don't know, I haven't seen him before. Is he a newcomer this year? A newcomer. A newcomer can get the attention of the young lady of the Lan family. He is quite handsome, could he be? Don't say that. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The whispers mixed with envious glances were directed at him. If gazes were tangible, Yuan would probably be riddled with holes at this moment. Meanwhile, he was opening their panels one by one. This was the power of abyssal gaze. As long as someone gazed at Yuan with emotion, he could reverse the gaze. These people's levels are quite high. I can hardly see anyone below level 30. No wonder this is the base of a top guild. Oh, anyone who can remain here has some skills. Yuan mused. Being above level 30 indicated they had completed their second transfer task. In Jiang City, that would be considered the upper class. Yet here they were everywhere. Let's go. While Yuan was thinking, Lan Ruodong was already pulling the luggage forward, saying, "They'll take you to the guild for onboarding. Then I will trouble you." Yuan quickened his pace to catch up, walking alongside the girl. Passing through the square led them to Linyuan City's main road. The street was wide and clean with buildings on either side, featuring rugged and heavy styles mostly constructed from gray-white stone and metal, exuding a sense of martial fortress aesthetics. There were not many entertainment facilities here. Weapon shops, potion stores, and material shops were readily available. The pedestrians on the road were starkly different from those in Jiang City. They almost all carried a scent of bloodiness. Yuan saw a burly man carrying a giant axe with chunks of some magical beast clinging to his armor, striding confidently into a tavern. Several robed mages huddled at a street corner, fervently debating the strategy for a certain secret realm. A squad of fully armed patrolling soldiers marched past, the clanking of their armor echoing. Wherever they went, one could feel the atmosphere of tension, efficiency, and constant preparedness for battle. Roar! Suddenly a deafening roar came from above. A massive shadow instantly enveloped the street. Yuan abruptly looked up only to see a white dragon with a wingspan of over 20 meters gliding low over the buildings. That was a fully grown dragon. In Linyuan City, the central district, the immense shadow of a dragon spreads its wings, casting a dark silhouette on the ground. Yuan stands within the shadow, gazing blankly at the colossal creature in the sky. Its body is covered in shell-like scales, and with every flap of its enormous wings, visible gusts of air whirl around. On the dragon's back, a figure wielding a spear can be faintly seen, exuding an aura of majesty. That is the patrol officer of the city guard. Lan Ruodong paused, looking up with a hint of pride in her tone. He is also a key member of our guild. A dragon rider. Yuan watched the distant silhouette of the giant dragon, feeling a twinge of envy. Riding a charm demon is just for fun. The true joy belonging to a man lies in riding a dragon and soaring through the sky. This indicates that the Winter Guild must have some research on dragons. Their library must have the dragon language dictionary that he needs. Very cool, I'm envious, Yuan admitted. You will have it in the future. Lan Ruodong turned to Yuan. When the time comes, I'll team up with you to steal dragon eggs. Stealing dragon eggs together. Yuan's eyes lit up. For some reason, he felt that Lan Ruodong's words carried a unique kind of romance. To delve deep into the dragon's lair with a powerful teammate, and steal the dragon eggs under the watchful eyes of the fierce dragon. Yuan found himself looking forward to this scenario. The two continued on, soon arriving in front of a magnificent fortress-like building. Above the grand entrance hangs a massive shield-shaped emblem, featuring a roaring frost-white dragon marking the headquarters of the Winter Guild. Upon entering, they found themselves in a bustling service hall. The hall was filled with voices, and long lines formed in front of dozens of service windows. Most of them were guild members here to accept tasks or exchange goods. Rather than leading Yuan to queue, Lan Ruodong walked straight to the window on the far right marked resting. Behind the window sat a young female receptionist in uniform, focused on organizing documents. Without looking up, she said, "This window is closed for rest, please go to another." But before she could finish her sentence, she looked up and saw Lan Ruodong quickly standing up in alarm. "Miss Lan, process his employment." Lan Ruodong succinctly pointed at Yuan with her thumb. "Sure. Please wait a moment." The receptionist, not daring to be negligent, quickly turned to Yuan. "Sir, please show your recommendation card." Yuan handed over the recommendation card that Lan Yuding had given him. The receptionist took it with both hands and swiped it on the reader. Ding! With a crisp prompt sound, Yuan's profile information appeared on the screen. Upon seeing the prominent red label at the top of the file, the receptionist's pupils constricted sharply. Recommender Lan Yuding, assistant to the president. Recommendation, reasons 1. Champion of the Jiangyu County Newcomer Trial 2. I have high hopes for him. 3. My sister has high hopes for him. Remarks: full access to Secret Realms material exchange, authority up to level 3, accommodation arranged in the villa area. The receptionist gasped. Having worked in the guild for 3 years, she had seen numerous newcomers, all of whom were talented individuals from various places. But this was the first one recommended personally by the young master of the Lan family. Not to mention the full access to secret realms and material exchange authority level 3. This meant that Yuan's privileges within the guild were even higher than most senior elites, second only to elders and core high-ranking members. Hello, Mr. Gu. The receptionist's respectful demeanor revealed a hint of fear, as if relieved that she hadn't instinctively given him a dismissive glance earlier. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, her voice trembling. Your procedures have been completed. This is your storage backpack, which contains a set of standard equipment for newcomers along with your identity badge. Please keep it safe. She handed over a square small bag embossed with an ice blue dragon emblem. This spatial storage bag functions like in games. When opened, it reveals a series of slots commonly known as an inventory, where each slot can hold up to 99 identical items. Yuan had one as well, but it only had 5 slots, which was hardly enough for delivering meals. In contrast, the standard storage bag from the Winter Guild had 30 slots, sufficient for the novice period. Calculating at a market price of 1,000 per slot, this free backpack was already worth 300 union coins. A big guild indeed knows how to be generous. At this moment, the staff member spoke again. Additionally, as per the young master's instructions, you have been assigned to the independent villa dormitory in the Cloud Peak area. Upon hearing this, several members in line nearby perked up their ears. What the heck? A villa in the Cloud Peak area? Where did this big shot come from? He looks quite young. He must be a newcomer, right? Newcomer. I've been here for 10 years and am still living in an apartment building. Who is this guy? So impressive. The gazes from those around were no longer merely envious. They were tinged with sourness and jealousy. Yuan immediately understood that the Cloud Peak Villa area was not a privilege any ordinary guild member could enjoy. Thank you. Yuan accepted the storage backpack, feeling its considerable weight, and was somewhat surprised. The treatment given by Lan Yuding exceeded what he had promised in Jiang City. It seemed this young master truly held high hopes for him, or perhaps he genuinely wanted to tie Yuan to the battle wagon of the Winter Guild. Lan Ruodong watched from the side, her expression showing no signs of surprise. To her, this was all well-deserved by Yuan. The procedures are completed. Lan Ruodong looked at Yuan and asked, "What's next? To the dormitory, or to explore a bit?" Her tone remained cool, yet the eagerness to play hostess couldn't be concealed. Yuan thought for a moment. The dormitory could be visited at any time, and he also wanted to consider the equipment setup, or perhaps simply skip over the low-level transitional period. What was most urgent now was the corrupted saintess locked in the black coffin. To form a contract with her, he must first know her true name. To recite the true name, it would be best to learn the dragon language first. This is a complete task chain. I want to go to the library, Yuan said. The library? Lan Ruodong paused slightly. You want to dive into it right after arriving. Most newcomers arrive here and immediately indulge in the commercial district or watch the excitement in the arena. Yuan's desire to head to the library right after stepping off the teleportation array made him truly an oddity. How can you stand out without putting in the effort? Yuan chuckled, finding an excuse. I was amazed by that giant dragon I just saw. I want to look up information about dragonkind to use in my dreams tonight. This reason was quite sufficient, and Lan Ruodong had no doubts. Our guild's library is the most comprehensive in the Eastern Union. The texts on dragonkind are all on the 3rd floor, and your access level is just right for it. Then it'll trouble you, guide Lan. Yuan said, going along with her words. Let's go. Lan Ruodong turned and led the way. Yuan followed closely behind, lightly caressing the cold necklace beneath his chest clothing. What could the true name of that corrupted saintess be? As long as I understand the meanings and pronunciations of the dragon language, perhaps I can know it tonight. Yuan thought to himself. The two passed through the noisy hall, heading towards the back door. At that moment, the revolving door of the hall was pushed open. A young man in golden armor, holding a long spear, walked in. He was handsome, but his gaze held an air of aloofness that warned others not to approach. Beside him walked a girl dressed in a pure white priestess robe. The girl curiously scanned her surroundings, her brown curls and emerald green eyes particularly striking in the crowd. Brother, is this the Winter Guild? It's so grand. The girl exclaimed innocently. Indeed, it's quite impressive, but compared to the grandeur of the Holy Hall, it's still lacking somewhat. The young man smiled as he patted the girl's head. I hope you can get used to it here. Before he could finish, his gaze suddenly fixated on the distant corridor. He saw 2 figures, one blue and one black, vanish at the end of the hall. That blue figure was all too familiar to him. Is that Miss Lan? The young man's eyes brightened for a moment, then frowned again. The usually solitary Lan Ruodong was actually accompanied by a man. That person. Yi Jingchuan's gaze grew cold, and a hint of gloom crept into his previously in the Winter Guild at the service hall. As Gu Yuan reached the end of the corridor, he felt the gaze from behind him. He did not turn around. Instead, he silently activated the passive skill Abyssal Gaze to view the opponent's panel. Name Yi Jingchuan. Level 30. Profession Holy Lance Knight. Yi Jingchuan, a level 30 Holy Lance Knight. Isn't he from my hometown? Gu Yuan remembered this person. Before the newcomer trial, the holographic screen displayed exciting moments from previous trials. Among them was this Yi Jingchuan. It seemed that Lan Yuding had also mentioned him, expressing a less favorable attitude. What's wrong? Lan Ruodong noticed Gu Yuan's pause and turned her head to ask. It's nothing, just sighing at how popular our guild is. Gu Yuan shook his head, retracting his perception and moving forward. The two walked through the corridor and arrived in front of a towering spiral structure. This was the library of the Winter Guild, which encompassed knowledge collected over 500 years. After verifying their identity cards, the heavy bronze doors slowly opened. A musty scent mixed with parchment ink and desiccants wafted toward them. The hall was very quiet, with a semi-transparent soundproof barrier separating the reading area, where only the sound of pages flipping could be heard. Levels 1 to 30 contained basic books, including advanced guides for second profession transfers and various information on secret realms. Although basic, you won't find this information online. Lan Ruodong acted as a competent guide, leading Gu Yuan to the central magical elevator. Only senior members can access levels 31 to 60, which house the advanced guides for third and fourth profession transfers, as well as high-level knowledge on forging and potions. She pressed the embossed button representing 3. Levels 61 to 80 can only be accessed by high-ranking members, core members, or with special approval from the elders. There are some forbidden knowledge stored there, as well as the dragon-related texts you seek. As the elevator ascended smoothly, they could see several people reviewing materials through the glasswell walls. When the elevator crossed the 60th floor and continued upward, many curious glances were cast upon them. It was evident that few could ascend from here. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 66th floor. Compared to the bustle below, this place felt exceptionally deserted. In the vast space, the bookshelves were considerably fewer, with each book encased in a separate crystal compartment emanating different colored magical glows. Soon Gu Yuan found a thick black tome in a prominent position. The cover was made from some kind of dragon scale polished to a sheen, with dark golden patterns flowing across its surface. Even through the crystal compartment, one could feel the ancient pressure it contained. Item: Ancient Dragon Language Scroll Imprint Edition. Description documents the basic pronunciation rules and core vocabulary of the dragon race, serving as an essential tool for communicating with dragons and deciphering dragon language magic. Borrowing conditions: Level 3 Authority. Borrowing fee: 500 contribution points per day. How can it cost so many contribution points? Lan Ruodong frowned slightly, her expression a bit awkward. Gu Yuan was also taken aback. He had long known that to exchange for items within the Winter Guild, one needed contribution points. Contribution points were earned by completing designated tasks for the guild. Since he had just arrived, he naturally did not have such points. However, seeing Lan Ruodong bring him directly there, he thought borrowing from the library wouldn't require contribution points. After all, Lan Ruodong was so familiar with this place that she wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Thus, there was only one possibility. Lan Ruodong intended to use her contribution points to cover his cost. However, the contribution points required for borrowing this ancient dragon language scroll seemed to exceed her expectations. What does this 500 contribution points even mean? Gu Yuan inquired. That's equivalent to 500 yen coins, Lan Ruodong replied. 1 point equals 100. To read a book, it's 500 a day. Gu Yuan fell silent, looking around at the prices of other books. Abyssal Monstrous Bestiary Advanced, 300 points per day. Forbidden Spell Analysis, Ice Age, 100 points per day. Dwarven Master Forging Techniques, 100 points per day. I see. Gu Yuan suddenly laughed. He understood why Lan Yuding could afford not to pull his strings. Because he had a more sophisticated method of extracting value from him. To exchange for items, knowledge, and equipment within the guild, one must have contribution points. The only way to earn contribution points was to work for the guild, completing designated tasks that included, but were not limited to, gathering materials in secret realms, foraging for treasures in the wild, or even protecting clients or assisting them in killing. Lan Yuding was quite confident in the items and the treasury, certain that Gu Yuan would continuously create value for the guild in exchange for those monopolized resources and knowledge. Moreover, there was no coercion in this process. Capitalism. Gu Yuan chuckled, feeling no regret. In a world where various resources were monopolized by the elite, insisting on being a lone wolf would only lead to hardship. Then he looked at Lan Ruodong, unafraid of being laughed at, and directly asked, "Can you lend me some contribution points?" The ancient dragon language scroll was right in front of him. Only by knowing the true name of the fallen saintess could he determine his next steps. If he could contract the fallen saintess a bit earlier, accumulating contribution points would be much easier. However, Lan Ruodong's face turned a rare shade of red. "I don't have that much." As she spoke, she tugged at the hem of her mage robe. "I just bought this for 14600 points." "Huh, that's equivalent to 1.45 million. Gu Yuan's lips twitched. Is this the life of the wealthy? Lan Ruodong's level is still under 10. Buying a piece of clothing within level 10 can cost 1.45 million. Being rich is truly wonderful. At this moment, Gu Yuan thought about his remaining 10,000 or so in savings and asked Lan Ruodong, "Can contribution points be exchanged for money?" "But it can be." Lan Ruodong nodded and said 200 Lian coins can only buy one contribution point, which is quite a loss. That's losing out big time. Gu Yuan laughed and shook his head. He was scared of being poor and could not afford such losses. Perhaps seeing Gu Yuan's disappointment, Lan Ruodong added, "I still have over 200 points left, and we can earn the rest by completing a low-level materials task." Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. A single low-level task can yield the equivalent of 300 Lian coins. Lan Ruodong nodded yes, but it will be gone in a couple of days. Then we need to hurry, Gu Yuan decisively declared. Lan Ruodong wasn't very articulate, and her meaning wasn't completely clear. But Gu Yuan understood her intent. Members of the Winter Guild generally did not have low levels. However, some low-level secret realms had level restrictions preventing high-level individuals from entering. This resulted in certain low-level materials being priced higher than high-level materials. However, things would be different in 2 days. Newcomers selected through the trial would gradually report to the guild. By then, the contribution points for those low-level tasks would surely be slashed. After making their decision, the two did not delay and stepped into the magical elevator. After they left, two figures emerged from behind a row of bookshelves. One was an elderly man with graying hair, and the other was a middle-aged man with a bit of a paunch. The old man looked through the glass wall, watching Lan Ruodong and Gu Yuan, and asked the middle-aged man beside him, "Have you seen the person with Ruodong?" The man replied with his head down, "Zhong Lao, I haven't seen him, but judging from their conversation, he should be a new nonsense." The old man narrowed his eyes, glancing at the surrounding collection of books, muttering to himself, "These items are what we risked our lives to snatch from the secret realms. How could Ruodong casually bring a newcomer up here?" The man understood the old man's meaning and said, "Zhong Lao, I'll ask the guild leader later." In the Winter Guild, the mission hall. On the huge holographic screen, various bounty messages scroll by. Collect ice crystal grass, 1 contribution point per stock, no limit. Urgently needed frost wolf blood, 5 points per small vial. Gu Yuan stood at the counter, quickly sliding his fingers across the touchscreen, ultimately locking onto a bounty task for frost crystal. Frost crystal is a specialty of the 5 to 15 level secret realm Frozen Wasteland. No need to kill monsters, it can be directly collected. 1 fist-sized frost crystal yields 5 contribution points. Collecting 60 pieces would yield 300 contribution points. In addition, if one can defeat the level 15 boss Frost Golem, there's a chance to obtain the Frost Core. This item also has a bounty task directly granting 100 contribution points. Gu Yuan decided to take both tasks. With Ye Urbana around, he really wasn't afraid of the level 15 boss. "Hello, I'd like to register the task." Gu Yuan handed his identity badge to the staff behind the counter. The staff member was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. He took the badge and scanned it mechanically, asking, "Is it a solo task or a team task?" If it's a team task, to avoid future disputes, you need to agree on the distribution ratio of contribution points here first. Gu Yuan immediately understood the other's meaning. Distributing loot is a major source of conflict among combat professionals. Here there are no numerical calculation plugins to see who contributed more. In teams with minor differences in strength, most combat professionals tend to overestimate their contributions, leading to conflicts during loot distribution as everyone wants to take more. As an established guild, the Winter Guild has long established rules to avoid conflicts whenever possible. Half and half. Gu Yuan was about to speak when Lan Ruodong interjected, saying, "Team up, and all contribution points will count under him." The middle-aged man was taken aback and looked up. Upon seeing Lan Ruodong, he immediately stood up. "Oh, it's Miss Lan. What brings you here personally? Please take a seat." Lan Ruodong raised her hand to interrupt the man's flattery, then continued, "I'm here to assist him with the task." "Oh." The middle-aged man's expression suddenly brightened. He opened his mouth, his gaze darting between Gu Yuan and Lan Ruodong. In the circle of combat professionals, it's not uncommon to help someone level up or assist with tasks. However, this is usually done by high-level players charging a fee or suitors trying to please goddesses. The esteemed young lady of the Winter Guild, a wealthy woman with countless resources, is actually doing unpaid labor for a newcomer. Not only the middle-aged man, but several guild members submitting tasks nearby also cast their gazes. Shock, confusion, envy, jealousy. Their faces displayed a variety of expressions quite entertaining. Yuan didn't look at their expressions, instead massaging his temples to avoid their gazes. With Lan Ruodong protecting him, he indeed enjoyed some conveniences. However, it also attracted the attention of many people. This is not a good thing. In the stronghold of the Winter Guild, unwarranted special treatment could easily make him a target, though he didn't mind being discussed or hated. If any rumors reached the ears of certain influential figures, it could lead to trouble. For instance, the president of the Winter Guild, the Lord of Bitter Cold. Abyss gaze triggered. Just as Yuan's thoughts were turning, an indescribable chill suddenly descended. This was not a decrease in physical temperature, but a shuddering sensation that emanated from the depths of the soul. Yuan's body trembled, and he immediately attempted to open the other's panel. However, he received a prompt stating cannot view. Such strength. Yuan was shocked internally. The description for Abyss gaze did not specify any level restrictions. Based on experience, the closer the target's level is to one zone, the more information can be seen. For someone like Lan Yuding, who was at level 59 in the later stages of his second-class transfer, while he couldn't see the profession skills or attributes, the name and level were still visible. Receiving a prompt stating cannot view was a first. It seems Abyss gaze does have limitations, just not related to level. Yuan thought to himself as his muscles gradually tensed, his heart suddenly contracting. This feeling was akin to a weak animal being targeted by a powerful predator, an instinctual fear surging from within that he could not suppress. He instinctively wanted to find the source of the gaze, but reason told him that would expose his ability of Abyss gaze. He could only stand still, pretending to be nonchalant. But cold sweat had already begun to form on his back. At that moment, a phone rang. Lan Ruodong took her phone from her small bag at her waist, glanced at the name on the screen. Her originally cold expression slightly changed, and she reluctantly answered the call. Hello, Dad. Ruodong, are you already in the guild? The voice from the other end was clear to Yuan. A rough and hearty man's voice came from the other end, resonant enough for Yuan to hear clearly. I'm in the mission hall. Lan Ruodong glanced at Yuan and quietly said, accompanying a classmate. Classmate. The voice on the other end instantly rose an octave, followed by a hearty laugh. Huh. No wonder you're not coming home. Turns out there's someone keeping you company. At this point, the originally hearty tone carried a hint of coldness. Male classmate or female classmate? In that instant, Yuan felt the weight of the gaze fixed on him intensify. He knew who was watching him. Is this the wrath of an old father? Yuan thought. Although Lan Yuding held him in high regard, it didn't mean that the Lord of Bitter Cold would tolerate his daughter being so close to a male classmate. Thinking of this, Yuan, under that terrifying pressure, feigned casualness and spoke up. Thank you, Lan Ruodong, for being my guide. He looked at Lan Ruodong, speaking with an intentionally distant tone. You've been away from home for so long, it's better to go back and see your family first so you don't worry the elders. Lan Ruodong paused for a moment, wanting to say something more, but the voice on the other end laughed first. Ha ha. Did Ruodong hear that? Your classmate is more considerate than you. Hurry back, your mother made your favorite ice scale fish. The rough laughter caused static on the phone, and the terrifying pressure that had weighed down on Yuan suddenly receded like a tide. Yuan felt a lightness wash over him, that prickling sense of crisis finally dissipating. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, the back of his clothes already soaked. Is this the oppressive presence of a top-tier powerhouse? From an unknown distance, just a gaze can render a person immobile. But Lan Ruodong looked at Yuan a bit hesitant. She had promised to help Yuan earn contribution points. It's fine, go ahead. Yuan smiled and waved his hand. There's plenty of time ahead, and I want to test my current strength. Lan Ruodong glanced at her phone and then at Yuan, reluctantly nodding. Just be careful. There are some monsters in the frozen valley with high resistances. Especially the frost golem. Oh, you just run if you encounter it. Its speed is very slow. Take these temperature-regulating potions, drink them if you feel cold. Their temperature is very low. Lan Ruodong, rarely speaking so much in succession, left the potions she had picked up in the mission hall for Yuan before turning to walk out of the hall. She's a good girl, too bad we're not in the same league. Yuan sighed, picking up his identity badge from the counter. Little bro, have you stumbled into heaven? The middle-aged man behind the counter looked at Yuan with a completely different gaze, filled with a sense of reverence, as if looking at a warrior. I suppose so. Gu Yuan didn't explain further. Securing the mission scroll, please help me initiate the teleportation. After a swirl of light and shadow, Gu Yuan's figure appeared in a world draped in silver. This was the low-level secret realm under the control of the Winter Guild, the Frozen Valley. The cold wind mixed with tiny ice crystals struck him in the face. The temperature here, at least 30 degrees lower than that in Linyuan City. The sky was leaden gray, surrounded by steep glacial cliffs, with only a winding valley path leading deeper. As it was not yet peak season for newcomers, this low-level secret realm, harboring monsters of levels 5 to 15, appeared particularly desolate. There were no vendors peddling there, whereas no shouts recruiting teammates, only the howling wind. Gu Yuan drank a bottle of temperature-stabilizing potion and immediately felt his body warm up. He looked around, ready to follow the winding path into the secret realm. At that moment, something white caught the corner of his eye. Not far from him, behind a wind-sheltered rock, stood a young girl. She was clad in a pristine white priest robe, the edges embroidered with golden patterns. Her brown curls danced gently in the wind, and her emerald green eyes were as clear as thawed spring water. In this cold, killing expanse of ice and snow, she stood out like a snow lotus on the tundra. When Gu Yuan looked at her, the girl happened to raise her head. Their gazes met. She flashed a radiant smile, then raised her hand and waved at Gu Yuan as if greeting an old friend. "Hello." Her melodious voice cut through the wind and snow. Gu Yuan frowned slightly. Before he could respond, the girl lightly tapped her staff. A soft golden glow enveloped Gu Yuan. "You have received the Holy Heart Lightness buff. Movement speed increased by 10 for 30 minutes. Gu Yuan was taken aback. In his past life, he had encountered players who casually bestowed buffs upon passers-by. Such individuals were typically casual players or inherently friendly ones. He did not expect to find such a person in this world. Gu Yuan was quite surprised. If the game merged with reality, then it was no longer just a game. Every bit of spirit, every bit of physicality is productivity. For the other party to expend spirit to casually grant him a buff was akin to throwing money away. Is she hoping to form a party? Gu Yuan wondered. In his eyes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Yet the girl seemed uninterested in making conversation. After casting the buff, she retreated behind the large rock. Am I too worldly? Gu Yuan murmured to himself, withdrawing his gaze and quietly opening the girl's interface. Target Yianchi class Holy Word Priest, level 6. Yianchi. Holy Word Priest. Gu Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. A Holy Word Priest is a rare class within the Holy Light system, one tier above Holy Priest and Paladin. Such practitioners usually have a strong aversion to anything related to the undead or the abyss, unable to tolerate even the scent. Gu Yuan, being upwind, should be detectable by her due to the abyssal aura about him. Yet she not only showed no wariness, but even extended kindness toward him. Hiss! Is she strange, or am I the strange one? Gu Yuan whispered to himself as he stepped into the snowy valley. For a brief moment, he recalled the contract formula of the fallen saintess. Sacrifice a holy light class practitioner. The unsuspecting girl before him was simply the perfect prey. But in the next instant, Gu Yuan shook his head, suppressing this dangerous thought. She just gave you a buff, and you intend to scheme against her. A hero doesn't act this way. He did not consider himself a good person, yet he had not sunk so low as to engage in senseless slaughter. If he were truly willing to go to any lengths for power, he would need to contemplate whether he was indeed Gu Yuan, or had become something else entirely, eroded by the abyss. First, focus on the task at hand. Gu Yuan decided not to think further. At this moment, he had already traversed the valley. What lay before him was a vast expanse of white. In the snowstorm, the mountains rose and fell like giants, overlooking the plain. Gu Yuan selected 30 sacrifice gems from his storage backpack. These were generated when he killed Goblin Wolf Cavalry during the newcomer trial. They contained the flesh and souls of the Wolf Cavalry's mount, the Wasteland Wolf, and could be used to contract a demon, the Hellhound. According to the contract formula, he found a flat piece of ground and consumed all 30 sacrifice gems at once. Immediately, a magic circle radiating dark red light appeared beneath his feet. Then Gu Yuan raised his staff and began to chant the obscure and convoluted abyssal incantation. Hounds from the scorching hell, seekers of souls, answer my call. With the essence of life contained in this gem, form a contract with me. As the incantation concluded, the gems in his storage backpack shattered entirely. A large amount of red smoke surged from the magic circle, twisting and condensing in the air, ultimately forming a dark spatial rift. Roar! Accompanied by a roar filled with the scent of sulfur, 3 hellhounds, each as massive as a tiger and with dark red fur, leaped from the rift. They had crimson eyes, sharp fangs bared, dripping with lava. Upon landing, the surrounding snow melted into water from the intense heat then evaporated into white mist. A fierce aura surged forward. Yet Yuan remarked indifferently, "Sit." Hearing those two words, the three hellhounds sat down in unison as if they had received an edict of the law. Yuan then said, "Raise your paws." The hellhounds did not hesitate, each lifting their right paw. As expected, Yuan smiled in satisfaction. He had seen some fragmented information about demons. Hellhounds were the most loyal and rule-abiding creatures in hell. Entering into a contract with them meant they would regard you as their master, not merely a boss. Name Hellhound Demon. Level 640. The level cap can be raised after the Abyss contract level increases. Strength 35. Agility 50. Constitution 35. Spirit 20. Skill, Hell Breath medium, exhales the flames of hell with a temperature that can melt rocks with a chance of a secondary explosion. Attributes higher than lesser demons. After reviewing the panel, Yuan found himself liking the three hellhounds even more. Their level cap was 10 levels higher than that of lesser demons, and their growth was twice that of ordinary monsters. Of course, lesser demons were not inferior to hellhounds. Lesser demons could fly and had the fireball spell as a ranged attack. They might even play tricks on hellhounds. However, lesser demons were difficult to manage. The death of Zhou Bo was a testament to that. Those keek little monsters were quite mischievous. If you instructed them to find ice crystals, they would fight each other over the crystals to gain credit for themselves. Dogs were better. Hellhounds were not only loyal, but also possessed canine-like senses. In this low-visibility, snowy environment, they served as the best radar. Go! Yuan waved his staff, pointing into the snowstorm. Dig out those sparkling crystals hidden in the snow for me. If you encounter prey you can defeat, send it to hell. The three hellhounds let out a low growl and dashed into the swirling snow, leaving behind 3 fiery paw prints arranged in a fan shape. In the howling wind and snow, a small demon was struggling to flap its leathery wings. It carefully grasped Yuan's shoulder, flying 10 meters above the ground, gliding through the air. This method of flight was neither elegant nor comfortable, yet it was the most practical means of flying at a low level. Yuan looked down at the blanket of white mist below, having no intention of summoning the Succubus Queen. Yarbena was an unconventional nuclear weapon. Over-reliance on her would gradually cause Yuan to lose his combat awareness, leading to misjudgments regarding dangerous situations. More importantly, Yarbena was not a mindless battle puppet. If he made her do too much, she would certainly demand that Yuan do more. As a qualified boss, he couldn't let the sales champion overshadow him. There are magical fluctuations to the northwest, Yuan thought. Below in the snowstorm, 3 dark red figures immediately turned toward the northwest. These were summoners capable of issuing simple commands to their summoned creatures via mental links, then waiting for kill notifications or notifications of their summon's demise. Of course, a summoner like Yuan who had aspirations preferred to be on the battlefield directing the fight. But the hellhounds were too fast, disappearing into the snowstorm in the blink of an eye. Yuan could only chase after their fiery paw prints, but was still one step too late. Hellhound killed Icefield Wolf, level 7 experience 134. Should a sacrificial gem be generated? Hellhound killed Northland's Bearman, level 8 experience 194. Should a sacrificial gem be generated? Hellhound killed Frost Spider, level 9 experience 210. Kill notifications flashed across his vision like a screen. Yuan didn't even get to see the monsters. The battle was already over. It seems I really won't be needed. He shook his head, muttering, should I just go down and collect some ice crystals? He needed to collect at least 60 ice crystals this time. This material was a mineral that grew directly. Since he didn't need to fight, doing some odd jobs was fine. Just as Yuan prepared to descend, a hellhound suddenly turned back. It trotted to directly below Yuan, its maw flowing with magma, holding a fist-sized crystal radiating an icy blue glow. An ice crystal. Yuan fell silent. Alright, I won't need to collect anymore. He completely abandoned the idea of doing it himself. I should have brought a lounge chair. He signaled the small demon to lower their altitude, landing beside a massive rock sheltered from the wind. The surface of the rock was covered in thick snow, standing 3 meters high, just enough to block the wind. Under the giant rock, the hellhound wagged its tail, which was ablaze with flames, placing the ice crystal on the snow, and then sticking out its long tongue, looking at him eagerly. Its crimson eyes were filled with a longing for praise. Yuan picked up the ice crystal, tossed it into his storage space, and patted the gigantic head of the hellhound. The texture was very hard, like touching a red-hot iron plate. Well done, Yuan smiled as he pulled out a piece of jerky from his pocket, something he had casually bought at the task hall, originally intending to eat himself. The hellhound swallowed the jerky in one bite, then continued to look at Yuan longingly. Clearly that piece of jerky was barely enough for it. I really don't have a larger piece of jerky. Gu Yuan chuckled and shook his head. He had never raised a dog as large as a tiger. Unexpectedly, the hellhound, still unsatisfied, looked toward the small demon flying in the air. Gu Yuan was taken aback, shaking his head. "It's your colleague, you can't eat it." The small demon exploded in anger, giving the hellhound a thumbs up, then began chattering angrily, seeming to curse very foully. Woof! Woof! The hellhound seemed to be provoked, immediately barking furiously at the small demon, rearing up to pounce on it. The small demon took off and landed directly in the snow, using its flying advantage to tease the dog, occasionally picking up a snowball to throw at the dog's face. Huh! The interaction between the two demons made Gu Yuan unable to suppress his laughter. Abyssal creatures had unique personalities and intelligence, not merely being born as inherently evil beings. Sometimes they could be quite lively. All right, back to work. Gu Yuan stood up, preparing to give orders. "We still need 59 more crystals. Let's get it done before dark." Just as he spoke, an unexpected change occurred. The hellhound, which had just stopped playing, suddenly tensed up, its muscles rigid, and the steel-like bristles on its back stood on end. It abruptly turned around, barking furiously at the giant stone beneath Gu Yuan. Woof! Growl! At the same time, Gu Yuan felt a tremor beneath his feet. "Take off!" Gu Yuan reacted swiftly, almost issuing the command to the small demon the moment he felt the shake. The small demon dove down, grabbing Gu Yuan and soaring into the sky. Almost simultaneously, a roar echoed. The snow beneath them collapsed, and shards of ice flew everywhere. The massive rock that had blocked the wind slowly stood up, revealing its true form. It was a giant stone puppet over 5 meters tall. Its body was made of stone, covered in a thick layer of solid ice, resembling a natural ice armor. Its head lacked facial features, only a crack emanating a ghostly blue light marking its core. Name: Giant Stone Puppet. Level 10. Strength 45. Agility 5. Constitution 55. Spirit 15. Skills: Physical Damage Reduction, Beginner Magic Damage Reduction, Beginner Stone, Throw, Beginner Battlefield, Trample, Beginner. Was it just sleeping? Gu Yuan floated in the air, assessing this giant creature. Giant stone puppets typically slumber underground or disguise themselves as rocks, only awakening when disturbed or attacked. It was likely that the earlier antics of the small demon and the hellhound had disturbed it. Grr! The giant stone puppet emitted a low growl, its voice as jarring as the scraping of rocks. It slowly raised its fist the size of a grinding stone and brought it crashing down toward Gu Yuan in midair. The movement appeared slow, yet the pressure it generated was suffocating. Roar! Sensing its master was in danger, the hellhound, which had been poised to spring, rushed out instantly. Facing the giant stone puppet, which was 10 times its size, the dog showed no fear. It leaped forward, spewing forth a stream of scorching hellfire at the arm of the giant stone puppet. Sizzle! The lava collided with the icy surface, erupting in a burst of white steam. The icy armor on the giant stone puppet crackled and splintered, fracturing under the heat, causing its movements to stiffen. In that instant, the hellhound agilely twisted its body in midair, its claws capable of tearing steel, igniting with flames, slamming down on the joint of the giant stone puppet. Crack! The sound of rock shattering was distinctly audible. The hellhound's claws were not only sharp, but also imbued with enough heat to melt stone. With a single strike, the giant stone puppet's arm shattered and crumbled into debris. Boom! Under the heavy blow, the giant stone puppet lost its balance, kneeling heavily with one knee before Gu Yuan, floating in the air. Even kneeling leads to death. Gu Yuan observed the battle from above. Even at a 4-level disadvantage, the hellhound's attributes were not inferior to the giant stone puppet, and in terms of combat skills, it crushed this cumbersome behemoth. This was the nature of abyssal monsters. Even the weak, low-level demons were undeniably hunters in the monster ecosystem. Finish it, Gu Yuan commanded. The hellhound let out a roar, circled to the rear of the giant stone puppet, and leaped onto its massive body, unleashing the fury from hell, setting the rock body ablaze with a bright glow. In less than a minute, the seemingly enormous monster was melted down into a pool of charred red magma. Hellhound killed giant stone puppet, level 10 experience, 480. Should a sacrificial gem be generated? Yes. Just as Gu Yuan spoke, another golden prompt unfolded in his view. Unlock Abyssal Contract Formula. Sacrifice giant stone puppet, living 10. Can contract Hell Puppet 1. Hell Puppet. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up, immediately thinking of a creature that could descend from the sky, like a meteor, its joints ablaze with roaring flames. As a denizen of the abyss with fragmented knowledge of demons, Gu Yuan was no stranger to the Hell Puppet, a demonic unit. It was a war machine constructed from hellish rocks engulfed in an eternal, unquenchable flame. It boasted formidable defensive capabilities and terrifying power. On the battlefield, it was akin to a heavy tank. More importantly, the Hell Puppet possessed a unique summoning method. Heavenly Fire Descends. When summoned, it curled into a meteor and fell from the sky, dealing immense area damage upon impact. This was a powerful initiation skill. As long as the casting distance was sufficient, Yuan could deliver this heavy tank directly into the enemy's rear or stronghold. 10 stone puppets can be exchanged for 1 Hell Puppet. After a simple calculation, Yuan realized this deal was extraordinarily profitable. The stone puppets appeared quite massive, but in the face of the Hellhounds they were merely a matter of minutes. Once he killed 9 more, he would have a Hell Puppet for himself. New target. Through a mental link, Yuan issued commands to his hounds. While searching for ice crystals, look for stone puppets. Anything made of stone, give it a couple of slashes. At this moment, Yuan contemplated abandoning the task to focus solely on hunting stone puppets. Gathering contributions to borrow the dragon language book was not worth risking a day or two. However, if he couldn't contract a Hell Puppet today, Yuan might not sleep well. Roar. The 3 Hellhounds receiving the command howled from different directions as a response to Yuan before venturing deeper into the area. Yuan was still not satisfied and summoned the remaining little demons to join the hunt for stone puppets. They were experts in destruction. If you asked them to find ice crystals in the snow, they probably wouldn't have much patience. But if you let them see a stone and cast a fireball, they would certainly be eager to oblige. These raucous fellows were born with a penchant for destruction. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away on the icy plains, 4 adventurers were huddled behind a windbreak stone, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Their gear was not particularly glamorous, clearly belonging to low-level newcomers. Among them, a lovely girl in a pristine priest robe knelt beside a warrior, her hands glowing with a soft holy light as she healed the bruises on his arm. Is this really an entry-level secret realm? The warrior grimaced in pain, complaining, "That stone puppet we just faced was too overpowered. It was as hard as a lump of iron, and my shield is almost shattered. We 5 had to concentrate our fire just to break its icy armor. Indeed, this is disheartening." The mage beside him also sighed, looking defeated. "We're all among the top 100 from the 3 northern counties. Why can't we even defeat a mere gatekeeper stone monster in the Winter's End Guild? Why don't we retreat a bit to fight lower-level monsters?" the archer suggested. Just as they were contemplating retreat, the scout rogue suddenly ran back from the front, his expression resembling someone who had seen a ghost. "Hey, come look at this." The others, puzzled, stood up and followed the rogue around a rock wall. In the next moment, everyone gasped in astonishment. In front of them on the snowy ground lay a massive wreckage. To be precise, it was a pool of dark red lava that had long solidified, resembling a charred candle. From the shape of the surrounding debris, it could be vaguely discerned that this used to be a large stone puppet. Yet at this moment, it looked as if it had been tossed into a steel furnace, melted into this wretched state. "This?" The shield warrior swallowed hard, reaching out to touch the charred rock. "It's still warm. It was melted by high temperatures, and these claw marks resemble those of some large beast. It must have been a big shot from the guild blowing up fish." The mage asserted it had to be at least a second-tier fire mage or a beastmaster with high-level battle pets. No, it's not that." The priest girl, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. She did not mind the dirt on the ground, squatting down to gently touch a lingering wisp of black smoke with her delicate fingers. "There's a strong sulfur smell here, and..." The girl's small nostrils twitched slightly, a hint of subtle brilliance flashing in her green eyes, the aura of the abyss. She stood up, dusted off her hands, and looked at her teammates. If I'm not mistaken, this was done by the newcomer leader from Jianyu County. The leader from Jianyu County. That denizen of the abyss, Yuan. The group gasped in shock. This name had briefly appeared on the trending searches. He was someone who sacrificed his own soul to summon abyssal demons for combat. Furthermore, the trial hadn't even ended yet, and he had already locked onto the leader's position. This indicated that his combat prowess had crushed the nightmare difficulty of the newcomer trial, filling all the scoring metrics ahead of time. Such a thing had never happened before. In previous years, such a prodigy would at least have been at the top of the trending searches for a month. Yet this time, news about Yuan was quickly suppressed, and the trending searches were withdrawn. The public speculated that he had caught the attention of the military and directly joined a secret unit. Little did they expect he had come to the Winter's End Guild. "Yes," the priest girl nodded slightly. "When I was waiting for you at the entrance of the secret realm, I saw someone completely enveloped in abyssal energy. I wasn't sure before, but now it seems it should be Yuan. Speaking of which, I should have gone up to greet him. Seeing him alone, I even gave him a buff." "Alone? Soloing?" The warrior incredulously replied. "He should only be around level 6. Is the profession's strength really that high?" "Of course. Others have sacrificed their souls. How could the power they gain not be strong?" The mage's tone was somewhat sour. At least in the short term, we so-called geniuses can't compare to him. Then why should we even compete? The outstanding newcomer must be him. The archer shook his head, chuckling helplessly. These geniuses rushed into the guild to start completing tasks for leveling up, all for the subsequent newcomer training. If one could be rated as optimal during the training, there would be substantial resource rewards, even the possibility of early promotion. But now it seemed unnecessary to compete. In an instant, the morale of the team plummeted. They were all proud geniuses, yet they discovered that there was indeed a disparity among geniuses. Everyone don't lose heart. At that moment, the priest girl's clear voice rang out. She stood amidst the wind and snow, her sweet smile incredibly infectious. The evaluation of newcomers doesn't determine your future. There is still a long road ahead. She pointed at the wreckage on the ground. Yuan faced a fate destined to be short-lived, yet did not lose heart. What reason do we have to give up? The girl's voice was like the warm sun of winter, dispelling the gloom in everyone's hearts. The warrior slapped his thigh and jumped up. Yuan, she is right. Just because we might not be rated as outstanding newcomers doesn't mean we can't be adventurers. Let's keep pushing. Exactly. I can at least keep pushing for another 100 years, but that Yuan might not live that long. Let's go. Keep leveling up. He is a genius, and so are we. We can't be cowards. Seeing her teammates reinvigorated, Yuan, she nodded in appreciation. She turned to gaze in the direction of the abyssal aura appearing for a moment before breaking into another boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the howling ice valley, a series of explosions echoed. Yuan sat atop a towering ice rock, examining the spoils within his storage space. Setting aside their troublesome nature, demons indeed make excellent laborers. In just 3 short hours, the hellhounds had unearthed over 50 cold ice crystals from the snow. The little demons, having unleashed their nature, successively detonated 8 dormant stone puppets from the snowdrifts and rock walls. Only one sacrificial gem needed to contract the hellfire remained. Suddenly, a golden light rose from Yuan. The little demon has slain a stone puppet, level 12 experience points 680. Would you like to generate a sacrificial gem? Congratulations, your level has increased to level 8. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Double happiness. Yuan's eyes lit up as he chose yes. He had been defeating monsters above his level, thus his level had naturally risen faster. Previously, he had already advanced from level 6 to level 7, and within less than an hour he had leveled up again. All the attribute points from the previous upgrade had been allocated to his physique. This time Yuan distributed the points proportionally: 1 point to strength, 1 point to agility, 1 point to physique, while the rest went into spirit. His current attributes were strength 16, agility 16, physique 28, spirit 50. With the enhancement of his spirit attribute, Yuan's mind became exceptionally clear. These 7 attribute points may not seem like much, but they greatly enhanced his perception of summoned creatures. At the same time, the number of demons he could summon had also increased. Not bad, this trip was worth it. Yuan felt delighted and looked at the item column in his storage backpack. Sacrificial gem stone puppet 10. The materials required to contract hellfire had all been collected. At this moment, Yuan's mind could already envision a scene. 3 hellhounds in front, 6 little demons in the air, and a massive hellfire behind, while he stood in the center. Tisk, this lineup has a bit of the Abyss Walker's flair. Only. Yuan glanced at the item column. Cold ice crystals 52. He was still 8 crystals short of his goal of 60. However, this area had already been plowed through by the hellhounds. The remaining crystals would likely require searching deeper, increasing the chance of encountering the boss Frost Puppet. Since I'm here, I might as well meet this boss, Yuan thought. For someone with powerful skills, defeating monsters above level was a regular affair. Otherwise, how could some reach level 60 before the age of 30, while others still linger at level 30 at the same age? This is the advantage. Just one hellhound's combat power could easily take down a level 12 monster. Not to mention, he could now summon even stronger hellfire. I wonder how many rounds my current forces can hold against Yerbana. Yuan contemplated. If given the chance, he truly had to give it a try. If he could bring down that arrogant sales champion, then he could secure his position as the boss. With that thought, Yuan was about to set off deeper into the secret realm. Just then, boom. The ground suddenly trembled violently. This tremor was far more intense than when the stone puppet awakened, causing the accumulated snow on the surrounding cliffs to tumble down. Following that, a frigid wind and snow swept in. The frost elements were extremely concentrated, clearly driven by magical power. Yuan's spirit jolted. He suspected that it was highly likely that the frost puppet was awakening. It was not far from him. What a coincidence. Yuan grinned, and immediately recalled the 5 little demons back to hell, making space for the impending hellfire. He then had one little demon carry him into the sky with the 3 hellhounds following as guards. As he soared, the scenery below came into full view. On an open ice field about 500 meters away from him, a massive figure was striding forward. It was a giant puppet made entirely of transparent deep blue ice. With each step it took, snowstorms resembling avalanches erupted, and although its movements were slow, it could cover 5 or 6 meters in a single stride. This was indeed the boss of the frozen valley, the Frost Puppet. In front of the Frost Puppet were 5 panicked adventurers running for their lives. Their speed was not slower than that of the Frost Puppet, it was just that the tremors of the ground and the raging wind and snow sent them staggering. As the 5 ran, they also had to guard against the enormous ice blocks thrown by the boss, almost rolling and crawling in a very embarrassing manner. Newbies. Yuan was slightly taken aback. Given the quality of the members of the Winter Council, those who could be beaten into such a state in a level 15 secret realm must be the newcomers who had just awakened and entered the profession this year. Moreover, they were most likely local newcomers from Yuan City. This world was 10 times larger than the Blue Star of his previous life, but the transportation efficiency was far inferior. A vast expanse of land in the wild was occupied by monsters, and land transport had to rely on heavily armed, slow-moving armored trains. Once they encountered a monster attack, they had to stop and fight a defensive battle. Yuan often saw news about certain trains being trapped in the mountains on television. Meanwhile, the air and water routes were even more perilous. The vast majority of adventurers were not skilled in aerial or aquatic combat. Thus, the most efficient and safest mode of transportation was the teleportation array. However, this was not something an ordinary person could afford, as it was said that the cost of a long-distance teleportation was enough for an ordinary person to toil for 4 to 5 years. The fact that Lan Yuding could activate the teleportation array for Yuan showed how much he valued this talented individual. With that thought, Yuan no longer paid any mind to the 5 individuals. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the imposing boss, the Frost Puppet, surrounded by wind and snow. Yuan's purpose for coming here was to earn contribution points. Collecting cold ice crystals could earn contribution points, and defeating the boss to obtain the Frost Core could also earn contribution points. Moreover, it would be a full 100 points, enough to make up for the 80 points Yuan lacked, and even overflow. Thus, he had no reason to let the opportunity slip away. Yuan directly selected 10 earthy yellow sacrificial gems from the item column in his storage backpack. Then he raised his staff in the air, and the arcane and deep abyssal incantation began to resonate amidst the wind and snow. From the abyss, the stone tempered by hellfire. Tear the sky and respond to my call. As the last syllable fell, the 10 sacrificial gems in the item column shattered with a bang. In the next second, the leaden gray sky turned a dark red. A fiery magic array flickered in and out of existence among the clouds. Boom! Whoosh! The clouds churned violently as a colossal figure burst forth from the array, pushing through the clouds and crashing down. The 5-person team who were fleeing for their lives also sensed the anomaly above them and instinctively looked up. With just one glance, everyone's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. They saw a meteor engulfed in raging flames, trailing a long plume of black smoke descending diagonally from the clouds. Judging by its trajectory, the target of the meteor was the Frost Puppet. What the hell? What is that? The warrior's exclamation was drowned out by the deafening sound of the impact. Boom! The earth lamented. The burning meteor slammed into the back of the Frost Puppet. Even a level 15 boss was sent crashing down into the ground by this hell's iron fist from the sky. The hard icy body was shattered with numerous cracks, and countless ice shards flew out like shrapnel. The shockwave carrying scalding steam instantaneously cleared the surrounding snow, revealing the dark brown frozen soil. The fleeing 5-person team was knocked to the ground by the shockwave, covered in dirt and dust, yet they managed to preserve their lives. They scrambled to their feet, instinctively looking toward the center of the explosion. Amidst the dense steam, a figure even taller than the Frost Puppet emerged. GGG. Before the crowd could clearly see what it was, the mage-like adventurer fell backward into the snow, scrambling away as he shouted, "It's a hell puppet." The Emperor's there seems to be a calculation error. The Emperor is currently correcting it. The Emperor is foolish. If any errors are found, please inform and educate the Emperor. Amidst the howling blizzard, thick smoke rose and dissipated. From the heavens descended a colossal entity, slowly revealing itself. It was a humanoid golem assembled from jagged, weathered stone. Between every crevice of its stony limbs flowed viscous, blood-red magma. Hellfire roared forth from its shoulder joints, spine, and other articulations. Its searing heat so intense that even in this frozen wasteland it scorched the air. It stood utterly still, yet its mere presence evoked the suffocating dread of an apocalyptic calamity. HHH. Hell Golem. I. The mage slumped on the ground, recoiled frantically, kicking backward with trembling legs, as if fleeing some unspeakable horror. What is a Hell Golem? It's nothing like a flame element stone golem. It's an entirely different class of construct. Its level exceeds 40, its attributes triple those of a first transcendence cultivator. You may not have read the Abyssal Bestiary, but surely you recall that infamous news report 10 years ago. The mage's voice cracked with terror as he pointed wildly at the burning colossus, shrieking hysterically. At his words, the shield warrior and the archer paled instantly. They remembered, 10 years prior, the abyssal cataclysm that struck the Eastern Human Alliance and the Far Eastern Island nation. An abyssal rift tore open in the sky, meteorites rained down like fire, striking the earth and erupting into 10-meter-tall golems, obliterating cities and villages with ruthless, unstoppable force. By the time Third Transcendence cultivators intervened, over 1 million lives had already been lost. So, is this an abyssal incursion? Can we even escape? The Hell Golem is far faster than the Frost Golem. Gazing upon the blazing titan before them, their faces drained of color, drenched in regret. They had hoped to gain an edge before the new recruits arrived, not necessarily matching Yuan's pace, but at least outpacing their peers. Instead, they'd unwittingly awakened the boss, the Frost Golem. The Frost Golem moved sluggishly, offering a slim chance of flight, but confronting the Hell Golem. That meant dying before ever stepping onto the battlefield. Damn it, I'm still a virgin. Tears welled in the archer's eyes. Put your guild ID token in your mouth. Don't burden the guild with cleanup. The warrior pulled out his identity plaque. Swallowing it won't help. The material can't withstand the Hell Golem's infernal heat. The mage offered a grim, hollow smile. Though resignation flickered in their eyes, death found no resistance. This was the life of a battle-class cultivator. Compared to support-class cultivators, they enjoyed greater prestige and wealth, yet bore commensurate peril. Merely stepping out for work carried the grim possibility of never returning home. Wait, it seems. Just as the group exchanged final farewells, Yuan, calm and composed, spoke up. It shows no intent to attack us. She narrowed her emerald eyes, pointing toward the dense mist behind the Hell Golem. Look, there's someone there. Someone. Stunned, they instinctively raised their gazes skyward. Through shimmering heat waves and swirling snow, they glimpsed a figure suspended midair, tall and unmistakably male, with leathery demonic wings beating rapidly behind him. A demon. The mage's lips twitched. Turning to Yuan, he muttered, "If it's not attacking us, yet it's probably savoring how best to torment us. Demons do love their theatrics." His words deepened their terror. The rogue sprawled face down in the snow, buried himself deeper. The archer slapped his own calves, desperately cursing. "Legs, move, damn you. Move now." Yet as the mist finally parted, the figure emerged, clear, unmistakable. Yuan's jade-green eyes flared with delight. "It's not a demon. It's Yuan. Yuan." Stunned silence fell, then all looked up again. There, clad in the simple novice robe of the Lindong Guild, hovered a young man, gazing down upon them with quiet authority. He bore no curved demonic horns, nor a spined barbed tail. Those leathery wings were in fact a diminutive demon clinging to his back, lifting him aloft through sheer aerial mastery. "It is him." The warrior's joy surged, fear melting away in an instant. Though all records of Yuan had vanished overnight, anyone who followed this year's novice trials remembered him clearly, the unassuming, strikingly handsome champion of his prefecture. So, the Hell Golem is his summoned construct. The mage, who moments before had laughed bitterly in despair, now gaped mouth agape, as if swallowing an egg, his terror transmuted into stunned disbelief. How many levels could he possibly be, and already bind this class of abyssal entity? Is this the true value of a hidden profession? The archer swallowed hard, staring up at the abyssal void above, his legs still trembling, utterly powerless. Fear hadn't vanished, it had merely reshaped itself. Their dread of the Hell Golem sprang from primal survival instinct. But the fear kindled by Yuan arose from something deeper, wariness of humanity itself. A man who commanded abyssal horrors. What darkness might dwell within his heart? Would he not eclipse even demons in menace? Yuan paid no heed to the murmurs below. His gaze remained locked upon the crater. No kill notification had appeared. The Frost Golem wasn't dead yet. Still, he made no move to deliver the finishing blow. He couldn't tell whether the Frost Golem lay stunned or feigning unconsciousness. Bostier entities possessed intelligence, even tactical cunning. He'd studied its dossier. It specialized in feigning death to lure prey into striking, then detonating a devastating counter-ice blast the moment the blade fell. Ruer. True to form, the frost golem, frustrated that its ruse had failed, abandoned pretense. With a thunderous roar, it erupted from the crater's depths, hurling shards of ice in every direction. Clearly enraged by the hell golem's ambush, its entire frame blazed with sapphire light. Raising its colossal ice fist, it swung upward in a brutal vertical strike, aimed straight at its foe. Holy hell, it's alive! Below, the five scrambled backward in blind panic. The hell golem did not evade. As the crushing fist hurtled toward it, the war machine extended a massive stony hand and seized the frost golem's wrist mid-swing. Its knuckles blazed with white-hot flame. Absolute cold met absolute heat upon the frost golem's fist, shattering ice crystals into vapor with the violent hiss of an overpressurized boiler. The frost golem screamed in agony. Then the hell golem moved, not with flair or finesse, but with raw mechanical purpose. Gripping the frost golem's arm, it swung it overhead, then slammed it down with bone-shattering force. Crockum! The snowfield convulsed. 8 meters tall, the frost golem was hurled downward like a rag doll, crashing onto the ground with cataclysmic impact. Without pause, the hell golem mounted its fallen adversary, raised its magma-wreathed fist high, and began hammering blow after blow upon the frozen giant beneath. Thud! 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 Each strike shook the earth, each impact shattered ice like glass. The hell golem wielded no technique, nor needed any. Its very design embodied brute force supremacy. It ignored the frost golem's retaliatory ice spikes, delivering blows of titanic weight and furnace-like heat, melting stone, shattering frost. Crack! A sickening snap echoed. Its left arm, raised in futile resistance, was wrenched clean off. Then the right. Finally the head, still shrieking in endless agonized lament. The hell golem twisted it free, then flung the severed skull aside like refuse, sending plumes of snow billowing into the air. In under 30 seconds, the boss that had hunted the 5-man squad relentlessly, leaving them nowhere to hide, lay reduced to scattered shards of ice. Finally, the hell golem crushed the frost golem's chest beneath its boot, then plunged its blazing hand into the rubble, tearing forth a glacial blue core radiating profound, soul-chilling cold. Silence descended, absolute, breathless. Only the wind, the falling snow, and the steady, hungry crackle of hellfire remained. The 5 cultivators stared, numb and ashen-faced. Too brutal, the mage whispered, awestruck. The others watched as Yuan descended gently, landing atop the hell golem's broad shoulder, eyes wide with visceral dread. The hell golem was fearsome, unrelenting, savage. But Yuan, the one who commanded such a war engine, filled them with a deeper, colder terror. In the frozen valley, snow and wind whirled through the air. Yuan stood atop the shoulder of the hell puppet, reaching out to receive the spoils handed to him by the little demon. It was a 12-faced crystal the size of a volleyball, exuding a chilling aura that seemed meticulously crafted like an artificial artifact. Most ice attribute equipment and items required such materials for forging. The remaining scraps were still essential materials for refrigeration appliances like ice machines and refrigerators. Not bad. Yuan weighed the core in his hand, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. 52 ice crystals, 260 contribution points. 1 ice core, 100 contribution points. Together with Lan Ruitang's 200 contribution points, it was enough to borrow the dragon language ancient scroll. Well done. Yuan glanced at the massive head of the hell puppet, which was engulfed in flames. Name: Hell Puppet Demon. Level 840. Strength 120. Agility 60. Constitution 90. Spirit 50. Skills: Celestial Fire Descend, Medium Hell Domain, Medium Physical Damage Reduction, Medium Magic Damage Reduction, Medium. The hell puppet was evidently a powerful breed among the demons of the abyss. Its level was restricted by Yuan, yet it still had 320 points. All 4 attributes surpassed that of the 15-level frost puppet. Even without the initial strike of Celestial Fire Descend, it could single-handedly defeat the frost puppet. Even without summoning Yerbina, I guess I'm the strongest among this batch of newcomers now. Yuan mused internally, turning to look below. The others still showed traces of fear in their eyes, seemingly frightened by the hell puppet, wanting to greet him, but too timid to approach. Indeed, despite being geniuses, they had only just stepped out of their ivory towers, and had not yet experienced the true dangers of a secret realm. Demons of the abyss like the hell puppet were somewhat beyond their grasp. Yuan classmate. Suddenly a clear and melodious voice shattered the subtle detachment. The speaker was Yi Anshi, the girl who had given Yuan a buff at the entrance to the secret realm. At that moment, the wind and snow had eased slightly, and a few sparkling snowflakes rested on her brown curls, her emerald eyes appearing particularly clear against the snowy backdrop. If one overlooked the chaotic battlefield surrounding her, she looked like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Thank you for saving me, that was really close. As Yuan spoke, she lifted her skirt and jogged forward. Roar! Just a few steps and the hellhound guarding below let out a low growl, causing the young girl to flinch back. Sit down, Yuan commanded, and the hellhound immediately complied, though it still bared its teeth at Yuan. Haha, what a good dog. Yuan sighed in relief, covering her chest with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the hellhound's snarl. Yuan's brow slightly furrowed, and he nodded, saying, No need to thank me, we are all colleagues. He recognized the girl who had given him the buff early on, though he simply hadn't had the opportunity to greet her. In front of a future colleague, Yuan tried to present a friendly demeanor. However, he found it somewhat puzzling. Why was Yuan the most enthusiastic among the four towards him? In his past life, there was a saying that water signs and fire signs did not get along, but that was merely superstition. Yet in this world, conflicting attributes could indeed have tangible effects on interpersonal relations. Take fire mages, for instance. Even without casting spells, they emanated an aura of fire elements. This would make ice mages feel uncomfortable, even distressed. Thus, those whose attributes clashed might not harbor open disdain for each other, yet it would be challenging to foster warmth. Moreover, Yuan's abyssal attribute clashed significantly with the holy light attribute. The power of holy light practitioners stemmed from their faith in the holy light. This faith often came with an inherent repulsion towards dark beings, undead demons, and sinister entities. Even the most cheerful of holy practitioners would instinctively feel aversion, even hostility, when confronted by hellish demons. How could this girl describe the hellhound as good? Yuan remained silent, glancing back at the trembling for his brow tightening further. This reaction was how one ought to respond upon encountering abyssal monsters. Yet Yuan's reaction felt very out of place. This isn't a domesticated dog, it's a hellhound, a demon from the abyss. Yuan said, scrutinizing Yuan, his tone laced with scrutiny. Aren't you afraid of it? Why should I be afraid? Yuan blinked, smiling at the hellhound. It may look a bit fierce, but it listens to you. You are human, not a demon. She paused, fixing her gaze on Yuan. Power is merely a tool. Whether it is good or evil depends on the user of the tool. Yuan's pupils slightly constricted. Yuan's words did hold some truth, but coming from a holy light practitioner, it felt amiss. Even children understand that the power of holy light practitioners derives from the divine. Their understanding of power can be faith, blessing, or even curse. But it could never be merely a tool. Yuan gave Yuan a deep look. This seemingly innocent girl radiated an odd aura. However, he had neither the time nor the interest to delve into her character. His primary goal now was to borrow the dragon language ancient scroll and learn the true name of the fallen holy maiden. Since the crisis has been averted, I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Yuan said his farewells. Without waiting for a response, he directed the hell puppet and turned towards the exit of the secret realm. Hey, wait. Yuan saw this and hurried to catch up with Yuan. At that moment, her teammates behind her called out to stop her. Amanchi's sister, the warrior with a dented shield, said awkwardly, How about treating me first? I just got slapped by the frost puppet, and it feels like a few ribs are broken. And me, chimed in the archer. I just got weak in the legs, and to run I cut my thigh. Finally, the mage spoke up. I know you all are in a hurry, but please hold on. He used his staff to clear away some snow, pointing at the assassin lying there. This guy was hiding in the snow, motionless. It seems like he's suffering from hypothermia. What? Yuan was taken aback and hurried towards her distressed teammates, her face filled with concern as she channeled the power of holy light to heal their injuries. You guys, why didn't you say you were hurt earlier? Hey, I was just a bit dazed after being scared. Sorry, Anshi, we were too useless and almost got you killed. With you around, it's truly the blessing of holy light. The gentle holy light healed her teammates' wounds and also mended their spirits. They all exclaimed how fortunate they were to have such a lovely healer in their team. Unbeknownst to them, a trace of shadow flickered in Yuan's emerald eyes, reflected by the holy light. The Supreme Emperor's, the previous thief fire nun, felt somewhat unclear, so it was changed to fallen holy maiden. After all, this is the preliminary version before recommendations, and there will be slight modifications. I hope the fathers will understand. As dusk approached, a faint glow appeared on the temperature-regulating barrier of Linyuan City, dazzling like the aurora. After leaving the secret realm, Yuan headed directly to the mission hall. The process of submitting tasks and settling contribution points flowed smoothly. With 355 contribution points along with the loan from Lan Ruodong, he had enough to borrow the dragon language ancient scroll. He returned to the library to verify funds register and collect the book. When he truly touched the ancient tome, Yuan could almost hear the roar of a giant dragon echoing in his mind. Yarbina was right. The dragon language was itself a form of magical power. After leaving the library, Yuan followed the guidance on the plaque and arrived at the Cloud Summit district. This is the residential area located at the highest point of Linyuan City, far from the hustle and bustle of the plain street. Independent villas were built against the mountains, scattered beautifully among the verdant pine forest. Due to the enormous magic gathering array set up, the magical energy concentration in the Cloud Summit district was more than 3 times that of the outside world, greatly aiding magic practitioners who needed meditation to enhance their elemental affinity. Yuan's residence was a villa numbered A09. He swiped his card to enter. Even after 2 lifetimes, Yuan couldn't help but be slightly mesmerized by the scene before him. This was a 3-story standalone building equipped with an independent defensive barrier and privacy shield. The front yard was a small garden planted with various ornamental magical flowers. The backyard was a standard training ground equipped with a row of magical targets for skill testing. Pushing open the heavy oak door, the first floor featured a spacious and bright living room and an open kitchen fully furnished. The second floor contained the bedroom and meditation room, while the third floor housed the study and terrace. I really hit the jackpot. In both lifetimes, I've never lived in such a nice house. Yuan sighed, casually tossing his suitcase in the living room as he headed straight up to the third-floor study. The study was no smaller than a powerful CEO's office, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window facing the whole view of Linyuan City. As night fell, the city below was ablaze with lights resembling a sea of burning stars. Standing by the window, it truly felt like looking down upon a commercial empire. Time to get to work. Yuan waved his hand slightly, and the velvet curtains closed automatically. He walked to the large desk and carefully took out the dragon language ancient scroll. The dragon scale cover was cold and rough, with dark golden patterns flowing across it, shimmering under the light. Yuan took a deep breath and opened the first page. What met his eyes were a series of abstract symbols. Each stroke of these symbols was vigorous and powerful, as if a giant dragon had scratched its marks on the rock wall. Just staring at them for a few seconds made Yuan feel a throbbing in his temples, and his head slightly swelled. This was a sign of mental pressure. The dragon language was not just a language, it was a carrier of rules, with each character containing magical power. As a novice combatant, one needed at least 30 or 40 points of mental strength as a foundation, or else one would explode upon reading. The first character represents strength and also origin. Yuan endured the discomfort and began to study word by word, referring to the annotations beside him. Time passed second by second. The room was so quiet that only the sound of flipping pages could be heard. After an unknown duration, Yuan closed the book and rubbed his throbbing temples. He felt somewhat defeated. With the help of the annotations, he barely understood the meaning of these strange symbols and could even grasp the grammatical logic behind them. However, he couldn't read. The pronunciation of the dragon language was extremely unique. It didn't solely rely on vocal cord vibrations, but also required a mental connection and magical resonance. The phonetic annotations in the book were very vague, with many places marked "cannot be described in words, please comprehend on your own." Comprehend my foot. It was like giving you a lyric book entirely in a foreign language, asking you to sing the song while ensuring you hit the right notes. How am I supposed to learn this? Yuan slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. If the pronunciation was off, it would just be random shouting, unable to resonate with the rules, let alone pronounce the true name of the fallen saintess. Wait a minute. Yuan suddenly straightened up. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. Learning the dragon language was Yarbina's suggestion, as she must understand the language right. Otherwise, why would she propose that he learn the dragon language first before telling him the true name of the fallen saintess? If there's a ready teacher, why am I fumbling around here? Yuan slapped his thigh and immediately raised his staff, pointing to the empty space beside the desk. Yarbina, respond to my summons. Pink petals flew in the air, and the alluring figure of the demon queen emerged within the swirling. Today she appeared equally languid, not wearing her signature formal gown, but instead donning a purple silk nightgown. The neckline was very low, revealing a dazzling expanse of snow-white skin, and the waist tie was loosely knotted, as if it could slip off at any moment. Boss still awake this late? Yarbina lazily yawned, her bare jade feet stepping on the soft carpet. Her purple magical pupils casually surveyed Yuan. Aren't there 2 beautiful ladies accompanying you today? One a cold and proud young lady, and the other a gentle and lovely little sister. Tisk tisk, left and right embracing. I thought tonight would be spent with them. Yuan smiled helplessly. Indeed, although this succubus was in the abyss, her eyes were always on him. Which eye of yours saw me left and right embracing? Gu Yuan retorted, saying, besides, I've spent the entire day doing serious work. Doing serious work. Yarbena snorted, lightly walking over to the desk and directly sitting on her long legs crossed. The skirt fell away, revealing a large expanse of spring light. She leaned down, extended her delicate fingers, gently lifting Gu Yuan's chin, her breath fragrant. Yes, accompanying the young lady shopping is serious work. Saving a beauty is also serious work. To summon me out this late. Is it also for serious work? Speak, how do you want to proceed tonight? Her eyes sparkled with seductive allure. Although the Scarlet Lord hasn't left yet, I also have ways for you to know. Compared to succubi, human women are as dull as mother beasts. What I meant by serious work does not include you. Gu Yuan grasped the delicate hand that had moved from his chest towards his abdomen. Dull. Yarbena raised an eyebrow, glancing at the dragon language ancient scroll on the desk, and said, you want me to teach you the dragon language, right? Yes. Gu Yuan nodded, sighing inwardly. This succubus was indeed a little enchantress. She clearly noticed the dragon language ancient scroll and knew his purpose for summoning her, yet she pretended to know nothing and first teased him. It was simply infuriating. Gu Yuan inwardly complained, suppressing his desires, and said, I can understand the dragon language characters, but I don't know how to pronounce them. So you want me to be your private tutor? Yarbena smiled, seductively twisting her body as she stepped down from the desk, then turning gracefully. As a wave of dark purple magical energy surged, her silk nightgown vanished like magic, replaced by an extremely form-fitting professional outfit. The white shirt was almost bursting open at the buttons due to her ample bosom, and the black pencil skirt accentuated her curves perfectly, while her long legs were clad in glossy black stockings. What is this? Gu Yuan was stunned. In that instant, he recalled the teachers from his previous life who had accompanied him during his evening self-study. Just as you wish. Yarbena's previously loose hair was tied up, and she added a pair of glasses. She pushed her glasses gently, a wicked smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Since this is a private tutor play, we need to be professional, right? I truly want to learn properly. Gu Yuan smiled helplessly. Yarbena's combination of intelligence and allure was enough to make any man's blood rush. How could a student possibly focus like this? Slap. Just as Gu Yuan's gaze wandered over the collar of her white shirt, Yarbena waved her jade hand, transforming the whip that tormented souls into a slender ruler. Class is starting, Gu Yuan. Yarbena lifted Gu Yuan's chin with the ruler. If you keep getting distracted, I will have to punish you, you know. Kneeling in respect to all the emperors. In Yunding District Villa A09, facing the enchanting demon teacher, Gu Yuan forced himself to concentrate. He knew that if he didn't muster the energy to study hard, the demon queen before him would punish him for an entire night. Under normal circumstances, Gu Yuan would have shown her what it meant to trample on one's ancestors. But today was different. Today's textbook had a borrowing fee of 50,000 a day, equivalent to 30 human coins per minute. Gu Yuan was terrified of being poor and didn't want to waste a single second. With that thought, he immediately placed his hands on the table and said, Teacher, I'm ready. Then let's start with pronunciation. Yarbena walked behind Gu Yuan, leaning down, her softness almost brushing against his back. The draconic characters are carved out by dragons with their claws, usually imbued with their emotions. Let's start with this phrase. This means get out of my way, old man, in draconic. If a dragon were to utter it, it could send you flying. Try to find the emotion and then pronounce it. Fusi Luoda. For the next 2 hours, the study room echoed with various strange and obscure syllables. With human vocal cords, it was almost impossible to pronounce accurately, but under Yarbena's meticulous guidance, Gu Yuan gradually mastered the trick. The key to pronouncing draconic lies not in the shape of the mouth, but in resonance. Just like chest resonance, when singing, draconic requires drawing upon internal magic to form a resonant chamber deep in the throat. It was unclear whether it was Gu Yuan's talent or Yarbena's excellent teaching. In just one night's time, he learned to pronounce all the draconic characters and could sense the emotions of each character, achieving synchronized resonance with his magic. With this foundation, he was already able to say the true name of the fallen saintess in draconic. Gu Yuan closed the ancient draconic scroll and looked at Yarbena. Now, can we talk about her? He pointed at the necklace on his chest. Yes. Yarbena nodded slightly, her expression growing serious, as if the upcoming lesson was the main focus. But before that, I must introduce you to this fallen saintess. She put away the ruler in her hand and asked Gu Yuan, you should know that this world has multiple dimensions, right? I know, Gu Yuan nodded. After the world was invaded by the game, it became one of the dimensions in the multiverse. The world Gu Yuan inhabited was referred to as the main dimension, while other dimensions were labeled otherworldly dimensions. For humans, the beings in otherworldly dimensions are like native NPCs in online games. They each have their grand histories and ancient civilizations. When Yarbena mentioned multiple dimensions, it indicated that the fallen saintess was a human from an otherworldly dimension. The existence of the fallen saintess predates even me. She was one of the first missionaries of the Holy Light. Yarbena walked to the window, gazing at the myriad lights of Linyuan City, her voice growing somber and ethereal. The core of the Holy Light's doctrine is redemption. Only by dispelling darkness and alleviating suffering can the divine authority of the Holy Light be manifested and strengthened. That woman firmly believed in this, and her lifelong aspiration was to make the God of Holy Light the supreme ruler. At first, she traveled the world healing the sick and driving away demons. But soon she discovered a problem. Yuan raised an eyebrow. What problem? People are not grateful for the Holy Light. Yarbena spread her hands. Her tone, laced with mockery. Warriors will rush back to the battlefield to continue killing as soon as their wounds heal. Farmers will dive into taverns to indulge in drinking as soon as they recover from illness. The Holy Light is only praised when people are in need. When faith becomes a tool, divine authority falls into long-term decline, even collapse. Hearing this, Yuan vaguely guessed the subsequent developments. If a hospital wanted to grow and thrive, it could only seek more patients. Aside from that, there was another method, creating patients. So the faith of the fallen saintess became twisted, and she began to turn to darkness. Yes. Yarbena nodded, her eyes filled with apprehension. She believed the growth of divine authority had hit a bottleneck because the suffering was not severe enough. Thus she decided to lend the gods a hand. If there is no suffering, then she would create suffering. She began to spread plagues and instigate wars, and when people were mired in suffering, she would descend in the guise of a savior wielding the Holy Light to heal and save, harvesting faith. Hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but ask, will the gods tolerate her actions? The gods in this world are not mere clay idols. They truly exist and have the ability to influence the world. How could the Holy Light, which saves the suffering, tolerate a believer who wreaks havoc on the world? Because she harmed many people, but she also saved many. Indeed, Yarbena rarely smiled bitterly and shook her head. Under her influence, more and more people believed in the Holy Light, and the number of clerics increased. Well, she has a bug. What happened next? Yuan asked eagerly. He was more curious about how strong the fallen saintess was to make Yarbena, this demon, so apprehensive. Yarbena took a deep breath, as if the following content was something she didn't want to recall. In her continuous acts of saving the suffering, she gained a hint of divinity, and her power surged. This led her to cast her gaze towards the abyss. She wasn't trying to spread the gospel, was she? Yuan was taken aback. Exactly. Yarbena smiled wryly. She single-handedly charged into the abyss, capturing demons not to kill them, but to redeem them. She burned the demons' skin with holy light, tore apart their souls with divine magic, all while inflicting extreme torture and reciting the scriptures of redemption. She wanted the demons to beg for the forgiveness of the Holy Light amid their utmost pain and humiliation. As she spoke, Yarbena instinctively hugged her arms, as if feeling a chill. During that time, even the most irritable fire demons praised the Holy Light. Our demon race was stripped of the flower of desire and donned nun's garments. Stripped of the flower of desire. Was that a euphemism for sterilization? Yuan suddenly laughed, unable to hold it in. Sterilizing demons. Even the evil gods couldn't come up with such a torture. No wonder Yarbena would say she was evil. For demons, the actions of this fallen saintess were simply too. At the same time, this also indicated that her combat strength was extraordinarily high. Yuan's momentary laughter was also caught by Yarbena. What are you laughing at during class? Tap tap. The ruler in Yarbena's hand lightly struck the table twice, clearly feeling offended. It's nothing. Yuan suppressed his laughter and sat up straight. I was just relieved that your flower of desire is still intact. Yarbena. In the villa inside the study. Yuan suppressed the corners of his mouth, holding back a smile. A hint of a blush appeared on Yarbena's stunning face. The ruler in her hand was poised to strike, but ultimately just lightly landed on Yuan's shoulder. Pay attention. Yarbena playfully scolded as she sat back at the edge of the desk. Where were we just now? We were discussing the praise of the flame demon towards the Holy Light teacher. Yuan reminded, choosing not to mention the matter of the succubus. Yarbena nodded and continued, the actions of that madwoman ultimately led to a backlash. Her harvested faith was so enormous that it generated a trace of divinity, which made the deities uneasy. Yarbena pointed at the ceiling. Thus the god of Holy Light intervened. The angels crafted the black coffin of redemption, sealing her in endless darkness, buried in the abyss. After listening, Yuan remained silent for a long time. This plot wasn't new, it had been repeated in both history and reality. When the birds are gone, the fine bows are hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. Yuan sighed. Why did the god of holy light only take action after the fallen saintess gained divinity? Where was he all along? Everyone sees through it, but chooses not to speak. Urbana nodded, her expression becoming serious. Boss, I must remind you again, your contract is reciprocal. Are you sure you can meet that madwoman's demands? If she wants you to spread suffering with her serving the holy light with a twisted will, can you do it? Serving the holy light. Then I, the Abyss Walker, would be mocked. Yuan replied. He already had an answer to Urbana's concern. The fallen saintess would never let herself serve the holy light. Her contract formula required the sacrifice of a holy light practitioner. This meant she had abandoned the holy light, even harboring hatred for it. Urbana's speculation was unlikely to come true. Of course, it still needed to be confirmed. Yuan walked up to Urbana, looking directly into her purple demonic eyes. Tell me her true name. If I can't afford to pay her, I won't recruit her. I hope the power of the dragon language can. Urbana gazed deeply at Yuan, saying nothing more, only extending her slender finger to trace a few golden characters in the air. This was the true name of the fallen saintess translated into dragon language characters. Yuan took a deep breath, channeling his magical power to gather at his throat, and pronounced the name following the phonetic rules of the dragon language. Na duo su sa. And G li si. Boom. At the moment the last syllable was uttered, a sensation like an electric current pierced through Yuan's soul. If it weren't for the power of rules contained within the dragon language, Yuan had no doubt that his soul would have been torn apart by this force. Suddenly a hoarse, weary female voice echoed directly in his mind. I am here. In the next moment, bang, to study the lights, Urbana. Everything shattered like a mirror. Surroundings plunged into boundless darkness. Yuan once again entered the black coffin of redemption. In less than a meter in front of him, the fallen saintess bound in iron chains was quietly hovering. Her nun's robe was already tattered, exposing large areas of pale skin. If it weren't for the thick iron chains binding her, her voluptuous form would be nearly undraped. Her eyes were still covered by black silk, but Yuan's gaze pierced through that obstruction, revealing a pair of stunning blue eyes. In her young adulthood, she walked through the flames of war, the faith in her eyes burning like a flame. After achieving fame and success, she was crowned as a saint. In her young adulthood, she walked through the flames of war, the faith in her eyes burning like a flame. After achieving fame and success, she was crowned as a saint, yet what filled her eyes was boundless confusion. After the war ended, humanity worshipped heroes and valued power, but did not express gratitude to the holy light. The only lesson they learned from suffering was never learn a lesson. She questioned the holy light. Was suffering not enough? Yes, this was the response of the holy light. In that moment, the confusion in her eyes faded and her firm faith twisted into a fanatical obsession. She began inciting wars, spreading plagues merely to make people realize the weight of suffering and the value of redemption. From the mortal realm to the underworld, from the underworld to hell. She spread suffering across various planes and proclaimed the gospel of the holy light to countless worlds. Ultimately, she welcomed the response of the deities. The holy light surged not to reward, but to bring calamity. The angels, citing her sins of corruption, constructed the black coffin of redemption, sealing her in the abyss. In that moment, the fervor in the fallen saintess' eyes transformed into confusion, sorrow, and the anger of betrayal. As expected, I was made the scapegoat. Having witnessed the fallen saintess' life, Yuan roughly understood the truth and confirmed his suspicions. What led the fallen saintess into darkness was indeed the holy light. You saw everything. And eyes suddenly spoke, locking eyes with Yuan through the entangled black satin. I saw it all. From beginning to end, Yuan replied calmly. The end. And eyes softly repeated the words, slowly shaking her head. No, this is not the end. Clash. And eyes tugged at the heavy chains and suddenly drew close to Yuan. Her pale face almost touched Yuan's nose. The holy light accepted my fervent faith, but branded me with the name of corruption. And Li's voice was low and her blue eyes beneath the black armor ignited with black flames. In response, the only thing I can do is to truly embrace corruption. This is my revenge. And Li spoke calmly, yet Yuan could sense the raging fury contained within. And the best way to take revenge on the deities is... She paused, her smile turning incredibly bewitching, brimming with fallen beauty. To profane. To profane his purity, to profane his sanctity, to profane his powerlessness. After saying this, she spread her arms, moving her voluptuous body that bore heavy chains toward Yuan. Profaning begins with serving the abyss. And Li's delicate body was soft when the moment she embraced Yuan, an immense power was unleashed. That power was cold and compassionate like the tide of suffering. Ding. And GLIs has granted you power. The Black Coffin of Redemption has become a permanent skill. Unlocking second form asceticism. Asceticism forcibly entrapped the target in the space of the Black Coffin, allowing them to experience the suffering that in GLIs once redeemed, suffering immense psychological trauma. In addition to self-preservation now, I also have control and psychological damage. Yuan was taken aback, combining control damage and invincibility. Wasn't this a divine skill? Moreover, it had detached from equipment, becoming a skill of his own. Is this the divine power of GLIs? Yuan couldn't help but think. Bana had once said that GLIs comprehended a trace of divinity in the process of redeeming suffering. Divinity as a power of concept. At this moment, the power that Yuan sensed carried an abstract feeling reminiscent of a concept. That was the eternally existing suffering. The sea of suffering is boundless, and even the deities find it hard to cross. At that moment, GLIs released Yuan, her body slowly retreating, allowing the chains to bind her once again. Only you. Her hands clasped in prayer once more, and with a face full of reverence, she pleaded, "Abyss Walker, can you redeem me?" At this moment, Yuan could no longer afford to respond. Contract formula completed. Sacrifice a holy light practitioner, living X1. Can contract fallen saintus and GLIs. As the complete formula emerged, the necessary array diagram and sacrificial incantation to contract in GLIs flooded into Yuan's mind like a tide. Under the intense information shock, his mental capacity finally reached its limit. Buzz, his vision darkened, and Yuan's consciousness gradually became blurred. In the final moment before losing consciousness, he heard GLI's warning. Be careful of the holy light no matter what. The Emperor's the skill of the orange equipment necklace has been modified. It only awakened its controllability now, which is also to make the plot smoother. It had awakened before, but was never used. Please forgive me, Father Emperors. Boss. The urgent call pulled Yuan back from the depths of darkness. In the moment his consciousness returned to his body, he sensed a heartwarming fragrance. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on the thick carpet of the study, his head not resting on the floor, but nestled within a soft gorge. Bana was kneeling on the ground, tightly holding his head, her always teasingly smiling beautiful face, now filled with panic and worry. You're finally awake. Seeing Yuan's eyes regain clarity, Bana let out a sigh of relief and anxiously said, just now you were convulsing all over. Your magic was in chaos, and your mental power was nearly depleted. For a moment I thought I was going to lose my job. Looking into her purple eyes filled with panic, Yuan's heart warmed. Such eager emotion could not be feigned. It seems that this demon queen cares about more than just their contract. I'm fine. Yuan did not get up, but adjusted into a more comfortable position, enjoying this rare moment of tenderness. I worried you. Who's worried about you? I'm worried that my desire flower won't grow. Bana huffed proudly, her fingers combing through Yuan's hair, dampened by cold sweat. The desire flower only recognizes one gardener. If you die, I would be rendered useless. Is that all? Yuan smiled slightly. He remembered that on the night the desire flower bloomed, Bana had called out, I love you all night long. Let's talk business. Bana noticed the smile in Yuan's eyes, and her cheeks flushed with an unusual redness. To cover her embarrassment, she forced the topic change. After you recited Angela's true name, what did you experience? Just now your mental power dropped, as if you were plummeting off a cliff. I saw the truth. Yuan looked at the ceiling, recalling the scenes within the Black Coffin. Angela's is not extremely evil. She is still contractable. She's not evil. Bana rolled her eyes. Even the evil gods would not think of subjecting a succubus to such a cruel punishment. I admit that, but in Angela's logic, she just wants the demons to learn properly. I thank her on behalf of the demons. Bana pouted, so what price do you need to pay to contract this? Let me make it clear, if you dare to serve the holy light, then our contract ends here. Rest assured the holy light cannot accommodate me. Yuan interrupted, looking out at the night outside the window, his voice slightly cold. Angela's condition is very simple. Sacrifice a holy practitioner. Sacrifice a holy practitioner. Bana was momentarily taken aback, a playful smile appearing on her face. It seems this fallen saintess is truly fallen. Since that's the case. She suddenly leaned closer to Yuan, mischief sparkling in her purple eyes. Boss, do you have someone suitable in mind? I think that holy little sister is quite nice. As she said this, she feigned a regretful sigh, tracing circles on Yuan's chest with her finger. But such a pure and lovely little sister, you wouldn't want to harm her, would you? Pure. Yuan sneered, climbing off Bana and sitting down at the desk, saying, I don't think. On the contrary, I think she has issues. Not bad, boss. Bana also stood up from the ground and walked to the desk, her face filled with admiration. "I thought you were already lost in the sound of brother from the green tea girl." Then she put away her playful expression and said seriously, "All the power of a holy practitioner comes from faith. The stronger the power, the more steadfast that faith. For a holy practitioner with steadfast faith, the existence of abyssal and undead types is like rotting flesh infested with maggots. As soon as they get close, they will feel physiological discomfort, triggering subconscious hostility." Saying this, Bena leaned closer to Yuan, twitching her delicate nose. "Especially you, the abyssal aura on you is so intense that it intoxicates me. As a holy practitioner, that little sister cannot possibly be unaware of it." But she not only didn't show disgust, but was also enthusiastic towards you, even praising the hell dog as well-behaved. Bena narrowed her eyes, her tone certain this behavior is a desecration of the holy light. Either she is a false believer without faith, or she is acting while suppressing her disgust for some purpose. "She did not call me brother." Yuan corrected her, but internally completely agreed with Bena's words. He had already had doubts when the hell dog had gone berserk. After going through Bena's reasoning, he became even more convinced of his suspicions. The holy light and the abyss are not merely conflicting attributes like fire and frost. Rather, it is a conflict of faith. This kind of conflict has no possibility of reconciliation. Thus, holy practitioners who do not reject the abyss are nearly non-existent. What exactly does she want? Yuan frowned slightly, pulling out his phone from his pocket and unlocking the screen. He was sure that Yanxi had ulterior motives regarding him and wanted to check on her background. Yanxi, entering the Winter Guild, indicated her remarkably outstanding performance during the trials. A talent like that would surely be reported by local news media. Yuan entered several keywords into the search box. Linyuan City newcomer Yanxi. Soon a plethora of entries popped up. Ranking first was a genius feature created by a local media outlet, "The Holy Lotus Blooming in Linyuan Yanxi." Yuan clicked on the link. What came into view was a photo of Yanxi during her awakening ceremony. In the photo, she was wearing a school uniform, her hands clasped in prayer, bathed in golden, holy light, looking extraordinarily pure. The accompanying text was filled with praise. Yanxi, originally from Jiang City, transferred to Linyuan 5th Vocational Academy because her brother, Yi Jingchuan, works at the Winter Guild. Awakened profession, holy word, priest rare. Evaluation, she is like a snow lotus growing on a frozen plain, possessing not only astonishing talent, but also a heart as kind as gold. During her time at school, she organized numerous volunteer activities, providing free treatment for the injured in the impoverished districts. Teachers and classmates unanimously believe she is a chosen holy practitioner destined to enter the Holy Light Church. Yuan quickly skimmed through the page. The comments section below was overwhelmingly positive. "And she is truly an angel. I got injured while leveling in the wild, and I was saved by her. She is beautiful, kind-hearted, and strong. This is the goddess. Wow." Yuan closed the page, sighing. It seems she's a perfect person. From the information, Yanxi was a standard, flawless template of a saintess. There were no blemishes, no flaws. Just looking at these reports, how could one truly understand a person? Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Just like himself, clearly a murderous devil with 7 lives on his hands, yet he was hailed by the media as a suffering hero and once-in-a-century genius, right? "Boss, how long are you going to look at that green tea girl?" While Yuan was pondering, Bena's dissatisfied voice came through, seemingly feeling neglected. She directly sat on the wide desk, her long legs crossed, her black stockings looking particularly alluring against her high heels. Slap. She extended her foot clad in black stockings, gently pressing it against Yuan's abdomen, her toes sliding up along the muscle lines, bringing a wave of tingling sensation. "In just one night you mastered the pronunciation of dragon language." Yuan's learning ability pleased the teacher greatly. Bena adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and flashed a smile that could enchant the world. "So, the teacher has decided to reward you. What reward does the teacher have for me?" Looking at the charming demon queen before him, Yuan took a deep breath, allowing her foot to play as it wished. After a whole night of mental strain, it was indeed time to relax. Thinking this, Yuan was about to put down his phone and accept the teacher's reward. But just as he was about to lower his phone, a news notification at the bottom of the screen caught his attention. It was a missing person announcement in the local section. Lin Morwen, 18 years old, missing 5 days ago. Identity, student of Linyuan City 5th Vocational Academy. Before going missing, she had just awakened a rare profession, undead mage. In the study, Yuan sat in a chair facing the enchanting Bena, who was sitting at the desk. The demon queen's delicate foot had already lifted his clothing, gently caressing the clearly defined muscles of his abdomen through the stockings. However, a news alert popped up on his phone, which dampened Gu Yuan's mood for enjoying the foot massage. The screen displayed a missing person notice published 3 days ago, the day before the newcomer trial began. Searching for Lin Moran, male, 18 years old, a third-year student at the 5th Vocational College of Yuan City. Awakening profession necromancer rare. Missing description: the student went out alone to level up in the wild on the eve of the newcomer trial and has not returned. If you have any clues, please contact. Below the text information was an attached photo. The boy in the photo was thin with a gloomy expression. He wore a drab gray robe, the kind that could easily get lost in a crowd. Gu Yuan was not focused on the boy's appearance, but rather on his information. The 5th Vocational College of Yuan City. This was precisely the school where Yi Anshi studied. Moreover, the missing person's profession was necromancer. In this world, necromancers like abyss walkers belong to the dark class professions, the ones most despised by the holy light practitioners. A necromancer student from the same school as Yi Anshi suddenly going missing on the eve of the trial. This seemed intriguing. What's wrong? Yubena noticed the change in Gu Yuan's mood and paused her foot massage. It's a bit intriguing. Gu Yuan stared at the phone screen, a glimmer of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Yubena, do you think that holy practitioners also have the ability to sacrifice others to enhance their own? Yubena crossed her arms and remained silent for a moment before nodding. Indeed, there are such rituals, but they don't call it sacrifice. They call it purification. Specifically targeting us demons and undead. Then it all makes sense. Saying this, he flipped the phone and showed the missing person notice to Yubena. She leaned slightly towards the phone and after a moment of silence raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean?" "That's right." Gu Yuan threw the phone onto the desk, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Although there was no evidence, he had a strong intuition. The missing necromancer was undoubtedly related to that beautiful and kind-hearted Yi Anshi. Some professions are naturally adversarial. If Yi Anshi ignored him or even showed disdain and hostility, Gu Yuan would find it normal. But if she were enthusiastic towards him, it definitely wouldn't be because of his handsome looks. Rather, did she see him as prey? Could it be that, like me, she can gain power by sacrificing abyssal and necromancer practitioners? That possibility is not non-existent. Gu Yuan hadn't considered this angle before, because having used abyssal gaze on Yi Anshi, there seemed to be no special abilities similar to the abyssal contract from the skill description. But he had overlooked it. A practitioner's abilities are not limited to skills, equipment, items, even hidden tasks. These things could not be seen through abyssal gaze. With this thought, Gu Yuan's gaze turned cold, directly identifying Yi Anshi as the hunter. This was not a case of him having paranoia, it was because he had once been a hunter himself. Recalling 3 days ago, had he not also performed a show while pinching his nose to trick Su Qingxing and Zhou Bo into the grove? If those fools had thought a little more and asked themselves one more, why they wouldn't have failed to notice their own Yi Anshi's abnormalities were already very apparent. If one still stubbornly believed she was just enthusiastic, friendly, and kind, then dying at her hands would be well-deserved. Boss your eyes right now. Yubena looked at the deep in thought Gu Yuan. A hint of obsession appearing on her stunning face are scarier than a demon. But I like it. Just from a few clues I can see the other party's issues. As she continued to circle Gu Yuan's abdomen with her delicate foot, she added, "Your depth is indeed impressive." Test passed. Test. Gu Yuan looked up. Yes, test. Yubena raised an eyebrow and crossed her legs. No need to guess anymore. That little holy light girl felt a killing intent the moment she saw you. How can you be so sure? Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback. When he first saw Yi Anshi, Yubena was still in the abyss. Even if she could pay attention to him across dimensions, how could she sense Yi Anshi's killing intent? After all, he was only a few steps away from Yi Anshi at the closest, and he hadn't sensed any abnormal emotions from her. You don't understand, do you? Yubena smiled proudly, seemingly seeing through Gu Yuan's confusion, and explained, after the contract was established, you and I have a link on a mental level. This link won't be severed even across dimensions. You sensed Yi Anshi's killing intent through this link? Gu Yuan asked. Yes. Yubena affirmed, I am a royal succubus, extremely sensitive to the scent of desire. Moreover, I can also smell that Miss Lan from the Lan family has protective and possessive feelings towards you. At this point, she didn't forget to tease Gu Yuan, hey, you truly are fortunate. Yet at this moment, Gu Yuan had no thoughts about Lan Ruado. His mind was filled with Yi Anshi's innocent and radiant smile. She had bestowed him with buffs. She thanked him for saving her. She comforted him, saying he was human, not a demon. This series of gestures could easily ensnare someone a bit more naive. For example, that missing necromancer. Perhaps he thought it was love before he died, capable of overcoming the conflict of beliefs. Hiss. Women are truly terrifying. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, feeling a bit frightened. This truly echoed the saying. An adept hunter always appears in the guise of prey. However, that's just fine. Gu Yuan quickly calmed down. He too appeared as prey before the hunter, and there was ample room for maneuvering. From now on they would both be hunters, and whoever lost would be the prey. Women are terrifying. As Gu Yuan was lost in thought, Yubena suddenly lifted her leg using her toes to tilt Gu Yuan's chin, smiling seductively. Do you find me scary? You are also scary. Gu Yuan replied with a playful grin, scarily flirtatious. The term flirtatious here carried two meanings. One was the literal meaning. The other referred to the fact that this demon queen was truly flirtatious. Discovering that someone harbored killing intent towards her, she didn't inform him immediately, but thought of testing him instead. Testing. In Gu Yuan's view, she simply wanted to watch his embarrassment. For instance, when he found out he had been deceived and fell into a predicament, she would then jump out to reveal the truth and mock him for being foolish. This is what demons are like. Such a pain. It was unclear which layer of meaning Yubena understood, but she burst into laughter, laughing so hard that her body trembled and the fruit swayed. Only when Gu Yuan felt his entire body heating up and his heart racing did she stop laughing, her face filled with infatuation. All right, let's talk about the boring stuff tomorrow. Now, it's time for the teacher's reward. In the dark and damp underground labyrinth, the air is filled with the acrid stench of decaying moss. This is the level 18 secret realm controlled by the Winter Guild, the Warg's Dungeon. A pitch-black stone coffin stands silently in the center of the dungeon. Ominous black mist flows over the surface of the coffin, making the already dark dungeon appear even more eerie. A shrill scream echoes from within the stone coffin, accompanied by the grating sound of claws scraping against the coffin walls. It seems as though someone is enduring cruel torture inside the dark coffin. Boom. 3 seconds later, the black coffin shatters into countless black motes that dissipate. A warg chief clad in tattered leather armor emerges from within and heavily kneels on the ground. Its eyes are blood-red, drool dripping from its mouth as it wildly swings a meteor hammer in the air, completely lost in madness. Is it still conscious? Gu Yuan is being pulled into the air by a small demon, his expression one of astonishment. The control mentality of the redemption coffin can inflict immense psychological trauma on its target. The monsters encountered before, once locked inside the black coffin, would emerge as vegetables. Yet this warg chief can still move and has awareness. No wonder it's a boss. It seems the lethality of the black coffin weakens with the level difference. Gu Yuan thought to himself, then swiftly ordered the hellhounds beside him devour it. Roar! 3 hellhounds, eager for their meal, pounced upon the frenzied boss, tearing it apart in mere seconds, each carrying away a piece to feast on. Hellhounds killed the warg chief, level 18 experience, 3,620. Would you like to generate a sacrificial gem? Congratulations, your level has increased to level 9. Gained 10 free attribute points. Learn the professional skill Abyss Devour Beginner. Golden light enveloped him, dispelling the chill of the dungeon. Gu Yuan allocated his attribute points as 1135, Strength 17, Agility 17, Constitution 31, Spirit 55. He then checked the introduction of his new skill. Abyss Devour Beginner. By devouring sacrificial gems, you can gain a 10 enhancement to the highest attribute of the sacrificial offering for 10 minutes. Note effects of similar gems do not stack. Daily devouring limit 10 times. Another divine skill. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. The original functionality of sacrificial gems is already quite strong. Besides serving as a summoning medium, they can also be used as recovery potions. With the new skill, they've gained the added function of enhancement potions. Take the warg chief before him as an example. Its primary attribute is agility, reaching a staggering 140 points. 10% of that is 14 points. Added to Gu Yuan, that translates to an increase of nearly 100, which would make him comparable to if he devoured the sacrificial gem from the frost golem earlier. He would gain a 10th of its constitution, which would be an additional 18 points. Coupled with Gu Yuan's already enhanced constitution, this would grant him the toughness of a tank. With this skill, Gu Yuan can transform from a frail mage into a warrior in an instant. This greatly enhances his tactical options in battle and increases his margin for error at critical moments. The number of demons is still a bit low. Gu Yuan closed the panel, glancing at the mess around him while contemplating his next plan. After confirming that Yanshi harbored ill intentions towards him, he did not rush to take action. Yanshi is a support, as she poses little threat to Gu Yuan. However, behind her stands a level 30 Holy Lance Knight, Yi Jingchuan. Against a combatant of that level, Gu Yuan does not yet have complete confidence that he can prevail. I need to reach at least level 10 before taking any action. Level 10 marks a transformative point for Abyss Walkers. According to profession information, every 10 levels he advances, the upper limit of demons he can contract increases 5-fold. Upon reaching level 10, the number of minor demons will expand from 6 to 30, the hellhounds will increase to 30, and he can summon 5 hell puppets simultaneously. With 5 hell puppets descending simultaneously reminiscent of the 5-fold heavens crushing star, Gu Yuan questions, Yi Jingchuan, can he withstand it? Continue leveling up. Gu Yuan glanced at his experience bar. His monster farming efficiency is already high. This dungeon yields exceptionally rich experience. Just a couple more runs, and he will reach level 10. With that thought, he exited the secret realm, arriving at the dungeon entrance waiting for the secret realm cooldown to reset. Gu Yuan took out his phone, intending to browse some short videos for leisure. At that moment his phone vibrated as Lan Ruodong sent a message. Come to the training ground, there's a benefit. Gu Yuan's eyes brightened. If the wealthy Lan Ruodong refers to it as a benefit, it must be something substantial. Moreover, she used an exclamation mark. This implies that if he misses out, there will be no second chance. Leveling up can wait. Gu Yuan decisively concluded. The secret realm isn't going anywhere. However, some opportunities may be lost if he arrives late. 10 minutes later, Gu Yuan arrived at the Winter Guild's training ground. The spacious circular plaza had a scattering of people gathered. The majority were new combatants dressed in novice uniforms, approximately 50 in total. In recent days, newcomers have been reporting in one after another. Of course, this is just the first batch. Those coming from further away may take another 2 to 3 days to arrive. Apart from the new members, several seasoned members could be seen maintaining order, indicating that something significant was about to happen. At that moment, a group had already gathered around the training platform, elevated 2 meters above the ground. Gu Yuan reached the outskirts of the crowd, and without needing to push forward, spotted Lan Yuding standing on the platform. Today, the young master of the guild was not in his regular attire, but in full military gear, appearing quite imposing. Beside him, Lan Ruodong was scanning the crowd anxiously. Upon noticing Gu Yuan's arrival, she finally relaxed and smiled faintly. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the other side of the crowd. The Yi siblings were standing there. Yi Jingchuan was clad in golden armor, arms crossed, his expression proud. Yi Anshi stood obediently beside him, still wearing that harmless-looking demeanor. When she spotted Gu Yuan, her eyes brightened slightly, and she revealed a sweet smile. Laughing at your mother. Gu Yuan secretly cursed. How could he not see the malicious intentions hidden behind that innocent smile? However, to avoid alarming the snake, he still smiled and nodded in return, expressing a friendly attitude. Is everyone here? Lan Yuding seemed to be waiting for Gu Yuan. Upon his arrival, he revealed a smile and spoke loudly. The reason for gathering everyone is that we discovered a hidden secret realm deep within the twisted jungle. As soon as this was said, a commotion broke out in the crowd. A newly discovered hidden secret realm. This is a major opportunity. There must be first clear rewards. Moreover, situations where a secret realm is nested within another secret realm are particularly rare. The rewards will definitely be bountiful. But isn't the Twisted Jungle a level 31 inner secret realm? While there are no restrictions on the minimum level, we newcomers can't handle it, can we? Quiet. Lan Yuding raised his hand to suppress the murmurs and continued. While the Twisted Jungle is indeed a level 30 inner secret realm, that hidden secret realm is a level 10 inner secret realm. Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback, inwardly lamenting that he was fortunate not to have reached level 10. A level 10 inner secret realm means that only practitioners below level 10 can enter. I almost missed it, Gu Yuan sighed. Awesome. Just joined the guild and already encountered an opportunity. It's practically tailored for us. Upon learning they could enter the hidden secret realm, the newcomers became excited. Generally speaking, hidden secret realms offer first clear rewards. These rewards could be equipment items or even achievements. Regardless of the type, the quality will be high, and it could even be something unique. Such opportunities are truly rare and hard to come by. That's right, this is an opportunity. Lan Yuding nodded with a smile from the training platform. The guild has decided to organize an exploration mission. All output will be bought back by the guild at a high price, and the first clear rewards will be kept by you all. However, Lan Yuding continued, only 3 squads of 5 can enter the Twisted Jungle at the same time. For safety reasons, someone needs to escort you to the entrance of the hidden secret realm. In other words, there are only 12 spots available to enter the hidden secret realm. Upon hearing this, the previously joyous atmosphere instantly turned tense. There are over 50 newcomers present, but only 12 spots. So who will be among those 12? Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with a sense of competition. They all guessed that there would surely be a contest ahead. Otherwise, why would Lan Yuding announce this matter on the training platform? It seems that to enter that hidden secret realm, one must rely on their own abilities. Beneath the martial arts stage, the newcomers were all eager and ready for action. The corporate culture of the Winter Guild is to let strength speak for itself. Lan Yuding dared to mention these things, indicating that there was no predetermined list. Everyone present has the chance to enter that hidden secret realm, but they must undergo a fair competition. As the newcomer's spirits soared, Lan Yuding spoke again. No one knows what lies within the hidden secret realm, which means there is significant risk involved in this journey. We are not afraid of risks. Someone in the crowd shouted. Exactly. If you're afraid of dying, what are you doing as a combatant? Let's go for it. If we can get the first completion reward, we'll soar to great heights. Young Master Lan, you just need to tell us how to qualify for entry. Faced with this rare opportunity, the newcomers were somewhat intoxicated, putting life and death aside. Very well. Lan Yuding nodded, producing a list and shaking it, saying this is a candidate list drafted based on the trial results of newcomers from various regions. Those whose names I read come up to the stage. Huh, there's a list. Then why call everyone here? Upon hearing that there was a list, the crowd immediately erupted in boos. After all this time, is there still a predetermined list? Isn't this just playing with people? The newcomers all showed expressions of disappointment, and some even turned to leave the martial arts arena. However, Lan Yuding paid no mind to this, and began calling names from the list: Gu Yuan, Lan Ruodong, Zhang, Jiahao Yianshi. Soon 12 names were read aloud. On the martial arts stage, 12 figures of varying heights and builds appeared. They were all top 10 from their respective testing areas, even the champions. Especially Gu Yuan. Even among the champions, his results were dramatically superior. Do any of you 12 not wish to go? Lan Yuding retracted the list and asked those on stage. No one spoke. Who would pass up such a heavenly opportunity? Good. Lan Yuding nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the newcomers whose names were not mentioned, a playful smile forming at the corner of his mouth. The trial results of these individuals are better than yours, so it's understandable to select them. However, I'm giving you a chance. If you believe you are stronger than them, you can challenge them now. If you win, you can take their spot and claim their entry. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere beneath the martial arts stage was instantly ignited. The eliminated newcomers' eyes glowed with excitement. Many times the trial results of newcomers represent little. Poor performance, unsuitable profession for solo play, being countered by monsters. These factors could all impact the results. Change the environment, and those in the top 10 might not necessarily be stronger than those in the top 100. Moreover, the reward is the qualification to enter the hidden secret realm. If they don't fight for it, what does it mean to be young? A stream of fiery gazes shot towards the martial arts stage. The eyes of the challengers scanned back and forth over the 12 individuals, quickly locking onto their respective targets. Except for Lan Ruodong. The other 11 were all marked, including Gu Yuan. At this moment, his abyssal gaze had already activated. Surprisingly, there were no less than 5 people wanting to challenge him. Gu Yuan was indeed somewhat surprised. Didn't you see the footage of my trial? It was so obvious, and you still want to challenge me. Could it be that you are all pure masochists wanting to challenge me just to experience the whip of the Demon Queen? Well, are you here for the reward? Gu Yuan clenched his fist secretly. He would not easily give up this opportunity to enter the hidden secret realm. Whoever dares to step up later will experience what true suffering is. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the crowd. I'll challenge first. This was a tall, slender youth with white hair and golden eyes. He was a young man carrying 2 long swords, dressed in a suit of leather armor, inscribed with magical runes, his gaze sharp as an eagle. I am Xiaoji, profession Demon Hunter. Upon hearing the words Demon Hunter, the crowd erupted in excitement. This is a very special and rare profession. 1 iron sword for killing, 1 silver sword for slaying demons, with extremely strong, close combat capabilities. Moreover, the silver sword has damage bonuses against demons and undead. In addition, its strongest ability is a skill with various countermagic spells. It can be said that the Demon Hunter is a natural nemesis of mage-type professions. Even among newcomers, Lan Ruodong would be at an absolute disadvantage against him. However, Xiaoji's gaze never turned to Lan Ruodong. He walked to the front of the stage, pointing at Gu Yuan, who stood on the far left of the group. I want to challenge you, Gu Yuan. Upon hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. What the heck? He's really going for it. Someone exclaimed, covering their face. A Demon Hunter against a summoner. This is a natural counter. The newcomers present were all top students from various academies. With their understanding of the professions, how could they not guess Xiaoji's intentions? Although Gu Yuan was strong, he relied on his summoned creatures. As long as the Demon Hunter disabled his skills, Gu Yuan would be rendered useless. Moreover, Gu Yuan was currently at the height of his fame. Defeating him would make Xiaoji instantly famous, directly stepping up on the back of the champion among champions. Damn, he really hit the jackpot. This isn't exactly fair. If Kenny plays this way, that's really unfilial. The newcomers below jokingly condemned the demon hunter. Even Xiaoyuoji felt a bit embarrassed realizing that his thoughts had been guessed. Although the demons are strong, Gu Yuan himself isn't. As long as he initiated the attack, first activating the demon suppression field before Gu Yuan could summon his demons, then getting in close quickly, Gu Yuan would surely kneel. The rules of unknown battles require simultaneous initiation. He cannot summon demons in advance. I'm just utilizing the rules, Xiaoyuoji thought to himself. For him, challenging Gu Yuan was a no-risk venture. Winning would bring both fame and fortune. If he lost, he would just be ridiculed. Gu Yuan, do you dare to accept? Xiaoyuoji provocatively looked at Gu Yuan. Lan Ruodong, standing beside Gu Yuan, frowned and asked Lan Yuding, can Gu Yuan as a summoner summon in advance before the battle starts? Lan Yuding's face twitched awkwardly as he looked at Gu Yuan and said, according to the rules of unknown battles, both sides must initiate at the same time, otherwise certain professions would be invincible in duels. It's fine. Gu Yuan shrugged, looking at the demon hunter. This brother has bad luck. If it had been yesterday, he might have actually caught him off guard. But now, Gu Yuan counted the sacrificial gems in his inventory: Frost Golem, Ward Captain, Goblin Captain. With these 3 gems, his constitution and agility were even higher than that of a warrior, coupled with his combat skills, which had always ranked first in exams. Not to mention that he could at least drag out the battle until the demon hunter's suppression skill ended. Come up. Gu Yuan stepped forward to the center of the martial arts arena. He didn't even take out his staff, casually moving his wrist. This relaxed demeanor offended Xiaoyuoji completely, erasing any sense of guilt within him. You will pay for your arrogance. Xiaoyuoji snorted coldly, crouching slightly and leaping onto the martial arts stage. The other 11 stepped down for the time being, and the 2 combatants took their positions. Lan Yuding, acting as the referee, raised his hand. Prepare. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaoyuoji made a strange hand gesture. Demon suppression field disables all skills within a certain range for 10 seconds. The skill was in a charging state, ready to trigger instantly as soon as Lan Yuding shouted start. In contrast, while Xiaoyuoji was preparing his skill, Gu Yuan made no other movements. In Xiaoyuoji's eyes, Gu Yuan had already lost half the battle. The atmosphere on the training platform was tense. Xiaoyuoji's gaze was firmly locked onto Gu Yuan's right hand. The dark red gem refracted an eerie gleam under the sunlight, resembling a scarlet eyeball. Is it a summoning medium? Xiaoyuoji tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, sweat seeping from his palm. He had a certain understanding of Gu Yuan and knew the strength of the succubi under his command. As long as the other party successfully summoned, he had no chance of winning. His only bet was to create a time difference. He was gambling. He was betting that Gu Yuan's summoning spell was not instantaneous. As long as he could disable his skills before he completed the summoning, then this summoner would be left isolated. Prepare. Lan Yuding stood between the 2, his raised right hand suddenly swinging down. Start. With a command, the battle began. Magic suppression field. Xiaoyuoji uttered a low chant, activating the skill he had long prepared. A gray ripple spread out rapidly from his center, instantly enveloping the entire training platform. The magic particles that had been active in the air seemed to freeze, turning eerily silent. At the same time, Gu Yuan also moved. He suddenly clenched his 5 fingers. Crack! The scarlet sacrificial gem shattered in his palm. But it was just shattered. The anticipated summoning array did not appear. Seeing this, Xiaoyuoji was overjoyed, thinking it worked. The gem broke, yet no demon appeared. This meant that Gu Yuan's spellcasting was forcibly interrupted by his magic suppression field, resulting in failure. Without the demon, what are you? Xiaoyuoji hesitated no longer, his leg muscles taut, and he charged forward like a cannonball. 10 meters. 5 meters. For a demon hunter focused on agility, this distance was merely the time for a breath. At this moment, a prompt appeared before Gu Yuan. Skill activated: Abyssal Devour, beginner target to devour sacrificial gem, Wolfman Centurion. Buff agility 14, a duration 10 minutes. A chill spread down his arm, instantly coursing through his entire body. Gu Yuan felt his body become twice as light, and Xiaoyuoji's movements seemed to slow down by half a beat in his eyes. This was the enhancement brought by the agility boost, improving reaction speed and bodily agility. Compared to himself at that moment, the agility-focused Xiaoyuoji was actually the slower one. Through Abyssal Gaze, Gu Yuan learned that Xiaoyuoji's agility attribute was 30 points. At this moment, his own agility was 1,714, 31 points. Although it was only 1 point higher, it evened out the speed gap with Xiaoyuoji enough for him to stall until the suppression period ended. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind rang out. Xiaoyuoji had already charged to Gu Yuan's front. He raised the iron sword high, his face filled with thieving delight saying, "Sorry, I simply can't miss this opportunity." The long sword swung down. Xiao Luojia twisted his wrist, deflecting the blade. He knew he was victorious by unfair means. If he injured him again, he would truly have no way to survive afterward. Thus, he merely tapped the sword against Gu Yuan's shoulder, intending to stop there. At this moment, the audience shook their heads in disbelief. A mage being attacked up close by melee combat was already half defeated, and crucially, he couldn't use skills. This left him with no choice but to either admit defeat or beg for mercy. Just as everyone thought Xiao Luojia would successfully steal victory, Gu Yuan made a move. He slightly turned his body and instantly sidestepped to the left. Whoosh! The iron sword riding the cold wind fell right next to Gu Yuan's black robe, striking at empty space. What? The smile on Xiao Luoji's face froze. You predicted my attack. Xiao Luojia, refusing to believe it, flipped his wrist, and the long sword that was originally aimed down swept horizontally, directly targeting Gu Yuan's waist. This change in move was extremely quick. Perhaps the previous strike could be predicted, but now that he was in close range, even if he could predict it, he couldn't dodge. However, just as the long sword was about to sweep out, Gu Yuan lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and his whole body floated back 2 meters. The iron sword once again sliced through the air, not even grazing the hem of Gu Yuan's clothing. Hiss! The noisy training platform gradually quieted down. Everyone widened their eyes, recalling the illogical scene they had just witnessed. A mage relying solely on physical movement managed to evade 2 close combat attacks in a row. Was this really a mage? That movement quite ethereal. Why is Gu Yuan's movement so fast? His agility attribute isn't low. Gu Yuan must have leveled up a couple of days earlier, right? But even if he leveled up 2 or 3 levels, he should have focused on spirit. How could he have such high agility? Could it be that he is a non-mainstream agility build? The audience's discussions rose and fell, everyone trying to use their own understanding to explain this unreasonable scene. As the party involved, Xiao Luoji's perception was even more pronounced. Gu Yuan not only could predict his attacks, but his speed and body movement were no less than his own. His agility attribute was definitely not lower than his own. Do you play a non-mainstream build? Xiao Luojia gritted his teeth and asked Gu Yuan, with a normal build, even if you level up to 20, there's no way you could have this speed. Let's not worry about how I allocate my points. Gu Yuan adjusted his sleeves and said, your melee skills are lacking, your attacks are straightforward, your intentions are all written on your face. You still need practice. You? Xiao Luojia was embarrassed, and his face turned red from this remark. Being critiqued on his melee skills by a mage was indeed a bit humiliating. At that moment, Gu Yuan beckoned him with his finger, saying, hurry up, your magic suppression effect is about to end. I don't need you to remind me. Xiao Luojia retorted hurriedly, assuming his stance and charging towards Gu Yuan again. Clearly he knew his time was running out. This also led to his attacks becoming even more frantic. Your steps are shaky and your entire body is full of openings. Gu Yuan observed Xiao Luoji's movements and shook his head inwardly. This guy must have benefited from the profession to join the winter conference. Facing Xiao Luoji's sword strike again, he did not retreat, but instead raised his staff. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Gu Yuan flicked his wrist, and the staff accurately struck the blade of Xiao Luoji's long sword. A surge of clever force came through, making Xiao Luoji's hands tingle, and he nearly lost his sword, his entire balance thrown off. Opening. Gu Yuan sidestepped, sweeping his staff downwards, the curved head of the staff lightly hooking Xiao Luoji's ankle. Then, using the leverage, he lifted up. Whoa! Xiao Luojia exclaimed in surprise, and under the influence of inertia, he was sent crashing forward, landing heavily on the stone ground. Bang! A muffled thud, dust flying. Xiao Luojia was dazed from the fall, his silver sword flying out, lying on the ground with stars in his eyes. The audience was in an uproar. If the previous evasive maneuvers could still be explained as a boost in attributes, then this technique of using strength against strength was a clear display of skill superiority. No numerical values, all skill. This is what it truly means to be a genius. Indeed, just that one move of using strength against strength requires years of practice. Accurate predictions, agile movements, superb battle skills. He is truly wasting his potential as a summoner. Below the stage, Lan Ruodong looked at the tall figure on the stage, rarely offering a slight smile. Only she knew why Gu Yuan was so strong. He was not just a genius, but also a hard-working master. Training in the depths of winter, practicing in the heat of summer, enhancing physical fitness, honing battle skills. In the 3 years at the academy, Gu Yuan did nothing but train and study, unlike his peers who indulged in fun, leisure, and laziness. He was like a knight, constantly sharpening his sword for the impending battle. This kind of focus deeply attracted Lan Ruodong. She had seen too many geniuses, but few possessed both high talent and an exceptionally diligent nature like Gu Yuan. With the talent of a strong person and the qualities of a strong person, such a person is truly worthy of me. Lan Ruodong murmured to herself, stealing a glance at Gu Yuan on the stage. At that moment, the once dormant magic particles on the arena became active again. Xia Luji's magic suppression field had expired. This meant that all the skills that had been restricted for Gu Yuan were now activated. At this moment, the outcome was decided. Xia Luojia had lost. However, come on, summon the succubus. I want to see. Someone shouted from below the stage, instantly stirring up waves of excitement. Succubus, 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 succubus. The boys below the stage waved their fists, chanting in unison. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, as if they were crazed fans calling for their idol's appearance. Seeing this scene, the girls all shook their heads in disdain, secretly cursing, all men are just big pigs. Lan Ruodong also twitched her mouth, looking at Gu Yuan with a hint of jealousy. The summoned creature was a succubus. This was the only flaw in Gu Yuan's eyes. Under the martial arts stage, the sounds surged like waves. Succubus, succubus, succubus. The synchronized chants resembled the cheers from a concert. Gu Yuan stood on the stage, his lips twitching slightly. What do these people think they are? Are they the succubus agents? Did you buy tickets just to shout here? Besides, Ye Urbaina's attack was neither light nor heavy. If she were to be released for battle, Xia Luojia would surely become a vegetable. With that thought, Gu Yuan looked down at Xia Luojia, who had just sat up from the ground. This guy had just taken a heavy fall and was now grimacing while rubbing his shoulder. Do you surrender? Gu Yuan asked, pointing his staff at Xia Luojia's chest, the abyssal dark energy at the tip poised but uncast. Surrender. Xia Luojia lowered his head, appearing quite ashamed. But the next second he suddenly raised his head and grinned. I refuse. You summon the succubus. Let her whip me. Gu Yuan was both infuriated and amused. He realized this brat had a bit of a perverse streak. Did he really think the succubus whip was a reward? With his mere 10 points of spirit, one lash would leave him soulless. Get down, get down. Before Gu Yuan could react, Lan Yuting walked over with a darkened face and kicked Xia Luojia up from the ground. Lan Yuting pointed at the audience and scolded, aren't you ashamed? You can't even beat a mage in close combat, and still want a reward. Get lost. Tonight practice the blade drawing technique 1,000 times. You won't eat until you finish. Xia Luojia grimaced from the kick, rubbing his rear as he hopped down from the martial arts stage, mumbling things like, got nothing out of it, and so embarrassing. After getting rid of this live treasure, Lan Yuting turned to Gu Yuan. The admiration in his eyes was unmasked, laced with a hint of inquiry. You didn't play with non-mainstream points, did you? Lan Yuting lowered his voice and said, you need a lot of spirit to control demons. You can't just add points randomly. As the heir of a top guild, he had seen much. For summoners, adding points to constitution and agility to ensure survival was indeed a method. But as the game progresses, the summoned creatures would multiply and grow stronger. Without sufficient spirit, maintaining the long-term existence of the summoned creatures would be impossible. Especially for Gu Yuan, his summoned creatures were abyssal monsters. No way. Gu Yuan shrugged, looking nonchalant. My skills are purely technical, not reliant on stats. This statement was half true, half false. He had skills and he had stats. But the attributes weren't gained by points, they were devoured instead. Lan Yuting stared at Gu Yuan for a while, nodding with some skepticism. Alright, as long as you know what you're doing. He patted Gu Yuan on the shoulder and then shouted towards the audience. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? The audience fell silent. The geniuses from all over were not fools. Even in a magic suppression state, Gu Yuan could take down warriors. If they couldn't limit him, wouldn't it just be embarrassing to step up? Unless he was willing to summon the succubus. Seeing no one stepping up, Lan Yuting said to Gu Yuan, you can go down and rest, the challenges will continue. Gu Yuan nodded and turned to walk down the martial arts stage. The moment he landed, the surrounding newcomers immediately surrounded him. Brother Yuan, that move looking back you did earlier was so cool. Can you take me down to the secret realm next time? I can be your accessory. Brother Yuan, add me as a friend. My grandpa is also from Jiangxing, so in the guild you'll be like my grandpa. Everyone called out, Brother Yuan, showering him with flattery and attempts to get close. Gu Yuan smiled and responded, feeling quite at ease. In a guild where power was paramount, strong individuals naturally became the focus of attention. He would have to get used to the days surrounded by flowers and flattery. However, amidst this enthusiastic atmosphere, Gu Yuan felt a hint of discordant chill. Deep abyss gaze was triggered if someone was staring at him from afar. Gu Yuan calmly turned his head, his peripheral vision cutting through the crowd, locking onto the source of that gaze. It was Yi Jingchuan. This Holy Gun Knight was standing with arms crossed looking at him from a distance. He seemed to lack the acting skills of his sister, as the hostility in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal when he looked at Yuan. A gaze intent on killing someone couldn't be hidden. This was also a normal reaction from a Holy Light practitioner towards an Abyssal practitioner. Yuan slightly raised his gaze, deliberately making eye contact. Yi Jingchuan's eyelids twitched, quickly retracting the hostility in his eyes. He forced a smile, putting on a facade of appreciation from a senior to a junior, and nodded at Yuan from a distance. That smile was as fake as a mask stuck to his face, his acting skills quite poor. Yuan smiled back. He politely nodded, as if responding to a friendly senior. The two exchanged glances, both smiling, but beneath those smiles lay sharpened knives. In the eyes of both, the other was prey. As for who could become the hunter, it would depend on whose knife was faster. Oh! Just then a sudden gasp interrupted Yuan's thoughts. The crowd stirred again, all eyes drawn to the martial arts stage. Yuan also turned to look. He saw a burly warrior crash heavily against the edge of the arena. His dual axes flew out of his hands, and there was a charred mark on his leather armor, his body twitching slightly, clearly having lost his combat ability. And opposite him was a girl in a pure white priest robe, looking panicked. It was Yuan. She had also been challenged. It made sense. As a support class, she usually had little combat power. Those vying for spots would naturally see her as an easy target. But the outcome was somewhat unexpected. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yuan hurried over to the warrior's side, squatting down and placing her hands on his charred chest, releasing gentle holy light. I got too nervous and hit a bit too hard. Are you okay? That helpless, pitiful look shattered the hearts of the boys in the audience. This girl is too kind. Clearly the other person challenged her, yet she feels so guilty for winning. That warrior deserved it. Or what skill is it to bully a healer? Seems like he kicked a steel plate. But speaking of which, what skill did she just use? I didn't see clearly. Was it a golden lightning? Too fast. That warrior was struck down as soon as he charged. Isn't she a healer? How can she be so fierce? The surrounding discussions reached Yuan's ears. He squinted his eyes, slightly staring at Yuan on the stage. He had already checked Yuan's 3 skills through deep abyss gaze. One was healing, one was a shield, and one was a speed boost. None of these contained damage skills. As expected, besides her professional skills, she has other abilities. Yuan mused inwardly. This girl indeed harbored secrets. Oh, this power, I haven't seen it in a long time. Just then the lazy voice of Yuan echoed in his mind. Clearly the bored Succubus Queen was watching everything from her palace, observing remotely. That is Judgment Divine Lightning, the demon-slaying sword of holy light. As she spoke, there was less teasing in Yuan's tone. Judgment Divine Lightning. Yuan asked inwardly, did you see through her true nature? If I'm not mistaken. Yuan sneered, this green tea girl is a dual-class practitioner. Dual class. Yuan's heart jolted. In this world 99.99999 of people only had one class. But there were a very few fortunate ones who could awaken dual classes. Dual birth class. Yuan took a deep breath. Had he encountered a destined female protagonist? But if she was a dual class practitioner, why hadn't his deep abyss gaze detected it? Could it be that the status of a dual birth class is above that of an abyss walker? Even I can't see a second profession. No, wait. A lightning bolt suddenly struck through Yuan's mind. Deep abyss gaze, besides warning, was also an observation skill. What it saw should be the state she currently presented. If Yuan had 2 professions, then she would have 2 states, which means... Yuan stared blankly at Yuan, rapidly contemplating. At this moment Yuan also raised her head. She seemed to sense Yuan's gaze and pretended to look over casually. Deep abyss gaze was triggered. Yuan retracted his gaze and flipped open Yuan's panel. The data panel twisted for a moment. The profession column, originally displaying Holy Word Priest, suddenly blurred and reformed. Name, Yuan Human. Level 8. Profession, Holy Arbiter. On the training platform, the priestess in a white dress radiated purity. While she healed the warrior's injuries, she glanced at Yuan with her peripheral vision. The gloom that shrouded her emerald eyes became almost imperceptible under the illumination of the holy light. But can it truly go unnoticed? When she gazed into the abyss was also gazing back at her. Yuan lowered his eyelids, looking at the panel that appeared before him. Name, Yuan Human. Level 8. Profession, Divine Arbiter. Strength 15. Agility 16. Constitution 24. Spirit 50. Judgment, Divine Thunder. The holy light grants you the power of judgment, allowing you to manipulate the sacred judgment thunder, inflicting additional faith-enhanced damage on dark-type targets. Judgment Binding, unleashing the majesty of holy light, transforming divine thunder into chains to bind up to 5 targets within the range, causing continuous damage for 30 seconds. Judgment Divine Examination. Every 5 levels you may undertake an Inquisition judgment task, purifying a wise being of a dark-type profession that is close to your own level. Upon completion, you will receive a meritorious sacred object, the quality of which is determined by the strength of the target's profession. Note the target heretic's level difference cannot exceed 10. I see, Yuan thought, pulling back his gaze, his heart filled with a chilling sense. Just looking at the Judgment Divine Examination skill makes the truth clear. Every 5 levels, slaying a heretic rewards a sacred object. The missing necromancer was the first heretic to be judged. He had gone missing before the newbie trial, which had a level requirement of 5. And I, as a walker of the abyss, am the target of the level 10 divine examination. If Yuan kills me, she will obtain the second meritorious sacred object. This is quite similar to my path of sacrificing professionals and contracting abyssal creatures. The meritorious sacred object should be a reusable item equivalent to acquiring new abilities. Every 5 levels brings a new ability. Oh, what a powerful profession. Yuan took a deep breath. Judging from the panel, the Divine Arbiter profession is not weaker than the Walker of the Abyss. It has both damage and control. Plus, there is a high growth rate with a qualitative change every 5 levels. In anime or novels, a character like Yuan would undoubtedly be the female lead. It's a shame she encountered the ultimate big villain too early. Yuan thought. The target of the Judgment Divine Examination must be a dark-type professional close to Yuan's level. This indeed provided Yuan with a way to temporarily avoid her sharp edge. For instance, by quickly leveling up, he could create a level difference of over 10. Or he could find a place to hide, suppressing his level to ensure hers was 10 higher than his. But, am I to avoid her sharpness? Yuan's eyes burst with a fierce light. Can one really evade for a moment or for a lifetime? Even if his level surpasses hers, she would still consider him a target for the next divine examination or the one after. To avoid her by suppressing his level would be even more ridiculous. Would he have to look at her face to level up? Such cowardice would indeed bring shame to the abyss. A decisive battle must come soon, Yuan resolved internally. Based on all the information available, it can be inferred that Yuan would likely take action within the next 2 days. Currently, everyone's level is low, and leveling up is rapid, changing day by day. If Yuan does not act soon, she might have to postpone her plans until the level 15 divine examination. Yuan lowered his head in contemplation. The surrounding noise fell on deaf ears. At that moment, "All right, quiet." The voice of Lan Yuding, amplified by magic, rang throughout the arena, interrupting Yuan's thoughts. The challenge phase is over. As the last match concluded, the 12 who would enter the hidden secret realm were finalized. Besides Yuan, and Lan Ruodong, 4 others were also challenged. 3 wins, 1 loss. Only one unfortunate soul was successfully challenged and replaced. This shows that the list drafted according to the trial rankings is indeed valuable. Yuan, Lan Ruodong, Yuan. Lan Yuding, read the unchanged list once more. You 12 have qualified to enter the hidden secret realm. Tomorrow morning, we will gather at the North Gate. The 3 experienced members, Yi Jingchuan, Zheng Yunfei, and Su Ningyue, will lead us into the Twisted Forest. You still have time to prepare and level up for the remaining time today. At this point, Lan Yuding deliberately paused. Just a reminder, the entry restriction for the hidden secret realm is within level 10, so don't exceed that. This remark was directed at Yuan. He must have sensed that Yuan's level had already reached level 9. Yuan nodded in acknowledgement of Lan Yuding's gaze, signaling that he understood. As for the others, do not be disheartened. The guild will later have training and selection for newcomers. As long as you are willing to work hard, there will be no shortage of resources for you. After saying this, Lan Yuding ordered the crowd to disperse. The tightly packed crowd around the training platform began to loosen and scatter in small groups. However, Yuan stood still, his brow furrowed. Yi Jingchuan is one of the captains for this operation. Yuan felt a chill in his heart. He had a premonition that this brother and sister duo would act against him in the secret realm. Yuan would not miss the opportunity for the first completion of the hidden secret realm, and she would surely aim to enter at level 9. If Yuan were in her position, he would level up to 10 in the hidden secret realm and immediately look for an opportunity to act. Even if there are no opportunities within the hidden secret realm, he could still collaborate with Yi Jingchuan to strike after they exited. After all, this is the best window of opportunity. It is also easier to create chaos within the secret realm. Once they return to the guild, there would be fewer chances. With that in mind, the battleground and timing for the decisive battle have already been determined. It's just a matter of preparation. Less than 24 hours remain. Yuan took a deep breath, his mind racing. With the decisive battle imminent, he needed to maximize his survival rate before tomorrow morning. First, he needs to gather more sacrificial gems. If he can collect 10 different types of sacrificial gems from bosses, his attributes might not be inferior to Yi Jingquan's. Secondly, he must prepare for the burst of power after reaching level 10. After level 10A, the contract limit for the same type of demon will increase 5-fold. The number of imps and hellhounds can reach 30 and the number of hell puppets can go up to 5. This represents a qualitative leap. Just having 5 hell puppets simultaneously appearing with the power of heavenly fire descending would already be akin to a small forbidden spell. Yi Jingquan, who has not yet completed his second job transfer, would also have to drink a pot against such a setup. But hey, raise the problem. To maximize the limit for imps, hellhounds, and hell puppets, a total of 550 living magical creatures need to be sacrificed. This can indeed be replaced with sacrificial gems, but sacrificial gems have a storage limit of 100. This means that before entering the hidden secret realm, he can only stock up on sacrificial gems for hell puppets. For hell puppets require only 40 gems. The remaining 60 gems limit should reserve 10 for boss level sacrificial gems. The rest will go to hellhounds, no need for imps for now. Yuan decisively made his choices. He primarily stockpiled hell puppets because they are the strongest force aside from Ye or Bena. Not using imps is because their flying ability offers no advantage against spellcasters who play with lightning. The plan is set. Yuan confirmed his next course of action. First, he would go to the frozen wasteland. There are 2 types of magical creatures, stone golems and wasteland wolves. He could stock up on gems for contracting hell puppets and hellfire. Later, he would quickly challenge 10 bosses to generate high-quality gems for devouring. However, this brings about a new issue. The experience bar can't take it. He is now just over level 9, and if he takes down 10 bosses along with a bunch of elite monsters, he might end up reaching level 10, losing the chance for tomorrow's hidden secret realm. I can only team up to suppress some experience. Yuan stroked his chin deep in thought. In this world, the team-up mechanism splits experience points equally. However, kill judgments can be attributed to individuals as long as they achieve the last hit. It's settled then. You'll let my teammates take 4/5 of the experience, and it'll just take the kill for the gems. Yuan thought to himself. Just as he was about to raise his head to call for a team-up, Yuan, accompanied by a wave of orchid fragrance's sweet voice rang out. Yuan instinctively looked up, and what came into view was a delicate and charming face. Yianchi. She had her hands clasped behind her back, her body slightly leaning forward, and her emerald eyes arched like crescent moons. She looked as pure and lovely as a little sister from the neighborhood. Let's team up together. The girl's voice was as sweet as her appearance. Yet to Yuan's ears it sounded immensely eerie. Taishang Huang, the Abyssal Devourer and 10-level enhancement have both been strengthened. The previous design was a bit weak and not satisfying enough. The atmosphere in the training ground became somewhat subtle. The girl wore a sweet smile, while Yuan's expression appeared a bit stiff. He admitted that he was caught off guard by Yianchi's sudden approach. He intended to form a team. But who could he team up with? Certainly not Yianchi. This girl had already marked him as her prey. Any action approaching him would only be a preparation for the hunt. It was very likely that she was testing his refuse. Yuan thought, feeling somewhat troubled. He had yet to completely sever ties with her. He was still playing the role of the unsuspecting prey. At this moment, rejecting her without reason and teaming up with someone else could easily raise her suspicions, potentially alerting her. But if he did not refuse, though she wouldn't do anything to him before level 10, it was still unsettling to walk alongside a tiger. Moreover, he still had many preparations to make. If she sensed anything unusual, it would be even more detrimental. A dilemma with losses on both sides. Just as Yuan was weighing the pros and cons, a sudden cool fragrance intruded between the two. He did not notice when Lan Ruodong had walked over. She ignored Yianchi and walked straight to Yuan's side, speaking coldly. Yuan, let's team up. A gasp of surprise echoed around them. When Yianchi invited Yuan, the onlookers cast curious glances. In recent days, the popularity of the Holy Light Girl had skyrocketed. Today, Yuan had also showcased his skills completing the pressure act. They could both be considered prominent figures among this batch of guild newcomers, with many seasoned members having heard of them. At this moment, being in the same frame was bound to attract attention. Workplace elite male first encounter with workplace sweetheart. The new colleagues were eagerly waiting for the gossip, yet who knew that the domineering female CEO had intruded? Lan Ruodong, the daughter of the president of the Winter's End Guild. Did Yuan save the worlds in his past life? Someone muttered with envy. Just joining the guild had led to invitations from 2 beauties, which was hard not to envy and resent. But soon everyone noticed something was off. The atmosphere between the 3 seemed a bit strange. Why was there a hint of gunpowder in the air? Yianchi looked at Lan Ruodong, her smile visibly stiffened, but quickly returned to normal. She blinked, her tone still sweet. Miss Lan, do you want to join us too? That would be great, the three of us. It has nothing to do with you. Lan Ruodong coldly interrupted her, just the two of us is enough. After saying this, she completely deprived Yianchi of the chance to speak, and directly grabbed Gu Yuan's robe sleeve. Let's go. After dropping a single word, Lan Ruodong pulled Gu Yuan towards the training ground exit, leaving a crowd of bewildered and inexplicably curious onlookers. And Yianchi, standing in place, had a smile that gradually faded. Only when their backs disappeared completely did Yi Jingxuan approach with a stern expression. He glanced at his sister and lowered his voice. It seems this guy is on good terms with the Lan family. Should we still act against him? Of course. Yianchi's lips curved into a subtle arc as she revealed a smile once more. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her eyes shining with greedy light. Gu Yuan's profession is beyond imagination. The meritorious sacred object obtained after defeating him will definitely be of high quality, at least above the red tier. Let's give it a try. Oh, if we miss the chance, we'll talk later. On the other side, on the streets of Linyuan City, Lan Ruodong pulled Gu Yuan far away. Only when there weren't many people around did she let go, yet they continued towards the mission hall. Gu Yuan adjusted the wrinkled sleeve that had been tugged, following behind Lan Ruodong, feeling somewhat perplexed. He was quite grateful for her coming to his rescue, but the previous scene had unfolded too quickly for him to process. Why did Lan Ruodong react so strongly to Yianchi? Was it jealousy? It didn't seem like it. But now was not the time to ponder this. If Lan Ruodong truly wanted to form a two-person team with him, she could not suppress her experience. This matter still had to be discussed in advance. With this thought, Gu Yuan took the initiative to speak up. If it's just the two of us teaming up, it might not be enough. Lan Ruodong halted her steps, turned around, and her light blue eyes were veiled with a layer of coldness. Do you not trust my strength? She tilted her head slightly, her tone frosty. Or is it that you can't bear to part with that holy light girl? Cough. Gu Yuan nearly choked on his own saliva. When Lan Ruodong recited the words holy light girl, her tone and emotion were almost identical to those of Ye Urbana, with teasing mockery and unabashed disdain. Clearly this young lady from the Lan family held strong opinions against Yianchi. I prefer ice cola over tea. Gu Yuan immediately made his stance clear, then proceeded to explain the reason he had just concocted. My summoned creatures need to accumulate attributes through slaying. I want to maximize my combat power before entering the secret realm, but am already at level 9. If I don't find more people to dilute the experience, they'll quickly level up to 10. You're level 9 already. A hint of surprise flashed in Lan Ruodong's eyes. When they met 2 days ago, he was still level 6. How long had it been? As a summoner, I level up quickly in the early stages by farming monsters, Gu Yuan chuckled. Lan Ruodong gave him a deep look, but did not ask further. Every warrior has their secrets. She respected Gu Yuan's privacy. If you just want to suppress experience, then you really don't need any teammates. As she spoke, Lan Ruodong flipped her wrist and took out a delicate crystal bottle from her storage ring. The bottle was etched with intricate magical patterns, empty, yet emanating a strange aura. This is an experience bottle. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up as he recognized the item. Sealing bottle experience. This was a product of alchemy, extremely expensive and rare. Its function was simple: store the experience points earned by a professional. While holding this item, all experience gained from slaying monsters would be funneled into the bottle. Many specialized gold farming warriors use this item to cap their levels, ensuring they do not exceed the limits of the secret realms. However, this item has significant restrictions. First, it has a time limit. The stored experience must be extracted within 24 hours, or it will dissipate. Second, the experience in the bottle can only be used by the owner. Third, this item is particularly expensive, starting at 100,000 for lower levels, and it can leak after a few uses. Poverty limits my imagination, Gu Yuan sighed. He knew about the existence of experience bottles, however he had not thought of it when considering leveling up. After all, this item was costly, and its use was narrowly defined, so Gu Yuan did not have a strong impression of it. But for Gu Yuan at this moment, the experience bottle was simply a miraculous item. With this, he could freely farm monsters and gems without worrying about experience overflow, leading to an early level up. Once he entered the hidden secret realm, he could smash the bottle, funnel the experience into his body, and level up to 10 on the spot. This was prepared for me by my brother. Lan Ruodong toyed with the crystal bottle. He wanted me to level up to 10 the moment I entered the hidden secret realm, so I could get ahead of everyone. But since you need it, I'll give you one. She threw the bottle directly to Gu Yuan. He fumbled to catch it, and filled with joy said, "This. Isn't it too much? It's not a free gift. I'm offering this on the condition that you take me to level 9 by tomorrow and farm enough experience to level up to 10. Then the bottle and the previous debt will be cleared in one go. Additionally, she extended 5 fingers. I'll add 500 contribution points. Hearing this, Yuan's eyes widened. Debt forgiven. Plus 500 contribution points. Wealthy lady, if you want to support me, just say, miss, if you're saying it like this. Yuan tightened his grip on the experience bottle, a professional smile appearing on his face. Then I might just weld the car door shut. Money-loving, Lan Ruodong couldn't help but chuckle at Yuan's eager expression. In that instant, her smile seemed to melt the ice and snow, spreading warmth. Yuan stared blankly for a moment. He thought to himself, this is the smile of a normal girl. Lan Ruodong, however, felt her ears turning red under his gaze and looked away. Let's hurry and set off, or we might be late. To the Emperor's father, all the battles in this book are meant to showcase strength and advance the plot, so the details of leveling up through monster hunting won't be written too elaborately. Level 15 Secret Realm Starlight Canyon. This is an extremely unique secret realm. There are no poisonous insects, no miasma. Only eternal night and a brilliant starry sky. Starlight fell into the deep valley where fireflies danced among the grass, creating a pleasant and dreamlike environment. With no level restrictions, the monsters are not strong. Many guild members who developed office romances often come to this secret realm for dates. On a small hillside with a broad view, Yuan and Lan Ruodong sat side by side, a thick picnic mat spread beneath them. Meanwhile, below the hillside, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. Roar! 3 hellhounds, like tireless machine dogs, dashed back and forth in the canyon, gathering the spherical moonlight pixies into a pile. Following that, the fiery hell puppet charged into the group of monsters like a giant freight truck, each punch unleashing a burst of white light. In the air, 6 little demons resembled a formation of bombers, incessantly dropping fireballs for fire coverage. This was an incredibly efficient assembly line operation. Aggro, gather, annihilate, and large-scale troubleshooting. After summoning the demons, Yuan did not need to raise his staff. He simply issued straightforward commands through the mental link. This efficiency. Lan Ruodong stared at the constantly rising experience bar, somewhat dazed. She had seen other summoners level up, but she had never seen a monster-catching method as fully automated and scaled as Yuan's. This was not just leveling, it was sheer production. Producing experience. In just 5 short hours, her level had risen from level 7 to level 9. Throughout the entire leveling period, she hadn't even waved her staff, once, merely following Yuan, constantly changing secret realms. Her WeChat step count might not even reach 1000. Is this what Abyss Walkers are like? Lan Ruodong turned to look at the boy beside her. Yuan was gazing at the experience vial, watching the golden liquid within steadily rise, a look of satisfaction on his face. Almost there, Yuan said with a satisfied smile. The experience inside was enough for him to reach level 10 with some despair. More importantly, his combat supplies were already prepared. Inventory: Sacrificial Gem, Wasteland Wolf 50. Sacrificial Gem, Giant Stone Puppet 40. Sacrificial Gem, Frost Puppet 1. Sacrificial Gem, Word Captain 1. Sacrificial Gem, Moonlight Pixie Priest 1. In addition to the sacrificial gems for the contracted hell puppets and hellhounds, the sacrificial gems from the bosses had also reached the limit of the consumption quantity. The highest levels of these bosses encompassed strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. Even if only 10 could be consumed, they all provided between 14 to 15 points, with some even offering up to 20 points. If consumed all at once, Yuan could directly gain over 200 attribute points, comparable to a level 30 profession. In that case, even facing Yi Jingxuan would not suppress me. Yuan felt a sense of certainty in his heart, his mood pleasant, and he instinctively glanced at Lan Ruodong. The girl's ice blue long hair fluttered in the evening breeze, looking quite beautiful. The moonlight and starlight cast a layer of sanctity over her, resembling a blue demon flower blooming alone. Cool, quiet, and beyond comprehension. However, Yuan shook his head inwardly. This young lady from the Lan family was indeed beautiful, but she was rather dull. As they became more familiar, she had opened up quite a bit, but essentially she still was not one to speak much. And Yuan himself was not a social butterfly who could generate topics at any time. 2 taciturn individuals together would inevitably fall into an inexplicable silence. For instance, right now the 2 had been silent for a full 10 minutes, the air growing thick with tension. Until Lan Ruodong slightly tilted her head, stealing a glance at Yuan with her peripheral vision before quickly averting her gaze. After a few seconds, she stole another glance. Yuan caught this signal. It's time, he thought to himself. This was a tacit understanding between the 2. As long as Lan Ruodong frequently looked at him, it meant she wanted to talk. Gu Yuan straightened his posture and asked the question he had prepared. You don't like Yianqi? Lan Ruodong was slightly taken aback and did not answer immediately. She hugged her knees, gazing at the distant dancing fireflies, and countered, Do you like her? Gu Yuan was taken aback. He thought to himself that he had thoughts of wanting to kill her. As a sacrificial offering, he indeed liked her a lot. But to avoid revealing his intentions, Gu Yuan chuckled. She's okay, quite enthusiastic. Humph. Lan Ruodong let out a cold snort, turning her gaze towards Gu Yuan, her light blue eyes filled with seriousness. I'd rather you like a succubus than her. Oh, what about me? Yao Bena's voice suddenly rang in Gu Yuan's mind. Seems like the boss lady really recognizes me. Gu Yuan's mouth twitched. Yao Bena, are you spying again? What do you mean spying? Yao Bena retorted confidently. I am concerned about the boss' personal safety, always on guard against surrounding dangers. What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty? Afraid I might see you doing something inappropriate to the boss lady. Gu Yuan was too lazy to deal with this perverted succubus and refocused on the topic of Yianqi. Why, oi? Gu Yuan asked. You seem to have quite an opinion about Yianqi. Lan Ruodong was silent for a moment before speaking. She's very fake. These 3 words were delivered with conviction. With the heavy abyss aura on you, how could she possibly not notice? As a holy light practitioner, she should be the most sensitive to this aura, and under normal circumstances would instinctively keep her distance. Yet in front of you she pretends not to feel anything, and is so enthusiastic. Isn't this a performance that goes against faith and instinct? Seemingly feeling that her previous assessment was not specific enough, Lan Ruodong unusually elaborated a few more sentences, her emotions a bit agitated. In any case, just keep your distance from her. I'm not trying to stir anything between you, I just feel that she is approaching you with a purpose. I understand you'll be cautious of her. Gu Yuan nodded, already smiling in his heart. Regardless of whether Lan Ruodong was jealous, her suspicious attitude towards Yianqi was beneficial to him. Because even if Yianqi did not attack him tomorrow, he would still find an opportunity to sacrifice her, which might also face the guild's investigation. After all, if Yianqi went missing during a guild activity, the guild would undoubtedly launch an investigation, and it would be difficult for Gu Yuan to ensure he had done it cleanly. He had already thought of a strategy. If he could not cover it up, he would confess directly and claim that Yianqi was the one who attacked first. Meanwhile, he would provide clues about the disappearance of the necromancer, steering the case in a direction favorable to him. Lan Ruodong's suspicions regarding Yianqi would make his operations smoother. In addition, Gu Yuan also captured another piece of information from Lan Ruodong's words. Is the abyss aura on me really that strong? Gu Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Why has no one ever mentioned it? After awakening as an abyss walker, he had interacted with quite a few people. Aside from Yao Bena, no one had ever said that he had a heavy abyss aura. Most people can't smell it. Lan Ruodong turned her head, looking into Gu Yuan's eyes. But I can smell it. She slowly extended her right hand, lightly flicking her fingertip. Whoosh! A cluster of ice blue flames ignited at her fingertip. My ice flame, Lan Ruodong said softly as she gazed at the flame on her fingertip, also comes from the abyss. Gu Yuan was taken aback, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. No wonder the Lan siblings were quite fond of him. It turned out they were from the abyss. In the secret realm, a twisted jungle. Everything here defies logic as the sky is shrouded in thick purplish-black miasma obscuring the sun. The branches of ancient trees spiral in discomforting shapes, as if twisted into a braid by human hands. Dark purple moss reminiscent of decaying flesh covers the ground, oozing a viscous liquid with every step. Boom! A dazzling beam of starlight forcefully tore through the purple mist, striking a group of monsters blocking the way ahead. They were a group of level 30 corrupted trance. Under the onslaught of the starlight, these thick-skinned monsters did not even let out a cry. They instantly transformed into sparkling motes of light. Keep up, don't fall behind. At the front of the group, Su Ningyue put away her star staff, her tone calm, as if she had merely swatted a mosquito. So strong. The 2 newcomers behind her turned pale, their eyes filled with awe. This is a formal member of the Winter Guild. Not yet having completed the 2nd job transfer, she already possessed the strength to dominate the level 30 secret realm. The so-called 2nd job transfer refers to the ability to undergo a 2nd class change at level 30, breaking through to level 31 upon successful completion, gaining new skills, and a large boost in basic attributes. It can be seen as an evolution of life or a substantial elevation in level. After gathering in the morning, 12 newcomers entered the twisted secret realm under the guidance of 3 formal members. They formed groups of 5, 1 captain and 4 newcomers. Gu Yuan and Lan Ruodong were in a group led by Su Ningyue. Their group was somewhat unlucky. Upon entering the secret realm, they got separated from the other two groups in the mist and encountered a wave of monsters. Fortunately, Su Ningyue, as a rare class Starlight Mage, possessed powerful area damage skills. The more monsters there were, the more excited her expression became. Those level 30 corrupted monsters couldn't withstand even a single encounter with her. Yuan walked in the middle of the group, his expression calm. He observed Su Ninji's spellcasting rhythm while calculating if he could also instantaneously eliminate those corrupted treants. The conclusion was affirmative. Even if 5 hell puppets smashed down simultaneously, they would achieve a similar explosive effect, but there would be no subsequent damage. It seems that aside from Yerbana, I still have a significant gap compared to level 30 combatants, Yuan thought to himself. Just then, we have arrived. Su Ningyue stopped in her tracks. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up. It was a circular clearing located in the heart of the jungle, where the twisted trees seemed to be filled with fear, unwilling to cross this threshold. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway. Intricate and obscure runes were carved on the arch, and a crimson vortex of light slowly spun within the archway, emanating an extremely dangerous aura. This was the entrance to the hidden secret realm. At this moment, 2 teams had already gathered in the clearing. On the left side was a team led by Zheng Yunfei. He was a shaman healer currently inserting totem poles to restore the stamina of his teammates. On the right side was Yi Jingxuan's team. This holy gun knight, clad in golden armor, stood out glaringly in the dim jungle. He leaned against a rock with his arms crossed, resting with his eyes closed. Beside him, Yianshi was bored, kicking pebbles with her toes. Upon seeing Su Ningyue and her group emerge from the mist, her previously listless expression instantly became lively. You finally made it. Yianshi's eyes lit up as she waved a sweet smile on her face. I thought you guys were in danger. Yuan looked at her. What a brilliant performance. Just looking at her innocent and cheerful demeanor, who would suspect that this soft and sweet light mage was a holy arbiter who could murder classmates for power? Well, it seems I am too. But I only kill the evil ones. Yuan thought to himself, smiling at Yianshi. We encountered a wave of monsters. Fortunately, Senior Su Ningyue is very strong. It was a close call. And when we had a smoother time over here. Yianshi blinked and tried to move closer to Yuan. But the miasma here is so heavy, I'm a bit scared. Excuse me. A cold voice interrupted her. T-Art. Lan Ruadong walked by with an expressionless face, deliberately bumping into Yianshi before positioning herself in front of Yuan. Yianshi stumbled back from the impact, rubbing her shoulder. In that instant, her smile twisted slightly, as if she was genuinely angry and about to break character. Everyone quiet down. Yi Jingxuan approached slowly, gently placing a hand on Yianshi's shoulder, seemingly reminding her to suppress her emotions. Then he looked around at everyone, his expression serious as he said, the spatial laws of this hidden secret realm are extremely unstable. Even if you enter as a team, everyone may be scattered in various corners of the realm. Upon hearing this, the newcomers immediately stirred. Random teleportation. Does that mean we could land in a box? What if we teleport directly in front of the boss? That's too dangerous. An unknown secret realm carries immense risks for solo players. Even if they were all geniuses, they were momentarily flustered. This hidden secret realm's opportunities seem hard to seize. However, Yuan in the line felt his lips almost curl into a smile. If they were to scatter upon landing, wouldn't that make it easier for him to hunt Yianshi? After all, his hellhound surely remembered her scent. Just then, Yi Jingxuan raised his hand to quell the discussions and continued, it would be best if you can encounter each other after entering the secret realm. If not, explore separately and act cautiously. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not release signal flares. The signal flares may attract not teammates, but monsters. Hearing this supplementary information, everyone felt even more despair. Not being able to use signal flares meant it was completely a solo operation. Everyone exchanged glances, each showing signs of wanting to back out. They had just graduated from school and had already faced challenges. Soloing an unknown secret realm was still somewhat beyond their capabilities. Don't panic. Yi Jingxuan noticed everyone's concerns and patted the badge on his chest. Although I cannot enter the secret realm, I can team up with you. My skill Holy Guardian can ignore spatial laws, providing remote support for teammates directly arriving by your side for up to 10 minutes. In that 10 minutes, I can cover your retreat or even take down the final boss. Upon hearing this, the originally anxious newcomers let out a sigh of relief. A level 30 expert providing assistance at any time. That's reassuring. Is this the sense of security that comes from the holy light? I'm in love. Captain Yi is awesome. The gazes of the crowd were filled with admiration and gratitude. No wonder Yi Jingxuan became the captain for this event. It turns out he had such a remarkable ability. However, Gu Yuan could no longer smile. Originally, he had chuckled upon hearing random teleportation. Now he was completely taken aback. He knew how those two siblings planned to deal with him. After entering the secret realm, as long as Yanxi found him alone and released a signal, Yi Jingchuan would holy guardian to the battlefield. At that time, what Gu Yuan would face would be the combined assault of the two siblings. Once they dealt with him, they could simply concoct a story to explain how he died. For example, Gu Yuan, corrupted by the abyss, lost control and attacked Yanxi. Or, Gu Yuan was killed by monsters while trying to protect Yanxi. Gu Yuan felt a chill run through his body. These siblings were indeed two heroic figures. The plan they devised was simply flawless. What's wrong? You don't look so good. A voice from beside him belonged to Lan Ruodong. She gazed at him quietly, her face full of concern. I'm fine. Gu Yuan raised his head, his face already returning to calm. In fact, he even wore a hint of an anticipatory smile. I just feel that Captain Yi is truly reliable. Since I can't avoid it, I won't try to hide. Do you think of me as prey? Then let's see who the true hunter is. If I can resolve both siblings here, it would cut off any future concerns, solving everything once and for all. Gu Yuan lowered his eyelids, the ferocity in his gaze barely contained. Totem blessing. In the twisted jungle outside a hidden realm, level 30 totem shaman Zheng Yunfei heavily planted the totem pillar into the ground. Rings of red light spread out, enveloping all the newcomers present. Gain buffs, ancestral protection. All attributes 10. Damage resistance 10. At this moment, Gu Yuan and the other 12 newcomers were fully prepared. Let's go. With a command from Yi Jingchuan, everyone walked towards the light gate in order. Gu Yuan and Lan Ruodong were at the back. Be careful. Lan Ruodong whispered, I hope we're not too far apart. If we don't meet, wait for me at the boss room. You be careful too. Gu Yuan nodded, responding perfunctorily. For him, at this moment, the exploration of the hidden realm was merely a secondary task. What he truly had to do today was to sacrifice Yanxi and contract the fallen saintess. This might be a tough battle, Gu Yuan thought to himself as he stepped into the swirling red vortex with Lan Ruodong. Buzz. A sensation of weightlessness hit as space tore apart. His vision was swallowed by darkness. Huff. The cold night wind brushed against his face, carrying the stench of blood and decay. Gu Yuan opened his eyes and found himself on a small hill. Below him lay a vast city shrouded in the night. The city was fanned out like a ginkgo leaf with an architectural style reminiscent of the Western Middle Ages. With protruding bay windows, domed towers, and intricate carvings, the sense of time was strong. At the end of the fan-shaped layout stood a Gothic castle. It loomed on the cliff, appearing particularly sinister under the blood moon's illumination. That was likely the core area of the hidden realm, as well as the key to clearing it. Gu Yuan cast a hurried glance at the castle. Then he pulled out a delicate crystal vial from his pocket. Sealing bottle experience. Smash! He directly shattered the vial beneath his feet, and golden light splashed out, like liquefied gold flowing into his body. Boom! The experience bar, which had been suppressed all night, surged instantly. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Abyssal contract limit X5. A long-lost warmth washed over his limbs. Gu Yuan let out a soft sigh of relief and quickly opened the panel. He allocated all 10 free points to Spirit. Next, he would need to control up to 5 hell puppets. If his spiritual strength wasn't enough, effective control would be difficult. Having completed the allocation, Gu Yuan did not stop his movements. He waved his hand, and nearly 100 crimson sacrificial gems appeared in the air, rotating slowly around him like satellites orbiting a star. As his spiritual energy infused into them, it was as if these gems were ignited from within, casting a red glow that illuminated Gu Yuan's stern face. He raised his staff and slowly recited the contract incantation. Bones of obsidian sleeping in the searing hell, the heart of war flowing with lava blood. Accompanied by a low chant, 40 gems instantly shattered, transforming into a torrent of crimson light, like flowing magma merging into the magic circle beneath Gu Yuan. The earth trembled faintly, as if heavy footsteps were approaching from another dimension, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to rise sharply. Immediately after, Gu Yuan twirled his staff, pointing to another 50 sacrificial gems. Shadows of predation wandering in the sulfur wasteland, sniffing the souls of fear in a hellish patrol. Following the ancient blood contract, become my fangs. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted. The crimson gems turned into flames that engulfed the magic circle and ignited the ground. Consumption sacrificial gems, giant stone puppet X40. Successful contract hell puppet X455. Consumption Sacrificial Gems, Wasteland Wolf X50. Successful Contract Hellhound X5, 830. In just a few seconds the ritual was completed. Yuan slowly clenched his fist, feeling the powerful beings that were restless and craving slaughter through the spiritual link. Come forth, my hounds. Yuan flipped his wrist, and a dark red fissure tore open in the magic circle. 8 massive hellhounds flowing with magma crawled out from within. They did not roar, but lowered their bodies, emitting deep growls from their throats, pledging loyalty to their master. Yuan did not summon any other demons. He simply gazed down at the silent city and calmly commanded the hellhounds go follow the scent of the holy light and find the prey. Meanwhile, in the various corners of the silent city, the newcomers who had just entered the hidden realm suddenly felt discomfort at the same time. East District Clock Tower. Damn, what is that smell? A newcomer dressed as a sharpshooter was crouched atop a clock tower surveying the terrain with binoculars. Suddenly, a strong sulfur smell wafted in, invoking a sense of suffocating pressure from deep within the soul. Such a strong smell of sulfur, it's coming from over there. The sharpshooter looked to the northwest and said to the cathead mechanical being floating beside him, Private Gon, assess the danger level. Warning. Dangerous creatures detected. Assessing danger level. Rating extremely dangerous. 666. Li Jiahao immediately put down the binoculars. Am I being set up by Capital? Facing a boss right after landing. Meanwhile, in the North District Plaza, Lan Ruodong also caught the strong sulfur smell. But she did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, a delighted smile appeared on her face. It's Yuan. Lan Ruodong instantly made the judgment. He's causing such a stir right after landing. Could it be that he encountered danger? Lan Ruodong took a deep breath, a worried expression surfacing on her face. Just as she was about to move toward Yuan's direction, a raspy roar echoed around her, filled with phlegm. She saw dozens of figures streaming out from an alley on the distant street. Lan Ruodong's pupils constricted, and she inwardly exclaimed that it was bad, as she too had fallen into the encirclement of monsters. She sighed and looked to the northwest, murmuring, I can't help you for now. With that, a roaring, icy flame ignited around her. Boom, boom. Not long after everyone had just entered the hidden realm, battles erupted in various corners of the city. Some unfortunate newcomers encountered monsters right after landing, facing the unknown plague corrupted corpses. Some were caught in a tough battle, while others were handling it with ease. In the West District Cathedral area, Yianshi stood atop a dilapidated church, her pristine priestess robe fluttering in the night wind. The narrow street below her was filled with swarming plague-corrupted corpses. But these foul creatures reeking of decay could not come within half a step of the church. Golden lightning thicker than a bucket rained down continuously from the sky, like divine judgment spears cast down by gods, ruthlessly purging and evaporating the corrupted corpses that attempted to approach. Amid the flickering lightning, Yianshi's exquisite face appeared alternately illuminated and shadowed. She paid no heed to the corpses below. Rather, she gazed into the west, her sight penetrating through layers of buildings. She could feel it. There existed an aura that both repulsed and excited her. Yianshi extended her delicate tongue and gently licked her lips. That characteristic innocent smile, illuminated by the lightning, gradually transformed. The curve of her lips remained unchanged, but a sickly light surged deep within her eyes. Yuan, she murmured softly, her voice as sweet as a lover's whisper. You're very close to me. In a desolate medieval city, the blood moon hung high in the sky. Yuan stood atop a dome tower, his black robe billowing in the night wind. He kept his eyes closed, yet the city's veins unfolded in his mind in a peculiar manner. It was a real-time map constructed through the sensory sharing of 8 hellhounds. They were born hunters with senses of smell and hearing and an elemental perception far surpassing that of humans. At this moment, they weaved a massive search net through the ruins and alleys of the city. Found it. Within 5 minutes, a disturbance emerged at the end of the psychic link. A hellhound in the western slums let out an excited yet wary growl. It had caught the scent of holy light. Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Close the net. With a flick of his thoughts, the other 7 hellhounds immediately changed direction, converging on the dilapidated church in the western district. Yianshi stepped through a ground covered in ashes, following the scent of the abyss. Her delicate brows furrowed. The abyssal aura is getting closer, as if it is coming towards me on purpose. Her playful smile faded slightly. She could sense that the abyssal aura was not dissipating. Instead, it seemed to have a clear target and was rushing towards her location at an alarming speed. Is he looking for me too? Is he here to seek a team-up? Yianshi thought instinctively. Perhaps Yuan saw her golden lightning and wanted to join forces with her. Perfect, that saves me the trouble of searching for him. Yuan halted her steps, adjusting her expression as she awaited the gift from her prey. Soon at the end of the dark alley, a dark red figure appeared. It was a massive hellhound, its body flown. It stood at the edge of the shadow, fixating its fiery red eyes ablaze with flames on Yuan. Hello there, big dog. Upon seeing the hellhound, Yuan's eyes lit up, and an innocent smile instantly spread across her. She even took 2 steps forward, waving at the sulphurous demon, as if teasing a pet dog by the roadside. Did Gu Yuan send you to find me? Her voice was sweet and sincere, brimming with approachability. However, the hellhound's response was not one of wagging its tail. Roar. A roar filled with rage and killing intent suddenly erupted. The hellhound lunged at Yuan without any warning, transforming into a dark red flash headed straight for her face. What a... Yuan's smile instantly froze. Wasn't Gu Yuan supposed to send the hellhound to find her? Why did it attack her on sight? Before she could think further, she instinctively swung her staff. Boom. A dazzling golden divine lightning appeared out of thin air, striking down upon the hellhound's head. A woo. The hellhound let out a piercing scream, its enormous body sent flying backwards, crashing heavily against a wall in the distance with a dull thud. It struggled to rise, but the residual golden arcs continuously scorched its flesh, causing it to writhe in agony on the ground. Yuan stood still, her face somewhat grim. She gazed at the howling demon on the ground, filled with confusion. Why was it attacking her? Wasn't Gu Yuan here to team up with her? Just as her doubt lingered, unsettling low growls echoed from the dark alleys all around. Roar. At the end of the dark alley, beyond the collapsed walls atop the ruined roofs, pairs of molten red eyes glimmered one after another in the darkness. 7 massive hellhounds emerged, surrounding her slowly from the shadows. They did not immediately attack. Instead, they crouched low, emitting dangerous low growls, their mouths dripping with lava. I'm surrounded. Yuan's heart sank, sensing the impending danger. But she was, after all, a top-tier actress. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly adjusted her expression, once again donning a sweet smile. She raised her hands, adopting a gesture of I mean no harm, softly addressing the hellhounds around her. Doggies, I'm not a bad person. Where is your master? Can you let him come out? Her voice was sweet and sincere, like a little girl frightened by a pet dog. I am here. A cold voice came from atop the church's spire. Yuan stiffened abruptly. Under the blood-red moonlight, a shadow stood atop the church's cross. The black robe billowed in the night wind, resembling a death god overlooking the mortal realm. It was Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan. Yuan saw Gu Yuan and feigned relief, as if she had found her pillar of support. She pointed at the injured hellhound on the ground, explaining, Your dog is too fierce. That lunged at me as soon as it arrived, and I was so scared that I didn't mean to. Her voice carried a hint of a sob, and her pitiful appearance was enough to evoke sympathy from any man. Gu Yuan said nothing, leaping down gracefully from the spire, landing lightly on the ground. Ow! The injured hellhound struggled to crawl to Gu Yuan's feet, nuzzling against his pant leg, letting out a whimper of grievance. Gu Yuan crouched down, stroking the hellhound's scalding fur, feeling a pang of heartache. He had intentionally sent this hellhound to test the damage Yuan could inflict. After all, demons do not truly die, they are merely banished back to hell. Once they recover, they can be summoned again. However, for Gu Yuan, the whimpering of the dog was even more unbearable than the weeping of a girl. A fleeting glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he lifted his gaze to Yuan, revealing a warm smile. Since it was an accidental injury, then there's nothing we can do. Gu Yuan stood up, clapping his hands. You are a priest, please help it heal. Huh. Yuan was taken aback, quickly waving her hands. This might not be possible. My holy light power is of the sacred attribute, which is toxic to demons. If I use a healing spell, not only will it not heal it, but it may even worsen its injuries. Oh. Gu Yuan smirked, playfully elongating his tone as he leisurely said, So you do know about our attribute conflict. Yuan's expression stiffened. She sensed something off about Gu Yuan's words, but continued her act. Holy light and the abyss restrain each other. That's common knowledge. Is that so? Gu Yuan took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between him and Yuan. He was a head taller than her, looking down with a smile that faded, replaced by an icy gaze that pierced through everything. Since they restrain each other as a priest, why didn't you show any discomfort when you first encountered me? Holy light and the abyss are natural enemies. This is not an attribute conflict. It's a conflict of beliefs. Gu Yuan's voice was low, each word like a cold blade peeling away the facade of Yuan's hypocrisy layer by layer. Yuan, do you really think I'm a fool who cannot discern your T-skills? Have I been exposed? Yuan realized her act had slipped, but she was accustomed to performing. To ease Gu Yuan's vigilance, she thought of making a final rescue attempt. She switched back to a pitiful appearance, even allowing tears to well up in her eyes. I admit I am sensitive to the abyssal aura, but I don't dislike you. The so-called conflict of beliefs. Enough. Gu Yuan interrupted her directly. He looked at Yi Anshi and uttered a chilling statement that froze her blood. The necromancer's test might not be difficult, but as a walker of the abyss, I am anything but simple. Boom. This statement was like a thunderbolt shattering all of the girl's disguises. Every expression on Yi Anshi's face, panic, innocence, grievance, faded in that instant, replaced by coldness and shock. Her emerald eyes stared fixedly at Gu Yuan, her pupils narrowing to the size of pinpricks. You? Her voice turned hoarse and dry. How did you know? Gu Yuan did not answer her question. He had played the role of the prey long enough. Now it was time for the roles to reverse and for the hunt to begin. Gu Yuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Several dark red spatial rifts tore open in midair. 6 emaciated little demons flapped their tattered wings, emerging from the rifts, emitting sharp, eerie laughter as they circled above Yi Anshi's head. At the same time, the other 7 hellhounds closed in, tightening the encirclement. Miss Holy Light, the divine examination has begun. Gu Yuan leaped into the air, allowing the little demons to carry him aloft, looking down at the pale-faced Yi Anshi. Time is limited. Please begin answering the questions. Supreme Emperors, the Prince sends New Year greetings to the Emperors. In the new year, may all the Emperors enjoy good health, long-lasting blessings, peace year after year, and smooth sailing every year. The calm voice of Gu Yuan echoed in the desolate ruins. The time for the exam is limited. Please begin answering the questions. The panic and bewilderment on Yi Anshi's face faded away at this moment. You even know about the divine examination? She coldly chuckled, her delicate face filled with morbid excitement. I really didn't make the wrong choice. This question is quite difficult, but the score should be particularly high, right? As she spoke, Yi Anshi flipped her wrist, and a crystal vial shimmering with golden energy and inscribed with runes appeared in her hand. The experience bottle. Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback. It seemed that Yi Anshi had made ample preparations for this exam. She was afraid that she wouldn't reach level 10 to trigger the divine examination when facing him, so she used the experience bottle to level up. A worthy opponent, Gu Yuan thought. If not for the natural enmity between Holy Light and the Abyss, he and this green tea sister would have many commonalities. Bang! The crystal vial was smashed onto the bluestone slab beneath their feet, bursting instantly. Golden light surged out quickly, flooding into Yi Anshi's body. The repressed experience energy and the desire for hunting were simultaneously released at this moment. A brilliant column of light shot up into the sky. Before the upgrade effect dissipated, a golden divine thunder, as thick as a barrel, tore through the night sky, bringing with it a domineering aura that purified the darkness, heading straight for Gu Yuan's face. Attacking while upgrading. Gu Yuan's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but admire this green tea little sister. After shedding her disguise, she had no unnecessary movements. Fortunately, Gu Yuan had never relaxed for even a moment. He had already summoned the abyssal evil energy with all his might before the divine thunder roared. Buzz! The pitch-black abyssal evil energy surged from the tip of Gu Yuan's staff, meeting the resplendent divine thunder heaton. Boom! The golden and black energies violently intertwined. A deafening roar was accompanied by the painful sound of friction. The purifying power of the judgment divine thunder was madly tearing apart the darkness. Meanwhile, the corrosive power of the abyssal evil energy was greedily devouring the light. The two forces, as if possessing their own will, swallowed and fought each other, ultimately annihilating each other into the void. Swish! Amidst the ripples of dissipating demonic energy, both Gu Yuan and Yi Anshi floated back several meters, creating distance between them. Damn heretics! Yi Anshi coldly snorted, revealing her true feelings for Gu Yuan for the first time. Her expression resembled that of a germaphobe upon seeing a rat in a sewage pit, filled with disgust. The seemingly gentle holy light can actually distort people like this. This power is a bit strange, Gu Yuan thought. As natural enemies, why was he not repulsed by the holy light to this extent? Is the holy light more tolerant, or is the abyss more tolerant? Now is not the time to study faith. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened, ordering the demons to attack. Roar! The 8-headed hellhounds charged simultaneously. The little demons in the air let out sharp, strange laughs, and the dark red fireballs in their hands instantly formed, blocking Yi Anshi's escape route. However, in the face of these powerful abyssal creatures, Yi Anshi showed no hint of fear. She slammed her staff heavily onto the ground, judgment binding. Crash! The bluestone slabs on the ground shattered layer by layer as golden chains composed of pure divine thunder burst forth, like vines wrapping around the limbs and necks of each hellhound. A woo! A chilling wail echoed through the ruins. The power of holy light clashed violently with that of the abyss. The golden lightning leaped across the black fur of the hellhounds, scorching large wounds. The 8 tiger-like hell patrol were all heavily injured by the thunder and were trapped in place. As for the little demons in the air, Yuan didn't even glance at them. She merely swept her staff horizontally, sending forth a golden lightning whip. After accurately striking the first little demon, the effect of chain lightning was transmitted to the others. Creak! Under the domineering power of holy light, the little demon could no longer emerge. Their physique was inferior to that of the hellhounds, and as soon as their bony bodies came into contact with the divine thunder, they disintegrated and melted like snowballs thrown into the blazing sun, turning into ashes. Your summoned creature, little demon, has been banished. Your summoned creature, little demon, has been banished. Notifications continuously popped up. Yuan took a deep breath. He knew that demons would be restrained by holy light. However, he did not expect them to be suppressed so thoroughly. After reaching level 10, Yuan's mental attributes were comparable to his own, and her total attributes were even lower than that of the little demons. Logically, she shouldn't have been able to clear the field with a single skill. However, real combat is often unreasonable. The damage dealt by a warrior and the damage received can be affected by numerous factors such as status, terrain, and weather. The so-called numerical values are merely for reference. Otherwise, how could so many high-level experts be defeated by low-level warriors or have their plans foiled in lower-level dungeons? Fortunately, Yuan had never been superstitious about numerical values. He let the demons rush and merely to draw out Yuan's control skills. With the little demons and hellhounds gone, there were still the hell puppets. If the hell puppets were gone, there was still the Succubus Queen. He had many cards to play, but if he fell under control, he might not even have a chance to play. The reason he was playing his cards separately and not going all in was to guard against his opponent's hidden cards. In Yuan's view, Yuan at this moment still had at least 2 hidden cards. One was the Yeto Appear, Yi Jingchuan. The other was the item for the first divine examination task. The former was strong in combat power and must be guarded against. The latter had unclear information, so he needed to be cautious. Yuan. At this moment, Yuan stood at the center of the thunder and flames. Her pristine priest robe remained spotless, and her golden eyes coldly stared at him. "Where is your Succubus Queen?" Yuan noticed that Yuan was holding back and smiled, saying, "You wouldn't want to wait for my brother to appear before summoning her for a king versus king showdown, would you? I advise you not to hold back. Even when hunting a rabbit, one should use full strength. Don't wait until there's no chance to play before regretting it." Yuan's tone was filled with provocation, seemingly intentionally, trying to anger Yuan into going all out. Yuan could naturally see that she hoped he would play his trump card first. The battles of warriors not only involve numerical competition, but also the strategies of countering moves. Unless one can take the opponent out in one go, the first to use skills will always be in a passive position. When battling an evenly matched opponent, one must think of skills as cards. The order of playing cards is very important. These are key points that the teacher repeatedly emphasized in combat theory class. With the support of Abyssal Gaze, Yuan was essentially showing her cards while battling Yuan. Yuan could not afford to waste this advantage by leading with a trump card. Of course, to make the opponent use skills, one must lay down some cards first. Yuan looked at Yuan and smiled. "If your brother doesn't show up soon, you won't have a chance." As soon as his words fell, a gigantic shadow appeared beneath Yuan's feet, accompanied by a sudden gust of wind. The priest girl was taken aback and instinctively turned around. She saw a burning meteor having torn through the clouds at an unknown time, hurtling towards her with the intent to smash her face. The meteor tore through the atmosphere, emitting a piercing howl. The hellish puppet, engulfed in blazing flames, resembled a star of destruction from the abyss, hurtling towards the petite girl with the force to annihilate everything. "Let me see what you use to counter this card of mine." Yuan coldly observed the scene. This was his turn. The previous hellhounds and little demons were merely a prelude. His true killing move had always been suspended in the air. A fierce wind swept in. Yuan's priest robe fluttered as she sighed helplessly without turning back, a self-deprecating smile playing at the corner of her lips. "You won the first round." The girl looked at Yuan, remaining still, allowing the shadow of the meteor to engulf her. The next moment, Divine Spirit Guardian. A brilliant golden light erupted behind her delicate silhouette. The space was forcibly torn apart, and a tall golden figure appeared out of nowhere. Yuan played her trump card first. Her brother Yi Jingchuan had arrived. He stood behind Yuan holding a gun in his right hand, and a shield in the other. The surface of the shield flowed with liquid-like holy light. In the face of the meteor's descent, it advanced rather than retreated. Holy wrath counter. Shatter for me. Accompanied by a low growl, the golden shield collided violently with the burning meteor. The unstoppable meteor, upon encountering the shield, seemed to crash into a wall of rules. A domineering recoil force erupted with a deafening golden flame on the surface of the shield. The hellish puppet's indestructible obsidian body emitted a crisp sound in the air, soon covered in a web of cracks. The next second, boom, rumble. The descending hellish puppet was directly shattered in midair by this recoil force. The burning debris turned into a rain of fire, falling with a crackle into the ruins. Before the hellish puppet could land, it was completely destroyed by this shield counter, forcefully driven back to the abyss. Reflective damage. Wait for me here. Yuan's pupils narrowed slightly, and he secretly rejoiced. Thankfully, he hadn't allowed Yuan to attack right away. The two siblings indeed had a backup. Seeing Yi Jingchuan shatter the hellish fire puppet, the multiplier of his reflective damage skill was likely not the standard 5 or 10, but 100, even multiple times. If that previous attack had been executed by Yuan, even she, the Demon Queen, would have suffered greatly. At this moment, the golden light faded, revealing Yi Jingchuan's stern face. His current state was not good. Clearly, crossing space to arrive had placed a considerable burden on him. Yet the movement in his hand did not falter in the slightest. He swung the holy spear back forcefully, and in an instant the golden holy light erupted from the spear, transforming into a crescent-shaped blade of flame. Holy radiance in all directions. The hellhounds trapped in place by Yi Anshi's judgment binding all shattered like bubbles under this fiery blade. Instant kill. This was the suppression power of a level 30 combatant. Yuan had already made a rough assessment of the combat strength of this group of official members when he followed Su Ningyue into the secret realm. He knew he could not defeat Yi Jingchuan, a level 30 combatant relying solely on the minion demons. Clearing the obstacles, Yi Jingchuan did not pause for a moment. He exerted force under his feet, transforming into a streak of golden light rushing straight towards Yuan. Die! At the same time, Yi Anshi also moved. She raised her staff high, and several bolts of golden thunder descended from the sky, blocking all retreat routes on Yuan's left, right, and behind, forcing him to confront Yi Jingchuan's charge heat. The siblings' coordination was fluid, without any unnecessary words, leaving Yuan no breathing space. In their eyes, Yuan's means had already been exhausted. With the hellhounds wiped out, the little demons cleared, and the strongest hellish puppet also countered, Yuan was left with only one unrevealed trump card, the Demon Queen. As long as they forced out the Demon Queen, this exam could reach its conclusion. Boom! The tip of Yi Jingchuan's gun, burning with divine flames, was merely half a meter from Yuan's throat, the burning sensation of skin searing subtly transmitted. In that moment, hanging by a thread between life and death, the colors of the entire world suddenly changed. The dark red night sky, originally shrouded by the blood moon, was stained by a layer of enchanting purple. The metallic taste of blood in the air vanished, replaced by a fragrance that made one's soul tremble. It was a scent mingled with roses, fine wine, and sulfur. Crack! The void shattered. A purple whip emerged from the void, wrapping around Yuan's waist and pulling him back. Yi Jingchuan's lethal shot struck empty air. The energy released from the gun tip blasted the wall behind into dust. Amidst the swirling dust, countless pink petals fell from the air, each exuding a deadly magical wave. Amidst the rain of petals, a jade foot clad in black high heels gently stepped onto the cross atop the church. Whoosh! A gust of night wind scattered the petals. The figure, capable of mesmerizing all beings, revealed its true form. She wore a high-slit white gown. The luxurious fabric clung to her devilish curves, fluttering in the night breeze. This scene resembled the grand entrance of a powerful boss in a high-level secret realm. Ignoring the man in her arms would likely enhance the imposing atmosphere even more. Indeed, at this moment, Yuan was being held in the embrace of his own demon princess Yuan. Her hands firmly supported Yuan's back and knees. One of Yuan's hands instinctively wrapped around her long neck, his entire being engulfed in suffocating softness, his expression a mix of enjoyment and embarrassment. "Oh dear. Boss, you look like a good baby." Yuan looked down at the man in her arms, her red lips parting, her voice lazy and hoarse, laced with unabashed teasing. "Do you want me to feed you some milk?" Yuan couldn't help but chuckle in anger. As Yi Jingchuan cleared the hellhounds, he had silently recited a spell to summon Yuan. This fellow, clearly capable of using the whip to fling himself to safety, chose instead to embrace him for a grand entrance. One could only say that the demon's wicked sense of humor was truly abundant. No way. The Yi siblings upon seeing this scene would not survive. Bena seemed to sense Gu Yuan's killing intent. She slightly tilted her body, her magical eyes shimmering with a ghostly purple light, casually glancing down. Boom. Just that casual glance unleashed a magical pressure equivalent to 10,000 tons of seawater. The golden flames burning beneath the church dimmed, gradually extinguishing under this pressure. Ugh! Yianqi's face turned white, and she fell to her knees, retching bitterly. The soul-level pressure imposed on her caused the holy light within her to become disordered. Damn it! Yi Jingchuan snorted coldly, stepping forward to shield his sister. He erupted with a dazzling golden light, firmly resisting the demon's pressure, but his expression was no better. A king-level demon. Even a level 40 boss wouldn't have this kind of aura. Yi Jingchuan's hand gripping the spear was slick with cold sweat, his expression growing increasingly grave. Brother, can we win? Yianqi hid behind her brother, gasping as she asked. It's difficult. Yi Jingchuan spoke honestly. My holy guardian lasts only 10 minutes, and I can't unleash my full strength. Our only chance of victory is to use holy wrath counter on her, but it's already been used. Then, let's go with the worst-case plan, hold her off. A glint of determination flashed in Yianqi's eyes as she spoke rapidly. We still have a chance. You take the demon away from the battlefield, leave Gu Yuan to me. As long as I kill him, the demon will be banished back to hell. I hope I can hold on. Yi Jingchuan cast a deep glance at his sister, letting out a heavy sigh. It seemed that the plan Yianqi suggested was indeed the worst and most perilous option. Looking at the golden cross in Yi Jingchuan's hand, which exuded an aura of authority, Bena's playful expression faded away. This is troublesome. The purple magic eye narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of gravity. She whispered in Gu Yuan's ear, that is the divine judgment cross, a holy artifact of the holy hall. Once activated against the target, it will forcibly draw both parties into an independent dual field, which will only be lifted when one side falls. That human wants to separate me from my baby. Bena looked down at Gu Yuan in her arms, her expression slightly worried. I don't think much of a priest who hasn't even completed the second transition, but if I get held up, can you handle that green tea, little sister, alone? Through the crystal ball, I have already seen the tricks of this brother-sister duo. That skill that reflects damage is indeed very insidious. If it weren't for you tricking out the skill early with the hell puppet, I would have been the one at a disadvantage. Yuan Bao, I'm really worried that she still has some tricks up her sleeve waiting to deal with you. Yuan Bao. Hearing this title, Gu Yuan's mouth twitched violently. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he really wanted to give this succubus a fierce kiss. Put me down. Gu Yuan broke free from Bena's embrace, landing on the crossbeam of the cross. What I want is to split the battlefield. This brother-sister duo made a foul move. He had just seen how powerful Yi Jingchuan's explosive power was. If they fell into a Tuntuo chaotic battle, he was genuinely afraid Bena wouldn't be able to protect herself. After all, with his current physique, a single touch from Yi Jingchuan would shatter him. And once he died, Bena would be banished to the abyss. Therefore, killing him was the only way for the brother and sister to survive. But they did not do so. Instead, they chose to split the battlefield. The reason was simple. If he died at Yi Jingchuan's hands, Yianqi's divine trial would fail. Their choice to split the battlefield was a glimmer of hope for the divine trial. This actually maximized Gu Yuan's chances of winning. As for the tricks, Gu Yuan looked down at the resentful girl below. Her trump card was nothing more than that meritorious holy artifact. Meanwhile, I still have the Redemption Coffin, Abyss Devourer, and the Fourfold Heaven Obstruction Star as my 3 trump cards. Moreover, time was on his side. In an unknown fight, Yi Jingchuan would definitely not be Bena's match. Once Bena left the dual space, it would signal the end of the exam. As Gu Yuan was pondering, Yi Jingchuan below had completed his chant. In the name of the holy light, I hereby designate this sacred battlefield. Duel. Boom. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky, locking onto Bena in midair. The spatial laws were forcibly rewritten at this moment. Bena's figure began to grow illusory. But before she completely disappeared, she pecked Gu Yuan lightly on the corner of his lips. Yuan Bao, be careful, I'll be right back. Damn, don't call me that. Gu Yuan cursed. He felt that the term Yuan Bao was the only damage he had received today. In the next second, the golden light retracted. Yi Jingchuan and Bena simultaneously vanished from their original positions. Gu Yuan detached himself from the succubus embrace, standing atop the cross. At this moment, only Gu Yuan and Yianqi remained. The night wind howled, stirring up the ashes on the ground. Gu Yuan looked down at the girl dressed in a pure white priestess robe. He had to admit that this brother-sister duo was indeed very strong. This strength was not only due to their power, but also their ruthless determination and wisdom to achieve their goals. The terrifying damage-reflecting skill and the item that could split the battlefield. They had made ample preparations targeting Yerbena. Even if splitting the battlefield was a foul move, it was still an extremely clever decision. It was important to know that Yuan could no longer summon the little demon and hellhounds. If he hadn't gone to expand the military yesterday, his chances of winning at this moment would be bleak. Yuan. Yanchi looked at the solitary Yuan, her expression returning to calm, even carrying a hint of pity. Your bodyguard is gone. Now let's see what other means you have. With that, she took out a medal from her bosom. It was a skull medal made of pure gold with golden flames burning in the eye sockets, exuding an aura of forcibly distorted holiness. Yanchi lightly kissed the medal, then let it drop to the ground. Buzz, a massive golden magic circle rapidly unfolded beneath her feet. Immediately after, a gigantic upper-body-only golden skeleton slowly crawled out from the It was entirely made of golden bones, towering at 20 meters high, draped in tattered holy robes, and wielding a massive golden scythe. Clearly in the form of an undead, it yet exuded a rich aura of holy light. Yuan only glanced at it, and immediately understood what it was. This was the reward Yanchi obtained after slaying that necromancer in the first divine trial, the meritorious holy artifact. To strip away the necromancer's power, then forcibly infuse and distort it with holy light, ultimately refining it into this grotesque monster. Does the holy light also indulge in such desecration? Yuan looked at the golden skeleton, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. This made him ponder. If he failed, what would the holy light refine his power into? A demon with holy attributes. Roar. The golden skeleton let out a roar, the sound mixed with the wails of the dead and the chants of hymns, extremely piercing. It swung its massive scythe, carrying the momentum to sweep through armies, and struck down fiercely towards the top of the church. Yuan did not dodge immediately. He flipped his wrist and summoned 10 crimson sacrificial gems which floated in midair around him. Frost Puppet Wolfman Captain, Frost Poison Spider Queen. Each gem sealed a boss's life. Abyss Devourer. Yuan whispered. The 10 gems instantly shattered, transforming into 10 streams of varying colors pouring into his body. Boom. Yuan's aura surged instantly. Target devoured sacrificial gem, Iron Puppet General. Boost Strength 15. Target devoured sacrificial gem, Frost Puppet. Boost Constitution 18. Target devoured sacrificial gem, Wolfman Captain. Boost Agility 14. Target devoured sacrificial gem, Wolfman Captain. Boost Spirit 19. The 10 cold gems transformed into even colder numbers. Although each gem only increased by 10 points, the highest was just above 20, but the sheer number made up for it. In an instant, Yuan's base attributes surged by nearly 200 points. Without considering skills, his current values even surpassed Yi Jingquan's. Under the blood moon, the enormous golden sickle swung down. Bang! The cross at the top of the cathedral shattered. With a surge of 42 points in agility, Yuan's body shot out like a cannonball, narrowly avoiding the sickle's edge and landing on the distant ruins. Boom! The top of the cathedral was cleaved by the sickle, debris flying everywhere. His speed, a flash of panic crossed Yanchi's eyes. Her greatest fear had come true. She had sensed the problem with those gems during the martial arts demonstration. Yesterday, Yuan had summoned these gems in his battle against the demon hunter. Moreover, after the gems shattered, his agility had significantly increased. Yanchi had studied for a long time, scoured through books, but could not comprehend what this ability truly was. In the end, she could only speculate that it must be some sort of one-time use item. Yuan couldn't possibly have it all the time. Besides, given the urgent situation, Yuan hadn't used those gems. Yanchi concluded that Yuan no longer had any trump cards. The result? He had actually withheld them until now. Damn. Yanchi was completely panicked. She knew she didn't have much time left. When her brother issued the duel invitation to the succubus, his resolute gaze had already said it all. He was no match for that Succubus Queen. He had forcefully dragged the succubus into the dual realm, intending to buy himself time. If she didn't quickly kill Yuan and break the contract, her brother would surely die. And without her protection, she would also meet the same fate. It had to be a swift resolution. Die for me. Yanchi fell into madness. That delicate and lovely face was now twisted like a demon. She crazily waved her staff, commanding the massive golden skeleton to unleash a torrential assault on Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. The gigantic bony hands kept slamming down. The golden sickle swung wildly. Each strike left huge craters in the ground, with stones flying and dust rising. Is this your last resort? running away like a rat. Yianchi screamed, her voice sharp and piercing, a rat from the abyss. Gu Yuan did not respond. He continuously jumped and rolled among the ruins, using the complex terrain and his surging speed to narrowly escape death time and again. Yianchi was anxious and Gu Yuan was not calm either. The commotion here was too great. Those newcomers scattered throughout the city could be attracted over by the sounds of battle at any moment. After defeating Yianchi, he still had to hold the sacrificial ceremony. That scene couldn't be seen by anyone else. I must be quick and strike to kill. Last 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Gu Yuan counted the time silently in his mind while dodging. He was drawing Yianchi's attention to ensure that the upcoming attacks would all hit. Suddenly Gu Yuan stopped on a piece of broken wall. He no longer fled, but turned around looking at the golden skeleton chasing after him, and Yianchi, whose face was twisted in rage, hovering within the skeleton's skull. Can't run anymore. Yianchi's face broke into a wild smile at the sight, then die. The golden skeleton raised its sickle high, preparing to deliver the final judgment. But at that moment a chilling whistle suddenly echoed from the night sky above. It was the sound of air being rapidly compressed, causing a booming explosion. The sound grew louder and closer until it turned into a deafening roar. Yianchi's smile froze on her face. She instinctively looked up. Against the pitch-black night sky, 4 enormous meteors ablaze with fierce flames descended like 4 fallen suns, tearing through the clouds and heading straight for her position, crashing down. They were not real meteors, but 4 hell puppets descending from the heavens. What a... Yianchi's pupils contracted to the size of needles. When did he summon them? Why were there 4? Before Yianchi could comprehend, the first meteor crashed down with destructive force, smashing hard onto the giant golden skeleton. Boom! The earth-shattering roar. The 20-meter golden skeleton was directly brought to its knees by the terrifying impact. Its hard golden bones emitted a sound of unbearable cracking, and the sickle in its hand was knocked away. Then came the second one. Boom! The spine of the golden skeleton was broken, half of its body was smashed into the ground, and the golden holy light shattered like glass, scattering everywhere. The third one. The fourth one. Boom! The last meteor struck the skull of the golden skeleton like a hellish hammer, smashing open its back. Under the terrifying series of explosions, the entire block was flattened. Smoke filled the sky and flames soared. The skull of the golden skeleton shattered, and its massive body disintegrated into countless golden fragments. And at the center of that destruction, a petite, white figure traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily into the pile of rubble. Pooh! Yianchi spat out a mouthful of blood, her once pristine priestess robe now tattered, large areas of skin exposed, marked with burns. She struggled to rise, but was unable to move due to the intense pain, as if her internal organs had shifted. She lifted her head, looking ahead with a face full of resentment. In that sea of flames, 4 giants engulfed in fire slowly stood up, like 4 insurmountable mountains, blocking all routes of retreat. Gu Yuan walked out from the flames, step by step approaching her. Heretic! Yianchi stared at that figure, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She trembled as she raised her charred hand, forcibly squeezing out the last bit of her mental strength. ZZ. A thin thread-like golden arc of lightning shot towards Gu Yuan's brow, embodying her final defiance. Gu Yuan did not halt his steps. He simply raised his hand casually, giving a light wave. Clap! The lightning carrying Yianchi's last murderous intent shattered into a flurry of golden dust the moment it touched Gu Yuan's hand. Amidst the golden dust, Yianchi's gaze dulled. At this moment, the gap between her and Gu Yuan was no longer something that attribute restraint could compensate for. Put down your pen, the exam time is up. Gu Yuan's voice was calm. You failed. Cough. Yianchi coughed up a mouthful of blood, a miserable smile on her face. Yes, I failed the exam. The girl gave up on getting up and made an effort to raise her head towards the blood moon behind the smoke. The resentment in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by the calm acceptance of victors and vanquished. This question was too difficult for you. Perhaps I want pass on the holy light side. Gu Yuan crouched down, looking at Yianchi. But on the abyss side, your score is excellent. This statement came from the heart. This brother and sister were strong enough, ruthless enough, and clever enough. Yi Jingquan's decisiveness, Yianchi's disguise and scheming, as well as their targeted professional skills. If they hadn't encountered him beforehand, they would certainly have made it far in this cruel world. Especially, every 5 levels a merit sacred artifact. If she were to grow up endowed with divine skills, even the deities would have to worry. What a pity there are no ifs. Gu Yuan stood up without any hesitation. He waved his hand. The 4 hell puppets immediately dispersed, turning their backs to Gu Yuan, facing 4 different directions, constructing a defensive circle. Block anyone approaching here, not a single one should be let through. Yuan commanded coldly. He paused and added, including Lan Ruodong. The upcoming ceremony must not be seen by anyone. Even if Lan Ruodong were to barge in at this moment, he would have to carry out the will of the abyss. Under the blood moon, Yuan slowly rose, his tall shadow enveloping the girl before him like the darkness of an abyss. He raised his staff, and the abyssal evil energy within him surged forth, flowing down the tip of the staff to the ground. The black-red energy slithered across the scorched earth, outlining a complex and eerie sacrificial magic circle. At the center of the circle lay Yuan, staring blankly at everything before her, neither struggling. She was a wise person, aware of what awaited her: sacrifice, desecration, torture. In the hands of the abyss, any form of punishment for defeat was not surprising. In the battle between saints and heretics, there were only two outcomes: either the heretics were sent to the stake, or the saints were sent to the altar, becoming lambs. When Yuan completed the final stroke of the magic circle, the entire formation illuminated with a bizarre red glow. Yuan understood that she was about to die. In the last moments of her life, her resentment gradually settled, leaving only curiosity about Yuan. Can you tell me? How did you know about the divine examination task? This was Yuan's greatest confusion. The judgment divine examination was her biggest secret. Even her brother was not fully aware of the details. How did this abyss walker know? Moreover, he mentioned that necromancer, that gloomy boy named Lin Moran, who regarded her as light and hope. On the eve of the new recruit trial, Yuan lured him into the wilderness, smiling as she struck him down from behind with divine thunder. This act was flawlessly executed. The Frostwinter Guild and the Guard Corps conducted an investigation, yet none suspected her. How did Yuan know? Yuan looked at Yuan, her eyes filled with pleading. She wanted to know where she had made a mistake. Because Yuan gazed into the girl's eyes and slowly spoke, when you stare into the abyss also stares back at you. Yuan was taken aback. Then, as if she understood something, a bitter smile of relief appeared on her lips. So, that's how it is. She thought she was the hunter lurking in the shadows to observe her prey, unaware that the prey was gazing back at her. Yuan, you are clever and strong. I am convinced to lose to you. Yuan murmured, closing her eyes as if letting go of everything. Her delicate face bore a faint smile, seemingly restored to innocence. If not for our opposing beliefs, we might have been very compatible. Yuan said nothing further. He pointed his staff at Yuan's redemption black coffin. With a hum, endless darkness erupted like the gaping mouth of an abyss, swallowing Yuan along with the ground beneath her. Darkness. Boundless darkness. Yuan felt everything fade into black, every sound light, and sense of pain vanished at that moment. It was as if she had fallen into a deep sea without gravity, her body sinking continuously, her consciousness gradually detaching. Is this death? She thought blankly. There was no guiding holy light, no horns of heaven, only eternal solitude. Just then a soft sighing voice echoed behind her. Lost child. The voice was hoarse, yet sacred, as if it came from a distant, ancient time, carrying a compassion that could penetrate the soul. Yuan instinctively turned around. In that endless darkness, she saw a figure. It was a woman dressed in tattered nun's attire. She floated in the void, her eyes covered by a black cloth, her body wrapped in thick, barbed black chains. It seemed that blood with golden powder dripped slowly from the chains, splattering beautiful blood flowers in the darkness. Who are you? Yuan was stunned. As a saint, she sensed a familiar, yet distinctly different aura emanating from this woman. It was holy light, but twisted, painful, and filled with resentment. You need redemption. The woman did not answer her question, merely opening her arms and offering Yuan a smile, filled. In this hypocritical world, only suffering is the one true reality. Come, child. Repent to the abyss and obtain redemption through the desecration of holy light. As she embraced Yuan, countless black chains emerged from the void, instantly wrapping around Yuan's body. There was no resistance. Yuan looked at the woman before her, as if seeing herself in a mirror. The self who had resorted to any means for faith, yet ended up with nothing. Redemption. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the chains as they dragged her into that desecrated embrace. Hidden secret realm, blood moon hanging high. A pitch-black stone coffin stood at the center of the magic circle, its surface flowing with ominous black mist. As the sacrificial ritual proceeded, grand, yet distorted hymns echoed through the heavens and earth. The sound resembled both the chanting of angels and the wailing of demons, resonating over the silent city, shaking the souls of the living. The once hard and cold coffin lid began to seep a glimmering dark red liquid, as if gold powder was mixed into the blood. It was the demigod blood of Angelus. The fallen saintess has received the offering, the divine arbiter Yanchi. Crackle crackle. Lines of black scriptures flowed out from within the black coffin, merging into the magic circle beneath Gu Yuan's feet. In an instant, Gu Yuan felt a bone-chilling cold surge into his body. It was the suffering and resentment accumulated by Angelus over thousands of years. Contract established, fallen saintess Angelus. Boom. The massive black coffin shattered with a thunderous sound, transforming into a sky full of black feathers and shattered scriptures. Amidst the flying embers, the sound of heavy chains dragging could be heard. A figure emerged, blindfolded in black cloth, barefoot, and suspended in the air. The hem of her nun's attire fluttered in the wind. Angelus, this former daughter of holy light, was quietly suspended before Gu Yuan. She clasped her hands in front of her chest in a prayer position, her proud bosom rising and falling with the rhythm of the chant. Her voluptuous figure had shed the chains of confinement, and her nun's attire was no longer tattered, instead radiating a twisted aura of holy light. Thank you for your redemption, my lord. Her hoarse yet ethereal voice echoed in the desolate ruins as Angelus slowly floated closer to Gu Yuan. Her stature was even taller and more voluptuous than Yalberna's. As she hovered barefoot, Gu Yuan could only gaze level with her bosom. A fleeting glance could easily send him into the abyss of her cleavage. 2 words to describe: powerful. Gu Yuan took a deep breath. At that moment, a panel displaying Angelus appeared before him. Name: Angelus, human demigod. Level 10150 unlocked with the contractor. Strength 150. Agility 150. Constitution 150. Spirit 850. Skills: Chain of Shared Sin. Extreme. Angelus uses scriptures as chains to link the souls of enemy units. Linked enemies will share suffering, and when one unit takes damage, the others will simultaneously receive 3050 of real damage. Pain Redemption. Extreme. Angelus chants a distorted hymn, converting suffering into power, allowing allied units to transform the damage they receive into temporary attributes for a limited time, after which the damage will be calculated. Grace Reversal. Extreme. Angelus unfolds her domain, transforming the surrounding environment into a forgotten land of the gods. Within the domain, all enemy healing recovery effects will be forcibly reversed into real damage, while damage suffered by allies will be reversed into healing recovery. Desecrated Sanctuary. Divine Angelus will establish a sanctuary for you, spreading your gospel. The holy practitioners you kill will fall into the church to repent, receive redemption, and offer you loyal faith. Gulp. Looking at the skill introduction before him, Gu Yuan instinctively swallowed, hard, murmuring Yalberna's title of the champion is about to be lost. Under the blood moon, Angelus hovered barefoot in midair. Her nun's attire, tightly hugging her voluptuous curves, could not conceal the divine aura surging within her. Gu Yuan immediately brought up the detailed attributes of this new employee. Although he had prepared himself mentally, his breath still hitched for a moment when he saw the panel. Level 10 total attributes, 1300. Tenfold growth. Gu Yuan quickly calculated in his mind. 4 human practitioners leveling up by 1 only increases attributes by 10 points. With the innate full attributes at level 10, it would not exceed 130 points. However, as a level 10 summon, Angelus possessed 1300 points, a full tenfold increase. This meant that for every level Gu Yuan increased, she would gain 100 points in attributes. This was no longer just a crushing advantage, it was a lead on a life level. Even the king-level demon Yalberna would be inferior in attributes at the same level. Moreover, her level cap is 150. Gu Yuan's gaze shifted downward. In this world, level 90 and the 4th promotion represented the pinnacle for humans. Humans who break through level 100 are legendary beings. It is said that at level 120 during the 5th promotion, humans can ascend to godhood. Yet Angelus' level cap has overturned this rumor. For even at level 150, she could only be referred to as a demigod. Next came the skills. First skill: Connect to enemies, damage transfer. Second skill: Enhance, when hit lock health to remain alive. Third skill: Domain skill, converts healing into damage and damage into healing. All 3 are functional support skills that significantly enhance Gu Yuan's combat power. Shared Sin Chains can turn a single target burst skill into an AoE effect, even allowing for attacks from afar. The combination of Pain Redemption and Grace Reversal is truly invincible in mechanics. Imagine after activating Pain Redemption, the Hell Puppet charges into the enemy ranks. The more the enemies attack it, the higher its damage until it locks health. Before the skill ends, activating Grace Reversal turns the damage calculation of Pain Redemption into healing, and then they are all back to full health. A perfect support. Gu Yuan gave a high evaluation. Angelus's existence provided tactical support for the demon minions, no longer just cannon fodder. Finally, Gu Yuan's gaze fell on the fourth skill. Profane Sanctuary Divine Angelus will establish a sanctuary for you proclaiming your gospel. The holy practitioners you kill will fall into the church to repent, accept redemption, and offer you loyal faith. Collect souls and convert them into believers. Gu Yuan stroked his chin. This skill description looks like, isn't it the 10,000 souls banner from cultivation novels? It captures the souls of enemies to work for you while providing faith power. However, this 10,000 souls banner only collects holy practitioners. What exactly is the mechanism of faith? Will the converted holy practitioners retain their battle power from before? The skill description was vague, and Gu Yuan was ready to ask Angelus. Boom! Not far away, a golden light screen suddenly unfolded, shattering like glass struck by a heavy blow, exploding into a shower of light flakes. Before the golden light faded, a graceful figure stepped forth. Yalberna. At this moment, the Succubus Queen was not in an elegant state. The hem of her luxurious gown bore traces of being scorched by holy light, indicating that the previous battle was not without its injuries. Yet her expression remained languid, her left hand dragging a limp corpse, leaving a trail of scarlet blood on the debris-strewn ground. Yi Jingchuan. This holy gun knight, the previous rookie champion of Jiangyu County, had now lost all signs of life. A hollow cavity was imprinted on his chest, his eyes wide open, pupils dilated, and his face still bore the unwillingness and despair from his dying moments. Slap. Yalberna casually flicked her wrist, discarding Yi Jingchuan's corpse as if it were a broken doll, tossing it into the ruins at Gu Yuan's feet. Waste of time. She rubbed her wrist, complaining disdainfully, the holy practitioner's invincible holy shield was too annoying. It held me up for several minutes, otherwise I would have come out earlier. After saying this, she looked up at Gu Yuan, but her gaze fell on the figure behind him. Upon seeing Angelus, Yalberna's expression visibly froze for a moment. It was a feeling of instinctive dread. Even though she was the queen of the abyss, facing a demigod who had once cut through the abyss, her confidence inevitably wavered. But soon this fear was forcibly suppressed by her arrogance. Oh, isn't this the daughter of holy light? Yalberna looked Angelus up and down, and a trace of scornful scrutiny flashed in her purple eyes, followed by a light chuckle. TSK tisk, as a priestess you actually look so voluptuous. No wonder you were abandoned by the divine, who just your tantalizing body has planted the seed of destiny. However, Yalberna's tone shifted as she sauntered over to Gu Yuan's side, affectionately linking her arm with his, asserting her claim. Since you've pledged allegiance to the abyss, then do your best. Our dear boss never shortchanges his subordinates. She turned to look at Gu Yuan, her eyes sparkling. Right, boss? Gu Yuan glanced at her helplessly. This succubus had her desire for affection written all over her face. You did well. He glanced at the corpse on the ground. I will give you the reward you deserve. With the promise, the smile on Yalberna's face became a bit more sincere. She kicked Yi Jingchuan's corpse, and her tone turned cruel yet joyful. This guy died a terrible death. It's like sharing an interesting story. The backlash from Holy Guardian was severe. While he was vomiting blood, he still fought me desperately, so I just used a little mental illusion on him. I made him see his beloved younger sister being brutally desecrated by you. Yalberna licked her lips as if savoring the moment. Tisk, the despair and pain that erupted in that instant were so delicious. He died after I ripped out his heart, in endless rage and madness. The brother died for the sister's sake, while the sister sacrificed herself for power. One became a corpse, the other a sacrificial offering. Truly tragic. She spoke of tragedy, yet her eyes brimmed with delight. This kind of dramatically tragic event is true art. Gu Yuan did not comment. This was the value system of demons. In their eyes, human suffering and despair were merely spices for their wine, not just a tragedy. The previously silent Angelus suddenly spoke. She slowly descended her bare feet, touching the charred earth, approaching Yi Jingchuan's corpse. It is also a real suffering. She extended her hand, gently brushing over Yi Jingchuan's unclosed eyes, causing them to slowly shut. The siblings bore the shame of their family, the twisted bonds, and ultimately fell together in despair. Such suffering is rich in texture. Angelus slightly raised her head, her face, shrouded in black cloth, turned toward Gu Yuan. My lord, they deserve redemption. I was just about to ask you. Gu Yuan looked at her. What exactly is your profane sanctuary? Please witness it with your own eyes. Angelus did not explain, but slowly opened her arms. Buzz, streams of black scripture surged from her body, constructing a massive illusion behind her. It was a magnificent yet twisted Gothic cathedral. The walls of the cathedral were built of black bones, and blood-red glass was embedded in the windows. As the image zoomed in, Gu Yuan saw a figure kneeling beneath the altar. It was a girl dressed in a pure white priestess robe. Yanchi. She was not completely dead, or rather, her soul was imprisoned here. At this moment, she was clasping her hands in prayer, her face displaying a fervent and pious expression as she continuously recited prayers. However, the object of her prayers was neither holy light nor angels, but a slowly coalescing, indistinct black statue. Though its features were unclear, Yuan could distinctly feel that the aura of that statue was identical to his own. Is this the profane sanctuary, capturing the souls of holy practitioners and making them pray to this abyss walker day and night? Holy practitioners praying to the abyss. Yalberna, witnessing this scene, could not help but scoff. What kind of redemption is this? This is nothing but brainwashing and desecration. She looked at Angelus. You have become even more perverted since your fall. No. Angelus' voice was filled with compassion, yet the expression on her face revealed a twisted obsession. The holy light is an illusory shore, only the abyss is home. I will guide all the lost lambs, helping them see the truth of the world, awakening them in suffering. I will lead them all to the abyss. Angelus suddenly turned to Yuan, opening her arms with a look of madness on her face. My lord, please redeem us lambs, desecrate us lambs. You will become the one true God in this world. Seeing Angelus' twisted smile, Yalberna rubbed her. Angelus' current madness even made this pervert feel a chill run down her spine. The words "the only true God" weighed heavily on Yuan's mind. He was only at level 10 now. Wasn't Angelus' expectation a bit too high? Yuan rubbed his temples and shook his head helplessly. Being a boss these days is really not easy. He felt like a small workshop owner worrying about next month's rent when suddenly a top-tier technical expert came in for an interview. This expert didn't want a salary or a share of the profits. Upon entering, he declared to Yuan, boss, our goal is to acquire Apple, punch Microsoft, and kick Nvidia. You must become the world's richest man. Alright. The employees were starting to paint a grand vision for the boss. However, abstract concepts remained just that. If future employees were to be held to the same high standard as Angelisi, then this Abyss Infinite Liability Company might actually go public. After all, Yuan already possessed the strength to slaughter level 30 combatants. Moreover, he wasn't just killing ordinary level 30 combatants. It should be noted that Yi Jingchuan was the rookie champion of Jianyu County last year, a true genius among geniuses. Yet against Yalberna, he barely lasted 5 minutes, relying on his invincible shield to stall for time. Now with Angelus' addition, Yuan even doubted that combatants who had undergone their second-class advancement would be his match. The objective achieved, it's time to wrap things up. Yuan pulled back his wandering thoughts and focused on Yi Jingchuan's corpse. The death of this holy gun knight was anything but peaceful. His bulging eyes and contorted expression signified immense emotional turmoil before his death. I wonder what Yalberna showed him. Given that succubus' wicked sense of humor, it couldn't have been something innocent, could it? Yuan thought to himself. As a key training target of the Winter Guild, the simultaneous demise of the Yi siblings was no trivial matter. The guild's higher-ups would definitely conduct a thorough investigation, and all those involved in the raid on the Hidden Realm would be considered suspects. These traces are going to be hard to deal with. Yuan scanned his surroundings. This was the depths of the Hidden Realm with no surveillance, so there couldn't possibly be any visual evidence. Moreover, during the battle, Yuan's gaze into the abyss hadn't triggered, indicating there were no witnesses. But that didn't mean he could easily shake off suspicion. On the contrary, his level of suspicion was likely the highest among everyone. First, he was of the abyss type, inherently opposed to the holy light type. Second, the air in the Hidden Realm was thick with the mingling sense of abyss and holy light. The two were intertwined and indistinguishable. Any discerning eye could tell that these two types of power had clashed violently. It's impossible to clear my... Yuan shook his head, unable to think of a better plan. He would simply proceed as planned, directly admitting that he killed the siblings. However, just like last time, it was self-defense. The script was simple. After entering the Hidden Realm, Yanqi had launched an attack on him, calling for Yi Jingchuan to assist. However, the two had been no match for him, and were both killed in retaliation. Of course, merely telling this story, the investigators would definitely not believe him. Yuan would also have to throw out the clue about the necromancer. That murder should have been executed flawlessly by Yanqi to the point where the guards had not traced it back to her. But as long as Yuan provided a clear direction, the Winter Guild's methods would surely uncover some clues. Moreover, Yanqi had already converted to the abyss and was currently repenting in the Hall of Redemption. If necessary, Yuan could even have her come out to confess her crimes. Of course, it would be best not to expose the skills of the Redemption Hall. This was far too blasphemous. He needed the Holy Light faction to believe that he would end up on the Holy Light must-kill list. Yuan's thoughts raced. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a golden flash. It was a palm-sized metal. It lay quietly on the scorched earth, still retaining traces of holy light embers. Yuan approached and bent down to pick it up. Hiss! As soon as his fingertips touched it, a burning sensation coursed through him. That was the power of holy light, which naturally repelled the physique of an abyss walker. Meritorious holy artifact golden skeleton damaged. This was the medium Yuan used to summon the golden skeleton, as well as her reward for completing her first divine examination. What a pity it's damaged. Yuan looked at the golden metal in his hand with some regret. The large skeleton that resembled Susanoo was quite imposing. At that moment, Angelisi, who had been silent, suddenly floated over. She seemed to sense Yuan's regret and spoke. This item can be repaired, but Angelisi paused, her voice filled with pity. Within it is sealed a sorrowful soul. He once yearned for healing, for warmth to envelop him. But in the end, what he received was not redemption, but purification. That girl burned away his flesh and blood, imprisoned his soul, and forged him into this blasphemous holy artifact. Hearing this, Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. The soul of that necromancer did not vanish. What a good item. Yuan, ignoring the burning pain in his palm, clenched the metal tightly in his hand, a smile creeping onto his lips. This meritorious holy artifact was the ironclad proof of Yuan's murder. Within the Winter Guild, there were quite a few high-level necromancer practitioners. As long as he informed them that there was a remnant soul of Lin Moran inside, they would be able to make the deceased speak. At that point, Yuan's crime of hunting her companions and crafting evil artifacts would be laid bare for all to see. In this way, his justification for self-defense would be extremely sufficient. He could even package himself as a hero, ridding the world of evil and establish his reputation among newcomers. I've killed level 30 combatants. My strength is beyond doubt right. What a pair of good siblings. Yuan tucked the metal away, feeling elated, gaining experience, faith, and prestige. Just then, a series of warning messages suddenly popped up before him. Alert, hell puppets are under attack. Alert, hell puppets have been controlled and cannot move. Who has arrived? Yuan frowned. After the battle ended, he had ordered the 4 hell puppets to spread out around the ruins and seal off the scene. Now that the hell puppets had triggered combat, it was clear that someone had breached the blockade. To be able to control hell puppets, this person is no weakling. Who could it be? Yuan had 2 guesses. One was the druid among the 12 newcomers. His main skill was vines entangling. No Mother Nature's embrace. However, Yuan quickly dismissed this thought. That druid's Mother Nature's embrace couldn't possibly control the flaming hell puppets. That left only the second guess. Lan Ruodong. Her ice flames had the most powerful control ability Yuan had ever seen. Thinking of this, he immediately issued the command through his mental link. Lift the alert. If someone had to discover the crime scene, Lan Ruodong was the most suitable candidate. First, her testimony would carry enough weight. Second, she had a bit of a romantic mindset. With the order given, the distant roar suddenly ceased. The 4 hell puppets, receiving their command, stood motionless, no longer patrolling or engaging in battle. The blockade was lifted. Seconds later, a hurried sound of footsteps accompanied by heavy breathing came from the other end of the ruins. The person was running, quickly stumbling, as if they had suffered considerable losses at the hands of the hell puppets. Yuan, aided by the dim light of the blood moon, recognized the newcomer. It was Lan Ruodong. Wearing an ice blue mage robe, it was already stained with dust, and there were several burn marks at the hem from fierce flames, her signature long blue hair disheveled over her shoulders. Gripping her staff tightly, the icy flames at the tip still flickered, clearly having just experienced a fierce battle. As she dashed through the ruins and saw Yuan standing amid the remnants of the church, her steps suddenly halted. Yuan. Lan Ruodong's chest heaved violently. She paid no mind to the apocalyptic ruins surrounding her. Her gaze immediately locked onto Yuan, and upon confirming that he was unharmed, her tense shoulders finally relaxed. That's great. You're okay. The girl let out a sigh, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Earlier, she had witnessed the terrifying spectacle of 4 meteors falling. She knew this was the hell puppet's way of making an entrance, and she understood this was one of Yuan's skills. Seeing this, she immediately speculated that Yuan had encountered a powerful demon, prompting her to rush over for support. However, upon arriving, she was intercepted and attacked by the hell puppets, which only increased Lan Ruodong's anxiety. At that moment, one guess occupied her mind. That is, Yuan's summoned creatures had gone out of control. Knowing the characteristics of the abyss, she understood the terror of abyssal creatures. These rebellious and unruly beings are hard to control by humans. As long as the master's spiritual power wanes, they might break free from their restraints and launch indiscriminate attacks without regard for kin. Lan Ruodong suspected that Gu Yuan had summoned 4 hell puppets at once, likely due to a drastic drop in his spiritual power, leading to the rebellion of his summons. With the strength of the hell puppets, if they turned against Gu Yuan, he would surely be in grave danger. I'm fine, Gu Yuan said, looking at the somewhat disheveled girl before him, feeling a slight stir in his heart. He could tell that Lan Ruodong was worried about him. This girl, surrounded by frost, now resembled a flicker of flame, bringing warmth to a night filled with schemes and slaughter. Lan Ruodong took a moment to steady her breath, her gaze gradually regaining its usual sharpness. She glanced past Gu Yuan to survey the surroundings. The ground was scorched, the church utterly shattered, and the air was laced with a haunting energy wave. Clearly a brutal battle had just taken place here. But what shocked her most, leaving her somewhat at a loss, were the 2 people standing beside Gu Yuan. On the left was the Succubus Queen Yerbina, whom she had seen in images. At that moment, this queen stood beside Gu Yuan, looking at her with a provocative gaze. And on the right, Lan Ruodong's pupils suddenly constricted. It was a woman. She wore a black and white nun's outfit, blindfolded with black cloth, her bare feet visible, and her voluptuous figure radiated an aura of holy light. Lan Ruodong should have been familiar with the power of holy light. Yet the holy light emanating from this woman felt somewhat alien. This aura did not convey purity or warmth, but rather coldness and despair. It was as if the opposite of holy light, or perhaps the shadow of holy light. Who is she? Lan Ruodong tightened her grip on the staff, her voice trembling. As the young lady of the Winter Guild, she had seen much. She had encountered high-ranking demons and the archbishops of the holy halls. But she had never seen such a contradictory existence. Purity coexisting with corruption, compassion alongside cruelty. Especially the pressure emanating from that woman, which was even deeper than her father, the king of bitter cold, who was above level 90. Let me introduce her, Gu Yuan said without any intention to conceal. Since Lan Ruodong had already seen, he might as well display it openly, which could also be regarded as a form of showing off his own strength. She is my second contractee, Angelisi, who was once a holy servant. Holy sir, Lan Ruodong felt her worldview was being shattered, confirming with Gu Yuan. Isn't your contract partner supposed to be a creature from the abyss? That's correct, she returned from the abyss. Gu Yuan nodded, looking at Angelisi, a pitiful soul betrayed by holy light, and turned to the abyss. Thank you for the Lord's salvation. Angelisi obediently lowered her head, and made a standard prayer gesture towards Gu Yuan. Seeing this scene, Lan Ruodong's expression became extremely complex. Shock, dread, confusion, and a hint of bitterness that she herself was unaware of. To her left was the stunningly beautiful succubus, and to her right was the sorrowful, broken holy woman. They served beside Gu Yuan, seemingly occupying all of him, leaving no space for her. What was even more infuriating, it was one thing for the succubus to be curvaceous. How could a former holy servant look so disgraceful? With that figure, even if wrapped tightly, it seemed to flirt with indecency. Such desecration. No wonder she was cast away by holy light. Humph. Lan Ruodong snorted coldly, turning her head away to no longer look at the 2 seductive vixens. Her gaze scanned the ruins, suddenly catching sight of a golden figure. Though covered in dust, and having lost its former luster, Lan Ruodong would never mistake that unique. That is Yi Jingchuan. Lan Ruodong's heart skipped a beat as she stepped forward. She saw Yi Jingchuan lying on his back in a massive pit. The chest of his proud golden armor bore a glaring hollow mark, constantly oozing blood. The eyes of the Holy Lance Knight were wide open, his pupils already dilated, and his face still held a twisted expression of despair mixed with rage. Dead. Lan Ruodong's voice trembled. Due to conflicting power attributes, she did not particularly like Yi Jingchuan. But he was an elite of the guild, one of the captains of this operation, and a living person. Just a moment ago, he had been commanding with spirited confidence, and the next moment, he had become a cold corpse. This shock left Lan Ruodong momentarily speechless. I couldn't help it. Gu Yuan walked up behind her, his voice low and tinged with fatigue. I wanted to hold back, but it was a life-and-death situation. What on earth happened? Lan Ruodong looked at Gu Yuan, her voice trembling, her previously relaxed expression tightening once more. She had already guessed. Gu Yuan had killed Yi Jingchuan. But Yi Jingchuan was already level 30. How could he lose to Gu Yuan? Lan Ruodong knew Gu Yuan was strong, his strength far exceeding that of other warriors at the same level. However, killing someone who was 20 levels higher was still too outrageous. Moreover, Yi Jingchuan, like him, was a top figure in Jiangyu County. In terms of combat awareness and skills, there was no significant difference between the 2. The only explanation for this was Gu Yuan's summons. Lan Ruodong looked again at the 2 seductive vixens, her gaze filled with disbelief. The level of summoned creatures grows with the summoner. Gu Yuan was currently level 10, and these two summons should also be level 10, yet their combat power surpassed that of a level 30 professional. Before Lan Ruodong could digest the shock in her heart, Gu Yuan calmly tossed a large stone. Yi Anqi and Yi Jingchuan from the moment they laid eyes on me harbored murderous intentions. I am like that missing necromancer. I was their prey. Prey. Lan Ruodong repeated the word, her gaze falling on the golden medal showcased by Gu Yuan. It was a palm-sized skull emblem entirely cast from pure gold, with twisted golden flames burning in its eye sockets. This is Yi Anqi's meritorious sacred artifact. Gu Yuan looked at Lan Ruodong and said, "You should know that just 5 days ago a necromancer named Lin Moran went missing from the 5th Academy in Lin Yuan." "I know." Lan Ruodong nodded lightly. "My uncle was involved in the investigation of this matter. Actually, Lin Moran is already dead." "Dead?" Lan Ruodong was taken aback looking at the skull emblem in Gu Yuan's hand, her eyes suddenly realizing something, as if she had guessed the truth. "Yes, the culprits are Yi Anqi and Yi Jingchuan." Gu Yuan's voice was calm, yet it carried a suppressed anger. Lin Moran regarded Yi Anqi as a light of salvation, not realizing that light was meant to burn him. Yi Anqi stripped away his flesh and blood, imprisoned his soul, and forcibly twisted and refined it with holy light, ultimately creating this evil sacred artifact. Gu Yuan raised the medal in his hand. Now the soul of that infatuated dog is still wailing inside. Lan Ruodong stared intently at the emblem, her expression growing colder. As the young lady of the Winter Guild, she had received a good education and had seen much darkness. However, the act of treating innocent practitioners as materials for soul refining had still crossed her bottom line. This is forbidden. Such atrocities can only be committed by fallen cultists. How could the Winter Guild recruit such malicious individuals? Lan Ruodong had no doubt about Gu Yuan's words. It was not merely bias due to affection, but Gu Yuan had presented evidence. The truth of his words could be verified by returning the emblem to the guild and having the elder of the Necromancer Division inquire. "Yi Anqi, how dare she?" Lan Ruodong clenched the skull emblem tightly, her voice trembling with anger. Holy practitioners should represent light, yet she is so ruthless as to harm her own classmates. It is precisely because she wears the guise of holy light that she could deceive Lin Moran. Gu Yuan said flatly, "If I had lost, I would have likely become another metal myself." Hearing this, Lan Ruodong's heart suddenly twitched. She looked at Gu Yuan, who stood unharmed before her, and feelings of fear surged like a tide. She almost never would have seen this man again. "Give this to me." Lan Ruodong suddenly extended her hand towards Gu Yuan, her tone cold, but not directed at him. Just as Gu Yuan said, if Lin Moran's soul is still within the emblem, then the necromancer warriors of the guild will certainly be able to inquire about the entire process of his demise. Moreover, Gu Yuan must not be involved in this matter. Yi Anqi and Yi Jingchuan were not killed by you, but by me. Lan Ruodong placed the medal into her storage bag, speaking coldly. "What do you mean?" Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback, quickly realizing. Lan Ruodong, the young lady of the Lan family, must not be saying this to claim the kill, so he quietly listened for her to finish. "In the hidden secret realm, Yi Anqi used this medal exposing Lin Moran's soul. I happened to stumble upon this, and she and Yi Jingchuan wanted to kill me to silence me, but I managed to turn the tables on them. Throughout the entire process, you never showed your face." Lan Ruodong spoke slowly, regaining her cold demeanor. Standing atop the ruins, her long hair flowed, and her posture was upright. In that moment, the unique dominance of a wealthy heir was fully revealed. Gu Yuan understood. She was protecting herself from the scrutiny of the Holy Hall. It would be a huge scandal for holy practitioners to indiscriminately kill Dark-type warriors, a matter of great concern for the Holy Hall. They would surely intervene and demand an investigation of the relevant personnel. Being investigated by the Holy Hall's warriors would be too dangerous for someone like him, a deep abyss-type warrior. The best way would be to fabricate a story to dissociate himself from the matter. As the young lady of the Winter Guild, if the Holy Hall wanted to investigate Lan Ruodong directly, they would have to prepare to face the wrath of the bitter cold monarch. Ultimately, this matter would likely fade away, treated as a regular murder case, or perhaps not investigated. However, the only problem was, Gu Yuan glanced at Yi Jingchuan's corpse, wondering how Lan Ruodong would explain how she managed to kill a level 30 warrior. Yet Lan Ruodong seemed to see through Gu Yuan's confusion, smiling as she said, "I am a human-linked currency warrior." Looking towards the vigilant hell puppet in the distance, she continued, "If it weren't your summon, it would have been eliminated by me long ago." "Alright, I understand." Gu Yuan smiled, his doubts dispelled. As the only daughter of the bitter cold monarch, how could Lan Ruodong not possess a few family heirlooms? let alone a level 30 warrior. Even a second transformation warrior would find it hard to gain the upper hand against her. Of course, if this story were to unfold, he wouldn't be able to assert his power. But compared to directly facing the Holy Hall's investigation, these were trivial matters. After all, the Holy Hall represented the Western Alliance, the most powerful organization. Gu Yuan currently could not withstand their scrutiny. Good, then I leave it to you, boss Lan. Sharp tone. Lan Ruodong rolled her eyes at him, and the previously tense atmosphere relaxed instantly with her playful remark. As she fully relaxed, Gu Yuan felt the throbbing pain in his temples become clearer. Carrying 4 hell puppets along with the 2 Demon King officers Yubelna and Angelisi had placed considerable pressure on his mind. Since the crisis had been averted, it was time to send them back. Gu Yuan turned and waved at the 2 generals behind him. Yubelna, Angelisi, you can go back now. May your will be done on earth as it is in hell. The fallen holy maiden clasped her hands together and bowed slightly. Her eyes, covered by a black cloth, gazed in the direction of Lan Ruodong, as if saying, "My lord, I leave it to you." Then her figure slowly dissipated in the surrounding black scriptures. However, Yubelna did not rush to leave. She twisted her waist, walked to Gu Yuan's side, and affectionately leaned into his ear, her breath warm like orchids. "Boss." Then in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, she teasingly whispered, "The boss lady is a bit cold, but she is quite nice, I approve." Gu Yuan's mouth twitched, wanting to tell her to be quiet. But Yubelna had already planted a kiss on Gu Yuan's cheek. "Remember to pay on time." Accompanied by a series of silver bell-like laughter, the Succubus Queen's figure transformed into a flurry of petals and vanished. Flirt. Lan Ruodong blushed at the kiss, asking Gu Yuan, "What did she just say about me?" "She said the boss lady is very nice and she approves." "Who needs her approval?" Lan Ruodong huffed, but quickly realized something. "Old boss lady." In that moment, Lan Ruodong's icy facade completely melted, turning as red as a ripe apple. Under the blood moon, the cold-toned figure of Lan Ruodong was enveloped in a faint red glow. Her icy visage was now flushed, as if emanating heat. Seeing the girl, usually as aloof as an iceberg, now blushing to the tips of her ears, Gu Yuan silently gave a thumbs up to Yerbena in his heart. This is what professionalism looks like. This is what a grand vision entails. As the queen of succubi, Yerbena is no ordinary woman. While she may be prone to jealousy, she is also well-versed in human emotions and the intricacies of power. She clearly understood that Gu Yuan needed the protection of human forces at this moment. If she could bind Lan Ruodong to the war chariot, Gu Yuan would gain the protective umbrella of the Lan family. With their protection, Gu Yuan could grow safely and swiftly until he reached the abyss and sat upon the throne. Therefore, she did not act like an ordinary woman who would create obstacles out of jealousy. On the contrary, she helped Gu Yuan by actively breaking through this barrier, even acknowledging Lan Ruodong's status as the primary consort. Everything she did was to strategize Gu Yuan's future. No wonder she's the queen of succubi. Gu Yuan sighed in his heart. Yerbena possessed the allure and charm of a succubus along with the vision and magnanimity of a queen. Truly, she was the foremost figure behind the demon lord. "Why are you blushing?" Gu Yuan asked, feigning ignorance as he looked at the red-faced Lan Ruodong. "Am I blushing?" Lan Ruodong shot him a glare of embarrassment and annoyance. "It's the blood moon's light." To divert attention from her embarrassment, she awkwardly changed the subject, gazing at the distant ancient castle. "That secret realm has issues." "What do you mean?" Gu Yuan cooperatively shifted his focus. "Look at the architectural style of that ancient castle." Lan Ruodong regained her usual calmness and analyzed spires, flying buttresses, slender columns. "This is typical Gothic architecture. Generally, when such architecture appears in a secret realm, the primary monsters within are often vampires." "Vampires? That shouldn't be." Gu Yuan pondered. He had seen descriptions of such monsters in the Monster Compendium. Vampires are not a race, but rather servants transformed by the Blood Clan. They could be humans, beastmen, or even elves. Where there are vampires, there will certainly be Blood Clan members. The Blood Clan prides itself as the nobility of the night, a noble and elegant race. They possess high literary and artistic accomplishments along with an extremely severe obsession with cleanliness. Therefore, Gu Yuan understood why Lan Ruodong had her doubts. Previously, when the Hellhound was searching for Yianxi, it encountered numerous plague-corrupted corpses. For the cleanliness-obsessed Blood Clan, the appearance of such filthy monsters in their territory is absolutely intolerable. Exactly. Lan Ruodong noted that Gu Yuan understood her words and continued, "The Blood Clan has an almost perverse obsession with the hygiene of their territory. In their territory, how could they possibly allow the existence of low-level undead like plague-corrupted corpses that are oozing pus and emitting foul odors? It's like She thought of a metaphor, a noble's estate suddenly having a bunch of discovered toads. That is indeed unreasonable. Yuan nodded. Conflicts in ecological niches often signal anomalies. Either the owner of this ancient castle has lost control over their territory, or there is something behind these corpses that the castle's owner fears. Interesting. Yuan's curiosity deepened. Compared to simply leveling up by defeating monsters, he preferred the experience of exploring the unknown and uncovering worldviews. This process of peeling back layers felt akin to playing a sandbox game. We'll find out by going there. Yuan did not dismiss all of his summons. He retained a hell puppet. Boom boom. The hell puppet approached the two with heavy strides, and then knelt on. Yuan lightly jumped onto the hell puppet's broad shoulder, turning to extend his hand toward Lan Ruodong below, offering a gentlemanly invitation. Princess, please board the carriage. Lan Ruodong looked at the hand reaching out to her, and then at the hell puppet's terrifying body engulfed in flames. Had it been in the past, she would have definitely refused such a rude mode of transportation. But now, a slight smile graced her lips, a warmth like melting ice and snow flickering in her eyes. Thank you for the invitation. She extended her hand and grasped Yuan's palm. Yuan pulled her up with force, and Lan Ruodong leaped gracefully to his side. To accommodate the ice mage, Yuan instructed the hell puppet to lower the temperature of its flames. Lan Ruodong also waved her staff, laying a thin layer of frost on the rocky surface to insulate against the sulphur's heat. Thus in this desolate secret realm a strange, yet harmonious scene unfolded. A grotesque and terrifying lava giant trudged through the ruins. And upon its shoulder 2 figures, one black and one blue, sat side by side. Frost and flames intertwined beneath them, showing no signs of conflict, instead revealing a unique romance under the blood-red night. Meanwhile, in the core of the secret realm within the Blood Castle, the atmosphere in the topmost hall was oppressive, thick with the scent of stale blood. Damn. The level 30 Lord Count Blood was currently pacing back and forth in front of the throne without any decorum. His pale and handsome face had long lost the elegance and composure of the Blood clan, leaving only deep fear. Through the monitoring crystal in the castle, he had witnessed the battle that occurred in the Western District. Meteorites falling from the sky combined with the explosive backlash from the Holy Shield nearly shattered his crystal ball. Following that, another wave of pressure that sent shivers down his spine emanated. That was the aura of a king-level demon. If he could barely tolerate that. The subsequent aura made him want to commit suicide on the spot. But not the kind of holy light he despised, rather a kind, twisted, frenzied, as if even the Plague Father could be desecrated by it. A bizarre holy light. The key was that he sensed a faint hint of divinity from that bizarre holy light. What kind of... This is a trap set for human newcomers. What kind of newcomer goes out with a king-level demon and a demigod as bodyguards? Something is very wrong. 10,000 times wrong. Count Blood shook his head abruptly and rushed toward the back of the hall to his secret chamber. He had to escape. This was not a trap for humans. This was his own tomb. Even if it meant defying the orders of the Blood clan, he refused to face those 2 monsters. Naturally, Count Blood did not flee directly, but instead rushed to a wall at the end of the hall. There hung a massive oil painting. The frame was made of dark golden ancient wood, intricately carved with rose patterns. The painting depicted a golden-haired woman sitting in a garden dressed in a medieval court gown. She had a perfect face, skin whiter than snow, holding a glass of wine as red as blood, gently sniffing it with an elegant and dignified demeanor. This painting appeared to be just an ordinary decoration with not a hint of magical fluctuation. Yet Count Dracula, seeing it as a savior, suddenly knelt before it, trembling as he pleaded, "Miss, help me. You had me set a trap here to capture quality human newcomers. But the humans who came are not newcomers at all." The painting showed no response. The woman in the painting remained in her elegant posture, motionless. "Princess, please hear me out." Count Dracula was nearly in tears. He knew the temperament of this being. If he couldn't pique her interest, he would undoubtedly die today. He spoke rapidly. "That human newcomer. He has a succubus with him, and a holy light nun. That succubus is of pure royal blood. She has perfect legs like yours, and is a king-level succubus. And that holy light nun possesses a hint of twisted divinity. He is not a newcomer at all, though our plan must have been discovered. Please grant me power, or take me away from this cursed place." The air was dead silent. Just as Dracula thought he had been abandoned, and was preparing to get up and flee, the golden-haired woman in the painting, who had been motionless, suddenly paused, her hand holding the wine glass. The crimson liquid in the glass rippled slightly. "Moi." A lazy, weary, yet authoritative hum with the dignity of a high-ranking being emanated from the painting. The voice was not loud, but it made Dracula tremble all over, feeling as if he were a pile of mud lying on the ground, not daring to raise his head. The next moment the woman in the painting slowly turned her head. What kind of eyes they were! Crimson and deep, as if containing an endless sea of blood, or perhaps a chasm that buried countless years. Her gaze pierced through the canvas, landing on the trembling Count Dracula, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. What a coincidence! I know a king-level succubus who found work in the human world. The woman's voice floated out from the painting, tinged with curiosity. Please describe her appearance in detail. In the eastern district of the city, the sewer square was enveloped in a foul toxic mist, almost solidifying into a substance that choked the lungs. The sound of the dual magic guns in Zhang Jihe's hands echoed with the crisp sound of empty chain. He frantically pulled the trigger, but no bullets would fire. It's over. No bullets left. He hurled the scalding magic gun at the horde of corpses, screaming in despair. What happened to the purification from Yi the healer? What about Captain, yes, Holy Spirit Guardian? What about Lady Land's Frost Abyss Ice Flame? And the Abyss Walker is still farming. Are we really going to die here? Behind him, a female mage curled up, her magic exhausted to the point where she lacked the strength to stand, helplessly watching the swaying, approaching corpses as she emitted a cry of despair. Stop crying. Conserve your strength. Shield Guardian Zhang Cheng knelt on one knee, his tower shield shattered into two halves, leaving only a fragment on his arm. Roar. A phlegm-laden roar erupted, causing the horde to part. A 3-meter-tall creature, the corrupted abomination stitched together from decaying limbs, emerged. It swung a massive rusted iron hook, dripping with bits of flesh, locking its gaze onto the weeping female mage. Hurry! The iron hook, carrying a foul wind, whistled down. Run! Zhang Cheng shouted angrily, forcibly exhausting his remaining strength to raise the half-broken shield in front of the female mage. Even though he knew he couldn't withstand this blow, it was the instinctive reaction of a shield warrior. The shadow of the iron hook enveloped the two, and the aura of death loomed. Zhang Cheng closed his eyes. However, the expected agony did not arrive. Boom! The towering clock tower beside them suddenly collapsed. Countless fragments flew like cannonballs, and a rock giant ablaze with dark red flames crashed through the clock tower like a heavy tank. It charged with immense force, raising its fiery rock foot toward the grotesquely fat abomination, landing a kick. Splat! It was as if a balloon filled with pus had been burst. The abomination, made of rotting flesh, instantly turned into a pile of charred meat paste. Immediately after, a surging wave of heat swept over the area. Flames erupted from the giant foot, instantly forming a ring of fire that incinerated all the surrounding corpses. The crowd, ignoring the stinging pain of the heat wave, looked up in astonishment to see the 10-meter-tall lava giant slowly turning around. Lava coursed over its body, and each breath released a pungent cloud of sulfur smoke. On the giant's shoulders stood two figures, one black and one blue. The blood-red moonlight intertwined with the flames of hell, casting the two figures into a dreamlike silhouette. The boy on the left wore a black robe surrounded by the dark aura of the abyss. The girl on the right had flowing blue hair standing atop, glistening frost reminiscent of a snow goddess. One was black, one was blue, one bright, one dark. The two stood on the shoulders of the fearsome hell puppet, yet they appeared so harmonious, as if a pair of celestial lovers patrolling their domain. That is... Zhang Jihe's mouth fell open, his gaze blank. Is that my brother Yuan? And Lady Lan? The euphoric relief of surviving mixed with the incredulity of shock rendered everyone speechless. They looked at the two elevated figures, then at their own muddy, disheveled selves, and a profound sense of disparity washed over them. They were all part of the same awakened group, all so-called geniuses. Yet while they struggled for survival in the muck, these two commanded demons, descending like gods. So cool. The female mage curled up in the corner forgot her tears, gazing up at the two on the shoulders of the hell puppet, her eyes filled with longing. In that moment, Gu Yuan's stern figure was elevated infinitely in her heart, until the label of idol was deeply etched within. However, Gu Yuan did not look down at everyone from on high. He gently patted the hell puppet, which obediently bent down, extending its massive palm to the ground, forming a staircase. Gu Yuan lightly leaped down along the arm, landing before the disheveled crowd. He quickly approached Zhang Cheng, whose shield was shattered and left arm broken, extending his hand to help him up. Sorry, I almost knocked you over. Gu Yuan's voice was gentle, completely devoid of the arrogance of a powerful being. It's fine. Zhang Cheng stammered in reply. Thank you, brother Yuan. Don't push yourself, you're injured. Gu Yuan smiled slightly, then gently tapped the ground with his staff. Angelus. Buzz. The space twisted and black mist enveloped the area. Amidst the suffocating pressure, a figure in a black and white nun's attire, blindfolded and barefoot, slowly emerged. Seeing this entity exuding a strange aura, the newcomers instinctively shrank back. There was no need to understand the abnormalities of that twisted holy light. The pressure emitted by the fallen holy maiden was enough to induce discomfort. "Don't be afraid, she's one of us." Yuan gently reassured, then commanded, "Heal them." "Yes, ma'am." Angelus slightly bowed, then opened her arms. Reverse grace. Black scriptures spread out from her, centering around her, instantly enveloping everyone present. In the next second, a miracle occurred. The toxins that had ravaged the wounds of the crowd transformed into warm vitality the moment they encountered the halo. Wounds healed at a visible rate, exhausted stamina quickly replenished, and even the mental fatigue was swept away. What kind of skill is this?" Zhang Qing touched his arm, which was as good as new, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Group healing, and it even purifies and restores mana. This healing amount is even better than Yanxi. Brother Yuan, you are just too amazing. You're a one-man army with tanking, healing, and damage output." Zhang Jiahao picked up his dual guns, looking at Yuan with admiration that had transformed into adoration. The other newcomers present also felt a sense of submission. What does disparity mean? This is what disparity looks like. While they were on the verge of being wiped out by an elite monster, Yuan was already able to ride elite demons and had a god-tier healer as a companion. Moreover, he was so humble and gentle. The gap had grown so vast that they could no longer harbor jealousy, only the urge to cling to him. "Everyone take a break for now." Yuan paid no mind to the crowd's flattery. He turned to Lan Ruodong, who had just jumped down from the puppet's shoulder. "Ruodong, keep an eye on them. There may be other lost colleagues nearby. They'll go look around and bring everyone." After saying this, he jumped back onto the shoulder of the hell puppet. "Be careful." Before Lan Ruodong could finish her sentence, Yuan guided the fiery giant, turning to walk into the dark street. Watching the figure fading into the firelight, the newcomers were deeply moved. Brother Yuan is really too generous. With such strength and still taking care of us burdens, he has no heirs at all. This is what a big shot looks like. 1,000 times better than that unreliable Yi Jingchuan. Listening to the rising praises around, Lan Ruodong, with her back to everyone, couldn't help but smile widely. She looked towards the direction Yuan had disappeared and murmured, "Humph, just like my brother loves to show off. Even if Lan Yuding tries hard, he can't compare to his natural charisma." Lan Ruodong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her smile. Turning around, she put on a stern face towards the group of newcomers, still marveling, regaining the aura of an ice-cold female CEO. "Everyone stay in place, they'll keep watch." 20 minutes later, the heavy footsteps once again shattered the silence of the square. Lan Ruodong tightened her grip on the staff, watching the dark depths with vigilance. When she saw the burning rock giant emerge from the shadows, accompanied by 5 or 6 newcomers, her anxious heart finally relaxed. "They are all back." Yuan leaped down from the shoulder of the hell puppet, his expression calm. With this, all 11 who had entered the hidden secret realm, except for Yanxi, were finally gathered. "Brother Yuan. Thank you, Brother Yuan, for saving our lives." The few newcomers who returned to the group looked at Yuan with eyes full of gratitude. They had also encountered an attack from the corrupted corpses, nearly losing their lives under the blood moon. It was Yuan who rode the hell puppet down from the heavens that saved their lives. The sense of security he provided was no less than that of those seasoned veterans at level 30. "Let's go once everyone is here." Yuan pointed to the city's camera at the shadow towering over the cliff to the boss room. "Wait a minute." The shield guard Zhang Cheng looked around in confusion and asked, "Brother Yuan, have you seen Yanxi?" As soon as he said this, the others reacted. "Yeah, the healer also got separated." Zhang Jiahao scratched his head. "Also, isn't team leader Yi able to descend into the secret realm? Where is she?" "I haven't found Yanxi." Yuan's expression remained unchanged, his tone regretful. "I've searched the southeastern and western areas, but there's no trace of her." "What should we do then?" The new mage immediately frowned, looking anxious. "She is all alone. Something must have happened. Should we split up and search for her?" Several newcomers around nodded in agreement. Yanxi was quite popular among the newcomers, and most of the boys had a good impression of her. Seeing her in such peril alone now, they felt an unrealistic urge to protect her. "Don't worry about her." At that moment, a cold voice swept through the crowd like a chilling wind. Lan Ruodong stepped forward, standing beside Yuan. She coldly scanned the crowd, directly issuing the command, "Set off, immediately target the ancient castle." But the new mage wanted to argue, leaving a teammate behind and going alone. "This," I said. Lan Ruodong suddenly turned her head, her gaze sharp as a blade. An extremely chilling aura erupted from her. The moisture in the surrounding air instantly condensed into fine ice crystals drifting down like snow. Don't worry about her. These 4 words struck the hearts of everyone, carrying a suffocating chill. The entire place fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the sudden murderous intent radiating from Lan Ruodong. The newcomers looked at the young lady from the Lan family, in fear, swallowing hard, suppressing their words. It was obvious to anyone that something was amiss. Moreover, it was a matter of life and death that absolutely could not be questioned. Let's go. Gu Yuan timely broke the deadlock, turning and stepping towards the direction of the ancient castle. The team set off again. However, the atmosphere in the group became exceptionally oppressive. The newcomers obediently followed behind the Hell Puppet, not daring to mention Yianqi's name again. With the Hell Puppet leading the way, the journey became unusually smooth. Those plague corpses in front of the Hell Puppet were like wriggling maggots easily crushed underfoot. The group passed through the silent city, arriving at a massive stone bridge that spanned a chasm. At the end of the bridge stood the Gothic-style ancient castle. The sharp tower pierced the sky, casting a twisted and hideous shadow under the blood moon's glow. Before the group could step onto the stone bridge, a heavy and piercing sound of gears suddenly echoed. Creak, creak. The black iron door, which had been closed for an unknown number of years, slowly opened to both sides. A strong smell of blood accompanied by a chilling cold wind rushed towards the newcomers, causing their faces to turn pale as they instinctively covered their mouths and noses. Beneath the great door, an elongated figure appeared out of nowhere. He was dressed in a well-tailored black tailcoat with a bright red bow tie at his collar and a pale, handsome face adorned with an elegant and suitable smile. If it weren't for his blood-red vertical pupils and pale complexion, he would seem like a hospitable noble. Count Blood Dracula Vampire Level 30, O Lord. The man generously displayed his crimson label. The newcomers behind gasped in unison. Level 30. Bloodsucker Boss. Zhang Cheng's hand, gripping the broken shield, trembled violently, his teeth chattering. A level 30 human warrior's combat power was enough to annihilate their level 10 team. But a level 30 Bloodsucker Boss could wipe out an entire team of level 30 warriors, because their attributes are 3 to 5 times that of humans. The aura emanating from this man was even stronger than Gu Yuan's Hell Puppet. Something is wrong. How could a level 30 boss appear in a hidden secret realm below level 10? No. Zhang Jihea's face turned pale as he whispered in shock. We've been set up. This is beyond our capabilities. We are doomed. Despair once again enveloped everyone. After narrowly escaping the tide of corpses, they had crashed headfirst into an even more terrifying deadlock. What kind of hidden secret realm is this? This is clearly a grave prepared for them. Just as everyone frowned, instinctively shielding Gu Yuan, Count Dracula made an unexpected move. He slightly leaned forward, right hand on his chest, performing an impeccable noble gesture. Welcome everyone to my humble abode. The Count's voice was magnetic and elegant, echoing in the silent night, devoid of any hostility. He straightened up, his gaze landing on Gu Yuan, wearing a standard gentleman's smile. Lord Gu Yuan, my master has been waiting for you for a long time. Please enter the ancient castle to meet him. He stepped aside, making a gesture of invitation towards the deep, dark hall of the ancient castle. The entire place fell silent. The newcomers gaped, doubting whether they were hallucinating. This terrifying boss not only did not attack, but was actually inviting Gu Yuan. How does he know Gu Yuan? All eyes turned to Gu Yuan. Shock, confusion, and awe filled the air. Who exactly is this man? Why does even a creature of this caliber treat him with such courtesy? Is there some special privilege for abyss walkers in the secret realm? Inviting me, eh? Gu Yuan stood atop the shoulder of the Hell Puppet, looking at the vampire with a fake smile, raising an eyebrow slightly. Just as the records said, the bloodsuckers are indeed elegant. However, this invitation feels too strange. He invited no one else but me. This is a banquet of intrigue. Since it's a visit, let's all go together. Gu Yuan said, casually signaling everyone to join him. No. Count Dracula suddenly reached out, blocking the way. His smile remained, but his eyes had turned cold. Mr. Gu Yuan, you may have misunderstood. My master only wishes to meet you as a guest. He pointed at Gu Yuan, then at the dark hall behind him, speaking slowly. The others may wait outside. As for the others, his gaze swept over Lan Ruodong and the group of trembling newcomers, a trace of undisguised disdain flashing in his eyes. You may wait outside. Gu Yuan, you mustn't. Lan Ruodong stepped forward, her staff glowing with icy flames, coldly staring at the Count, saying to Gu Yuan, this is a trap, you cannot go in alone. Roar. The Hell Puppet also sensed the danger, letting out a low growl, its flames suddenly surging. If you all wish to force your way into a private residence, that would be quite impolite. Count Dracula shook his head, the elegance in his eyes vanishing instantly, revealing a fierce glint. Boom. A terrifying wave of blood erupted from him, centered around his being. The pressure of a level 30 lord poured down unreservedly, striking the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. Except for Yuan and Lan Ruodong, the group of newcomers behind, all collapsed to their knees, finding it difficult to even breathe. Humans, it seems you are still unaware of the situation. If it weren't for my master's interest in Lord Yuan, you would all be dead. As Count Blood's words fell, a chilling sound of grinding rocks came from above. Creak, creak, the crowd looked up in terror. They saw that on the outer wall of the castle the hundreds of varied gargoyle sculptures began to shed their stone skin, pairs of blood-red eyes igniting in the darkness. The Supreme Emperor's fathers, the Emperor, has made corrections to the previous text, 22, 23, and directly skipped to the main course. This is actually unsafe, but there was no choice. The impatient father abandoned the book upon seeing that, and this book's data is poor, so the Emperor could only take risks to salvage it. In fact, any father who understands the Emperor knows that it's impossible for the Emperor to write any public documents. Sigh no more words, the Emperor will go cry a bit. Also sincerely asking for support, seeking to chase after this book, it's on the verge of dying. The sound of stones cracking echoed in the night sky. Hundreds of stone gargoyles peeled away from the ancient castle's outer wall. They flapped their gray-white flesh wings, rising in swarms, obscuring the broken blood moon. Their crimson eyes, like dense fireflies in the darkness, were fixated on the prey on the stone bridge. Name: Stone Gargoyle, Undead Species. Level 25. It's over. Zhang Jiahao despairingly closed his eyes. When he was besieged by the tide of corpses earlier, he could still resist. But in the face of the scene before him, he lacked even the courage to pull the trigger. Stone Gargoyle. These three characters were marked in bold red on the Academy's monster compendium, signifying extremely dangerous. They were creations sculpted by the Blood Clan, transformed by necromancy, and were guardians of the magnificent castle. Their gray-white magical stone skin granted them high resistance to both physical and magical damage, making them incredibly tough. Even more disgusting was their regenerative ability. As long as they are not instantly killed, they can land and enter a petrified slumber state, rapidly healing their. One stone gargoyle may not be much of a threat, but once their numbers increase, they start to regenerate indefinitely. If you injure one, it falls into slumber, entering a state of magical immunity, and can only be shattered with physical attacks. And with other stone gargoyles entangling you, it's hard to find the time to focus fire on it. By the time you knock down the other stone gargoyles, well, the ones that fell before are already flying up again. At the same level, a well-equipped 5-person team would be worn down to death dealing with 10 stone gargoyles. Not to mention, there were actually hundreds of 25-level stone gargoyles circling in the sky. This was no longer an overly difficult test for all the newcomers present. It was a deadlock with no chance of survival. The clouds loom overhead. The atmosphere of despair was suffocating. Everyone instinctively huddled closer to the hell puppet that Yuan was riding, as if only the flames of hell could provide them with a sense of security. However, at this moment, Yuan had a smile on his lips. While others saw these hundreds of stone gargoyles as an infinite supply of death, he viewed them as hundreds of experience packs. All of them have regenerative abilities. Then wouldn't killing them all at once be the solution? Angier's chain of shared sin was all about damage transmission. That translates to 30 to 50 real damage. If he could kill 3 stone gargoyles at most, then all the nearly 100 would turn into experience with no chance for magical immunity to recover. The stone gargoyles have a constitution of 220 points and high resistance. But after I reach level 10, Yalbina's total attributes will also rise to 840 points, with mental strength reaching 430 points. Instantly killing 3 stone gargoyles is not a problem. Yuan calculated for a moment, feeling assured. However, compared to the experience from the 100 stone gargoyles, he was more curious about why the Blood Count had specifically invited him into the castle. Is it really a trap? If so, isn't that too obvious? Yuan shook his head in denial. The Blood Clan valued style above all. Even if they employed cunning tactics, they must remain elegant. They wouldn't design traps that even a fool could see through. Could there be hidden storylines? Yuan couldn't help but ponder. Many special secret realms come with their own hidden Easter eggs. These Easter eggs could be treasures, achievements, or even hidden quests. If one just rushes through, it's easy to miss these opportunities. Of course, Yuan did not plan to go in alone. Whether or not there truly was such a master in the castle remained uncertain. What if the Blood Count before him had such clumsy tactics? Wouldn't that mean he had fallen into a fool's trap? Thinking of this, Yuan looked at the Blood Count and asked, "Who is your master? Why did you specifically invite me? I want to enter without clarifying these matters." Lord Yuan, it seems your questions are a bit excessive. The Blood Count Dracula spread his hands. His demeanor remained elegant, but his expression lost the previous politeness, speaking with disdain. No human can refuse my master's invitation. An invitation requires sincerity first. Gu Yuan's expression tightened, gripping his staff tightly and pointing it at the blood count. But you have none. Lord Gu Yuan, you are indeed very rude. The blood count being pointed at by the staff had his gaze darken, and a blood-red energy swirled around him, the pressure of the blood clan expanding layer by layer. If I can't probe, should I make a bold move? Gu Yuan's thoughts raced. His opportunities were already substantial. There was no need to take risks for a single hidden Easter egg. The blood count's level and attributes were remarkably high, even stronger than Yalbina, whom he summoned, but Yalbina was not alone. She had a new colleague, Angiers. This divine support provided not only attribute boosts, but also added mechanics. Real damage, transmission damage converted to attributes, negatives turned to benefits, health locking. If the blood count was the boss of a hidden realm, Gu Yuan would charge right in. Obtaining the first clear and safely exiting the secret realm is more practical than anything else. But what he feared was that behind the blood count there truly was a master. If there is, then this person must be very powerful, because the other party could bypass Abyssal gaze and pay attention to him. Gu Yuan was lost in thought. Why are you wasting words with him? The cold voice of Lan Ruotong resonated. She raised her slender hand, a diamond-shaped ice blue crystal floating in her palm. Inside the crystal was a drop of dark blue liquid radiating an extreme cold that sent shivers through the soul. The moment the crystal appeared, the temperature around plummeted sharply. The moisture in the air instantly condensed into large ice flowers. Even the miasma rising from below the bridge was forcibly frozen into ice shards falling down. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened. The abyssal gaze cannot affect items. But just from the pressure emitted by that blue liquid, he knew the origin of this object. Familiar, too familiar. That liquid held the aura of the king of bitter cold. This is more like it. How could Lan Ruotong, the only daughter of Lan Xiangdong, allow herself to take risks? She probably had more life-saving cards than he did. Who knows, if pushed too hard, she might directly summon Father to have the king of bitter cold descend here. You barbaric humans are truly too impolite. At this moment the blood count also felt the deadly threat. His face turned even more grotesque, his pale handsome face covered in spiderweb-like crimson blood patterns. Simultaneously, a thick, blood-like magical power surged violently, gathering into a rolling sea of blood. All the newcomers present trembled in fear under this pressure. However, Lan Ruotong's gaze was icy, glaring at the blood count, a mere level 30 monster. Do you think you deserve my courtesy? As she spoke, her thumb was already poised to crush the crystal. Tension filled the air, ready to erupt. Wait. Gu Yuan suddenly pressed down on Lan Ruotong's wrist. What's wrong? Lan Ruotong frowned. All mage warriors in the world have a taboo. They cannot be interrupted while casting spells. This can cause magical turmoil and even backlash. What's more important is that it would make mages feel very embarrassed. This is Gu Yuan. If it were someone else, Lan Ruotong would definitely explode on the spot. Of course, Gu Yuan did not interrupt Lan Ruotong randomly, nor did he want to avoid battle. On the contrary, Lan Ruotong, showing her trump card, only boosted his confidence. However, the trump card cannot be used now. If Lan Ruotong did not regard the blood count highly, neither did he. What he was wary of was that existence which could make a boss-level monster greet guests like a servant at the door. If a fight were to break out, that existence should be revealed first, and then use the chain of shared sin to bind it with the blood count for focused fire. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan calmly said to Lan Ruotong, there may be someone else in the castle. Lan Ruotong was taken aback, her expression turning thoughtful. She immediately understood Gu Yuan's meaning and felt a sense of guilt for being so foolish. Indeed, just now she almost used her trump card. This was indeed too impulsive. This impulse came from the trump card in her hand. I relied too much on the trump card and forgot to think. Fortunately, he awakened me at a critical moment. Lan Ruotong bit her lip, looking at Gu Yuan with admiration in her eyes. At this moment, it was not only Lan Ruotong who admired Gu Yuan. A pleasant female voice rang in Gu Yuan's ear, calm and composed in the face of danger. What an elegant human indeed. Lord Gu Yuan, you have my recognition. Earlier we were rude, and for that I deeply apologize. Therefore, Catherine Vlad, the second princess of the Scarlet Empire, formally invites you, Lord Gu Yuan, for a meeting in the castle. Would you do me the honor? A melodious female voice echoed in his mind. Gu Yuan's heart shook slightly as he tried to conceal his gaze. He crossed the mental defense line and communicated with himself. By surpassing the passive state of gazing into the abyss, he quietly observed himself. The only person he knew capable of doing this was Yerbena. Thus his earlier speculation was confirmed. Indeed, there existed a master within this ancient castle whose power was unfathomable. Fortunately, I managed to hold back Lan Ruodong earlier. Gu Yuan secretly rejoiced. While Lan Ruodong could annihilate the blood count with her trump card, she had also lost her means of self-protection. With just Yair Bena and Angiolisi, Gu Yuan truly felt unsure about facing the master of this castle. After all, the other party claimed to be the second princess of the Crimson Empire. The Crimson Empire was a realm led by the Blood Clan. A princess from a foreign race would undoubtedly possess a lineage no less impressive than Lan Ruodong's. Just as Gu Yuan's thoughts raced, the swirling blood sea phenomenon before the castle receded like a receding tide. The brutal aura surrounding the blood count quickly subsided, reverting to that of an elegant noble butler. Dracula slightly bowed, his right hand pressed against his chest. "My apologies, Gu Yuan." His tone was calm as he offered a smile of apology to Gu Yuan. "What transpired earlier was merely a small test. Your caution and composure as elegant as the Blood Clan have earned the master's recognition." With Dracula's words falling, a series of sounds echoed: bang, bang, bang. The 100 stone gargoyles swirling in the air simultaneously folded their wings, resembling a dense meteor shower, crashing heavily against both sides of the stone bridge and before the castle door. They all knelt on one knee like welcoming guards lining the path to offer Gu Yuan a ceremonial avenue leading to the castle's main door. This sudden transformation left everyone astonished. However, the tense expressions on their faces relaxed considerably as they stared blankly at Gu Yuan. The other party had disarmed. It seemed that both the display and sincerity were present. Yet Gu Yuan did not immediately take a step forward. Entering the castle meant stepping fully into the other party's territory. Out of caution, he still dared not easily trust the other party's words. Just as Gu Yuan hesitated, that melodious voice rang out again. "Rest assured, Gu Yuan, I have only invited you to facilitate our conversation. After all, the topic of the abyssal sacrifice is not something to be overheard, is it?" Gu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Now he began to be curious about the other party's identity. Knowing the secret of the abyssal sacrifice was likely the mark of someone within the circle, wasn't it? This person has truly grasped my lifeline. Gu Yuan took a deep breath. If this person revealed the secret of the abyssal sacrifice, then he would have to become the boss of the secret realm, annihilating everyone present. Weighing the pros and cons, Gu Yuan turned to look at his colleagues behind him. "I will go in to meet that master." Gu Yuan's voice was steady, revealing no emotion, yet it drew a suppressed gasp from everyone. "Brother Yuan." Zhang Cheng's eyes instantly turned red, his voice trembling. "That's a trap. These Blood Clan members just want to trick you in and kill you." "Yes, Brother Yuan, this is a scheme by the Blood Clan. They have set their sights on you. If you go in, you'll be turned into a vampire." Zhang Jiahao chimed in. In their simplistic understanding, Gu Yuan was sacrificing himself to protect everyone, voluntarily giving up resistance and choosing to feed the tiger with his own body. This selfless heroism moved these young people immensely. If there were any jealousy toward Gu Yuan before, it was entirely gone now. As long as Brother Yuan was doing well, they truly felt no envy. Faced with the imaginations of the crowd, Gu Yuan could only play along. He said somewhat solemnly, "Someone has to break this scheme. I will leave the hell puppet here. It will protect your safety." With that, he looked at Lan Ruodong. "If anything happens to me, you take them away." Lan Ruodong said nothing about farewells. She silently stepped forward and forcefully shoved an ice blue diamond crystal into Gu Yuan's hand. The cold sensation transmitted from his palm. "Take this." Lan Ruodong fixed her gaze on him, her light blue eyes filled with inexpressible worry. "If you encounter danger, crush it." Gu Yuan felt warmth in his heart as he held the crystal. Despite being in a perilous situation, Lan Ruodong entrusted her protection talisman to him. "What a good girl. I will be back soon." Gu Yuan did not decline. After leaving a word, he stepped onto the stone bridge. The Blood Count Dracula stood respectfully by the door, slightly bowing. As Gu Yuan crossed the threshold of the ancient castle, the heavy black iron gate emitted a loud rumble, slowly closing. Inside the castle, unlike the broken and eerie environment outside, this place retained the luxurious style of medieval nobility. A dark red velvet carpet covered the hall with towering candlesticks on either side, the dim yellow candlelight flickering in the cold wind, burning the rich fragrance that permeated the air. Gu Yuan walked along the corridor, passing through several arches, arriving at the innermost hall. At the end of the hall was a towering wall adorned with a 3-meter-high grand oil painting. The oil painting was vibrant in color, depicting an elegant and luxurious scene. In a sunlit garden, a golden-haired woman in a magnificent court gown sat in an exquisite rattan chair, lazily savoring a glass of blood-red wine, her demeanor both languid and noble. Gu Yuan stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixated on this painting. There were no others here. He also did not sense any aura of magical creatures. Only this painting exuded a chilling sense of eeriness. Tap. Suddenly a clear sound rang out in the quiet hall. Gu Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. It was the sound of a goblet being placed on the table. The sound came from within the painting. He watched in astonishment as the golden-haired woman who had been perfectly still in the painting lowered her wine glass. Then she slowly lifted her head, her blood-red eyes piercing through the canvas, staring intently at Gu Yuan outside the painting. What a handsome young man. The woman's voice echoed in the spacious room. Her tone was melodious, yet it carried a hint of superiority. This was very much in line with her title, the second princess of the Crimson Empire, Catherine. She leaned slightly forward, her scarlet gaze scanning Gu Yuan as if admiring a work of art. A powerful soul, a vibrant body, an intelligent mind. And that alluring aura of the abyss. Catherine let out a light laugh, her tone suddenly shifting to one of lazy complaint. It seems the feelings have grown distant. Having such a handsome human master by your side, yet you don't introduce me, your old friend. Gu Yuan was taken aback. Catherine's words were clearly not directed at him. Who were they for? Angelisi couldn't possibly have friends. Then it must be Urbana. Gu Yuan was just speculating when Catherine looked behind him. Siren. Catherine's voice turned heavy with displeasure. How long will you remain silent? Pretending not to know. Sure enough, Gu Yuan's heart jolted. This Blood Clan princess actually knew Urbana. Moreover, judging from her tone, they seemed not only to know each other, but also quite familiar. TSK. A sound of annoyance echoed in his mind. It's truly impossible to avoid. Urbana's voice rang in his heart. Damn. Gu Yuan raised his staff, directly beginning to summon, while cursing in his heart. Damn it. Do you have employees like you? I thought this Blood Clan princess had her sights on me, but it turns out it's you. I've been on edge for so long because of you. If you had said you knew her, wouldn't I have saved some brain cells? I really didn't expect it to be her. She's been a homebody for several hundred years. Urbana, who was in the abyss, tried to explain. Get out here. Calm down, calm down. After all, it's a meeting with an old friend. Let me touch up my makeup. Come out. Buzz. Pink petals drifted down from the air. The rich fragrance of roses instantly overwhelmed the old scent of blood lingering in the hall. Urbana stepped out from the swirling petals, wearing red high heels adorned with thorny patterns. Gu Yuan glanced at her, and much of his accumulated anger dissipated. The Demon Queen had indeed gone to touch up her makeup, and it was quite the spectacle. The entire dress was made of flowing crimson silk, shockingly scant, barely covering the critical parts, exposing large swathes of creamy bare skin. Delicate, dark, golden magic patterns spiraled along her voluptuous curves, weaving through the deep neckline. They served both as decoration and as a form of restraint, accentuating her explosive curves to a breathtaking degree. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed against the tiled floor. The skirt slid high up to her thighs, fluttering like flames, revealing glimpses of long, shapely legs clad in black stockings. In that moment, the Demon Queen resembled a walking fire of desire, capable of burning away all reason and devout faith. This was Urbana's first appearance as the queen. Just like her dress, it was magnificent and noble, yet dazzlingly seductive. However, facing the ashen-faced Gu Yuan, this queen dressed to the nines reigned in her aura. She softly leaned in, wrapping Gu Yuan's arm in her embrace, trying to soften his stiff expression with her broad and gentle demeanor. Oh dear boss, don't be so angry. Urbana tilted her head back, pouting her red lips, and whispered sweetly, tinged with a hint of grievance in Gu Yuan's ear. I didn't mean to neglect you. I was just busy touching up my makeup. If I look more beautiful, won't you also have face? You wouldn't want my best friend to think that I'm not doing well since being with you, would you? As she spoke, she deftly manipulated her demon tail with heart-shaped tips, playfully wrapping it around Gu Yuan's wrist, gently caressing his palm. This sudden softness caught Gu Yuan off guard, and the reprimand he had prepared got stuck in his throat. Forget it. One should not strike a smiling face. Moreover, it was such a face capable of causing chaos in the world. Yet, his attitude still needed to be expressed. Gu Yuan cast a sideways glance at Urbana. I am very angry right now. Urbana immediately understood, almost biting Gu Yuan's ear, whispering, Tonight it's all up to you. Don't you like being on top? Cough, cough. The demon and the abyss walker were exchanging intimate words. The blood princess in the painting could scarcely bear it any longer. She cleared her throat. Do you really think there's only a painting here? She looked at Urbana, her gaze lingering on the exposed skin of her abdomen before shifting to Gu Yuan, smirking. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The demon patterns have emerged. Truly lucky you are. My friend here is the most seductive even among demons. Of course, Urbana isn't doing too badly herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so secretive reluctant to introduce you to me. Upon hearing her friends teasing Bena lazily turned her head to look at the woman in the painting. The charm on her face instantly faded. She quickly resumed her lofty demeanor, deliberately puffing up her chest. Catherine. A hint of disdain flashed in Bena's magical eyes, her tone cold. Stop with the snide remarks. It's not that I don't want to deal with you, it's just that you. She disdainfully surveyed the ancient castle hall, her expression as though she had stepped in something filthy. Your situation is rather pathetic, isn't it? Outside the castle are swarms of disgusting rotting corpses, while inside the scent of decay cannot be masked by even the finest perfume. Aren't you always boasting about your noble lineage and your severe obsession with cleanliness? How did you end up living in such a pigsty, eh? Bena snickered, her disdain evident. You're really regressing in life. Upon hearing Bena's mockery, Catherine in the painting did not get angry. She raised her glass of red wine again, gently swirling it. Do you think I want this? Catherine sighed, her gaze growing somewhat gloomy. This territory has been polluted by vampire hunters who would rather kill humans with plague than allow the Blood Clan to drink a drop of fresh blood. Now I have decided to retake control here. As she spoke, Catherine's crimson gaze fell once more on Yuan. There was no hiding her greed in that gaze. So I need a batch of blood servants, and am currently recruiting. Imagine my surprise meeting you. Upon hearing this, Yuan's heart sank. He completely understood. This so-called level 10 hidden realm was not a stroke of luck at all. It was a trap, a scheme set by the Blood Clan to recruit blood servants to replenish their ranks. Catherine must have utilized certain means to turn her territory into a hidden realm, restricting the level and only allowing talented yet weak novice warriors to enter. Then she would catch them all and transform them into the finest blood servants. If he hadn't been leading the team today, all the newcomers, including Lan Ruodong, would have become Catherine's blood servants, that is, vampires. No, the crisis isn't over. The fact that Catherine could say this meant her intentions hadn't changed. After all, creating a hidden realm with level restrictions involves the power of laws. Setting this trap couldn't have been easy for Catherine. If humans discovered that this hidden realm was a trap, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? Moreover, it could even provoke the extermination by human powerhouses. Thinking this through, unless there was a greater benefit, Catherine was unlikely to let go of other newcomers. What could that benefit be? It wouldn't be herself, would it? Don't look. Just as Yuan felt a chill down his spine, Bena stepped forward, half shielding Yuan behind her. She lifted her chin, looking at Catherine in the painting, speaking domineeringly. He is already mine. Bena pointed at Yuan. If you dare to touch a single hair on him, be prepared to sleep in a coffin for 10,000 years. She paused and added, there are still a group of humans outside. If you want to transform blood servants, feel free to choose. But I'm absolutely not. Although her words sounded powerful, Yuan frowned. Among that group of people outside was Lan Ruodong. What's this? Just earlier she was calling someone else boss lady, and now she's so casual. But Yuan did not immediately retort. He understood that Bena was testing the other party's bottom line. Catherine in the painting covered her mouth with a light laugh, poised and elegant. Bena, are you a dog? So protective of your food. She set down her wine glass, stood up, and walked to the edge of the painting. Her exquisite face nearly pressed against the canvas, giving off a strong sense of oppression. I have no interest in those outside. Catherine extended her slender pale finger and gently tapped the canvas, as if wanting to touch Yuan through the painting. With such a splendid piece of art here, who would still look at those worthless things? She gazed at Yuan, her eyes growing increasingly fervent. Abyss Walker, I truly want to taste your blood and see what it's like. Bitch, go drink your own period blood. For the first time, Bena cursed. The long whip in her hand had materialized, purple demonic flames flickering at its tip. The atmosphere in the hall plunged to freezing point. Yuan also secretly tightened his grip on the staff, ready to summon Angelus at any moment to catch the opponent off guard. Just as both sides were at a standoff, Catherine in the painting suddenly took a step back, lifting her skirt and elegantly performing a curtsy. Don't be nervous, my good sister. A charming smile curved her lips. I said that once I acknowledged Lord Yuan, I would not harm him and would respect his friends, but... She paused, then picked up the wine glass from the table, sniffing its contents, and continued, to set this trap, I've put in considerable effort, so it would be too much to leave empty-handed. Just say what you want. Bena warned cautiously. It seemed that from her understanding of her friend, she had already guessed that the other party had some ulterior motive. Catherine ignored Bena, and instead turned her gaze to Yuan, spreading her hands and smiling. Lord Yuan, you see, I'm in such dire straits. Do you mind giving me a job? The fathers also noticed that the prince's desire for survival was quite strong this time. He truly liked this book, and didn't want it to sink, so he hoped the fathers could support it by reading more. If it's to be raised, it shouldn't exceed 6 days. More than that is hard to say. Let's see if we can save the book. Work. The voices of Yuan and Urbana echoed simultaneously in the vast hall. Clearly, even the Demon Queen was taken aback by this. Yuan found it even more absurd. He instinctively took half a step forward to carefully admire. In the painting, Catherine was reclining on a wicker chair, one hand lightly supporting her fragrant cheek, while the other held a goblet. Her delicate face, about the size of a palm, was adorned with eyes as red as rubies. As her gaze shifted, it reflected both the brightness of a young girl and the composure and grace that come with age. That nonchalant posture exuded an elegance and nobility engraved in her bones, something that could not solely be attributed to her attire. Of course, her outfit was also meticulously chosen. She wore a complex and splendid court gown. The neckline was very low, designed to be off the shoulder. Her golden waves cascaded over her rounded shoulders, radiating a luster akin to gold. The fitted waist cinched her body to a delicate grip, yet it also pushed her proud curves to the brink of Around her long, fair swan neck, she wore a velvet choker with a blood-drop-shaped ruby hanging in the center, perfectly positioned above her cleavage, gently swaying with her breath. Around her long, fair swan neck, she wore a velvet choker with a blood-drop-shaped ruby hanging in the center, perfectly positioned above her cleavage. The words were spoken from her lips felt so out of place, as if a dragon were to perform on the street. Indeed, work. Catherine swirled the red wine in her glass, lazily infused with helplessness, resembling a fallen aristocrat. Although I appear glamorous now, this painting is actually a cage. She extended her slender finger to gently touch the canvas, creating ripples of magical energy. To evade the deadly strike of vampire hunters, I had to seal myself within this painting. Though I preserved my life, I lost my freedom. Catherine's gaze fell upon Yuan, filled with a hint of longing. To regain my freedom, I need 2 things. First, a powerful enough soul that can summon me through a contract. Second, high-quality blood to awaken my withered essence. Originally, I planned to slowly cultivate those newcomers, but since I've encountered you, others are no longer important. She smiled charmingly, her lips curling up slightly. The aura of the abyss surrounding you, even through the canvas, intoxicates me. Moreover, if you can contract with Urbana, you must be able to bear my power. Take me away from here and provide blood regularly. In return, I will become your sword and grant you supreme power after inheriting the throne. This is not a transaction, but a pact. After Catherine finished speaking, she elegantly spread her hands, waiting for Yuan's response. However, tap tap tap. Before Yuan could speak, Urbana suddenly strode to the painting, examining the frame seriously from top to bottom. Catherine in the painting seemed to sense something, nervously asking, "Demon, what are you doing?" Urbana remained silent, merely placing her hand on the frame. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, she tilted the massive oil painting 3 meters high at a 30-degree angle. The world within the painting also tilted. Oh! With a scream, the small round table, wicker chair, and noblewoman Catherine all tumbled to the ground. Clang! Clang! Under the influence of gravity and inertia, the massive oil painting began to sway. Catherine within the painting also swayed left and right. A crimson liquid, whether wine or blood, splattered everywhere, soaking the grass, her golden hair, and the court gown. Urbana! Ha ha! Catherine in the painting screamed in anger. Outside the painting, however, Urbana burst into uproarious laughter, doubling over as she slapped her thigh. That action made Yuan feel as if she were teasing a bulldog like Tom. "So all this time you really couldn't come out?" Urbana laughed until tears flowed, taunting the swaying painting. "I thought you were just putting on airs. Turns out you're really locked up. Bitch. Slut. You stinky whore." Catherine in the painting, with her messy golden hair, struggled to stabilize herself while cursing without decorum. Urbana, on the other hand, crossed her arms, nodding with a smile. "Exactly. This is your true nature. You old hag. What are you pretending to be dignified for? Are you trying to deceive my boss?" Urbana turned around, playfully chiding Yuan. "Boss, don't be fooled by her. She's a wicked woman who knows no bounds. If you let her drink your blood, she'll drain you dry. Unlike me, I only care for my boss." "You're not much better." Yuan's lips twitched, feeling a dull ache in his kidneys. At this moment, the heavy frame of the painting stopped shaking. Catherine in the painting had already awkwardly stood up, her gown stained with large patches of red liquid, her golden hair in disarray, looking quite disheveled, her expression equally chaotic. Urbana! Catherine's voice turned low and piercing, reminiscent of a shrew's furious growl before a breakdown. "How many angels did I kill in my past life? How could I befriend trash like you? Buzz. Catherine suddenly raised her hand, and the surface of the painting erupted with violent, blood-red rip. The next second, a gigantic, ghostly hand formed from condensed scarlet magic shot out from the painting, moving as quickly as lightning, directly reaching for the unsuspecting Urbana. Slap! Urbana reacted quickly, her whip instantly lashing out violently, colliding with the ghostly hand in midair. Energy surged, and both individuals, one inside the painting and the other outside, were pushed back simultaneously. "You're really sneaky with ambushes." Urbana maintained her smile, though her demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. "Taking advantage of someone in danger, you're truly shameless." Catherine, on the other hand, displayed a bold demeanor, shedding any noble appearance. At this point, both of the ladies revealed their true selves, no longer pretending. Only Yuan, amidst the residual energy waves, felt disarray. Can these two really work together? Indeed. He had just been contemplating the contract with the vampire princess. Regarding Catherine's power, Yuan had no doubts whatsoever. After all, she could befriend Urbana. With that demon's notorious temperament, would anyone dare to be her friend if their strength wasn't evenly matched? Urbana, don't be too arrogant. At this moment, Catherine retracted her scarlet ghost hand, coldly staring at Urbana. "I still have the ability to slap you across the face, Sir Yuan." After showcasing her power, Catherine tucked the golden strand stuck to her cheek behind her ear and turned her gaze back to Yuan. "You have seen my strength. I do not believe I am weaker than this demon. As for my compensation, my demands are very low. I only require blood once a month." Catherine said lightly, "Rest assured, I will harvest moderately and will not drain the well dry." Vampire Hunter. Yuan furrowed his brows as he looked at the contract terms. Firstly, Vampire Hunter refers to a type of combatant. This is not a profession, but an ancient trade. In the chaotic era before the establishment of the human alliance, the Blood Clan from another world had infiltrated human society on a large scale. Many human practitioners yearning for immortality or power actively sought transformation by the Blood Clan, becoming the first batch of Blood Servant players. These half-human, half-demon players varied greatly in quality. Some adhered to the bottom line, drinking only animal blood. Others fell completely into depravity, taking pleasure in hunting their own kind, branded as human blood traders. To combat the threat of blood traders, the group, known as Vampire Hunters, was born. They could be warriors, mages, or even practitioners of various life professions. Anyone who specialized in cleansing blood traders was collectively referred to as Vampire Hunters. With the establishment of the Human Alliance, order began to stabilize, and the criminal blood traders were thoroughly eliminated. Those law-abiding blood servants obtained legal citizenship and even received legal protection. With no prey left, the hunters naturally perished. Though there are people on the market who claim to be vampire hunters, most are mere gold farmers lurking in low-level secret realms, specifically farming secret realms with Blood Clan backgrounds to obtain alchemical materials for profit. After all, the fangs and ashes of vampires are hard currencies. But this is merely a pursuit of wealth and does not qualify as a true vampire hunter. This is going to be tricky. Yuan shook his head, pondering. Although Catherine was actively seeking employment, the entry threshold was indeed quite high. In this peaceful era, finding a legitimate vampire hunter is as difficult as archaeology. Seeing Yuan hesitate to respond, Urbana's purple eyes sparkled with glee as she glanced at the painted Catherine and said in a mocking tone, "What's wrong, boss? Did this woman make any unreasonable demands?" She scoffed, pointing at Catherine. "This person has absolutely no work experience, and her eyes betray a naive stupidity. If her demands are too unreasonable, we can just ignore her." Yuan nodded slightly, honestly telling Catherine, "Your contract condition requires the sacrifice of a vampire hunter, which is quite hard to find." He shrugged helplessly. "In the current human world, legitimate vampire hunters have already become extinct. If possible, I suggest you change your terms." Well, they haven't completely vanished. This time it was the Demon Queen who spoke first, casually saying, "As long as the werewolf curse exists, vampire hunters will never disappear." Werewolves? Yuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Werewolves are not a race, but a very special sect. Just like the blood servants transformed by the Blood Clan, humans who worship the god of the hunt and receive blessings can unlock the power to transform into werewolves. This seductive demon seemed to know quite a lot. Catherine rarely agreed, nodding as she explained to Yuan, "What she said is correct. Werewolves are the sworn enemies of the Blood Clan and will not cease their hunt for Blood Clan and blood servants. This is their joy and belief. From the moment they become werewolves, they are eternal vampire hunters. As long as you can capture a werewolf for sacrifice, the contract condition will naturally be fulfilled." After hearing this, Yuan felt greatly relieved. If it's about finding werewolves, that would be much easier. Werewolf combatants usually hide their identities living among ordinary people, making them hard to detect as long as they avoid the full moon. But Gu Yuan possesses the skill Abyss Gaze. As long as he employs some methods to lure the werewolves out, he can distinguish them at a glance. No problem, you just need to wait for the contract. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Having resolved the biggest challenge, he could proceed with the onboarding procedures. Thank you for your recognition, boss. Seeing Gu Yuan agree, Catherine's elegant smile became even more radiant. As an employee, I must express something as well. She set down her glass, stood up, and walked to the edge of the canvas. Boss, please step forward. She extended her finger and lightly tapped the canvas. To show my sincerity and to facilitate your hunt for werewolves, I have something to give you. Gu Yuan did not hesitate and approached the oil painting. Just as he was half a foot away from the canvas, a sudden change occurred. The smooth surface of the oil painting suddenly rippled violently. Catherine in the painting leaned forward, directly emerging from the canvas. Her exquisite face rapidly magnified in Gu Yuan's vision, and a rich fragrance wafted toward him. Gu Yuan was about to speak when his lips were sealed. Catherine cupped Gu Yuan's face with both hands and kissed him without hesitation. Cold, soft, with a hint of bloody sweetness. The next moment, Gu Yuan felt a sharp sting at the corner of his lips as Catherine's sharp fangs pierced through. But the sting lasted only a second. Afterward, it was as if electricity coursed through him. A tingling pleasure spread throughout his body, leaving Gu Yuan's mind momentarily blank. In his daze, 2 lines of prompts floated into view. You have received the Blood Source gift from the Royal Blood Clan. Gained Blood Clan skill Dark Knight Shadow Beginner. Gu Yuan let out a muffled groan. Catherine released him, her body slowly retracting back into the canvas. She extended her tongue, elegantly licking away the blood that lingered at the corner of her mouth. Her crimson eyes glistened with a watery sheen, appearing particularly alluring. Gu Yuan, you bastard! A frantic scream came from Yalberna beside them. Before Gu Yuan could regain his balance, his legs weakened, and he fell directly onto a soft, warm body. Yalberna caught him, but her expression was as black as a pot's bottom. You dared to eat my boss in front of me. The Demon Queen fixed a fierce gaze on Catherine in the painting, her eyes burning with a desire to tear the canvas apart. Do you think I'm dead? This was just a deposit. Catherine completely ignored Yalberna's roar, sitting back down in her rattan chair, lazily propping her chin and smiling at Gu Yuan. You seem to enjoy it just now, and I did too. She said meaningfully, it seems our blood is quite compatible. You shameless person. Yalberna gritted her teeth. Enough, look how stingy you are. Catherine cast a casual glance at Yalberna. That kiss just now drained my accumulated original power over the years. I need to sleep for a while to recover and don't have the energy to argue with you. After saying this, she looked at Gu Yuan, who was still savoring the moment, and said seriously, this is just a gift from the first kiss. Once you fulfill the contract, I will give you the true first embrace, allowing you to gain powers only the Royal Blood Clan can master. Sir Gu Yuan. No, my boss. Catherine's figure began to stiffen, blending into the background of the painting. I await your good news. As the last word fell, ripples flashed across the surface of the oil painting, and all magical fluctuations vanished. The oil painting returned to being an inanimate object, with the woman in the painting frozen at the moment of raising her cup, as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. Phew. Gu Yuan exhaled deeply, standing upright from Yalberna's embrace. He touched the corner of his lips. The wound was not deep, still tinged with the taste of sweet blood. Dark Knight Shadow. He eagerly opened his panel to check the newly acquired skill. Dark Knight Shadow Beginner. You can consume mental energy to fly in the air, can instantly transform into a swarm of bats, to dash a certain distance. The dash distance grows with agility attributes, and in the night or dark environments all attributes are increased by 20. Damn. Gu Yuan couldn't help but curse upon seeing the skill description. This skill is absurd. Flying. This is a capability that countless practitioners dream of. Except for a few professions, most combatants need to wait until level 60 and undergo a third transition to fly. Before that, they could only rely on magical pets or vehicles to fly. For example, Lan Yuding. Lan Ruadong once mentioned that her brother dreams of flying on his own strength, because that would be impressive and convenient. Sorry, brother-in-law, I'll be the first to show off. Gu Yuan thought with a smile. Lan Yuding was still dreaming of flying at level 59. Meanwhile, he was already at level 10 and could fly. With the invincible movement ability for someone like him, a fragile summoner, an additional movement means an extra life. As for the 20 boost to all attributes at night, let's just say Yalberna will like it. This is a huge profit. Gu Yuan felt elated. This Blood Clan princess is indeed full of sincerity. On the surface it looks like he was forcefully kissed, but in reality he got a lot more. Just then, Announcement: the hidden secret realm Blood Moon Town has been cleared. Clear evaluation S grade perfect. Clear reward blue treasure chest X1. First clear reward purple treasure chest X1. Gu Yuan single-handedly defeated the final boss Crimson Princess Catherine. A grand bell echoed throughout the secret realm space. Gu Yuan stared at the series of prompts stunned. Just a kiss and it counts as defeating her alone. Outside the ancient castle Lan Ruodong and others were resting in place. Some sat cross-legged meditating to regain their energy. Others simply lay on the ground staring blankly at the blood-red night sky. Suddenly, when bang, when bang, when bang, a grand and distant bell tolled echoing thunderously above Blood Moon Town. A series of golden notifications appeared before every adventurer's eyes. Announcement: the hidden secret realm Blood Moon Town has been cleared. Distributing rewards for all blue treasure chest 1. Distributing first completion rewards for all purple treasure chest 1. After a brief silence. We cleared it. Zhang Jiahao was the first to jump up shouting with surprise. Brother Yuan single-handedly killed the blood count. How? How did he do it? Zhang Cheng stood up supporting himself against a bridge pillar, disbelief in his eyes. The final boss couldn't possibly be that blood count. He must have soloed or double-killed 2 bosses. So strong. So strong. If Brother Yuan wasn't cheating, then he's a war god. Wrong. Anyone who can cheat is already a god. Just as everyone marveled at Gu Yuan's strength, beams of golden light descended from the sky. The light landed before each person, transforming into 2 treasure chests radiating alluring glows. One shimmered with a water-like blue glow, while the other swirled with a noble purple radiance. Purple treasure chest. It's my first time seeing a purple treasure chest. To be honest, it's my first time seeing a blue treasure chest. Oh my god, what incredible items can come from this? Zhang Jiahao raised his trembling hands, wanting to touch the purple treasure chest, which suddenly opened with a bang. A stylishly designed revolver floated in the air. Weapon Demon No. 9. Quality Purple Rare. Level 10. Effect: after firing 9 shots, the next hit will definitely be a critical hit, and it will not consume ammunition. Ticula. Zhang Jiahao kissed the revolver passionately, exclaiming, I've hit the jackpot. This weapon will last until the second class change without needing to be replaced. This is the ultimate graduation gear. Laughter came from Zhang Cheng beside him. I got a purple tower shield. It can reduce 40 of ranged damage. I'm tough now. I'm even tougher. Around them, newcomers eagerly opened their treasure chests with exclamations and laughter rising in waves. In this world, the drop rate for finished equipment is extremely low. For newcomers, gathering a full set of green gear is already considered doing well. Blue gear requires several months of contribution points to afford just 1 piece. As for purple gear, even if they had contribution points, they wouldn't have the authority to purchase them. But now, just for showing Gu Yuan the way, they had scored purple gear. This was truly a blessing from the gods. Brother Yuan, you're my real brother. What real brother? I declare Gu Yuan officially becomes my dad. Don't look down on my brother Yuan. Your dad can't afford purple gear for you. On the stone bridge, there was a jubilant atmosphere. The inexperienced newcomers were so moved they were in tears except for one person. Lan Ruodong stood quietly in place. Beside her floated a blue and a purple piece of equipment, but she did not even glance at them before storing them in her backpack. As the only daughter of the bitter cold king, she had no shortage of purple gear. At this moment, she was more concerned about Gu Yuan. The clearance announcement had been made, signifying that the battle was over. But without seeing Gu Yuan in person, Lan Ruodong could not ease her anxious heart. How did he defeat the boss? Did he use my item, or what did he sacrifice this time? Lan Ruodong murmured softly, her fingers tightly gripping the staff, her light blue eyes filled with worry. Her trump card could only instant kill a level 30 blood count. For Gu Yuan to defeat the boss after the blood count, he must unleash an even greater power. Lan Ruodong never doubted the potential of the Abyss Walker, but she also knew what the cost of unleashing the Abyss Walker's potential was. Sacrificing souls, bodies, even lives. Inside the castle in the hall, Gu Yuan stood facing 3 treasure chests in a cheerful mood. A blue treasure chest, a purple treasure chest, and the orange treasure chest he received as MVP. The Blood Clan truly deserves to be noble. They are generous. This completion reward is quite bountiful compared to other secret realms. Let's check the basic rewards first. Gu Yuan rubbed his hands and opened the blue and purple treasure chests in order. A flash of blue light revealed a pair of dark-toned leather boots. Equipment: Shadow Walker boots. Quality blue fine. Level 10. Effect: movement speed increased by 30 and footsteps can be muffled while sneaking at night. A 30 increase in movement speed is quite good for blue gear. Without adding more agility, a warrior might not even outrun me. Yuan quickly changed into the new boots, stamping his feet and feeling considerably lighter. Then he turned his gaze towards the purple treasure chest. With a click, the lid popped open, revealing a staff entirely black with a blood-red magic crystal embedded at the top, floating out. Weapon Eye of Crimson. Quality purple rare. Level 10. Effect: all magic effects increase by 20, and when casting blood magic the effect increases by another 10, with a 50 reduction in consumption. Yuan's eyes lit up. Good stuff. The winter newcomer staff, he had only added 8 magic damage, while this one directly adds 20, and it's an effect enhancement compatible with all. In addition, there is a 50 reduction in consumption when casting blood magic, and Night Shadow is a blood magic skill, making it have a longer flight time with this staff. Yuan decisively equipped the new staff, feeling a cold sensation in his palm, faintly sensing the blood-like magic flowing within, perfectly aligning with his power system. Finally, Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the orange treasure chest, radiating dazzling golden light. This is an orange item. Most people spend their whole lives striving for one, let alone actually touching it or even seeing it. And this was already the second orange item Yuan had obtained. Bang! The treasure chest opened and golden light burst forth. When the light receded, a cloak quietly floated in midair. The outer layer of the cloak was a deep night black, while the lining was a dark red akin to blood. The collar stood high with a row of small dark gold runes embedded along the edges. The fabric was neither silk nor leather, pulsating with waves of blood-colored magic. Item: Scarlet Royal Cloak. Quality: Orange Epic. Level: no level requirement. Scarlet Elegance. You can generate a shield to block damage calculated based on physique. Before the shield is broken, you are immune to any control effects with a cooldown of 24 hours. Top tier. Yuan gave a fair evaluation. The value of being immune to control requires no further explanation. Although this world resembles a game, there are no health bars. Breaking defense equals injury, and severe injury equals death. Yuan believed that at least before level 60, survival capability surpasses all else. It's better to be able to withstand than to run fast. Running fast is not as good as being uncatchable. With this cloak along with the boots he just acquired in Night Shadow, he had become a summoner who can withstand blows, run fast, and be uncatchable. What? You say I'm slippery like a loach? Go tell my hell puppet. Yuan immediately draped the cloak over his shoulders. The golden-edged hem fell to his calves with the scarlet lining faintly visible, and the high collar covered the lower half of his face. Yabelna watched from the side, silent, but her purple eyes revealed an infatuated expression. People rely on their attire just as horses rely on their saddles. Combined with the Blood Clan's blessing he had just received, Yuan's aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. Mysterious, noble, and unfathomable. If before Yuan was merely a handsome and cunning son of a demon, now he resembled a Blood Clan king stepping out from a scarlet epic. In the hall the atmosphere was enchanting. Bana was leaning closely against Yuan, her purple demon eyes filled with unabashed obsession. Her slender fingers lightly brushed over the sharp collar of the crimson royal cloak, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Boss, you look simply mesmerizing in this outfit. Tonight you must wear this cloak. No, we can't wait until tonight. Bana suddenly paused, glancing at Catherine's portrait, and huffed. That woman ate you in front of me. Ooh, I will eat her back in front of her. Being a succubus and being NTRD in front of someone was utterly humiliating. As she spoke, Bana prepared to crouch down. Ahem. Suddenly a voice came from the oil painting belonging to Catherine. Stop flirting here. My strength is no longer sufficient to maintain this secret realm. You two need to get out quickly. Damn it. Bana interrupted from her spellcasting, was furious, but then a wicked smile crept onto her face as she thought again. She crossed her arms over her chest and said to Yuan, this oil painting seals Catherine. Leaving it here is too dangerous. Shouldn't we take it with us? This would be safer. Yuan remained noncommittal. He naturally understood what this wickedly playful succubus was after. Clearly she was still brooding over Catherine's earlier actions. It was nothing more than wanting to make up for the loss she suffered in front of the oil painting. However, Yuan also had intentions of taking the oil painting, not merely because of her wicked whims. This oil painting could seal Catherine, indicating it was a powerful magical artifact that might prove useful in the future. Outside the castle, the heavy sound of machinery echoed as the massive door slowly opened. The newcomers on the stone bridge turned to look at the commotion. When Yuan stepped out from the shadows, everyone was stunned. Even Lan Ruodong couldn't tear her gaze away. The youth was still the same youth. Yet the aura surrounding him had undergone a tremendous transformation. He wore dark-toned luminous leather boots and held a black staff embedded with blood-red crystals. The most eye-catching was the cloak fluttering on his shoulders in the wind. The high collar obscured half of his face, and the crimson lining in the night resembled flowing blood, accentuating his handsome features, making him appear even more cold and mysterious. At this moment, Yuan looked like a vampire king who had stepped out of the pages of history. Observing the expressions on everyone's faces, Yuan realized just how high his charm level was. This was very normal. The aesthetic of the vampire clan never disappoints. The equipment they crafted naturally came with hidden attributes. Charm 999 provided the modeling is good. However, it was too superficial for everyone to only focus on appearances. Facing the stunned crowd, Yuan shook his cloak and said with a smile, "Hey, how did you know this is orange-grade equipment?" Orange-grade. The crowd was abruptly awakened from their beauty. "This is incredible. Is this the exclusive reward for soloing a boss?" "It's still vampire equipment fully loaded with looks and power." "What are the effects of the equipment?" "It can't be a forbidden spell, right?" "Get lost. The effects of orange-grade equipment are always a trump card. How could I tell you?" The crowd gathered around, their eyes filled with unhidden envy. Just moments ago, they were ecstatic about obtaining purple-grade equipment, only to realize what it truly meant to be leaps and bounds ahead. With this level of orange-grade gear, Yuan could establish his own sect. Even if the orange-grade equipment was low-level, it could still be used for second or even third-class transitions, essentially graduating directly. Even if he had to replace it in the late stage of the fourth class, selling this cloak casually could bring him financial freedom. This was no longer just a matter of luck. This was destiny. Who told others to solo the boss? Yuan was living well, and we weren't jealous at all. Among the crowd, only Lan Ruodong remained calm. She quickly made her way through the crowd, approaching Yuan. Her light blue eyes scanned him rapidly, and only after confirming he was unharmed and composed did she let out a slight sigh of relief. "Are you hurt?" She examined Yuan from top to bottom. "No," Yuan replied succinctly. "A flawless clearance." The newcomers around them gasped in astonishment. To challenge a level 30 hidden boss and come out unscathed was simply unbelievable. "It's about that, just a bit of dirt on my clothes," Yuan joked casually. But Lan Ruodong did not laugh. Her gaze lingered on the corner of Yuan's lips for a moment before she turned to Blood Moon and said, "Men always love to show off. How could it be without injuries?" He was clearly bitten by the vampire. At the same time, on the outskirts of the twisted jungle at the entrance of the Su Ningyue and Zheng Yunfei were anxiously pacing back and forth, their faces growing increasing. "How long has it been? Yi Jingchuan still hasn't come out." Zheng Yunfei was drenched in cold sweat. "His holy guardian lasts only 10 minutes, if he's still not out." I'm afraid he's dead." Su Ninji's hand gripping her staff was trembling, her face pale. A level 30 Holy Gun Knight actually died in a hidden realm below level 10. This meant that there were monsters above level 30, even level 40, within the hidden realm. "We're doomed." Su Ninji's voice trembled. "The 12 best newcomers are all inside, not to mention the president's only daughter, Lan Ruodong. If anything happened to them..." She didn't dare to think further. If Lan Ruodong got into trouble, the two of them would never be able to withstand the wrath of the bitter cold king. "What if I go out first to call for help, eh?" Zheng Yunfei suggested through gritted teeth. "It's useless. Even calling for help won't get us into the hidden realm, and if you leave, I won't be able to handle any sudden situations on my own." Su Ningyue shook her head helplessly. She had already considered all these options. "Then we might as well write our wills, but if they don't come out, we'll die too." Zheng Yunfei slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Just as the two were preparing to write their wills, the crimson vortex suddenly shook violently. "There's movement." Zheng Yunfei's spirit lifted as he looked at the portal. Two figures emerged first from the vortex. On the left was a young man in a black robe wearing a magnificent cloak with a crimson lining, his expression calm. On the right was a girl with flowing blue hair, holding a staff, her demeanor icy. It was Yuan and Lan Ruodong. Zheng Yunfei and Su Ningyue felt a wave of joy in their hearts. They were saved. As long as Lan Ruodong emerged alive, they wouldn't have to accompany her to the grave.
He figured he must be the most miserable transmigrator in history. 3 years ago, he had crossed into this world where myriad races rampaged and
They came out. They came out alive. Zheng Yunfei and Su Ningyue were overjoyed to the point of tears, almost stumbling as they rushed forward. "Miss Lan, are you okay?" Su Ningyue hurriedly checked Lan Ruodong's condition, and upon seeing she was unhurt, she let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if she had just danced at the gates of hell. "Is everyone all right?" Zheng Yunfei quickly counted heads. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. Zheng Yunfei suddenly froze. The number didn't add up. Including Gu Yuan and Lan Ruodong, there were only 11 people. Are we still missing someone? Su Ningyue also reacted, quickly scanning the crowd. Where's Yi Anshi? She looked at the crowd, her tone urgent. And Captain Yi Jingchuan, he activated his skill to support you all. Why didn't he come out with you? As soon as this question was raised, the newcomers, still reveling in their victory, were all stunned. They recalled the missing Yi Anshi and the unseen Yi Jingchuan. They also remembered what Lan Ruodong had said before, to not worry about them. If they hadn't come out early, they would have remained trapped in the hidden realm forever. Everyone exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Their instincts told them this matter was far from simple. At this moment, all gazes turned to Lan Ruodong. Lan Ruodong then deeply looked at Gu Yuan beside her. She then turned to the two formal members. They are dead. I killed them. The moment these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent, as if even the air had frozen in the icy tone of Lan Ruodong. The Supreme Emperors, with the support of the Fathers, the book has shown some improvements, but the algorithm is ruthless. The prince still needs to work hard. The prince continues to kneel and ask for subscriptions, updates, and support for love. If the updates can break 3,000, an extra chapter will be added. In the Cloud Peak District Villa A07, the remnants of sunlight cast a warm glow on the temperature-regulated barrier of Linyuan City, refracting into a dazzling halo. Gu Yuan stood at the edge of the terrace, holding a cup of warm red tea, quietly admiring the beautiful scenery. On the round table nearby, a mobile phone screen still glowed with an unread message. The situation is sensitive. Hide for a few days and take a good rest. The sender was Lan Ruodong. What a good girl. Gu Yuan took a sip of red tea, expressing genuine admiration. After exiting the hidden realm, Lan Ruodong took on the responsibility for the lives of the Yi siblings alone and stated that she would provide an explanation to the guild. With this said, Su Ningyue and Zheng Yunfei naturally did not ask further. They were merely formal members, not even seniors, and some matters were beyond their knowledge. After that, the team dispersed hastily, each returning to their own home. This left Gu Yuan feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Recalling the life and death struggle with the Yi siblings, it was an exhilarating experience. The battle, which involved intricate calculations of tactics, psychology, and hidden cards, greatly stimulated his nerves. Since contracting with Yalbena, he had been vigilant against falling into laziness and relying too much on his summons. This battle, however, awakened his dormant combat instincts, and he found it quite enjoyable. As for the gains, they were nothing short of luxurious. After successfully sacrificing Yi Anshi, he acquired a semi-divine follower, the Fallen Saintess. The addition of Angelici brought a qualitative change to the entire Demon Legion. As a support, her skill mechanics were exceptionally strong, providing Gu Yuan with more tactical space. Now even the lowest level imps could unleash multiplied combat power through tactics. Additionally, he gained 2 divine skills. Night Shadow, which complemented flight and displacement, Crimson Elegance, which provided shielding and control immunity. These 2 skills significantly enhanced Gu Yuan's survivability. Even when facing a second transformation combatant, he was confident he could withdraw unscathed. So exhilarating. Gu Yuan stretched lazily, his bones cracking a few times. According to the customs of the combatant community, after each exploration of a secret realm, everyone would feast and celebrate together. After all, in an occupation that flirted with death, earning without spending could easily lead to becoming someone else's inheritance. Unfortunately, there was no celebration today. The death of the Yi siblings cast a heavy shadow over this victory. There was nothing that could be done about it. With her looks and tea-making skills, Yi Anshi had successfully crafted herself into everyone's little son. Her death was hard for everyone to accept. Moreover, the one who killed her was another highly popular goddess. This made the young newcomers acutely aware of the harshness and darkness of society. I wonder how the guild's higher-ups will handle this matter. Gu Yuan set down his teacup. He had no worries about Lan Ruotong's safety. Lan Xiangdong would never let anything happen to his only daughter. What he cared about was how the guild would define. Would they publicly disclose her crime of murdering a classmate, or would they, considering the vast influence of the Holy Hall, find an excuse to cover it up? For example, mutated due to contamination from a decayed corpse, forcing Lan Ruodong to kill them. If it was the former, the guild would surely fall out with the Holy Hall. If it was the latter, the reputations of Yi Jingchuan and Yi Anshi could be preserved. Regardless of how it was handled, Gu Yuan was out of the picture. However, he favored the latter. Just then, the glass sliding door behind Gu Yuan opened, and a sweet voice rang out. "Master, the food is ready. We can start the team building now." Gu Yuan turned his head. He saw a girl in a pristine priestess robe standing at the terrace door. The setting sun bathed her delicate and charming face, her emerald eyes curved into crescent moons, and her smile was pure and radiant, just like their first meeting. On the first floor of the villa in the dining room, enticing aromas wafted from the open kitchen. Yalbena was wearing a floral apron, skillfully stir-frying the ingredients in the frying pan. The luxurious gown paired with the homey apron created a striking contrast. Yuan looked at the table full of delicious dishes and couldn't help but exclaim. As the queen of succubi, Yalbena was truly too versatile. Her skill tree surprisingly included cooking as a skill. Thank you, Lord of the Abyss. At the dining table, Angelice clasped her hands in front of her chest, assuming a posture of earnest prayer. Her eyes, covered by a black cloth, slightly lifted to face Yuan. Thank you for the butter and bread you bestowed, and this land free from the intrusion of holy light. Hey, why only thank him? Yalbena emerged from the kitchen with 2 plates of food, rolling her eyes. These were all made with my hard work. Saying this, she placed a steaming plate of baked oysters on the dining table, her demon tail gently brushing against Yuan's thigh. Boss, eat more. And be sure to thank me properly later. I will certainly thank Miss Succubus for your hospitality. Yuan smiled and pulled out a chair to sit at the head of the table. At the same moment, a tall figure approached from beside him, respectfully pouring half a glass of red wine for Yuan from the decanter on the table. Master, your wine. Yi Jingchuan, clad in golden armor, wore a respectful and sunny smile. Yuan looked at the Yi siblings seated on either side of the dining table, feeling once again amazed by Angelicis' nearly twisted power. These 2 siblings were clearly already dead. Yet Angelice had used grace reversal to literally reverse the concept of death, allowing the 2 siblings to appear here in the form of the living. In other words, as long as Angelice activated her domain, the holy disciples who were sacrificed or killed could return from the abyss. This was utterly insane. It should be noted that in the domain of the godforsaken land, healing would transform into real damage, and holy light combatants excelled in various forms of single-target and area healing. Imagine when a desecrated cleric, while chanting sacred hymns, descended twisted holy light upon enemies. The scene would be nothing short of sacrilegious. However, grace reversal consumed an immense amount of mental energy. Keeping the domain open for extended periods placed a significant burden on Yuan. To find a more permanent solution, Angelice provided 2 options. If Yuan was willing to bestow grace, Yi Anshi could achieve true redemption, reconstruct her physical body, and appear in the outside world for an extended period without relying on the domain. If Yuan was unwilling to bestow grace, their souls could enter the redemption Mecca and become pure earthly weapons. For Yi Anshi, Yuan leaned towards bestowing grace. The reason was simple: the career mechanism of the Holy Arbiter should not be wasted. The skill judgment of the divine would allow Yi Anshi to obtain a divine artifact every 5 levels. If she were to grow, her contribution to the team's combat power would likely rival that of Yalbena. As for Yi Jingchuan, he had clearly stated his willingness to enter the redemption Mecca, becoming a human weapon unbound by physical limitations, in gratitude for the Abyss's redemption. Each gets what they desire. Yuan swirled the red wine in his goblet. The core team had been thoroughly established. The future was promising. At this moment, Yalbena untied the floral apron from her waist and casually draped it over the back of a chair. She raised her wine glass and walked to one end of the long table, surveying her colleagues. Today marks our first team-building event. As the first employee to join, I raise a toast. As the most senior employee, Yalbena took on the role of energizing the atmosphere. She raised her glass high, her gentle voice echoing in the dining room. Let us praise the Abyss. Praise the Abyss. Praise the Abyss. Praise the Abyss. Angelice clasped her hands together. The Yi siblings, one raising fruit juice and the other bowing their heads in reverent prayer, chanted alongside her. Watching them, Yuan smiled and tilted his head back to down the red wine in one go. Praise the Abyss. In the Yunding District Villa A07, the dinner concluded and Angelice gracefully expanded her domain, taking Yi Jingchuan and Yi Anshi back to the Hall of Blasphemy. Inside the vast villa, only Yuan and Yelena remained. Yelena hummed an unknown abyssal tune, directing 2 little demons to hang a giant oil painting that sealed Catherine in the center of the bedroom wall. Once everything was arranged, the demon queen turned around, leaning against the frame of the painting, her long legs elegantly crossed. She extended her tongue to lightly lick her vibrant red lips, and her violet magical eyes shimmered with unabashed desire. Boss, the team dinner has concluded. Yelena deliberately elongated her tone, her voice lazy and alluring. Now should we reward the outstanding employees? Yuan stood by the window, glancing at the night outside. With the passive enhancement from the Dark Knight Shadow, once the night fell, his overall attributes would receive a 20 boost. Yuan called up his attribute panel. His mental strength remained unmatched, while his physical attribute, which represented bodily strength, had also reached 37 points after the boost. For a summoner, this was already quite a considerable figure, sufficient to withstand ambushes from assassins of the same level. However, for a demon of the Abyssal Monarch level, merely 37 points of physique might still be inadequate. Of course, reward should be given, and plenty of it. A smile curled at the corners of Yuan's mouth as his mind stirred. 10 crimson sacrificial gems floated into existence behind him. These were the spoils he had collected in the Bloodred town sourced from the corrupted abomination. The abomination was a slow-moving abomination, yet its physique attribute was absurdly high, reaching 110 points. After devouring in the abyss, Yuan could gain an increase of 11 points in physique. With 10 gems, that would amount to 110 points. Naturally, Yuan would not use them all at once. The duration of the abyssal devouring was only 10 minutes. In a protracted battle, it was wise. Yuan firmly grasped Yelena's wrist, pressing the imperious demon queen heavily against the painting behind her. Yelena tilted her head, letting out a satisfied sigh, her magical eyes half-closed, revealing a dazed expression. Suddenly, the heavy velvet curtains closed, blocking out all external prying. A pink glow erupted, petals swept in by magic filled every corner of the room. In the painting, Catherine appeared dignified and graceful, but the smooth canvas trembled and warped violently due to the impact. Time flew by, and 3 days later Yuan woke up on a disheveled bed. He rubbed his slightly aching lower back and picked up his phone from the bedside to check the time. As the screen lit up, a notification popped up. It was a news announcement released by the internal app of the Winter. Casualties in the Secret Realm. Announcement confirmed casualties of former member Yi Jingchuan and newly recruited member Yianchi. Yuan's eyes brightened as he clicked on it. The news was brief, stating roughly, newly recruited member Yianchi mistakenly entered a trap left by the ancient blood clan while exploring a hidden secret realm. Yi Jingchuan disregarded his own safety and forcefully intruded to save his sister, but fell victim to the blood clan's secret techniques. Yianchi was controlled and transformed, biting Yi Jingchuan, leading both to mutate and become monsters. Lan Ruodong encountered the mutated siblings during her exploration. By then the two had lost their sense of friend or foe and began attacking her. In desperation, Lan Ruodong had no choice but to end their lives. That's quite a well-crafted story, Yuan said with a shake of his head and a smile after reading the announcement. This outcome was roughly what he had expected. The higher-ups of the guild still concealed Yianchi's crime of murdering her classmate. This was quite unfair to the deceased Lin Moran. However, for the Winter Guild, it was the most prudent solution. They would not risk offending the powerful Hall for the sake of a dead person. Moreover, they did not want to give the Hall an opportunity to investigate Lan Ruodong. This is the harsh and cruel reality of the world. Justice may not only be delayed, but can also be absent. It only arrives when those in power need it to appear. To escape this abyss, one must become the one. Yuan put away his phone and looked towards the sunny window. Since the matter of the Yi siblings had reached a conclusion, he no longer needed to avoid the spotlight. After the incident, Lan Ruodong advised Yuan to keep a low profile. Thus, in the past few days, he had not made any major moves, only visiting 2 low-level secret realms, the Goblin Cave and the Wolf's Howling Wilderness. These 2 outings were purely for stockpiling supplies. He spent a day raising the summoning numbers of the little demons and hellhounds to the current level 10 maximum capacity. After 3 days of recuperation, the previously exiled little demons and hellhounds could be summoned again. At this point, Yuan had a total of 60 demon minions plus 5 hell puppets, which could be considered a formidable force. In addition to stockpiling troops, Yuan had also been gathering information about werewolves. He learned that this group of zealots who worshipped the god of the hunt were as cunning as vampires, and in some respects even more brutal. In pursuit of pure hunting pleasure, they had been secretly tracking and hunting down those blood servants who had obtained legitimate status. Many recent murder victims were blood servants. The brutality of their methods clearly indicated that werewolves were behind it. This showed that without the protection of the Scarlet Empire, those blood servants hiding among humans had a difficult life. Faced with werewolves that were more ferocious than vampires, Yuan chose to act cautiously. He planned to level up further and accumulate more trump cards before searching for the traces of werewolves. After all, the strength limit of his subordinates was related to his own level. The Goblin Cave and Wolf's Howling Wilderness he had previously farmed were simply too low in level. Even after grinding through several rounds, he had barely reached level 11. I still need to fight monsters at higher levels, Yuan thought, shaking his head. With my current troop strength, I can attempt secret realms ranging from level 20 to 25. With that thought, he opened the Winter Guild app. Ding dong. This app had numerous functions usable both internally and externally. In addition to issuing official announcements, it could also reserve guild tasks, post team invitations, and sell secondhand equipment. There was even a section for guild members to communicate, similar to a campus forum from his past life. Yuan couldn't help but click on the confession wall. As soon as he entered the page, his gaze froze. The first post among the top 10 was actually about him. Reward for seeking: is this newcomer too handsome? I need all his information within half an hour. Likes 8,821. Comments 1,691. Favorites 902. Shares 789. Curiously, Yuan clicked on the post, and there was a photo attached. The photo was somewhat blurry due to the distance. However, that iconic black hair, stern profile, and the fluttering scarlet royal cloak were all indicators of his identity. Isn't this just the handsome me? Yuan chuckled. It was from 3 days ago when he had emerged from the hidden secret realm and was photographed on the way back to his dorm. The photography skills need improvement. They didn't capture even a tenth of my handsomeness, Yuan commented before continuing to browse the comments. Wow. The top comment was from an acquaintance. Lon Roadong Ice Flame, Mage level 10, delete the post for a fee. Yuan burst into laughter. This young lady was indeed domineering, trying to use money to block his romantic prospects. Yuan continued to scroll down. Is this the newcomer who single-handedly defeated the hidden boss? He indeed has some skills. I heard that he as a mage used melee techniques to rub the demon hunter into the ground. Indeed, newcomers are all monsters. The comment section was lively with many veteran members of the guild. They seemed to have heard of Yuan's glorious exploits in the past few days and held him in high regard. Of course, there were also some sour remarks. After all, the taller the tree, the stronger the wind, and jealousy is a human nature. Yuan paid no attention to those petty comments. Yet one comment froze his smile. Yang Yu Druid level 29 dressed so much like a vampire. If you attract werewolves, that would be a joke. Yuan's smile gradually faded. But it wasn't because he was angry about this sour comment. On the contrary, he wanted to thank this person. This comment actually awakened him. After receiving Catherine's blessing, he had already been tainted with the Blood Clan's aura. Coupled with the Blood Clan demeanor granted by the Scarlet Royal rating, he indeed resembled a vampire. His current appearance might attract the covetous gaze of werewolves. Who knows, among those who have seen this post there might be a werewolf hiding. The Supreme Emperor's the requirements for the Crown Prince are a bit high, but no worries tomorrow at midnight. Attracting werewolves. Yuan repeatedly chewed on these 4 words, his eyes growing brighter. He had been worried about how to find them in the vastness of Yuan City, as werewolves were adept at disguise. Now it seemed that there was no need to actively search for them. Werewolves were inherently brutal, while blood clans were cunning and elegant. Both excelled at hiding, making them destined enemies. In the eyes of werewolves, blood thralls were the most delicious and thrilling prey. They reveled in this game of cat and mouse, actively seeking out blood thralls among humans, even blood clans. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Yanyu. Yuan opened his screen and gave a thumbs up to this colleague he had never met. Thanks to the other's suggestion, he thought of a safe and effective way to find werewolves. Since werewolves enjoyed playing cat and mouse, he would act as the prey once more. Yuan put away his phone and walked into the spacious cloakroom. In front of a large dressing mirror, he carefully examined his current attire. He wore the Shadow Walker boots and draped the crimson royal cloak over his shoulders. Underneath, he wore the novice robe of the Winter Guild, which was far too plain. The style of this robe is a bit mismatched, not elegant enough. To serve as bait, he needed to put on a good show. Yuan stroked his chin, pulled out his phone, and dialed Lon Ruotong's number. The call was answered after just one ring. Hello. A cool voice came from the other end, and he could faintly hear the sound of pages turning. Cutting to the chase, Yuan said, I want to buy some outfits, but am not familiar with Yuan City. There was a 2-second pause on the other end, followed by the sound of a chair being pushed back. I'll come find you. An hour later in Yuan City, on Silver Frost Avenue. This was the most bustling and upscale commercial district in Yuan City, frequented mostly by high-ranking professionals and wealthy merchants or tourists drawn by reputation. Inside a street-side custom clothing store, the wooden door of the fitting room was slowly pushed open. Oh my God! The salesgirl was awestruck as she watched the young man walk out of the fitting room, her professional smile frozen in place. Sir, this outfit is simply perfect for your aura. Yuan walked to the full-length mirror. At that moment, he had donned a new skin. This was a set of 4-piece attire. A tailored jacket, a shirt, trousers, and a bow tie. The tailored jacket had a sharp silhouette-fitted cut, with a pure white silk shirt underneath tied, with a black velvet bow tie complemented by the ore-infused crimson royal cloak exuding the mysterious and elegant essence of the Blood Clan. Sitting on the nearby sofa, and flipping through a catalog, Lan Ruodong looked up. The moment her gaze met Gu Yuan's, two faint blushes swiftly rose on her usually frosty face, and she hurriedly averted her eyes, pretending to examine a nearby tie clip. Gu Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, feeling quite satisfied. This new skin was remarkably effective. Aside from his cheeks not being pale enough and his eyes not being crimson, he already looked 80% like a blood clan. Unfortunately, this haute couture outfit did not count as gear. Although it had some attribute effects, they were all lifestyle attributes like cold resistance, heat dissipation, and breathability, so it could only be considered a costume. However, this was sufficient for Gu Yuan to execute his plan. He intended to flaunt this blood clan attire to attract the attention of werewolves. As long as a werewolf focused on him, it would be exposed to the gaze of the abyss. Of course, this tactic of fishing with a direct hook would also bring danger. Those who could receive the blessing of the frenzied hunt were certainly no low-level warriors. But Gu Yuan glanced at Lan Ruodong, sitting on the sofa through the mirror. With the only daughter of the cold monarch by his side, it was the strongest talisman in all of Linyuan City. No matter how bold those werewolves lurking in the shadows were, they would not dare to provoke him in front of Lan Ruodong. And once they were caught by Gu Yuan, who was the cat and who was the mouse would be uncertain. How does this look? Gu Yuan turned around, symbolically seeking Lan Ruodong's opinion. Lan Ruodong stood up, suppressing the unusual flutter in her heart as she approached Gu Yuan. Why have you suddenly taken a liking to this style? Her fair fingers landed on Gu Yuan's collar, readjusting the slightly askew bow tie. She lowered her head, concealing her gaze, and asked, "This isn't like your usual dressing habit. After clearing Blood Moon Town, I suddenly became interested in the history and culture of the Blood Clan." Gu Yuan casually made up a reason. "And besides, this outfit matches my new cloak very well, doesn't it?" After hearing this, Lan Ruodong's gaze unconsciously drifted upward, landing on the corner of Gu Yuan's lips. That slight wound had healed, but she clearly remembered the faint lipstick mark. Coupled with the faint Blood Clan aura surrounding Gu Yuan and his sudden change in dressing style, Lan Ruodong's eyes changed, and she lowered her voice, asking her greatest concern, "You must tell me honestly. Have you been transformed into a blood thrall by the Blood Clan?" The Abyss Walker was already a dark-type profession. If further transformed into a blood thrall, it would be equivalent to stacking up various heretical buffs. Gu Yuan was taken aback by her words and burst into laughter. He pointed towards the large floor-to-ceiling window of the clothing store. Even at noon, the sunlight was still glaring, even in the frigid northern territory. "Blood thralls cannot see the sunlight. If I were truly transformed, would I still be able to stroll in such bright sunlight with you?" "It seems that is indeed the case." Lan Ruodong nodded slightly, the heavy stone in her heart finally lifted. Even the highest-ranking blood clans had an instinctive aversion to sunlight. Blood thralls would be harmed by it. For Gu Yuan to be transformed, he would need to apply a whole bottle of sunscreen to go outside. Lan Ruodong looked at Gu Yuan in front of her, then at the reflection of the two of them standing side by side in the glass mirror. Her heart skipped a beat. The girl's gaze turned wavering, and her cheeks flushed again as she nervously twisted her fingers, her demeanor unusually shy. "So, does this count as a date?" Gu Yuan was directly stunned. A date? He had a very strong purpose in inviting Lan Ruodong out today. But looking at Lan Ruodong's eyes filled with anticipation and her rarely shown girlish demeanor, a surge of emotion welled up in Gu Yuan's heart. Setting aside those dark calculations, this was still his first time shopping with such a beautiful girl. In his past life, he could never achieve a simple phone call to invite a girl out. If we're calling it a date, it wouldn't be impossible. Gu Yuan went along with the flow, preparing to establish a mutual crush relationship with the young lady. Suddenly, two piercing honks of a car horn sounded from outside the clothing store. Beep, beep, followed by a deafening roar of an engine. An exaggerated, vividly red maglev sports car came to a steady stop in front of the clothing store in an extremely ostentatious manner. Seeing this sports car, Lan Ruodong's blushing face instantly turned frosty. She muttered, "Damn it." In Linyuan City on Silver Frost Avenue, a flashy red hovering sports car drifted to a stop outside a clothing store. The window slowly lowered, revealing a young man with ice blue short hair and sunglasses who turned his head to glance over. This was none other than the vice leader of the Winter Guild, Lan Yuding. The flirtatious atmosphere among the young boys and girls was instantly shattered by his arrival. The shyness in Lan Ruodong's eyes vanished, replaced by a face full of disappointment. "Annoying." She bit her lip and murmured, "I told him not to follow me when I went out, but he insisted on tagging along." Gu Yuan looked at the car outside, understanding dawning in his eyes. Lan Yuding was not here to be a third wheel. He was here to protect Lan Ruodong. Of course, this protection was not aimed at Gu Yuan. The impact of Lan Ruitong's incident with Yi Anshi had not yet faded. Although the guild had provided an official conclusion, many negative rumors still circulated outside. While it was fine for Lan Ruotong within the guild, stepping out would inevitably draw unwanted attention and whispers. Lan Yuting's presence beside Lan Ruotong served as a reminder to everyone of who she was. The two walked out of the clothing store. Lan Yuting took off his sunglasses, appraising Gu Yuan's new look, and let out a loud whistle. Yo, Gu Yuan. This new appearance is quite good, reminiscent of my glory days. As he spoke, he pressed a button on the central console. Get in, I'll drive you back to the guild. With a light sound as the air pressure released, the sharply designed red doors of the sports car lifted up, revealing the classic scissor doors. Looking at the mechanically aesthetic door structure and the ethereal blue glow emanating from the hover array beneath the chassis, Gu Yuan's eyes reflected envy. Thanks to the existence of professions like mechanic and alchemist, the technological level in this world has not stagnated. Instead, it has merged with magic, developing an extremely fantastical tech tree. Take vehicles, for example. Most utilize magnetic levitation technology, allowing for high speeds and adaptability to all terrains. Lan Yuting's flashy red sports car is a custom version crafted by the guild's chief mechanic. Not only is it eye-catching, but it can also transform into a humanoid mech, directly participating in battles. What a transformer. What man could refuse a super sports car that can turn into a mech? Seeing Gu Yuan's shining eyes, Lan Yuting chuckled proudly. Haha, look at how much you want it. He slapped the steering wheel, the pinnacle of machinery and magic, the ultimate romance for men. So do you want to drive it for a couple of days? Before Gu Yuan could express his gratitude, Lan Ruotong coldly took her seat in the back. Look at you, so pleased. This flashy car is only for those who love yoga pants. That's my assessment. It's not as good as your hell puppet. Lan Yuting shot 3 question marks at his sister, saying, are you blind? Or has love clouded your judgment? Drive. Lan Ruotong's face flushed as she kicked the back of the driver's seat. A girl shouldn't be left alone. Lan Yuting was speechless and pressed down on the magic energy pedal. The sports car let out a deep roar, leaping into the air and merging into the magnetic hover traffic above. The atmosphere along the way was heavy. In the back seat, Lan Ruotong crossed her arms, staring at Lan Yuting in the front seat through the rearview mirror. Lan Yuting felt the pressure and sighed softly. Hey, I wanted you to explore a bit more. But today I really have things to attend to. Lan Yuting glanced at the road ahead, his tone turning serious. I just received an alert from the security office for assistance. Recently, several murders have occurred in the lower district, and the methods of the killer are extremely brutal. He glanced at Gu Yuan through the rearview mirror. I have a feeling it's the work of those mad dogs. Hearing the term mad dogs, Gu Yuan immediately perked up. Mad dogs is a derogatory term for werewolf warriors. In the front seat, Lan Yuting held the steering wheel with one hand, discussing the case. Among the recent series of murders, the victims were both male and female, covering a variety of It seemed like random killings, but the security office astutely discovered a detail. One of the deceased was a legally recognized human blood servant. This is a consistent method of operation for werewolves. To disguise their identity, these mad dogs would indiscriminately slaughter the innocent to confuse the narrative. Their strategy is like saying for a plate of vinegar, they'll serve a whole meal of dumplings. Moreover, their methods are extremely cruel, with a strong counter-detection awareness. The victims not only had their bodies mutilated, but their souls were completely shattered. This led to those investigating the necromantic cases being unable to get any responses from the deceased. The security office tried various methods, ultimately yielding no results. They could only approach the Winter Guild for assistance, offering a high bounty. They don't want live captives, they just eliminate those werewolves, 2 million per head. At this point, Lan Yuting glanced at Gu Yuan through the rearview mirror, intentionally or otherwise. Gu Yuan immediately understood the look. This guild vice leader seemed to be implying that he wanted Gu Yuan to do something in this matter. With Gu Yuan looking so much like a Blood Clan member, could he become a target for the werewolves? It's fine to dress like that in the guild. Even if the werewolves are bold, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble within the As for inside Linyuan City, the upper district is heavily fortified, so it should be safe. However, the lower district, that's another story. Then let's not go to the lower district. Lan Ruotong immediately patted the front passenger seat. Yeah, I won't go. Gu Yuan nodded. In his heart, he had already seen through Lan Yuting's plan. Mentioning high bounty and precisely pointing out danger in the lower district was clearly meant to make him a bait for Lan Yuting to fish. Gu Yuan felt that this was an excellent opportunity. He had spent money to get this outfit specifically to lure werewolves. If he could share in the bounty, why not? However, Gu Yuan did not plan to take the initiative to offer himself. In business, the party that speaks first often loses bargaining power. He intended to wait for Lan Yuting to make a request so he could negotiate for a higher price. 20 minutes later, the flashy red hovering sports car smoothly entered the Yunding Villa district. Lan Yuding first dropped off Lan Ruodong at home before taking Gu Yuan to the door of Villa A07. As the car stopped, Lan Yuding did not open the door, but turned to look at Gu Yuan in the front passenger seat, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Gu Yuan knew Lan Yuding was about to discuss serious matters with him. He sat up straight, preparing to negotiate with Lan Yuding. At the very least, it should be a 5,050 split. To his surprise, Lan Yuding handed over a can of gum, casually saying, "I say you were the one who killed Yi Anshi and Yi Jingchuan, right?" Gu Yuan was taken aback, cursing inwardly, "Damn, this brother-in-law is ruthless." The first thing he says in negotiations hits the sore spot. Yunding Villa District. A flashy red hover sports car parked in front of building A07. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly became tense. "I feel that my sister can't kill Yi Jingchuan." Lan Yuding cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yuan, his gaze sharp. However, in the face of his brother-in-law's questioning, Gu Yuan's heart rate did not fluctuate at all. He did not rush to deny it. The guild had already issued an official announcement. The deaths of the Yi siblings were classified as getting caught in a trap assimilated by monsters. This indicated that the higher-ups of the guild had no intention of investigating the truth. Lan Yuding bringing this matter up now was certainly not to seek justice for the Yi siblings. He wanted to manipulate Gu Yuan to lay the groundwork for what was to come. Gu Yuan reached out to take the chewing gum that Lan Yuding offered, popping 2 pieces into his mouth, chewing calmly while meeting his gaze. "I killed them," Gu Yuan replied succinctly. "The target of that brother-sister pair was actually me." "Ha ha ha." Lan Yuding leaned back in his chair and laughed heartily. "I knew it. With Lan Ruotong's abilities, how could she possibly be a match for Yi Jingchuan? Even if she used her trump card, she would still be injured by the backlash of the Holy Fury." Lan Yuding tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, speaking casually, "Honestly, I don't care about the lives of that brother-sister pair. The guild is not lacking in talents. What we lack are talents who can survive until the end. If they were killed due to being outmatched, they can only blame themselves for being useless." He shifted the topic, his gaze turning sharp. "However, the bitter cold monarch is a daughter slave. You made his only daughter take the blame. He's not happy about it. You need to show some performance to make him feel that you are worth this favor." "How should I show it?" Gu Yuan asked directly. "The case with those mad dogs is something my dad valued." Lan Yuding patted the center console, revealing a holographic file. "You have the aura of a blood clan, so you can act as bait to lure them out. They'll handle the rest. If you do this well, it will earn you points in front of my dad." Gu Yuan silently nodded. At this moment, the prepared price negotiation was all in vain. Since they had brought up the father-in-law, could he still mention money? Or should he ask for a little more? Acting as bait is fine. Gu Yuan chewed on his gum and tentatively said, 2 million for taking down a werewolf. I risk my life to fish for them. Taking a 20 finder's fee isn't unreasonable, right? Of course I wouldn't let you suffer." Lan Yuding agreed readily. "Forget about a 20 cut. If you can single-handedly take one down, you can have 100 of the reward." Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. "Deal. But don't get too excited yet." Lan Yuding's smile faded, and he reminded seriously, "According to intelligence, there is more than one werewolf infiltrating the lower city this time. There should be 2 to 3, and their levels should be above 25. He fixed his gaze on Gu Yuan, his tone serious. "One of them might even have completed the second transformation, which is not something Yi Jingchuan can compare to. The danger is very high." He then opened the car's scissor door and candidly said, "You can refuse, but it's fine." Gu Yuan paused for a moment and said, "If it's not urgent, give me a few days to level up." Lan Yuding shrugged. "A few days? It's already good if you can level up by 1. It won't be of much use." Gu Yuan said nothing, simply getting out of the sports car and waving to the driver's seat. "Then I'll think about it for a few days and get back to you." 3 days later. Level 25 Secret Realm Toxic Marsh Forest. Gu Yuan sat on a fallen trunk. He reached out to take the skewered meat offered by the little demon. The meat skewer was burnt to a crisp, clearly overcooked. "Can this be eaten?" Gu Yuan glared at the little demon. "Is this how you treat me when the boss lady is not around? Recook it." "Jia jia jia." The little demon let out a dissatisfied screech and returned to the grill to continue cooking the meat. Over the past few days, Gu Yuan had been leveling up in the secret realm to prepare for Lan Yuding's private commission. For safety sake, he had also brought Lan Ruodong along as a teammate for 3 days. Lan Yuding said that werewolves wouldn't dare to act recklessly within the guild, but Gu Yuan still felt that having Lan Ruodong nearby was what truly mattered for safety. Moreover, Gu Yuan's efficiency in monster farming was terrifying, and he was not worried about losing experience. However, after just 3 days of teaming up, Lan Ruodong was done with it. The reason was that following Gu Yuan into the secret realm resulted in zero exercise, and on top of that, she had to endure being fed grilled meat by Gu Yuan. This morning after weighing herself, the young lady discovered she had gained 2 pounds and was furious to the point of breaking down. So it ended up being Gu Yuan solo farming. Oh ho ho ho. A piercing scream akin to that of Tom Cat interrupted Gu Yuan's thoughts. He looked up at the distant jungle. 5 hell puppets, each towering 10 meters tall, were trampling back and forth in the swamp area where the boss was located like 5 colliding heavy trucks. The crimson flames on them evaporated even the toxic miasma in the swamp. One could imagine the kind of beating the boss in the swamp was enduring. Moreover, among the bushes and poisonous vines that were hard to see, 30 hellhounds were darting about, hunting every living creature. Looking up, the half-air of the secret realm was even more lively. 28 little demons were darting around like uncontrolled drones, throwing fireballs down below. They had no specific attack targets, simply indulging their nature and wreaking havoc. Seeing a tree hole explode and a puddle blast apart, the entire jungle was thrown into chaos. Why 28? Because there were still 2 little demons beside the grill cooking meat for the boss. Hell Puppet has killed the boss toxic marsh dragon. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. A golden light flashed and vanished over Gu Yuan. You have gained free attribute points 10. Unlock profession skill Abyssal Imprint Beginner. Finally reached level 15. Gu Yuan allocated his attribute points proportionally. Strength 22. Agility 22. Constitution 46. Spirit 90. He then checked the newly acquired skill. Abyssal Imprint Beginner. You can temporarily imprint one skill from a summoned creature and inherit its proficiency. Duration 10 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. Note, as the level of the Abyssal Imprint skill increases, the number of skills you can imprint simultaneously will increase. When this skill reaches divine level, it will transform into a passive skill, granting you permanent access to all skills of your contracted summons. Seeing this line of notes, Gu Yuan stood up straight. Stand up. He must stand up. At first glance, this skill might seem a bit lame. You can only imprint one skill, and there's a half-hour cooldown. At best, it could be used for self-defense in emergencies when Yabalina and the others are not around. But upon closer inspection, this is a divine skill. In its ultimate form, it grants permanent access to all skills of summoned creatures. One must ask, what kinds of monsters are Gu Yuan's contracted beings? Yabalina's mental assault, Angelius reverse mechanism, and Catherine's Blood Clan secret arts. As his level increases, he would contract even more terrifying abyssal lords. Once this skill reaches its peak, he could gather all external powers into one. By then he would no longer be just a pretty face hiding behind summoned creatures throwing around dark energy spheres. He would become the true master of the abyss. Awesome, so awesome. First, let's grab a bite to eat, then come back to continue farming. Gu Yuan stretched lazily. The grilled meat today was terrible, and he hadn't eaten a single bite. A flash of white light. Gu Yuan's figure appeared on the teleportation array in the task hall. The flashy vampire outfit drew numerous gazes as soon as he appeared. Gu Yuan had become accustomed to being the center of attention and walked out of the hall calmly, intending to have lunch. Suddenly he paused. Abyssal gaze triggered. Gu Yuan felt a gaze staring at him from a corner. Over the past few days, Gu Yuan had been extremely sensitive and quickly opened the panel of the other party. Name Yang Yu, human werewolf. Level 29. Occupation druid. Off. Gu Yuan was taken aback and smiled in his heart. So you really are Senior Yang Yu. The Supreme Emperors. Here's the 3rd update. Today's push for updates has reached the standard. Tomorrow I'll continue with 3 more updates. I hope the fathers can take a look at the ads while urging for updates and send a little free love. The royal son begs for it. Speedrun a level 25 dungeon. Anyone joining? In. Level 10 newbie shuttle. Need 1 healer. We depart immediately. In. High pressure level 30 challenge. Requires a tank capable of enduring the boss's 2nd phase. The quest hall buzzed with clamor. Amid the ebb and flow of people, Gu Yuan's expression remained utterly unchanged as he strode toward the guild cafeteria. Yet the eye embedded at the back of his skull locked unblinkingly onto a distant observer, Yang Yu, and Senior, who had left a warning beneath Gu Yuan's post. Beware the werewolf watching you. At first Gu Yuan had assumed it was merely idle sarcasm, and he never imagined the man had spoken his true thoughts aloud. And now that comment seemed likely a deliberate probe. This werewolf too was fishing. And so, who had taken the bait? Wry's smile flickered in Gu Yuan's mind. And he had no intention of contacting Lan Yuding directly. The reason was simple. And first, he could not explain to Lan Yuding how he had identified the man as a werewolf with but a single glance. Ni's ability, Abyssal Gaze, was nearly causality defying in its perception revealing it would inevitably provoke wariness among powerful cultivators. Second, and most crucially, if the guild's enforcement squad intervened, Yang Yu would likely be executed on the spot or taken away for interrogation. Then what would he offer as sacrifice to Princess Catherine? And without a proper offering, the bloodline princess would remain nothing more than a painting, an ornamental figure trapped within his own roleplay with a succubus. This werewolf is only level 29. And as Gu Yuan walked, he calculated silently. His class was Druid, a remarkably balanced vocation excelling equally in control tracking, healing, and damage mitigation, though lacking exceptional burst output. In unknown combat, Yang Yu posed far less threat than Yi Jingchuan at level 30. Since Gu Yuan had soloed Yi Jingchuan, subduing a level 29 Yang Yu held no challenge whatsoever. Even if Yang Yu's combat prowess surged upon transforming into a werewolf, Gu Yuan possessed deeper reserves, more hidden cards. And perhaps I should lure him somewhere deserted and eliminate him there. Gu Yuan kept Yang Yu under surveillance via abyssal gaze, his gaze fixed upon the man from the back of his skull, hoping the other would follow. And yet Yang Yu displayed extraordinary caution. He did not tail Gu Yuan. The moment Gu Yuan stepped out of the hall, Yang Yu's line of sight broke entirely. In strong counter-surveillance instincts, Gu Yuan murmured, shaking his head. When prey refuses to bite, direct action within guild territory is impossible. So, I'll follow him instead. Perhaps an opportunity will arise. Gu Yuan's gaze darkened. He turned and strode toward the garden beyond the quest hall. Night descended over Lin Yuan City's lower district. Unlike the opulence of Cloud Peak District or the splendor of Upper District, this was Lin Yuan City's shadowed underbelly. Most of the lower district lay along the fraying edge of the constant temperature barrier, and biting cold seeped through the failing shield in ghostly tendrils. Flickering alchemical lamplights cast wavering shadows. The air reeked of coal smoke, machine oil, and cheap alcohol, not pungent, acrid malons. Yang Yu tugged his collar tighter and hurried through labyrinthine alleys. After weaving through countless twists and turns, he arrived before an abandoned factory. Silence pressed in. Only the wind's mournful sigh through rusted corrugated roofing disturbed the stillness. Yang Yu failed to notice the unshakable shadow trailing him, less than 50 meters behind. Gu Yuan crouched behind a derelict boiler, watching as Yang Yu vaulted over the factory wall. These boots truly are exceptional. Gu Yuan glanced down at his Shadow Walker boots. The stealth effect imbued by this blue-tier equipment had proven decisive in this operation. After a full day of patient surveillance, Gu Yuan had finally tracked Yang Yu's movements. Within the guild, the man moved alone. Once night fell, he melted into a group of external combatants and slipped away from headquarters. Gu Yuan had shadowed him intermittently throughout the night, and yet this level 29 druid remained utterly unaware. Now isolated and enclosed, this place offered the perfect stage for murder and plunder. Logically, Gu Yuan should strike now, swiftly, decisively seizing Yang Yu before he could react. Yet he restrained his impulse. Lan Yuding's intelligence had been unequivocal, and there was more than one werewolf, and possibly even a second ascension cultivator among them. Yang Yu's midnight pilgrimage to this godforsaken ruin could hardly be for stargazing. It was almost certainly a rendezvous with accomplices, rushing and recklessly risked ambush mid-fight. If another second ascension werewolf suddenly emerged, Gu Yuan would be dangerously outmaneuvered. Let me observe first. Gu Yuan suppressed his breath and slipped soundlessly over the wall, vanishing into the factory's interior. The vast space echoed with decay. Rusted gears littered the floor, severed pipes jutted like broken bones. He settled into concealment atop a massive steel beam. Below, Yang Yu navigated the flooded workshop in winding paths, until at last he halted before an abandoned smelting furnace. He scanned the surroundings with sharp vigilance, then, once satisfied all was secure, whispered upward into the furnace's shadowed recess. Second elder brother, I've arrived. Clang, clang. Two crisp metallic chimes rang out. From the furnace's 15-meter-high rim, a towering figure leapt down, landing with feline grace before Yang Yu. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, bald, broad-shouldered, clad in an open black leather trench coat that revealed a chest thick with corded muscle. Even without shifting into his bestial form, his aura radiated raw, brutal menace, enough to make the heart stutter. From his vantage above, Gu Yuan studied the bald giant, his gaze sharpening. The man hadn't seen him, so abyssal gaze remained dormant. But the oppressive weight emanating from his very life essence was unmistakable, unmaskable. This was a second ascension cultivator, someone who had shattered the level 30 threshold and completed the ascension trial. Lan Yuding's intel was accurate. A true big fish has surfaced. Gu Yuan glanced inward, at his inventory, weighing the disparity between foe and self. In 3 days of relentless dungeon crawling had filled his gem ammunition to capacity. He carried 20 gems primed for Abyssal Devour, each harvested from level 25 bosses. At this tier, bosses typically boasted individual stats exceeding 200 points, with some specialists pushing past 300. Abyssal Devour temporarily granted 10% of a gem's highest stat, and by consuming 10 gems at once, Gu Yuan could amplify himself by over 250 points. Add to that the 20 global stat boost conferred by Nocturnal Phantom under Moonlight. Gu Yuan estimated his peak total attributes would surge beyond 530 points. That figure dwarfed any ordinary level 30 cultivator. Even basic attacks would overwhelm them. Against a second ascension opponent. Still precarious. Before him, Gu Yuan maintained absolute composure. Second ascension marked the first true celestial divide for cultivators. First ascension practitioners gained only 10 free attribute points per level. Upon completing the second ascension trial, however, that yield doubled to 20 points per level, plus a retroactive compensation of 10 points for every prior level. Thus, a newly second ascended level 30 cultivator didn't merely gain enhanced abilities. They received an immediate lump sum of 300 free attribute points. Even a freshly ascended second ascension cultivator thus began with a base attribute sum exceeding 600. Though my stats lag, Yarburna and Angelus can bridge the gap. Still, not enough certainty to win. Gu Yuan cautioned himself inwardly. First, the man might not be newly ascended. He could be well into his 30s. Second, werewolves inherently surpassed standard cultivators in raw power, and their transformation would further amplify their strength. Even unleashing every trick, every trump card, Gu Yuan doubted he could execute Yang Yu under a second ascension master's watchful gaze. No greed. Gu Yuan decided instantly. Having confirmed the den and its occupants, the optimal course was retreat. Whether to relay intelligence to Lan Yuding or devise another means to sacrifice Yang Yu remained to be determined. Having resolved, Gu Yuan began inching backward along the beam, preparing to withdraw. In the instant his right foot shifted half an inch rearward, an abyssal gaze activated. Another expert. At the very instant his abyssal gaze passive activated, Gu Yuan's heart seized with overwhelming dread. Without hesitation, and without glancing at the opponent's interface, he reacted purely on instinct honed over years of combat, and twisted aside. Thud. As Gu Yuan pivoted, a steel arrow shimmering with eerie cobalt light slammed into the exact spot where he had just lain. The arrow's immense kinetic force punched straight through the thick steel beam, then buried itself deep into the wall behind, unabated. Had Gu Yuan hesitated even for a heartbeat, he would have been impaled clean through. This one is no weakling. Gu Yuan murmured inwardly, ignoring Yang Yu's stunned upward gaze and the bald man below, and instead fixed his eyes toward the arrow's origin. There, perched atop a crisscrossing network of pipes, stood a man clad in dark green ranger attire, gripping a finely crafted shortbow, watching him from afar. Name Lin Jiu, human werewolf. Level 35. Class Dark Ranger, second ascension. Gu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Damn it, another second ascension. Lan Yuding. Brother-in-law. Your intelligence was flawed. There isn't just one second ascension werewolf lurking in the lower district. There are two. Third brother, you've grown careless. The Dark Ranger lowered his shortbow voice gravelly. You didn't even notice someone tailing you. How did Frostwinter Guild ever recruit such a fool? At the rebuke, Yang Yu jerked his head up, eyes piercing the gloom, to land upon the thick steel beam, where a figure in a sharp black suit and flowing cloak now stood. His face paled instantly. It's Gu Yuan. You dared track me back. So you are a vampire. Vampire? The Dark Ranger on the pipe let out a cold chuckle, casting Yang Yu a look reserved for simpletons. Before maturing, vampires skulk like rats in sewer tunnels. They lack the audacity to parade about in bloodline regalia. Lin Jiu's gaze sliced across Gu Yuan like a blade. Once more he drew his shortbow taut, the arrowhead gleaming with sinister ghostly light. Yet regardless of whether he is or isn't a vampire, if he's heard what he shouldn't have, he leaves this place. As Lin Jiu's words hung in the air, the bald giant below moved. Crack, crack, crack. He rolled, his thick neck joints popping like snapping twigs. From his back he heaved forth a double-bladed battle axe as wide as a door, its heavy edge striking the concrete floor with a thunderous impact, carving a deep crater. The three swiftly repositioned themselves. The bald giant strode several paces, a living iron tower blocking the factory's main exit. Yang Yu wove hand seals, emerald natural mana spiraling like serpentine vines across the ground, sealing every foothold. And Lin Jiao, commanding the high ground, locked down all aerial escape routes with his drawn bow. A meticulously layered formation. From his vantage above, Gu Yuan observed their movements with chilling clarity. Seeing all retreat paths severed, he felt no panic, only a mind racing at lightning speed. Facing a single second ascension warrior carried risk, too meant certain defeat. His sole recourse was to unleash the flight ability of Nightshade Phantom and break free from this deadly trap. That at least was guaranteed. Though three stood against him, his own allies remained unsummoned. Yaleburna and Angliris were no less formidable than these two second ascension warriors. They merely suffered from level restrictions, many of their abilities still locked away. Yet even without skills, their relentless basic attacks alone could pressure the trio. Add to that his arsenal of life-saving techniques, and he became an eel, slick and untouchable. Activate magic immunity and invincibility, then transform into a swarm of bats and dash. Escape would be instantaneous. Once outside the factory, he'd vanish like a fish into the open sea. Though powerful second ascension warriors lacked flight, no hope of holding him. But fleeing would complicate the sacrifice. Exposure would send these three werewolves fleeing the city of Linyuan before dawn, vanishing into the vast, untamed wilds. Where then would he find his offerings? What must be done today shall be done today. Gu Yuan's gaze hardened into resolve. Since the snake had already been startled, he'd crush it outright. Alone he might not defeat two second ascension warriors, but he could hold them. The fish had taken the bait. Now it was up to Lan Yuding to reel in the net in time. All other details would wait. With that thought, Gu Yuan ceased concealing his aura. He summoned his crimson scepter. At its tip, the blood-red arcane crystal blazed with searing brilliance in the factory's oppressive darkness. O black obsidian bone slumbering in scorching hell, warheart pulsing with molten blood. No preamble, only incantation. Abyssal arcane energy, roiled tendrils of crimson black vapor spiraling outward. Attack! He's summoning a demon. Yang Yu knew Gu Yuan well, knew the terrifying might of this abyss walker. At the first syllable of the chant, he shouted the warning and unleashed his skill. Vine bind. Yang Yu roared, slamming both palms onto the ground. Instantly, thick viridian vines erupted from the steel beam beneath Gu Yuan's feet. Barbed and venomous, they coiled like serpents along the beam, writhing upward to ensnare him. Simultaneously, the other two second ascension warriors unleashed their own techniques. Mountain-shattering slash. The bald giant bellowed, knees bending, cracking the concrete floor beneath him. Propelled by explosive recoil, he launched himself like a heavy artillery shell, soaring over 10 meters into the air. Above his head, the door-sized battle axe blazed with violent, blood-red chi, descending with the crushing force of a mountain cleaved in two. Strike! From the front, Lin Jiao's shortbow snapped taut. Its string vibrated violently. A poisoned arrow, glowing faintly emerald, streaked forward. Spiraling through the air, it shrieked with piercing dissonance, aimed straight for Gu Yuan's brow. Ground control. Aerial assault. Frontal execution. A flawless tripartite annihilation. No flaw, no escape. This was no Spuro-Themet tactic, but hard-won synergy forged in countless life-or-death battles. Any other mage would fall here broken beneath such thunderous assault. Yet Gu Yuan did not flinch. He only watched the arrow hurtling toward him, cold, unwavering, his lips parting slightly. Redemption black coffin. Hum. Instantly, dense black script, countless ancient runes, surged from his body, whirling around him at blinding speed. In less than 1,000th of a second, a massive obsidian sarcophagus materialized, radiating palpable dread, engulfing Gu Yuan entirely. Redemption black coffin, protective form, immune to all external damage, an absolute bastion of defense. Ding! The poison arrow shot by Lin Jiao was fiercely embedded in the front of the black coffin. With a crisp sound of metal clashing, the expensive arrow shattered into a cloud of green powder. Yet the surface of the black coffin showed no signs of damage. Bang! At the same time, the powerful axe swung by the bald man struck heavily on the top of the black coffin. The violent crimson aura vanished without a trace upon contact with the black coffin, as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Instead, a tremendous backlash surged back along the axe handle, causing the bald man to feel numbness in his hands. He lost his balance in midair and fell awkwardly back to the ground. As for the thorny vines summoned by Yang Yue, they collapsed along with the steel beams the moment the black coffin appeared, not even grazing the coffin. The combined attack of the three hit nothing. The dilapidated factory fell into silence. Gazing at the black stone coffin floating in midair, Yang Yu's eyes widened. What? What kind of defensive skill is this? The furious strike from my second brother and the armor-piercing arrow from my elder brother didn't even leave a mark. The bald man climbed up from the ground, shook his numb arm, and his expression darkened. This kid has some tricks. Standing on the pipe, Lin Jiu also looked astonished, but quickly calmed down. Don't panic. Lin Jiu sneered, drawing another arrow and placing it on the bowstring. A defensive skill of this level, or a life-saving item, must have strict limitations. Look, that stone coffin is suspended in midair, completely unmoving. Lin Jiu analyzed. This indicates that during the activation of the defense, he cannot move himself, essentially trapping himself in a turtle shell. Even if this turtle shell is hard, it won't last long. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. At most a minute. Upon hearing this, the bald man grinned maliciously and tightened his grip on the battle axe. He strode directly beneath the stone coffin. Well, just wait here. Once his skill time is up, we'll drag him out of his shell and crush his bones piece by piece. Yang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, mockingly saying, I warned him not to provoke the werewolves, yet he still dared to follow me. He can't really think he's a vampire, can he? As he spoke, he activated his magic, once more summoning a mass of thorny vines to lay a trap net beneath the black coffin, waiting for Gu Yuan's skill to be released so that he would fall directly into the net. I actually hope he is. The bald man licked his lips, his gaze ferocious. The god of wild hunt loves hunting vampires the most. The Dark Ranger Lin Jiu nodded greedily, staring at the black coffin. Regardless of whether it has anything to do with vampires, this kid must have something good on him, or we're about to get rich. The three of them wore playful expressions, as if awakening the hunting instincts of werewolves. In their eyes, Gu Yuan was already a turtle in a jar, unable to escape. But how could they in the factory know that at this moment 4 meteors were hurtling toward them with immense force? In Linyuan City, at Hanjiang Bridge. As a transportation hub connecting the upper and lower urban areas, this place was always congested. Lan Yuding rested one hand on the steering wheel, watching the sea of red brake lights ahead with a face full of impatience. Even though the automotive industry had long introduced magnetic levitation technology, strict traffic regulations still required vehicles to follow fixed routes. No matter how flashy or fast Lan Yuding's magnetic levitation sports car was, it couldn't deviate from the route. When encountering a traffic jam, he could only crawl along with the flow of traffic. Tisk, no vehicle is more reliable than one's own body. Lan Yuding rolled down the car window, letting the river breeze rush into the cabin. He gazed up at the pitch-black night sky, his eyes filled with longing. Hurry up and reach level 60. Once I break through the barrier of the third transition, I'll be able to disregard these traffic rules, soar through the sky, and roam freely. Mom, look. A shooting star. A little boy around 6 or 7 years old leaned halfway out of the window of a nearby family car, excitedly pointing at the distant sky and shouting. With his hands clasped together, he tightly closed his eyes and made a wish in a childish voice. I want to make a wish. I wish for my mom to always be young and beautiful. I wish I wouldn't have to go to school tomorrow. The mother in the car smiled and gently patted her child's head, her eyes full of affection. Lan Yuding couldn't help but chuckle at the child's innocent words. He followed the direction the little boy pointed and casually teased. I wish for a breakthrough in the third transition, unlocking my flying ability so I wouldn't have to deal with this annoying traffic. Just as he finished that thought, Lan Yuding's smile froze on his face. In the distant night sky, something was indeed streaking across. But it wasn't a shooting star. It was a massive object presenting a dark red hue with a surface bubbling with lava. They were dragging thick trails of smoke and descending at nearly a vertical angle towards the horizon. Even from several kilometers away, Lan Yuding could feel the fluctuations of magical energy in the air. No school. This wish might really come true. Lan Yuding suddenly sat up straight, his face turning ashen. Shooting stars crossed the sky, but the thing that was plummeting straight toward the ground was a meteor. Chua, chua. From the distant horizon, 4 bursts of bright light erupted in quick succession, illuminating half the night sky. Immediately after, rumble, rumble. The heavy sound of explosions rolled in like muffled thunder over the river, sending shivers down people's spines. Seconds later, the floating vehicles on the bridge were swept by the shockwaves. After effects and alarms instantly echoed everywhere. An earthquake. There was an explosion over there. Look over there. I saw something falling down. Oh, could it be a monster invasion? Ah, help. The sounds of honking, screeching brakes, women's screams, and children's cries instantly filled the space. In today's world, it is indeed peaceful. In a large city like Linyuan City, there hadn't been a large-scale monster invasion for over 100 years, leading ordinary people to forget that this was a city built on ruins. And now they remembered. They recalled the fear of being dominated by monsters. The meteors in the sky had appeared in the far eastern island nation. I think it was called Hell Puppeteer. Lon Yuding opened the car door and walked to the edge of the bridge's railing, squinting toward the direction of the fiery explosion. At the same time, he was holding a communicator, and after switching to the guild channel, he ordered sharply, "This is Lon Yuding. All senior members active near the lower urban area gather immediately towards the car bridge factory to see what's happening." After issuing the command, Lon Yuding prepared to lock the car on the bridge and head over himself. At that moment, his personal phone suddenly vibrated. Lon Yuding glanced at the screen. It showed an incoming call from Yuan. Why is he calling at this critical moment? Lon Yuding instinctively pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. The wind and noise from the bridge were quite loud, so he didn't turn on the speaker. However, his expression became increasingly vivid as the conversation progressed. Confusion, shock, disbelief. "You little rascal." Lon Yuding took a deep breath, his face breaking into an excited grin. "Wait for me." He abruptly hung up the phone and leaped into the driver's seat through the window. Click. The seatbelt tightened automatically. Lon Yuding gripped the steering wheel with one hand and declared loudly, "Maglev restrictions lifted. Activate half-mech mode." Buzz. The tail nozzle of the sports car erupted with a burst of azure flames under the terrified gaze of surrounding citizens. A flashy red sports car suddenly turned sharply, crossing over the bridge's railing and launching off the bridge. Yet the car did not plunge into the river. It hovered steadily over the water, creating a fierce, swirling vortex. At the same time, the doors on either side folded backward, transforming into two sharp metallic wings. Boom! Water mist exploded on the river surface. The half-mech red sports car tore through the night wind and river surface, racing towards the blazing, abandoned factory. The Emperors hears the third update. But it seems the prince has fallen into a pit, and the Emperors have begun to manually urge updates. Please no. I beg for your support and updates, dear Emperors. Please send a free gift. The abandoned factory had turned into a sea of flames. For burning meteorites not only smashed through the roof of the factory, but also caused the surrounding dilapidated structures to completely collapse. Rebar twisted and walls crumbled. The flames greedily consumed everything, casting the night sky in a vivid red hue. Yuan floated in midair, standing on the illusory dark mist formed by the night shadow, overlooking the ruins below. At the center of the meteorite impact, three figures were struggling to crawl out from the pile of rubble. Under the heavenly justice of the four hell puppets, these three werewolves had sustained varying degrees of injury. The lowest rank Yang Yu was the most severely injured. Half of his body was severely burned, and the excruciating pain forced him to activate his wolf transformation early, causing his human form to swell by 30 and sprout dense gray-black fur. Under the werewolf's passive rapid regeneration, the extensive burns were healing at a visible rate. The other two second transformation powerhouses, benefiting from high physique and agility, had only suffered light injuries. Damn it. The bald man spat out a mouthful of blood, removing his burnt leather jacket to reveal the close-fitting chainmail beneath. Lin Jiao also leapt up from the broken steel pipe, his clothes tattered in multiple places, revealing burn marks. After confirming their conditions, the three of them simultaneously looked up at the elegantly dressed youth hovering in the air. At this moment, all contempt had vanished. Damn it, kill him. The bald man cursed angrily, gripping his double-bladed battle axe tightly, the bones in his body cracking like firecrackers as he prepared to enter wolf transformation and fight Yuan. Don't act recklessly. Lin Jiao raised his hand to stop the bald man, his eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, fixated on Yuan in the air. This kid is insidious. Lin Jiao's expression turned serious as he replayed the earlier skirmish. He summoned the hell puppets before entering that black stone coffin. This defensive skill not only evaded our combined strike, but also avoided the area damage of his own skills, timing it perfectly. This person is skilled in tactics and extremely calm. Lin Jiao took a deep breath, surveying the surrounding flames. He is definitely not a simple brute. Since he is not a brute, how could he come alone without leaving a backup? Lin Jiao's deduction pointed to the core. There must be reinforcements behind him. We need to withdraw immediately. The bald man and Yang Yu felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this. But where could they retreat to? The three looked around, the coldness in their hearts overshadowing the heat of the flames. In the southeast, southwest, northwest, 4 10-meter-tall hell puppets stood like insurmountable volcanoes, blocking all directions. From the ruins, hellhounds with bared fangs continuously rushed out from the flames, climbing up to higher ground. Above their heads, dozens of small demons circled and flew. The fireballs in their hands flickered ominously, weaving a net of firepower in the sky. Now it was their turn to be completely surrounded. A level 10 abyss walker had encircled the three of them. It won't be so easy to escape. The bald man tightened his grip on the battle axe, his eyes turning fierce. The opponent has flying units. Even if we break through, we won't get far. He suddenly looked up, locking his gaze on Yuan in midair. The best way is to kill him. Then we can run. Yuan, dragging his burned half, nodded in agreement. Second brother is right. Big brother Yu and second brother are both second transformation of forcing a breakthrough might have hope, but as a first transformation at level 29, I might not be able to escape. Once the summoner dies, the summoned creature loses its magical energy supply and dissipates. Yu rapidly analyzed the situation, trying to find a way to survive. Yuan is just a newcomer. No matter how high his talent, he just reached level 10 a few days ago. At most he is level 11 now. It wouldn't be hard for my two brothers to kill him. Lin Jiao listened to the two and tightened his grip on the short bow. Rationality told him that the opponent dared to set up this formation and was definitely not as weak as they appeared. However, the nature of the werewolf was violently rebelling against his reason. For the followers of the frenzy hunt, the higher the quality of the prey, the stronger the desire to hunt. The opponent not only carried the Blood Clan aura, but was also a special profession capable of summoning demons. If he could sacrifice him to the god of frenzy hunt, the deity would surely be pleased and bestow further blessings upon him. Staying here is highly risky, but my frenzy hunt blood is boiling. Suppressing my hunting instincts will earn me disdain from the god of frenzy hunt. Why not just? Lin Jiao's breathing grew heavier, the ghostly green glow in his eyes being overtaken by a frenzied crimson. It seemed to awaken the hunting instinct of the werewolf. But they had no idea. That overwhelming nature did not merely stem from the so-called frenzy hunt blood. In midair, Yuan looked at the three hunters who had given up their escape and couldn't help but sneer. Yubelna's desire cage is indeed effective. To play the role of the bait, he intentionally did not summon Yubelna and Angwils. After all, the presence of the demon queen and the fallen saint would be too sinister. Having them appear first might make it harder for the three werewolves to get carried away. And to keep the three werewolves engaged, Yuan also used Abyss engraving to replicate Yubelna's skill, the desire cage. The description of this skill is catalyzing the target's desires, causing confusion. In simple terms, it lowers intelligence. For instance, at this moment, the three werewolves had been controlled by desire, blinded by the so-called hunting instinct, gradually losing their rationality. The trap has been set. Yuan felt the increasingly violent aura below. Next, it's about enduring the concentrated fire of these two rabid dogs. A woo! Two deafening wolf howls resonated through the night sky. Below, the bald man and Lin Jiao finally let go of their reservations and activated their wolf transformation. The bald man's body instantly swelled to over 3 meters tall. His muscles bulged like rocks, covered all over with steel-like black fur. In the wolf head human form, the battle axe, as large as a door, appeared much lighter in his hands. Lin Jiao's size did not change much, but his limbs became extremely elongated, his hands transforming into sharp wolf claws, yet he could still accurately grip the short bow. The two second transformation powerhouses auras soared, and the raging magical energy surged through the ruins. Yuan remained calm, his wrist twisting. 10 gems, shimmering with a scarlet glow, floated behind him. These were all sacrificial gems generated from killing a level 25 boss. Abyss Devour. Yuan closed his fingers, and the 10 gems shattered simultaneously. A massive essence of life surged into his body, rapidly increasing his attributes. Under the night passive enhancement of Night Shadow, the increased temporary attributes further intensified, soaring to 535 points. The raging power surged through his veins. Yuan felt his hearing, vision, and cognitive abilities fully enhanced, as if his life had suddenly ascended to another level. This was the sensation brought about by a drastic increase in attributes, similar to completing a second transformation. It is no wonder some say that every job change is a leap in life. Then, Yuan took a deep breath, looking at the three below. Let me experience your werewolf's hunting. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the waiting demons below instantly went into a frenzy. Growl! The hellhounds transformed into dark red streaks of light, recklessly charging at the three werewolves. The 4 hell puppets also began to march heavily, pushing forward from 4 directions. In the sky, the fireballs from the little demons poured down like a torrential rain. In an instant, the 3 below were engulfed by the demons' attacks. Amidst the ruins, flames soared skyward, and thick smoke billowed like a shroud. Demonic roars erupted ceaselessly. Hell itself had descended upon the earth. Yet the 3 sons of the wild hunt, ensnared in that infernal maelstrom, did not falter. Step aside now. A bald giant bellowed like thunder, his colossal battle axe, broad as a door, slicing through the air and carving a crimson crescent-shaped aura. Thwack! Whack! 3 hellhounds lunging toward him were cleaved cleanly in half. Scalding demonic blood mixed with molten rock splattered across the ground, releasing a pungent, acrid stench of charred flesh. Elsewhere, Lin Ju, the Shadow Ranger, darted like a wraith through the rubble, evading fireballs raining from above with uncanny grace, then drawing his bow and loosing arrows inscribed with arcane runes into the sky. His aim was unervingly precise, as if guided by an unerring lock-on enchantment. Nearly every arrow pierced straight through a minor demon's eye socket. Sometimes one shaft claimed 2 victims in a single lethal arc. Alas, swarms of minor demons and choking smoke obscured his vision. Otherwise, he could have brought down the demon lord hovering high above with a single perfect shot. Just a horde of low-tier demons. Quantity over quality. Do they truly believe they can trap us? As Lin Ju weaved through the ruins, he repositioned himself, his emerald wolf eyes scanning the heavens for the decisive opening. Though their numbers appeared overwhelming, Lin Ju sensed their shallowness the moment blades met claws. Their ranks were artificially capped. None fought at full strength. No matter how many poured forth, they were mere playthings, fuel for slaughter. Even Yang Yue, the youngest and weakest among them, now burned with fierce, unquenchable combat fervor. He summoned barbed venomous vines again and again, coiling and pinning hellhounds to the ground, their bodies slowly dissolving under the creeping corrosive toxin. Within the cage of desire, the wild hunt's blood boiled. The 3 brothers fought ever more fiercely, utterly lost in the intoxicating ecstasy of the hunt. They remained blissfully unaware that despite their relentless carnage, not a single kill had registered. No tally, no victory, 000. Brother 2, behind you. Yang Yue, still laying toxic vine traps, shrieked in terror. The bald giant whirled around and froze, his scalp prickling with dread. The hellhound he'd bisected, its body meant to crumble into ash, was not dead. Its severed halves writhed, stitched back together by writhing black sutures fusing like viscous rubber. No blood welled from the wound. Only searing volatile hellfire blazed hotter, wilder. And it wasn't just the hellhounds. Even the minor demons Lin Ju had skull-pierced now rose unsteadily from the ground, arrows still embedded deep in their foreheads. They cackled with grotesque, guttural laughter, palms igniting fireballs twice the size of before. A hellhound, its jaw half sheared away, lunged again at the bald giant, faster, stronger, more ferocious than before. Impossible. Lin Ju's arrow veered wide. Gazing upon these undying, ever-strengthening demons, icy dread surged up his spine like lightning. His drunken haze lifted, clarity struck like a blade. Black sutures coiled tightly around each demon's form, as if shielded by some immutable law. They were locked in invincibility. Lin Ju snapped his head upward, his emerald wolf eyes piercing through swarming demons and roiling smoke, locking onto Gu Yuan suspended midair. At the sight, his pupils contracted sharply. When had Gu Yuan acquired 2 new companions? To his left stood a woman draped in a violet evening gown, her leathery bat wings and curved ram's horns unmistakably marking her nature. But the woman on his right made Lin Ju's hackles rise and his heart stutter, instinct screaming danger. She wore a black and white nun's habit, eyes veiled beneath a strip of obsidian cloth. Standing motionless, she radiated a twisted paradox, divine sanctity entangled with profound corruption. From her flowed countless black sutras, binding every demon below like puppet strings. Brother 3. Lin Ju's voice cracked raw. Who was that woman? She's a succubus. Yang Yu cried out, struggling to lift his gaze while sustaining his vines. Gu Yuan's strongest summon. Under no circumstances must she act. I asked about the other one, the nun. Nun? What nun? Yang Yu stared blankly. No one ever mentioned a second summon. Have you been sniffing dung in the guild hall all day? Lin Ju roared, his heart sinking. As a second stage ascendant, he sensed it clearly. The nun posed a threat far greater than the succubus. It was she who sustained the demon's immortality below. We cannot afford to linger. Lin Ju resolved instantly. To exhaust oneself against immortal monsters was suicide. There remained only one path to break this stalemate. Kill Gu Yuan, the source itself. Lin Ju's eyes hardened with ruthless resolve. Brother 2. Clear the sky. I need line of sight. Leave it to me. The bald giant unleashed a bestial howl, swinging his massive axe in sweeping arcs, summoning a blood-red vortex that shredded airborne demons into chaotic fragments. Instantly, an unobstructed firing lane opened between Lin Ju and Gu Yuan. Lin Ju drew his bow to full tension, bowstring taut as a moon's crescent, preparing his most devastating strike to sever the demonic origin. High above, Gu Yuan watched the trio below, exhaling softly in relief. That moment, Lin Ju's gaze turned grim. He'd felt a flicker of tension. He'd feared Lin Ju had regained clarity, realized the peril he stood in. After all, Anglus's ability was absurdly overpowered. Once its area-wide immortality effect activated, even seasoned warriors would disengage without hesitation. Gu Yuan had worried these three werewolves might scatter and flee, leaving him able to capture only Yang Yue, dooming the entire ambush. Instead, Lin Ju didn't retreat. He doubled down, aiming to eliminate Gu Yuan directly, believing that would solve everything. Seemingly rational, yet still drunk. Consider this: if even foot soldiers were granted immortality, could their summoner possibly lack it? So, the cage of desire still holds. Gu Yuan exhaled again, observing the three bloodshot, frenzied figures below. They remained rabid hounds driven solely by desire, still hunting him. Since they won't run, it's simpler. Gu Yuan murmured inwardly. By now Lan Yuding should be arriving. Let's use these final moments to amuse ourselves, to walk the dog, stretch our limbs. A faint knowing smile curled Gu Yuan's lips as he turned to the two women beside him. Yubina, keep watch on the level 29 one. Don't let him die. Anglus, assist me. Then he gazed down at the Shadow Ranger, bow drawn, and crooked his index finger inward, beckoning with a soft, mocking whistle, TSK, TSK, TSK. The insulting calls to the dog echoed harshly amid the blazing ruins. Lin Zhou's wolf-like eyes were bloodshot, and the strings of reason in him snapped one by one under the catalysis of the cage of desire. In his ears, he even heard the roar of the god of wild hunt. Kill him! Kill him! Offer, I shall bestow upon you new blessings. Lin Zhou roared. The bowstring vibrated violently as he unleashed his skill, the triple arrows. His wolf claws transformed into afterimages on the bowstring, three specially crafted arrows arranged in a triangular formation piercing through the air. The first arrow, the Frostburst arrow. The arrow detonated prematurely just 5 meters away from Gu Yuan, exploding into a flurry of ice flowers, creating a frozen domain. This was the most commonly used initiation control by rangers. As long as the target was slowed or frozen, the subsequent attacks were guaranteed to hit. However, Gu Yuan showed no signs of evasion. The crimson royal cloak on his shoulders billowed without wind, its scarlet lining shimmering with an enchanting glow. Crimson elegance was triggered. A blood-colored magical shield expanded against Gu Yuan's body. The ice flowers spreading through the air melted instantly upon contact with the shield. The absolute immunity to control allowed Gu Yuan to become untargetable within this wide area of deceleration, providing the conditions for him to dodge the incoming second arrow. The second arrow, entirely black and inscribed with armor-breaking runes, arrived. Just as it was about to reach Gu Yuan's brow, his body erupted into a swarm of tiny bats scattering in all directions. The Dark Knight Phantom invincible evasion. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lethal black arrows along with the following purple arrows pierced through the gaps in the bat swarm, shooting towards the distant night sky. Then the swarm of bats suddenly twisted in midair and reassembled. With a flash of bloodlight, Gu Yuan's figure solidified once more. Seeing this, Lin Zhou was already in shock. There were at least 80, if not 100, who had perished at the hands of his triple arrows, all of whom were level 20 or above, even exceeding level 30. Yet the person before him, only a few levels higher, could easily evade. No wonder. The god of wild hunt wants me to present him with his head. He is indeed the most interesting prey I have ever seen. Lin Zhou's eyes held both shock and greed. Shocked by Gu Yuan's skill intensity, far surpassing the level he was in. Greedy for Gu Yuan would be the best prey to offer to the god of wild hunt. The ranger's killing move was not over. Although the next two arrows had missed, the purple arrow among them had the swap rune. That arrow could swap positions with an ally. Boss, that was incredibly cool. From a distance, a seductive voice of Yabalina exclaimed. But immediately after, her tone rose slightly as she teased, but watch your back. In fact, Gu Yuan didn't need her warning. He had already seen the incoming attack from behind with abyssal gaze. The second werewolf, that muscle-bound bald man, leaped into the air through some unknown means. The giant axe in his hand ignited with a violent blood-red aura, striking down from above with the force of a mountain. These three wolves are something but. Angelus. Gu Yuan simply called out a name. As you wish, my lord. The fallen angel who had been standing by clasped her hands together. The space rippled, and a figure glowing with radiant holy light appeared behind Gu Yuan. Holy Shield Guardian. The Holy Lance Knight Yi Jingchuan descended from the Sanctuary of Redemption, appearing behind Gu Yuan. Facing the violently descending blood-red axe, he raised his shield with one hand and charged forward. Holy Fury counter. Boom. The giant axe slammed heavily against the tower shield. The violent blood-red aura vanished without a trace upon contact with the shield. Immediately after, a powerful amplified recoil force surged back along the axe handle. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed through the night sky. The second's sturdy arms broke under the terrifying recoil, and after spewing a mouthful of blood, he flew backward, crashing heavily into a distant pile of scrap metal. Second. Lin Jiu trembled, all over, his eyes bulging with rage. A series of lethal attacks were effortlessly countered by the opponent, causing the loss of a key player. This seemingly flimsy mage was like an eel in a fortress, flawless and invincible. I don't believe it. I don't believe you have no weaknesses. Lin Jiu completely went mad. He let out a wolf howl, his body enveloped in a crimson blood mist. That was the blood of the wild hunt within him. When it boiled to the extreme, it would enhance the werewolf's attributes. This was also the werewolf's last resort. The excessive boiling of the blood would erode reason, turning him into a true beast. But he could no longer care. Today he must capture Yuan and present him to the god of wild hunt. Boom. The werewolf leapt up suddenly, ambushing Yuan. The sharp wolf claws tore through the air, forcefully cutting through Yuan's crimson shield, finally leaving a blood mark on Yuan's chest. A burst of ecstasy erupted in Lin Jiu's eyes. The defense was broken. His claws were now imbued with the blood of the wild hunt. As long as the wild blood entered the body, this mage would become one of the werewolves. This is my gift to the god of wild hunt. Lin Jiu stood up immediately after landing, wanting to admire Yuan's transformation. However, Yuan, with a gaping wound in his chest, showed no signs of shock on his face. Lin Jiu froze, looking at Yuan's chest, and the ecstasy was instantly replaced by despair. To his astonishment, the wound on Yuan's chest instantly healed. Not only that, but the blood of the wild hunt that had invaded his body also transformed into a pure life force, replenishing Yuan, instantly restoring his consumed mana and stamina. Damage turns to healing. What kind of monster are you? Lin Jiu was stunned. The boiling blood of the wild hunt within him gradually cooled under Yuan's gaze. Unable to attack from a distance and being countered in close combat. After finally breaking through the defense, the damage turned into healing. How to fight this? Lin Jiu let out a fearful howl. At that moment, he finally woke up. Even though he had already undergone a second transformation, even though his attributes far exceeded those of the opponent, he still could not defeat this mechanical monster. Run. No more fighting. If this continues, I might throw up. Thinking this, Lin Jiu decisively turned and dashed into the darkness, disregarding his two teammates behind. Unfortunately, Lin Jiu realized too late. Just as he tucked his tail to escape, boom. Debris and rubble were swept up by a violent wind. Amidst the hellfire, a piercing azure flame pierced through the thick smoke. Buzz. The high-frequency buzzing of the engine resonated throughout the venue. A dramatically designed red-colored magnetic levitation sports car burst through the smoke, drifting into the air above the ruins. Bang! The hatch on top of the car flew open violently. A blue figure shot out from the cockpit, leaping towards the higher night sky. Meanwhile, click click. The sports car began mechanical reconfiguration while in midair. The doors on both sides unfolded like wings, and the floating array on the chassis rapidly flipped with complex mechanical joints precisely meshing. In just a second or two, the sports car transformed into a more than 4-meter-tall, slender red humanoid mech in midair. Thud. Crack. A heavy metallic thud and a lighter sound landed in succession. The heavy metal feet slammed down hard onto the factory's concrete floor, while the falling blue Yuan landed steadily in front of the mech. A person and a mech struck an astonishingly synchronized pose amid the swirling dust and flames. Kneeling on one knee, one hand bracing against the ground. So cool. Yuan in midair was mesmerized by this scene. He had decided that once he had enough contribution points, he would first exchange for a transforming robot. It's just average cool. A clear voice rang out. The praise from Blue Yuan was well received. He slowly stood up, took off his sunglasses, and a charming smile curled at the corner of his lips. However, that smile froze on his face when he saw the scene inside the factory. The Emperor's thank you for your support during these recent days. The love of the father can be felt by the child. Asking the fathers for free power generation to charge the child. In the center of the abandoned factory, flames soared into the sky. Lin Yuan slowly rose from the ground. The red mech behind him moved in sync, but the suave opening lines he had prepared got stuck in his throat. His gaze swept over the chaos on the ground, and then turned to the elegantly dressed young man floating in midair. Yuan hovered above. He did not rely on the pull of the little demon, nor did he step on anything solid. He merely floated in the air, stepping on a wisp of barely perceptible black mist. He can fly. Lin Yuan's brain short-circuited. As a peak level 59 player, he had yet to escape the constraints of gravity and could only indulge in a fleeting sense of flight by spending heavily to modify a sports car. Gu Yuan, a newly promoted rookie, could actually walk in the void and fly in the sky. Is there no justice in this world? I can't even fly, so how can he fly so steadily? I'm so envious. Lan Yuding found it absurd. He had never envied anyone so much in his life. But now was not the time for envy or jealousy. Lan Yuding shifted his gaze to survey the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock. Not far away among the ruins, a gray-furred werewolf was being pinned to the ground by 3 or 4 hellhounds. No matter how the werewolf struggled, it could not break free from the hellhound's claws. On the other side, a slender werewolf was desperately weaving through the ruins, attempting to break free from the hell puppet's heavy blows like a stray dog fleeing for its life. Didn't he say to hold the werewolf as much as possible? Lan Yuding's eyelid twitched. Is this holding? This is clearly pinning the werewolf down. Moreover, the werewolf trying to break free had a strong aura. It seemed to be a second-turn warrior. What was going on? A newcomer of about level 10 was forcing a second-turn warrior to flee in panic. Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? The level barrier between professionals is extremely strict. Between the first and second turns, just the basic attributes differ by at least 300 points. Even though everyone often says numbers are just a reference mechanics, King, you should at least consider it right. Even if your mechanics are strong, you can't just disregard the 300 points of attribute difference, can you? Just as Lan Yuding began to doubt his own understanding, a piercing wolf howl echoed. Lin Jiao stubbornly endured a fiery, heavy punch bursting out from between the legs of a hell puppet, howling as he fled towards the factory exit. Hurry and cover me. Gu Yuan, floating in midair, turned his head to glance at the statue-like Lan Yuding and reminded him, if the fish escapes, won't that be remembered for a lifetime? Good bait, commanding the fisherman. Lan Yuding forced a smile, and before he could fully digest his shock, he instinctively reacted. Ice thunder. Lan Yuding raised his left hand, casually, fingers curling into a fist. Crack. 2 thick azure bolts of lightning suddenly struck down from the night sky. The frigid lightning accurately struck the fleeing Lin Jiao, instantly turning him into a lifelike ice sculpture. It was swift and decisive with no suspense. The gap between a level 35 and a level 59, a both second turn, was even greater than the gap between a monkey and a human. Lan Yuding retracted his hand just as he was about to ask Gu Yuan what was going on. Gu Yuan's voice floated over again. There's another one over there. Gu Yuan pointed with his chin towards a pile of collapsed steel frames on the roof. Another one. Lan Yuding followed Gu Yuan's direction and was stunned once again. Underneath the twisted scrap metal lay a large werewolf. Its arms were grotesquely twisted, clearly indicating that its bones had shattered to a degree that even rapid healing could not restore. At this moment, it was using its chin and knees to prop itself up like a maggot, slowly wriggling its way out, attempting to escape this hell. The sight was both awkward and comical, but Lan Yuding couldn't find it funny. He could sense its general attributes through its aura. Second turn. This was also a second-turn warrior. 2 second turns. Lan Yuding exclaimed, looking at Gu Yuan once more. Yes. Gu Yuan slowly descended from the air, his toes touching the charred ground. Your information was incorrect. I almost got killed because of you. Lan Yuding stared at Gu Yuan. Dressed neatly, calm, and composed, he exuded elegance. You certainly don't look like someone who's about to die. Lan Yuding's voice was a bit dry, and he was utterly shocked inside. Gu Yuan managed to hold down 2 second-turn werewolves alone. This is simply too bizarre. Even the most monstrous genius would not be able to match a second-turn warrior before undergoing their own class change, even if the opponent's profession was quite ordinary. Yet Gu Yuan had subdued 2. This incredible achievement would be hard to believe if spread around. Even though Lan Yuding saw it with his own eyes, it still felt unreal. This kid is too exaggerated. He can't be allowed to slip outside. Sis, you need to step it up. Lan Yuding looked at Gu Yuan, shocked, but also mentally calculating. Gu Yuan's potential was beyond the term monstrous. If he could be harnessed, the Lan family could ascend to a new level. At this moment, Gu Yuan was also quietly observing Lan Yuding. Once he confirmed that Lan Yuding had not seen Yi Jingchuan, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The timing was just right. Just a second before the flashy red sports car made its entrance, Gu Yuan had ordered Angelus to dissolve the field and send Yi Jingchuan back to the Hall of Redemption. This ability to control deceased warriors was still somewhat sensitive. Until he became family with Lan Yuding, it was better to keep this secret hidden. Moreover, other guild members and even law enforcement were on their way. If they saw Yi Jingchuan rise from the dead, the trouble would be even greater. Speaking of which, Gu Yuan glanced at the ruins not far away. Yang Yu was being pinned to the ground by 4 hellhounds, struggling desperately. I need to make a sacrifice. It'll be somewhat inconvenient when others arrive. With that thought, Gu Yuan focused his mind and sent a command to the hellhounds pressing down on Yang Yu through their mental link. The hellhounds immediately understood the claws that had been deeply embedded in Yang Yu's flesh loosened slightly, and the terrifying force pressing down on him showed a fleeting moment of slack. And that moment of slack was a lifeline for the werewolf. Driven by a strong desire to survive, Yang Yu did not overthink. He suddenly howled and broke free from the hellhound's claws, transforming into a gray shadow as he fled westward along the ruins. Still running. You think you can escape? Lan Yuding frowned, twisting his wrist to prepare for another ice thunder strike. Wait. A hand suddenly stretched out, blocking Lan Yuding. Sorry. Gu Yuan looked at Yang Yu's retreating figure and said apologetically, I got a bit distracted just now and accidentally let him slip away. I'll catch him back right away. Hey, I'm not blaming you. Lan Yuding waved his hand while the ice thunder rumbled in the sky. Gu Yuan, however, firmly stated, leave it to me. He pointed at the escaping figure. You said before that if I handle one werewolf alone, I could get 2 million. Lan Yuding paused for a moment, then seeing Gu Yuan's serious expression couldn't help but chuckle. After this, the reward you can get will far exceed 2 million. Forget it, getting a kill will make it easier for me to ask for credit for you. Just don't let him get away. The terrain of the lower city is quite complex. He won't escape. Gu Yuan turned around, his figure instantly transforming into a swarm of dark red bats, speeding towards the direction Yang Yu had fled. He quietly chuckled to himself. If it weren't for the need for a living sacrifice, this mad dog would have already been a corpse. In the lower city of Linyuan City, the intricate and complex dark alleys resembled a massive maze. Yang Yu ran forward on all fours, his heavy breaths echoing through the narrow passages. His fur was charred black, and the physical prowess he once prided himself on was swiftly fading away. As a devotee of the god of wild hunts, Yang Yu had always relished the thrill of hunting bloodkin and their minions, enjoying the sight of his prey, pleading for mercy beneath his claws. But tonight, everything had turned upside down. He had become a panicked mouse, desperately running without direction. Yang Yu glanced back and saw dark red streaks of light rapidly closing in from the shadowy alley behind. Those were hellhounds, their paws ablaze, emitting bloodthirsty growls as they relentlessly tracked it. Above, small demons flitted about, flapping their leathery wings, occasionally launching fireballs at him, blocking his escape routes. What filled him with despair was the figure of the man hovering in midair, Gu Yuan. Dark abyssal energies surged around him, the roiling black mist transforming into a devilish shadow that obscured the moonlight above. Fear, despair, regret. Driven by an intense will to survive, Yang Yu gritted his teeth and ran continuously, questioning himself. Why did he make that comment? If he hadn't provoked Gu Yuan, if he hadn't made that acidic remark, would he not have exposed his identity? Finally, after rounding a corner, Yang Yu came to a hopeless halt. Ahead was a solid wall standing 30 meters high. This was the oldest city wall of Linyuan City, now abandoned. Yet its height and thickness were beyond what he, a newly blessed wolf cub, could scale. His escape route was completely sealed. Yang Yu turned around, leaning against the cold brick wall. He let out a beastly roar, his bones cracking as his fur erupted in a frenzy, attempting to put up a final struggle. In midair, Gu Yuan slowly descended, his toes tapping on the muddy ground. Seeing the snarling hound before him, he couldn't help but chuckle. These werewolves were even less intelligent than the hellhounds. If it weren't for his desire to find a secluded place for a sacrifice, how could he have let Yang Yu run so far? Gu Yuan glanced back, confirming a safe distance, and raised his hand towards Yang Yu. All snarling dogs, be gone. As the words fell, a torrent of abyssal energy surged forth like a flood, sweeping toward Yang Yu. The pitch-black energy instantly enveloped Yang Yu's body, greedily devouring and corroding his life force and magical power. Oh! Yang Yu let out a piercing scream as his body began to rot under the corrosion of the dark energy. The blood of the wild hunt surged wildly within him, attempting to use its rapid regeneration trait to resist the damage. Flesh was torn between decay and rebirth, only increasing his suffering, and within mere seconds Yang Yu's screams gradually weakened. His muscles shrank and withered, all over his legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily into the muddy water, utterly losing his ability to resist. Gu Yuan approached, his gaze cold. He looked up at the night sky. They had reached the outskirts of the lower city, far enough from Lan Yuding. The environment is secure. We can begin the sacrifice now. Without further delay, Gu Yuan summoned his staff. The black-red malevolent energy flowed from the ruby atop the staff, spreading to the ground, centering around the unconscious Yang Yue, beginning to inscribe the intricate and bizarre abyssal formation. Twisted runes lit up, emitting an eerie red glow. Just as Gu Yuan was about to make the final stroke, the ground beneath Gu Yuan suddenly twisted without warning, the bluestone slabs and muddy water dissolving into a gray-green vortex of energy. What's going on? Gu Yuan reacted swiftly, immediately activating Nightmare Shadow, transforming into a swarm of bats to retreat. But it was still too late. The vortex suddenly erupted into a tornado, instantly expanding, as if it were a massive mouth swallowing both Gu Yuan and the unconscious Yang Yu. Gu Yuan felt darkness engulf him. A strong sensation of weightlessness washed over him, as if he had been stuffed into a washing machine. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer in the dim and damp lower city. Cold winds howled, mixed with coarse sand and gravel, striking his face. Gu Yuan looked around and saw that he was standing on a desolate ridge. Beneath him lay barren dark red rocks as fierce winds wove through the ridge, emitting ghostly wails. The entire world was shrouded in a gray mist, exuding an aura of ruthlessness and savagery. If it weren't for the unconscious Yang Yu still at his feet, Gu Yuan would have thought he had eaten some fungi and was hallucinating. Where the hell am I? Gu Yuan furrowed his brows tightly. Just as he puzzled over whether he was still in the country, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. You have entered the special secret realm, Eternal Hunting Ground. Note, this secret realm can only be opened once. Completing it will yield special rewards. And there are hidden rewards. Gu Yuan was taken aback. How did he inexplicably enter a special secret realm while drawing a formation? Eternal Hunting Ground. Could it be because of Yang Yu? Gu Yuan looked at Yang Yu, his heart sinking. Since when do deities reward the slaying of their own wayward followers? This special secret realm must be anything but a reward. Come forth, all of you. Gu Yuan immediately raised his staff, summoning all available forces. With a hum, as his mental energy rapidly drained, spatial rifts tore open one after another. Yabelina stepped out in high heels while Angelus floated in midair with her hands clasped together. 5 massive hell puppets crashed down, hellhounds emerged from the flames, and the little demons cackled, circling Gu Yuan. The small flat area was instantly filled with the demon army. Meanwhile, the gray mist in the sky began to churn violently. The clouds receded, revealing an impossibly large phantom wolf head slowly materializing in the sky. The wolf's head, formed of energy, resembled a phantom. Its 2 ghostly green eyes hung in the air like 2 ominous green moons, cold, brutal, and staring down at Gu Yuan on the ridge. Suddenly the winds intensified, and a deafening roar descended from the heavens. Mortal! The wolf head spoke, its voice like a chorus of wild beasts roaring in unison. I am the god of wild hunts. It is one thing to slay my followers, but to attempt to sacrifice them to the crimson. This act of desecration is unforgivable. However, according to the laws of wild hunts, powerful prey has the right to struggle. I shall bestow a trial upon you. The enormous wolf head loomed over Gu Yuan, its tone laced with absolute arrogance. If you can survive this endless hunt, I shall grant you a reward. If you cannot, your flesh and soul shall remain here forever, subjected to eternal hunting. As soon as the words fell, rumblings. The ground of the entire valley began to tremble violently. Gu Yuan approached the edge of the ridge and looked down. He saw pairs of ghostly green eyes suddenly lighting up in the shadowy valley shrouded in gray mist. Pairs of eyes, tens, hundreds. Hundreds of thousands of green lights flickered in the darkness, swarming like fireflies. Accompanied by the long howl of wolves, massive muscular werewolves emerged from the crevices of rocks and from deep underground. They climbed using all fours on the steep rocks, surging toward Gu Yuan's ridge like a black tide. The howling wind was mixed with a foul stench as it swept across the ridge. Looking down at the wave of wolfmen surging like a black tide, Gu Yuan's lips twitched. This god of wild hunt really lacks any vision. Gu Yuan secretly complained. All he did was capture a believer for sacrifice, yet it compelled the deity to personally intervene, threatening to trap him in this secret realm. This behavior is no different from a child fighting in kindergarten with adults stepping in. However, Gu Yuan did not feel despair. Through abyssal gaze, he observed that these wolfmen were all at levels 25 to 30 and were merely projections of mindless magic beasts, likely less tactical than goblins. This trial isn't unreasonable. Gu Yuan felt a sense of calm. Although deities are terrifying, they are also bound by the laws of the world. They cannot directly strike at the real world, but can only intervene through various projections. For instance, the current scenario. Out of nowhere, a trial secret realm was opened for Gu Yuan. Although it was termed a trial, it was actually a bid for Gu Yuan's life. Unfortunately, the authority of the secret realm was not in the hands of the god of wild hunt. If it wanted to trap Gu Yuan in the secret realm, it had to adhere to its rules. It must not only provide rewards that match the difficulty of the secret realm, but also suppress the levels of the wolfmen. Otherwise, he could unleash 10,000 level 60 wolfmen. But that wouldn't be a trial. The entity governing the rules of the secret realm would never allow such antics. For others, this hundreds or thousands of wolfmen tide would spell certain death, but for Yuan, who commanded an army and had the advantage of terrain, this was an ocean of experience points. Since you are offering, I shall not hold back. Yuan withdrew his gaze, glancing at the still unconscious Yang Yue, his eyes turning resolute. The rewards from the god of Wild Hunt, along with the loyalty of the Scarlet Blood Clan. He wanted them all. The contract with the Blood Clan princess would be fulfilled within this trial. Hold the line. Yuan said to Yalberna and Angelus, I need to continue the sacrifice. That old maid is truly a nuisance. And I haven't even started working yet, and I've already caused such great trouble for my boss. Yalberna conjured a purple thorn whip, cracking it in the air, while complaining with a somewhat yin-yang tone. Catherine, you'd better live up to the boss expectations. Complaints aside, the Demon Queen's body was quite honest. She spread her wings and rose into the air, ripples forming in her purple magical eyes. Desire Cage. An invisible wave of spiritual energy like ripples on water enveloped the first wave of wolfmen charging forward. Under the catalysis of the hunting instinct, those beasts, manipulated by their baser natures, had their killing desires surge, losing control and starting to tear each other apart, greatly slowing their charge. Master your will is the holy law. Angelus wasted no breath, bringing her hands together in front of her chest. Reversal of grace. Circles of black scripture spread from her as the center extending down the slope ahead. As the domain unfolded, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared behind her. For the abyss. Yi Jingchuan, clad in golden heavy armor, uttered in a hoarse whisper. He brandished a golden spear and massive shield, blocking the narrowest pass on the ridge. Behind him, Yi Anqi slowly ascended. Come forth, golden skeleton. Boom. A half-body golden skeleton towering 20 meters appeared in the void. Its hollow eye sockets burned with black vengeful flames, wielding a massive golden scythe resembling the arrival of Susanoo. Engage. With Yuan's command, the defensive counterattack officially commenced. Roar. 5 hell puppets surrounded Yuan, transforming into 5 insurmountable gates of hell. The first dozens of wolfmen to charge were smashed into pulp by the gigantic fists of the hell puppets before they even had a chance to strike with their claws. Angela's scriptures danced in her hands, twisting into chains that pierced into the bodies of the charging wolfmen, forcefully linking their flesh and souls together. Little demon, focus your fire. In the sky, the little demon let out a sharp, eerie laugh, hurling a red fireball at the wolfmen below. Boom. A violent explosion erupted among the wolfmen. The foremost wolfman was instantly turned to charcoal, and the spilled damage surged toward its kin through the shared sin chains. Boom, boom, boom. The dozens of linked wolfmen, despite not even touching a spark, spontaneously combusted in explosions, turning into piles of charcoal. Notifications flooded Yuan's vision. Little demon kills Wild Hunt believer, level 25. Little demon kills Wild Hunt elite, level 30. A massive amount of experience points surged into Yuan's body. His experience bar rose sharply like a premium download progress. Relying on the terrain advantage, the employees of Abyssal Responsibility, Ltd. formed a highly efficient meat grinder, harvesting the tide of wolfmen pouring in. The defense was solid, and Yuan regained his focus. He raised his staff again, pointing the tip at Yang Yu on the ground. Buzz. The black-red abyssal dark energy flowed down the tip of his staff, beginning to sketch the interrupted sacrificial array in the soil. However, at the moment the first line was drawn, roar. The massive wolf head phantom in the heavens let out an enraged roar. The deity was enraged. Under the watch of the god of Wild Hunt, in its exclusive trial ground, this humble human not only did not howl in fear, but even dared to continue the blasphemous sacrifice. This was a provocation against divine might. Boom. The deity's pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping Yuan. He bent his legs, sharply driving the staff hard into the ground to prevent himself from kneeling. At this moment, he felt something gnawing at his soul, every nerve transmitting excruciating pain, his mental energy plummeting rapidly, causing shadows to appear before his eyes. Yuan's hand, gripping the staff, trembled violently, forcing the drawing of the array to be interrupted. Do you want me to stop? Yuan gritted his teeth, looking up at the massive wolf head in the sky. Bullying the weak without honor. Today I will still carry this out right under your nose. Yuan let out a low growl. Nearly 100 sacrificial gems appeared out of thin air, and then, bang, bang, bang. The sacrificial gems shattered in succession, with each one that broke restoring a portion of Yuan's mental energy. Unlike ordinary mental potions, the restoration from sacrificial gems occurred instantaneously rather than slowly. Thus, Yuan engaged in a war of attrition against the deity, relying on the 90 potions he had. Simultaneously, he pushed the abyssal magic to its peak. 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines. The array began to take shape inch by inch under Yuan's trembling staff. With each stroke, he endured a soul-rending impact. Sweat dripped from his forehead, yet his grip on the staff became increasingly steady. Buzz! At the moment the last rune connected and closed, the sacrificial array erupted with a sky-high blood-red light overshadowing the false moon in the sky. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Summit District Villa A07, an oil painting hanging on the wall suddenly rippled. The serene and elegant woman in the painting suddenly came to life. She slowly rose from the rattan chair, gazing out towards the lower city, stretching lazily. The holiday is over. Starting today, I will go to work. The Emperor's today is another late night. I hope the fathers can continue following and give some free love for the efforts of the imperial children. On the desolate ridge, a strange red light shot up into the sky. As the final stroke of the sacrificial array was completed, Yang Yu's charred body swiftly dissolved in the red light, along with his soul being shot toward the full moon high above. The gray round moon began to change color, gradually transforming into a blood moon. A howl erupted from above the sky as a massive wolf's head formed from the gray-green mist, let out an enraged roar. As the god of wild hunts, he could not tolerate a humble mortal sacrificing a follower to his deadliest enemy, right in his own trial ground. The furious divine might crashed down upon the ridge like a cascading tide. Boom! Instantly, all the imps in the air plummeted to the ground, and the hellhounds were pinned down, unable to move. Even the hell puppets were half kneeling on the ground, unable to stir. At this moment, only Yuan and Angelisi could still move with some difficulty. They immediately gathered around Yuan, forming the last line of defense. Crack! Just as the demons were being held down by the immense pressure, a series of sharp sword energies crisscrossed in the air, forming a hexagram formation. Immediately afterward, countless red rose petals fell, and a feminine voice crossed the void, proudly announcing, "The Scarlet Empire's second princess, blood rose at your service." The pressure from the sky suddenly lessened. Yuan and the others looked up to see a tall figure appearing amidst the rose petals. It was none other than Catherine. However, at this moment, she bore a completely different appearance. She had removed the cumbersome court gown and replaced it with a set of dark red battle robes that were still exquisite but cut extremely close to her body. The intricately patterned leather armor not only firmly locked in her delicate waist, but also lifted her proud curves, creating an alluring silhouette that seemed ready to burst free from any constraints. Her long straight legs, tightly clad in form-fitting pants, exhibited a powerful and agile muscularity, with golden patterns tracing down the perfectly proportioned lines of her legs, ultimately disappearing into knee-high heeled battle boots. Her dazzling golden hair was neatly pinned up, and she held a slender blood-red dagger. At this moment, Catherine was no longer the languid and precious royal lady depicted in paintings, but a cold, proud, sexy, and deadly swordswoman. Her boots lightly touched the ground. After landing, Catherine placed her right hand on her chest and performed an elegant royal salute. "Lord Yuan, I have received your gift. From now on I look forward to your guidance." Looking at the elegant and heroic bloodline princess before him, Yuan's eyelids twitched. At that moment, Catherine's panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Catherine, royal bloodline. Level 1590 unlocked with the contractor's level. Strength 270. Agility 540. Constitution 150. Spirit 120. Skills: Rose Mark Super. Catherine applies a Rose Mark to targets near her. When Catherine attacks the Rose Mark, the target suffers an additional 50 real damage, and the extra damage restores Catherine's condition. Elegant Dual Super. Catherine designates a target, causing 6 Rose Marks to bloom around them. Each attack on a Rose Mark increases the extra damage by 50, with a maximum of 300 extra real damage. Rose Garden Super. Catherine unfolds a domain where roses bloom and petals fall. She can swap positions with any rose petal. Isn't this just an enhanced version of the unmatched swordswoman? It even has shadows of the flying thunder god. Yuan's mouth twitched. Catherine had claimed that she was not weaker than Yuan, and she was indeed not boasting. With such single combat capabilities, Yuan couldn't think of how Yuan would win. However, this was also the reason why Yuan's skills had not been unlocked. The complete form of the Succubus Queen should possess abilities to counter or suppress Catherine. But at least at this stage, Yuan was definitely not Catherine's opponent. Thinking of Catherine's glamorous and deadly skill set, Yuan's heart couldn't help but race. After all, his Abyss expansion could replicate all summon skills. If he could replicate Rose Garden and Elegant Duel combined with the flight ability of Night Phantom, he would become the Red Flash on the battlefield. Catherine's skills were simply too suitable for someone like him who loved to showcase his operations. Just as Yuan was engrossed, a cool jade-like hand reached out and gently twisted at his waist. Yuan came back to his senses. He saw that Urbana had somehow crept up beside him with a hint of sourness in her purple eyes. "Does my best friend look good?" "I was just looking at the skills." Yuan shook his head, feeling genuinely aggrieved. For him, strength was always the top priority, with charisma a close second. "If I don't believe you." Urbana rolled her eyes with a seductive flare. She turned to look at Catherine and said, "Newcomer, if it weren't for recruiting you, how would the boss have attracted the attention of the god of wild hunts?" She adopted the stance of a workplace senior, pointing and reprimanding. "You are still in your internship period. Quickly show some skills and perform well, otherwise. Be careful that the boss might dismiss you and send you back to the painting to continue being a homebody." "Awoo." As Urbana spoke, the howling of wolves from below the ridge grew more frenzied. Clearly the god of wild hunts was increasing the intensity. Seeing this, Yuan also said to Catherine seriously, "Let's save the welcome for later. Show us your strength first, Catherine." "As you wish." Catherine raised her crimson eyes and looked at the phantom of the wild hunts above her, gaze filled with arrogance and disdain. "A mad dog dares to call itself a god. In the heyday of the Scarlet Empire, you were merely a dog of our bloodline." The mocking voice echoed through the valley, completely igniting the wrath of the god of wild hunts. With an enraged howl, the werewolf's eyes shifted from ghostly green to blood red, climbing faster, like a black tsunami surging toward the ridge. "Rose Garden." Catherine's red lips parted slightly, the slender blood-red dagger pointing diagonally to the ground as rich blood-colored magic erupted from her, exploding outward. On the once barren rocky ground, countless dark red thorns began to grow wildly. These vines intertwined, transforming the battlefield within 100 meters into a land of thorns. Following that dazzling blood-red, roses began to bloom among the thorns. The wild wind swept through and petals fell like a bloody blizzard, dancing in the gray trial space. The first dozen werewolves to rush up the ridge roared as they charged into this garden. However, just as they entered, the rose mark was triggered. Each werewolf had a glimmering rose totem appear at their throats, hearts, or foreheads. Catherine chuckled lightly, her figure instantly disappearing from the spot. In midair, a rose petal that was floating before a werewolf suddenly twisted and vanished. At the moment the petal disappeared, Catherine's sultry silhouette appeared like a ghost. Swish! The blood-red dagger transformed into a streak of red light, piercing the werewolf's throat where the rose mark was. Bang! The mark shattered. The 50 extra real damage erupted, and before the werewolf could let out a scream, its neck burst forth like a fountain. The scalding blood had just splattered forth when it transformed into strands of pure life essence flowing back along the blade into Catherine's body. Slaughter and absorption completed in the same instant. Catherine didn't spare a glance at the corpse, her silhouette disappearing once more. The petals drifting through the air became her springboard and passage. Her figure flickered and jumped among the sea of flowers. In the previous second, she had pierced the heart of one werewolf on the left, and in the next second, she had swapped with a petal to appear behind another werewolf, piercing the mark at the back of its head. One sword for each, and those struck by the sword would have a burst of blood flowers shaped like roses at their wounds. This was not a battle nor slaughter, but an elegant waltz. The taut and curvaceous line of her hips along with her long and straight legs showcased extreme explosiveness and flexibility in the blood-colored sword light. Unfortunately, right now Yuan could not focus on appreciating this dance. At this moment his vision was being flooded with experience notifications. Catherine killed the Wild Hunts Believer level 25. Catherine killed the Wild Hunts Believer level 30. Catherine killed the Wild Hunts Believer level 30. A massive amount of experience surged into his body like a floodgate being opened. Having just leveled up to level 15, Yuan's body began to shine with golden light once more. Congratulations, your level has risen to 16. Following this, the experience bar continued to rise at a visibly rapid pace, heading straight for level 17. Watching the experience bar rise as if he had activated a membership, Yuan took a deep breath. This employee was indeed worth the investment. With Urbana controlling the situation, Angelus's support, and Catherine's extreme burst, this so-called trial of the Wild Hunts had completely turned into his private experience pool. The Emperor had a bit too much to drink today and is feeling unwell. I originally wanted to take a day off, but I still got up to write a chapter. I just wanted to say to all the emperors, Happy Lantern Festival. In the new year, I wish all the emperors success in their studies, prosperous careers, and good health. Tomorrow the emperor will continue with 3 updates, and the day after that also 3 updates. I hope the emperors can continue to support the emperor. Thank you. Within the secret realm, the slaughter continued unabated. Beneath the ridges, a pile of werewolf corpses already lay in heaps. Catherine's figure flickered amid the blood-red petals. Each time she traversed, a werewolf would be taken down. She was like an unyielding reaper, elegant and efficient. Yet this was not solely her solo dance. Boom, boom, boom. 5 hell puppets advanced in unison, their burning gigantic fists smashing down and turning multiple werewolves into a pulp. Hellhounds wove through the gaps, delivering finishing blows to the werewolves sent flying by the shockwaves. Little demons hurled fireballs from the air, bombarding the densely packed werewolves. Angel eyes floated midair, continuously invoking strange black scriptures, linking groups of werewolves and amplifying the damage. Yet the most eye-catching was the Succubus Queen. Perhaps worried about being overshadowed by her best friend Ubelna, showcased unprecedented vigor. Her long whip cracked through the air, swirling gracefully among the countless rose petals, breathtakingly beautiful. Watching them fight is simply a delight. Protected within the defensive circle, Yuan watched this stunning, yet deadly scene, unable to help but exclaim. Without lifting a finger, experience points poured into his body like a stream. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 17. In just half an hour, golden light once again radiated from Yuan. It seemed he only leveled up once, but this speed was truly astonishing. After level 10A, the experience required for leveling up would increase geometrically, with every level requiring vast amounts of experience. The difficulty of this can be seen in Yi Jingxuan. He awakened around this time last year and was the top among tens of thousands of newcomers. Yet by the time Yuan awakened this year, he had only reached level 30. Even this count is considered relatively fast. Many formal members like him are still at levels 28 and 29. It's important to know that these are all geniuses who entered the Winter Guild. Their innate talents and resources far exceed those of other combat professions, sometimes by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Even so, they could only level up by 2 or 3 dozen levels in a year. Members of other guilds would lag even further behind. Reaching level 20 in a year would be considered a top achiever. But how long has it been since Yuan joined the guild? Not even half a month. He has already reached level 17. At this rate of leveling up, even someone like Lan Ruodong, a combat warrior, would not be able to catch up. This world is truly unfair, Yuan lamented internally. Fortunately, the Abyss Walker is a unique profession. This unfairness is something I alone must bear. At this moment, the colossal wolf head in the sky began to twist. Its rage materialized, even burning its own projection. I am the god of the hunt. I am the master of hunting. I descend to test you, to slay you, the blasphemer, and not to let you enjoy the hunt. Roar. A roar reverberated, causing cracks to form in the secret realm. The deity's fury turned the heavens and earth awry. The massive wolf head opened its huge maw, releasing a metallic sphere. Immediately, hundreds of werewolves in the valley abruptly ceased their charge. They appeared to be summoned by a divine oracle, all tilting their heads back to emit a wailing cry of despair. Following this, boom, 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 those werewolves' bodies exploded from the inside out. Yet what splattered forth was not flesh and blood, but swirling, shimmering wild hunt energy. This energy converged towards the metallic sphere in the sky. Click, click, the heavy sound of machinery emanated from within the sphere. With each sound, Yuan felt his heart contract violently. Even the hell puppets, which felt no pain, were compelled to retreat repeatedly by this chilling aura. Rip. A mechanical claw covered in silvery alloy armor with claws shimmering with high-frequency lasers tore open the metallic sphere from within. Immediately, a violent gust of wind mixed with the scent of machine oil swept across the area, scattering the rose petals everywhere. Boom. A mechanical werewolf over 10 meters tall and made entirely of silver alloy crashed to the ground. The moment it landed, the entire ridge shook with spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly. Amid the immense dust cloud, the mechanical werewolf slowly stood up. Its surface was surrounded by faint green energy halos, the wild hunt divine power forcibly confined within its mechanical shell. In its honeycomb-like mechanical eyes, there was a brutality akin to that of the god of the hunt, yet an absolute rationality prevailed. Name TX 660 Mech Armor Clan Werewolf level 35. Mech Armor Clan. Steel Garuru. Yuan was stunned on the spot. The Mech Armor Clan was also part of the myriad races, a silicon-based life form. Unexpectedly silicon-based life could also worship the god of the hunt, transforming into steel Garuru. Flesh is weak, machines ascend. The base attributes of the mech armor clan far exceed those of other races. Don't be fooled by the fact that this mechanical werewolf is only level 35, its stats have already surpassed the current Catherine. Viru. The cold mechanical werewolf wasted no time activating its thrusters to shoot out a plasma tail flame, its massive body creating a sonic boom. Ignoring the physical burdens, it accelerated to supersonic speed instantly. In less than a tenth of a second it appeared before Catherine. Catherine's reaction was also extremely swift. With a blood-red dagger, she struck, causing the rose mark to explode and creating a large blackened dent on the mechanical werewolf's alloy chest plate, revealing the complex mechanical structure within. However, the mechanical werewolf did not dodge at all, allowing the blade to pierce into its mechanical right arm, driven by the hydraulic system struck down with the force of thunder. Bang! Catherine blocked with her sword horizontally, but still the terrifying physical energy sent her flying, plummeting downwards. Fortunately, Yabelna swung her whip, wrapping it around Catherine's waist, halting her descent. These two friends may bicker, but in crucial moments they still display their bond. However, this heartwarming scene did not lighten the tense atmosphere. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the nauseating sound of metal restructuring, the dent in the chest of the mechanical wolf king, which had been blown open, rapidly filled and healed under the influence of nanobots. The severed circuits reconnected, and the armor's surface regained its sheen. The speed of this repair was not just visible to the naked eye, but in the blink of an eye it was as good as new. Super speed regeneration. No, it's not regeneration. It's recombination and repair. Gu Yuan's heart shook as he looked up at the god of the hunt in the sky. He understood. The god of the hunt dispatched mech armor clan followers not just to showcase diversity, but to counter Catherine's abilities. When Catherine pierced through the rose mark, the accompanying life drain could restore her state. If the target is flesh and blood, Catherine would grow more powerful with each battle, having infinite endurance. But the mech armor clan had no flesh and blood. Catherine couldn't drain blood, thus losing her sustainability. As an agile warrior, her physique was not high. Physique not only relates to life, but also to stamina. Without replenishment, her sharpness couldn't be maintained. From Catherine's solemn expression, it was evident that she was recalling unpleasant memories. In the Crimson Epic, the fall of the Crimson Dynasty was greatly related to the mech armor clan. Gu Yuan still remembered that chapter was titled, The Rebellion of the Iron Wolf. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, sound explosion clouds detonated. One, the TX-660, a werewolf from the Mecha clan, circled above Gu Yuan's head at supersonic speed, returning and maneuvering firmly, controlling the battlefield with its speed and firepower. Click! The sound of mechanical jaws meshing echoed. The heavy armor on the mechanical wolf king's shoulders slid apart, revealing a dense honeycomb of launch arrays. In the next moment, dozens of miniature missiles cascaded down, locking onto Gu Yuan on the ground. Intercept. Gu Yuan tilted his head back, coolly uttering two words. Hee hee. In midair, the little demons let out frenzied cackles, spreading their tattered flesh wings to meet the oncoming missiles. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions coalesced into a sea of fire in midair as 5 hell puppets strode forward, their heavy stone bodies aligning to form a wall of size beside Gu Yuan, blocking the residual shockwaves and shrapnel. Under normal circumstances, this would be a suicidal attrition war. But at this moment, this was Angela's domain. Grace reversal. Angelus clasped her hands together and softly chanted. The little demons that had been blown to pieces were forcibly pulled and stitched back together before they even hit the ground. In less than a second, they soared back into the air intact, once more continuing to serve as living shields against the missiles. The shattered rock armor of the hell puppets instantly restored under this distorted healing. Undying and indestructible. This is the battlefield dominion of Grace Reversal. Yet Gu Yuan was well aware that this dominion wouldn't last long. Master, Angela's hoarse voice came from behind, tinged with exhaustion. My magical power is draining rapidly. The domain of Grace Reversal can last no more than 3 minutes. Once the domain fails, this bloodbound demon army will be annihilated under the bombardment of the mechanical wolf king. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures flickered rapidly back to Gu Yuan's side. It was Yalberna and Catherine. They stood in a triangular formation, with Angelus firmly protecting Gu Yuan in the center. From the serious expressions of the 2 friends, it was clear that the situation on the battlefield had become dire. Catherine, didn't you say? Yalberna frowned as she noticed Catherine's silence. Are werewolves your blood clan's dogs? Why are they still riding on the master's head? Don't digress him, analyzing the situation. Catherine had no time for banter with Yalberna. Her crimson eyes were fixed on the mechanical werewolf as she said, I still have enough power for one burst enough to destroy it, but its speed is too fast. If you don't have a way to stop it, just stay out of it. I really don't. Yalberna shook her head in resignation. The Mecha clan has no desires. At this moment Yuan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, I do. He currently had only the Redemption Black Coffin as a control skill, but the method he referred to was not this skill. Yuan flipped his wrist, revealing an ice blue diamond crystal. Item Frost Abyss Cold Light. Effect Extreme Cold Essence from the Frozen Hell can be condensed into a spear, dealing massive damage to the target, while applying the Curse of the Frozen Hell, freezing it for 10 minutes. This was the trump card given to him by Lan Ruatong in the Blood Town, containing the power of the Bitter Cold King. The ice spear named Frost Abyss Cold Light not only had extremely high damage, but could also freeze the target for 10 minutes. It could be said that this item was created for Lan Ruatong to deal with bosses instantly. Even if it couldn't be used for an instant kill, the 10-minute control time was enough for her to escape or grind the boss down. Compared to the Redemption Black Coffin, Frost Abyss Cold Light was advantageous in that once the control took effect, Catherine could directly add damage without waiting for the coffin's control to end. After all, during the control period of the Black Coffin, the target would only suffer damage from the coffin itself and could not take damage from outside. To follow up with damage, one had to time it perfectly, which held the potential for errors. And the current situation allowed no room for even the slightest error. The Frost Abyss Cold Light must ensure 100% hit. Thinking of this, Yuan confirmed with Angelus. The chains of shared sin can transmit not only damage but also the effects of skills, right? Yes, Master, Angelus replied. The effects of skills will also be reduced by 30 to 50. That's enough. With this affirmation, Yuan felt reassured and ordered, connect the Hell Puppets to the Mechanical Wolf King. Your will shall be done. As Angelus responded, she raised her hand. The black scriptures spread like strands of hair, covering the entire sky, linking the swiftly flying Mechanical Wolf King and a Hell Puppet to the chains of shared sin. This was Yuan's method to ensure 100% hit for the skill. By binding the demon minions with the chains of shared sin, he would transmit the damage and skill effects to the target. No matter how fast the mechanical werewolf was, it would surely fall into the trap. As for the reduced effect, that didn't matter. The Frost Abyss Cold Light could freeze the target for 10 minutes, and even if reduced by 30 or 50, that would still leave 3 to 5 minutes. That time was enough for Catherine to unleash the burst of the healing formation. Then, Yuan looked at the ice blue crystal in his hand where the blue liquid was slowly flowing. Let me see the value of a fourth turn expert. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan crushed the crystal with a sudden force. Crack! With the crisp sound of shattering, a wave of extreme cold that froze the soul erupted. In Linyuan City, Yunding District, Villa No. A 001, in a luxurious and magnificent living room, a burly middle-aged man lay sprawled on the sofa, holding half a bottle of liquor, his eyes blurred with drunkenness. This was none other than the president of the Winter Guild, Lan Xiangdong. This man, known as the Bitter Cold King, at this moment resembled a drunken man burping and singing a little tune. Wine is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you become. Wine is the tears of lovers. Anyone who drinks will get drunk. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes, sat up straight, his eyes wide open. The Frost Abyss Cold Light has been used. Ruatong is in danger. Frost Abyss Cold Light is the life-saving item he gave to his daughter. It could instantly kill anything from a level 30 boss to a second-turn warrior. Even if the opponent could withstand a hit and not die, they would still suffer the curse of the frozen hell, freezing their entire body for 10 minutes, which would be enough time to escape. This was meant to protect his daughter. It would only be used in life-or-death situations. And now this item had... Ruatong, wait for me. Lan Xiangdong suddenly stood up, ready to tear through space, following the aura of the Frost Abyss Cold Light. At that moment, Dad, what drunken nonsense are you spouting again? A cold voice came from upstairs. In Yunding District, Villa A001. The living room fell into an unexpected silence. Lan Xiangdong, who was gathering the power of Frost Abyss, turned his head stiffly to look at the top of the stairs. He saw his daughter Lan Ruatong twitching at the corners of her mouth, looking at him as if he were a fool. Lan Xiangdong blinked and extinguished the power in his hand that could tear space apart. You are at home. Lan Xiangdong's atoms apple rolled, swallowing hard. Did you encounter any danger? What danger could there be at home? No, the greatest danger is you. Lan Ruatong frowned and shook her head. Not. Lan Xiangdong felt a bit embarrassed. If he had used his power to tear space, just now this house would surely have collapsed. This aligned with the saying, in times of danger a father is a guardian spirit. When there is no danger, a father is the danger. But the frost abyss cold light he had given to Lan Ruodong had indeed been activated. Thinking of this, Lan Xiangdong asked in confusion, I sensed that the life-saving tool I gave you was used, and I thought you were in danger. Did I make a mistake? Upon hearing this, Lan Ruodong's expression suddenly changed, and the abyssal atlas in her hand fell to the ground. It's Gu Yuan. Her face suddenly changed, and she spoke urgently. I gave that crystal to him. Since the tool was triggered, it means he is in deadly danger. Gu Yuan. Who is he? Lan Xiangdong was taken aback, but soon reacted. You gave the life-saving tool I gave you to someone else. Do you know what level of tool that is, eh? Lan Xiangdong wasn't worried about the money, he just felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. His intuition told him that his precious daughter had probably run into a pig. Now is not the time to discuss this. Lan Ruodong leaped directly from the second floor, her cold, ice-blue battle robe instantly manifesting on her body. She rushed to Lan Xiangdong, her usual indifference gone, her eyes filled with anxiety and panic. Gu Yuan is in danger. You must go save him. Who exactly is he? Lan Xiangdong felt his heart shatter. In his memory, apart from his wife, his daughter had never cared for anyone like this. In the eternal hunting ground, the temperature dropped sharply. A terrifying energy of extreme cold swept across the ridge. Without any delay in the spellcasting, the blue crystal shattered instantly, erupting and contracting, condensing into a completely transparent ice spear over 2 meters long. Frost abyss cold light. In the sky, the electronic eyes of the mechanical wolf TX-660 flashed red. Beep. Detected lethal energy threat. The built-in combat AI of TX-660 instantly completed the danger assessment. At the same time, the power of the plasma thrusters on its back surged, unleashing a deafening roar. It abandoned long-range bombardment, and after creating a sonic boom cloud, it dove straight towards Gu Yuan. The AI calculated the optimal solution to eliminate the summoner before launching the ice spear. Stop it! Gu Yuan ordered coldly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yerbina and Catherine moved simultaneously. The purple whip transformed into a flurry of snake shadows, blocking the left airspace of the mechanical wolf. Catherine activated pedal shift, her figure instantly appearing on the right side of the white wolf, her blood-red stabbing sword aimed straight for its mechanical joints. The two top-tier combatants flanked the mechanical wolf. However, the mechanical wolf was not without flight skills. In-stage maneuver. It suddenly adjusted the posture of its thrusters, utilizing asymmetrical thrust to perform a 90-degree maneuver and hover in place. The whip missed. The stabbing sword struck air. The mechanical wolf's thrusters reverted, slipping through the gaps in the girl's defenses and charged straight for Gu Yuan. Go! Gu Yuan's gaze was icy as he pointed with his right hand. The frost abyss cold light transformed into a blue laser, shooting towards the mechanical wolf. The mechanical wolf spun wildly in the air, changing course again, the ice spear grazing its back and leaving a lingering trail of frost. It had evaded. A trace of human-like fury flashed in the electronic eyes of the mechanical wolf. It accelerated again, its claws glowing with high-frequency lasers aimed directly at Gu Yuan's face. For the abyss. Angelius spread her arms, blocking in front of Gu Yuan, attempting to withstand the mechanical wolf's charge with her own body. Buzz. The mechanical wolf's combat module powered up again, its thrusters reversing to execute a tight turn in midair. After images flickered, the mechanical wolf crossed Angelius' defense line, appearing directly behind Gu Yuan. A blind spot. A lethal blow. Its sharp alloy wolf claws rose high, accompanied by a shrill whistle that tore through the air and struck fiercely at Gu Yuan's nape. At that moment, crack, crack, crack. A series of brittle sounds of ice crystallization emanated from within the mechanical wolf, its unstoppable motion abruptly frozen midair. A thick layer of blue ice rapidly spread out from the core reactor. Its hydraulic joints were frozen, the plasma thrusters shut down, and the nanorepair robots completely malfunctioned. In less than half a second, this once mighty level 35 mechanical lord had turned into a lifelike ice sculpture hovering behind Gu Yuan. What happened? I clearly dodged the ice spear. The mechanical wolf's honeycomb-like electronic eyes reflected a hint of human confusion. Gu Yuan turned around, looking at the massive ice sculpture before him, and smiled. AI cannot replace humanity. Not far away on the ground, a hell puppet was enveloped in thick blue ice. The earlier frost abyss cold light was never aimed at the mechanical wolf. His target was the hell puppet that had been connected to Angelius by the shared sin chains. The ice spear hit the hell puppet, and the extreme freezing effect was transmitted through the soul chain to the mechanical wolf. No matter how high your mobility or speed, you cannot evade this inevitable combo. Make your move. Gu Yuan shouted sternly. With the transmission effect sharply reduced, the control of Frost Abyss Cold Light only lasted for 3 minutes, but it should be enough. Receive. Catherine's figure emerged amidst the fluttering petals, her crimson eyes radiating murderous intent. Elegant duel. Buzz. 6 enchanting blood-red roses bloomed successively around the frozen body of the mechanical wolf, forming a hexagram formation. Meanwhile, in Yuan City, outside the abandoned city wall in the lower district, a gray-green vortex slowly expanded. Surrounding buildings vanished into ashes upon contact with the vortex's edge. A large number of city defense soldiers were on alert around, and a blockade line had been established at the scene. Lan Yuding's expression was as cold as water as he stood inside the blockade line with several guild members. A heavy armored vehicle rushed over and came to a steady stop. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a blue and white city defense uniform with a hideous scar on his face strode forward. The commander of the city guard, Zhao Tai. He was once a core member of the Winter Guild and could be considered a senior to Lan Yuding. Yuding. Zhao Tai looked at the ever-expanding vortex, his brow furrowed. The situation is dire. If this vortex continues to expand, the entire lower district will be drawn in. Zhao Tai turned his head, speaking resolutely. My men have brought in spatial collapse bombs. They must be detonated immediately to destroy this spatial node. No way. Lan Yuding refused without hesitation. Gu Yuan is still inside. Zhao Tai sighed. I've heard you mention him. He is a rare genius. But to sacrifice the lives of millions in the lower district for one person, I can't calculate that cost. I can calculate it. Lan Yuding said coldly, the ice-blue magic energy swirling around him. He looked at Zhao Tai. Evacuate the citizens of the lower district. All losses will be borne by the Winter Guild. What if it spreads to the upper district? Where will we evacuate to? If we detonate the bomb, now the losses will be at their worst. Zhao Tai sighed, wanting to continue persuading, but Lan Yuding coldly interrupted. Stop talking. Before he comes out, whoever dares to detonate the spatial bomb, I will kill them. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder erupted in the sky, and ice thunder coursed through the cloud. Zhao Tai's expression hardened, and his face darkened. Young Master Lan, I am the commander of the Yuan City Defense. I bear the safety of nearly 10 million people in Yuan City. I will not let you do as you please. Crack. With these words, the city guard soldiers behind him immediately pulled their triggers while the members of the Winter Guild drew their weapons. Tension surged between both sides, the atmosphere dropping to freezing point. Just then, snowflakes began to fall, and the temperature dropped sharply. Everyone's breath turned into thick white mist, as if the constant temperature barrier had failed. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It was not the clouds obscuring the moonlight, but a massive throne floating in the night sky. The throne was entirely ice blue, crafted from Frost Abyss ice, radiating a chilling aura from the extreme cold hell. The cold King Lan Xiangdong sat majestically upon the throne, looking down coldly upon those below. To one side of the throne stood a graceful figure. This was none other than the Cold King's only daughter, the princess of Yuan City, Lan Ruodong. The Supreme Emperors, today I present 3 updates, and tomorrow I will continue with 3 updates. Please follow along and leave good reviews. I hope the Emperors can send some free gifts to generate love power. When my energy is full, I will challenge the usual 3 updates. An average of over 6500 words per day. In the city of Yuan, at the abandoned wall of the lower district, a gray-green vortex swirled, resembling a malignant tumor that expanded continuously, gradually devouring the space of the present world. Houses, trees, and even the sturdy city walls were drawn into it. Above the vortex, a massive throne crafted from Frost Abyss ice floated entirely in a chilling azure hue. It was the ice throne, the seat of the supreme powerhouse of the northern region. See Council President. And no, the bitter cold king. Zhao Tai, the commander of the city guards, felt his legs give way and knelt on one knee. Behind him, the senior members of the Winter Guild also knelt in unison. This was not a feudal ceremony, but rather the highest respect paid to a king-level combatant. He was the stabilizing force of Yuan City. Without him, this city, and even the entire northern region, would have been eroded by the Frost Abyss rift. Xiao Zhao, I am pleased to see your concern for the safety of the people. But you're pointing your gun at your old comrades, which disappoints me. With these words, the temperature around them dropped. Zhao Tai's knees, kneeling in the mud, had already frozen. The triggers of the city defense soldiers were also frozen along with their fingers. Bitter cold king. Zhao Tai wanted to explain, but Lan Xiangdong waved his hand and said to the soldiers of the city guards, let's discuss matters together and not point our guns at our own people so easily. He then looked past the crowd at the slowly expanding gray-green vortex. In the special secret realm, there are members of my Winter Guild. Suddenly, Lan Xiangdong's voice rose like rolling thunder. My winter guild will not easily abandon our comrades. I ask for a bit of time. With that, he slowly raised his right hand, palm down, pressing toward the gray-green vortex from afar. Crack, crack, crack. A deep blue cold wave poured down like a waterfall. This was no ordinary frost magic. It was the hellish extreme cold that touched the laws capable of freezing time and space. The momentum of the vortex suddenly stalled, shifting from visible expansion to slow diffusion, as if someone had pressed the slow-motion button. Is this the power of a fourth transcendence? Outside the blockade line, a young city defense soldier's legs went weak, and he, like Zhao Tai, trembled and half-kneeled. He clearly sensed that the magical energy movement in that area had slowed down. It wasn't that the vortex was frozen, but that time itself was frozen. Lan Xiangdong had frozen time. The senior members of the Winter Guild also looked astonished. They had only heard about the president's reputation, knowing he was the stabilizing force of Linyuan City and even the entire northern region. But seeing the Bitter Cold King make a move was a first. Freezing time, delaying the expansion of the secret realm space. This had already touched the edge of the laws of power, nearly divine. Indeed, not all fourth transcendence powerhouses could be called kings. There were many fourth transcendence powerhouses among humans, but few could bear the title of king. Most of them had achieved the pinnacle in a specific field. Or rather, they monopolized a certain type of power entirely, such as the hellish extreme cold from the Frost Abyss Rift. Please rest assured, city guards. I will personally guard this secret realm. Zhao Tai's heart shook violently as he looked at the green vortex. Despite the threat posed by this expanding secret realm, a single spatial bomb could calm it. In the past, he had done this many times. Even if someone was trapped within, it was only justifiable to abandon the vehicle to save the commander. However, this time it had brought about Lan Yuding and Lan Xingdong's intervention. Moreover, the Bitter Cold King had to make a move personally just to buy time for those trapped inside. That Gu Yuan. He's quite the figure. Zhao Tai gasped, relieved that Lan Yuding had stopped him. If he had truly destroyed the secret realm like before, his career and even his life might have ended right there. With this thought, Zhao Tai raised his head to look at Lan Xiangdong, clenched his left fist against his chest, and loudly declared, "The city guards are willing to guard alongside the Bitter Cold King. Willing to guard alongside the Bitter Cold King. Willing to guard alongside the Bitter Cold King." The members of the Winter Guild and the soldiers of the city guards shouted in unison. Most of them did not know what had happened or who was inside the secret realm. They only knew he was a walking second-class merit. At the same time, in the eternal hunting grounds atop a ridge, ice shards flew through the air and an oppressive chill filled the atmosphere. The TX-660 mechanical wolf was pierced through by the Frost Abyss radiance, turning into an ice sculpture. Gears jammed, hydraulics ceased to function, all mechanisms stopped at this moment. Without Gu Yuan's command, Catherine's figure had already transformed into a crimson lightning bolt. An elegant duel. 6 blood-red roses bloomed simultaneously in the void surrounding the mechanical white wolf. This was no ordinary stabbing, it was a bloody artistic execution. 6 strikes in 1 second. 1. The stabbing sword pierced through the left shoulder of the rose. A 50 additional true damage explosion ripped through the alloy armor, as if it were paper, revealing the frozen circuits beneath. 2. The petals shifted. Catherine instantly appeared on the right side of the white wolf, shattering the second rose on its rib. 100 true damage stacked. The hydraulic pipe burst, and the cooling liquid transformed into ice debris blooming alongside the rose petals. 3, 4, 5. The sword light wove through the air, moving so swiftly that only shadows remained. 150, 200, 250. The piercing sound of metal fracturing merged into a symphony. The nano-repair system, which the mechanical white wolf prided itself on, was cut off from the conduction center, without even a reaction time under the continuous explosions. The heavy alloy body began to collapse and disintegrate. 6. Catherine's figure appeared directly above the mechanical white wolf. She gripped her sword with one hand, aimed at the last rose imprinted on the mechanical wolf's eye, and thrust it down hard. Boom! A 300 additional true damage explosion. The alloy head of the mechanical wolf burst like a balloon. Catherine killed the TX-660, level 35 experience gained. The massive metallic body crashed to the ground, and the cooled core power furnace rolled onto the ground, shattering with a sound. At the same time, a massive influx of experience points surged into Gu Yuan's body like a flood breaching its dam. Brilliant golden light erupted from Gu Yuan once more. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 18. Roar. The enormous gray-green wolf head above the sky let out a mournful roar, its divine might becoming distorted in that extreme rage. Its followers were sacrificed and slaughtered in its hunting grounds. Yet its prey had leveled up 3 times and cleared the trial. The god of wild hunts could not accept failure, could not accept humiliation. The furious divine power gathered rapidly in the sky. It would continue to impose stronger trials to obliterate this mortal who repeatedly defiled it. However, when the grand bell rang from the depths of the void, the chime drowned out the roar of the god of wild hunts, dispelling its divine might. The rules cannot be violated. The trial was imposed by you. Now that others have cleared it, you not only have to stop, but also must offer rewards. Yuan, take my reward and get out of my hunting grounds. The god of wild hunts roared reluctantly, giving the trial rewards under the suppression of the rules. Announcement: the special secret realm trial of wild hunts has been completed. Evaluation: SSS level. Starting to distribute trial rewards. Reward: rare material, mechanical armor, clan ship, battle general level. Yuan was taken aback. What? I humiliated the god of wild hunts like this, and yet I'm still considered its chosen one. Along the mountain ridge, bronze bells echoed solemnly. Before Yuan's eyes, a golden interface gradually sharpened into focus. His gaze locked onto the words "divine chosen of the wild hunt," and for a moment he froze. I've been humiliated by the wild hunt god, yet somehow named his divine chosen. Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be? He's secretly at Sundara. A shiver ran down Yuan's spine. He simply could not reconcile the monstrous, snarling wolf head looming in the sky with the blushing, endearingly flustered girl who'd just murmured, "This isn't a gift for you." After a brief pause, logic clicked into place. The divine trial itself was an embodiment of cosmic law. In this world, the laws of secret realms reigned supreme, above gods, above mortals. Even the wild hunt god was bound by them. Trapping Yuan within the realm, permissible. Letting him perish inside, also permissible. But once Yuan cleared the trial, reward was mandatory. Refusal was impossible. In truth, this reward wasn't bestowed by the wild hunt god at all. It was forcibly extracted from him, wrenched away by the realm's immutable law, and thrust upon Yuan without consent. High above, the wild hunt god's projection flickered and blurred, his form already being expelled by the realm's sovereign decree. Yet those twin wolf eyes, burning with sickly emerald flame, remained fixed on Yuan with unrelenting intensity. That expression of impotent fury spoke volumes. He was seething, utterly sleepless tonight. Yuan, I shall remember you, forever. I shall etch your name into the marrow of my soul. Your skull shall become the brightest trophy upon my sacred mantle. Even as he dissolved into oblivion, the wild hunt god delivered one final threat, desperate, defiant, clinging to the last vestiges of divine dignity. Farewell, powerless god. Yuan tilted his head upward, a mischievous smirk curling at his lips. Your devotees are truly magnificent, aren't they? Yuan. The wild hunt god shattered, his roar tearing at the fabric of the realm itself. Yet the sound dwindled, receding into distance until swallowed whole by the void. With the deity gone, Yuan lowered his gaze and turned toward his spoils. First came the gift from that impotent god. Title: achievement, divine chosen of the wild hunt. Effect: unlocks wild hunt mode in any secret realm at any difficulty level. Within this mode, monster spawn rates double, experience gains double, and loot drop rates double. Ha ha ha. Yuan burst into unrestrained laughter. What generosity from a god so utterly powerless. This wild hunt mode was nothing short of a divine technique guaranteed to make even veteran grinders weep with joy in their dreams. For ordinary warriors, doubled monster density might spell nightmare. But for Yuan, who commanded legions of demons and leveled effortlessly while reclining, scarcity of foes was his greatest bottleneck. Others entered secret realms to survive. He entered solely to stockpile. He feared no monster's strength, only its scarcity. Monster count doubled, experience doubled, loot doubled. Yuan calculated swiftly in his mind. Each multiplier compounded the next, making a single run 4 times as efficient as before. Fourfold returns. Add to that his demonic legions' mass-produced, automated grinding methodology. Who else dares compete? Who else can outgrind me? Yuan's grin widened, uncontainable, sharper than any assault rifle's recoil. Once composed, he turned his attention to the second reward. Rare material, mechanic clan core chip commander deer. It was a perfect cube pulsing with azure light. Emerald data streams spiraled ceaselessly around its surface, like the flowing black sigils of Anglize. The core material for mechanists. Yuan's eyes gleamed. Instantly, he recalled Lan Yuding's dazzling hovercar, a vehicle so flamboyant it could transform into a humanoid mecha. Its heart, the very source of its sentience, was precisely this kind of chip. Its value accounted for nearly half to 60% of the entire vehicle. So, does this mean I'll soon command my own transformer? Gu Yuan's pulse quickened. To pilot a true transformer. This was among the ultimate romantic fantasies of every man. But acquiring a full mecha car, surely it's prohibitively expensive. He mentally reviewed his modest savings. This freelance mission netted him $6 million, but nowhere near enough for such a marvel. Even with the core chip supplied, saving half the cost, he'd still need installment loans. TCH, no? Gu Yuan steadied himself. Draining his reserves for a flashy mecha car was sheer folly. He was still in his developmental phase. Every coin should go toward upgrading gear, refining weapons. Flaunting style could wait. My lord. As Gu Yuan dismissed the idea, Anglai's drifted beside. Though her eyes remained veiled beneath black cloth, her gaze fell upon the chip in Gu Yuan's hand, her voice trembling with fervent awe. This chip contains the essence of mechanical law. With it I may forge a redemption mecha. Redemption mecha. Gu Yuan blinked, then remembered. Anglais had once explained if he refused to bestow grace and restore Yi Jingchuan's flesh, his soul could instead be sealed within a penitence mecha, a weaponized vessel independent of domain-bound existence. Yi Jingchuan himself had volunteered, willing to enter the redemption mecha. He declared flesh is frail. Within the redemption mecha I shall atone for my sins, and transcend the limits of mortality to wield far greater power. Gu Yuan nodded faintly. Then grant him this redemption. If Anglais held such reverence for it, the redemption mecha's combat prowess must surpass mere aesthetics, far more practical than any showy mecha car. VRRR. Space convulsed violently around them. The dark crimson bedrock beneath their feet cracked and splintered. The trial had ended. The realm's ejection protocol activated. We'll discuss the redemption mecha upon return. We're leaving now. Gu Yuan raised his staff, dispelling all summoned attendants with a single sweep. He imagined the chaos unfolding beyond the veil. Lan Yuding alone would mobilize forces to seal off the entire area the moment he vanished. Emerging with a host of demons, fallen Sanuses, and the deceased, Yi Jingchuan and Yi Anshi. That would ignite pandemonium. At the ruined outer wall of Lin Yuan City's lower district, tension hung like leaden fog. A gray-green vortex churned, vast, ravenous, beast-like. Even under the crushing weight of hell's glacial aura, it continued expanding, inch by inch devouring the surrounding space. CRRK. Lan Dongxiang's hovering palm trembled slightly. Beads of sweat glistened across his brow. Freezing time was an act of raw defiance against universal law. Even as the Frost Sovereign, he could not sustain it indefinitely. Still hasn't emerged. Lan Dongxiang's brows knotted tightly. He sensed his endurance waning fast. Slowly he turned, gazing at his daughter Lan Ruodong, standing silently beside him. Ruodong. His voice softened, tinged with resignation. My power is finite. All I can do is buy him time. He exhaled deeply, resolve hardening in his eyes. If he truly fails to emerge, I will sever this spatial node entirely. His tone softened again as he studied her pale profile. Tentative, almost pleading. If it comes to that, you won't blame your father, will you? Lan Ruodong said nothing, only stared at the gray-green vortex. Her face remained impassive, but the hand gripping her staff trembled ever so slightly. Lan Dongxiang looked away, bitterness rising in his chest. Blame me if you must. I cannot trade the lives of millions in Lin Yuan City for one boy's survival. Just as Lan Dongxiang steeled himself, setting a final deadline. Wait. Lan Ruodong spoke suddenly. She tried to keep her voice steady, but a tremor betrayed her weight. He will emerge. Lan Dongxiang turned and froze. His daughter, so aloof since childhood, indifferent to all things, stood there with tears welling in her eyes. Those pale blue irises shimmered, not just with unshed tears, but with a fierce obsessive fire he'd never witnessed before. Very well. Lan Dongxiang drew a deep breath and nodded resolute. He faced the vortex once more and rose from his throne. Simultaneously he extended his other hand, channeling his magical energy to its absolute zenith. Boy, you forced me to unleash my full power for the first time in 10 years. If you're a man at all, live and walk out of there. Lan Dongxiang roared inwardly. VRRR. In that instant, the ever-expanding gray-green vortex shuddered violently, then reversed its rotation, collapsing inward at accelerating speed. In Lin Yuan City, in the lower district beneath the abandoned city wall, a vortex glowing green reversed and suddenly dissipated. A vast area consumed by the secret realm was plunged into darkness. In the face of the sudden change, the differences between professional warriors and the city defense soldiers immediately became apparent. Click, click, click. The sound of gun mechanisms resonated. suddenly plunged into darkness. The city defense soldiers reacted instantly, with heightened tension. The black muzzles of their guns were raised in unison, aiming at the spot where the vortex had been. However, the members of the Winter Guild reacted far more appropriately. One by one, illuminating orbs soared into the night sky, dispersing the darkness and reigniting the ruins. Everyone's gaze refocused. Only then did they see that at the center of where the vortex had dissipated stood a young man. He was dressed in a black robe with a scarlet-lined cloak draped over his shoulders, standing alone in the middle of the ruins. It was Yuan. He was neatly dressed with his cloak gently billowing. His posture was somewhat casual, yet still upright. This calm demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic of someone who had just survived a life-and-death struggle. But this was impossible. The city defense soldiers, including Zhao Tai, were all stunned. Events where special secret realms consumed people were not uncommon globally. Zhao Tai had reviewed hundreds of case files and had personally dealt with more than a dozen similar incidents. Most of those sucked into secret realms hadn't made it out until the realm was destroyed by a spatial bomb. A few who had stubbornly survived were either severely injured or had suffered mental breakdowns. Only in this case had someone like Yuan emerged unscathed. No wonder. Zhao Tai inwardly lamented. No wonder Lan Yuding would go so far as to draw his blade against him. No wonder the Cold King would personally descend. Zhao Tai couldn't say whether this kid was strong or not. But this kid was certainly an exceptionally special existence. With this thought, Zhao Tai immediately turned and shouted, "Medical team, check for injuries." The medical personnel on standby were taken aback for a moment before running forward. This was not their fault. Anyone with eyes could see that Yuan was uninjured. However, appearances had to be maintained. This was a matter of attitude. Soon more than a dozen healing-type warriors surrounded Yuan. Is this really necessary? Yuan, who had just stepped out of the secret realm, was indeed a bit dazed. He had some premonition about the situation outside. Lan Yuding, discovering his disappearance, would undoubtedly call the guild members to guard the spot where he had vanished. But he hadn't expected that among these guild members there was a heavyweight guest. Yuan raised his head and looked up at the ice throne. There was only one person who could sit there. The ruler of the northern mountains, the town stone of the Frost Abyss Rift, the local emperor of Linyuan City, the president of the Winter Guild, the Cold King Lan Xiangdong. Just like on TV, Lan Xiangdong had short ice blue hair and ice blue eyes. Even the stubble on his chin was ice blue. At this moment, this fourth transformation powerhouse was standing on the edge of the ice throne looking down at him. That gaze was not friendly. However, this was reasonable. Yuan's gaze shifted slightly. On one side of the ice throne stood a graceful figure, Lan Ruado. She was looking at him from a distance, her eyes slightly red, clearly having cried. The Cold King's arrival here was undoubtedly also her merit. Yuan somewhat understood Lan Xiangdong. Being woken up in the middle of the night by his precious daughter to rescue a kid he didn't even know would leave any father feeling bewildered. Not to mention this father was of a higher caliber than Gao Yuliang. Under normal circumstances, this Cold King might not have even glanced at him. But on the other hand, he was not an ordinary kid. He was the yellow-haired boy that his precious daughter had been thinking about. With this thought, Yuan straightened his back even more. He politely refused the medical personnel's further checks and smiled in thanks. Then he looked over the crowd and directed his gaze at the ice throne. "Junior Yuan, thank you for the cold. I wish to transform into the winter wind and snow under your guidance, sweeping through the Frost Abyss." Transforming into wind and snow, sweeping through Frost Abyss. This was the motto of the Winter Guild, personally written by Lan Xiangdong. For someone of his caliber, any flattery was superfluous. He did not need gratitude from a newcomer, nor did he care about so-called rewards. Yuan merely needed to be a good member of the Winter Guild, which was the best return to the Cold King and the most appropriate reaction. Indeed, after this statement, Lan Xiangdong's gaze became less sharp, and he even nodded slightly at Yuan. He stepped back a few paces and settled back onto his throne, his gaze still on Yuan. He was scrutinizing the young man who had prompted his son to personally recommend him for membership and had caused his daughter to plead with him to take action. What a bold one. After a moment of scrutiny, Lan Xiangdong offered his first evaluation. The young man below the throne was handsome and composed, showing no signs of panic or fear after escaping danger. Even when faced with the darkened city defense soldiers, the experts of the Winter Guild, and his own fourth transformation strength, this kid only paused slightly, showing no excessive surprise or cowardice. Such psychological resilience at the age of 18 or 19 is rare. Of course, apart from temperament, what Lan Xiangdong appreciated more was Yuan's strength. When Lan Xiangdong was young, he had once fallen into that kind of special secret realm that could consume everything. Therefore, he understood better than anyone how dangerous such realms could be. It was not an opportunity, but a trap. A space created by certain entities specifically to kill warriors. Those who could emerge from such secret realms had combat power that was beyond question. Very strong. This was Lan Xiangdong's second evaluation of Gu Yuan. Bold and powerful. In the past, seeing such talent, Lan Xiangdong would not simply sit back. He would have to loudly praise him. However, Gu Yuan was different. To him, he was not just a talent. He was a pig that threatened his cabbage. Lan Xiangdong had seen through this. His daughter must like this kid named Gu Yuan. Ever since Lan Ruodong understood what people were, he had never seen her care for anyone like this. Indeed, even her father had never made her care this much. With this thought, Lan Xiangdong felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He had initially thought that with his daughter's cold and frosty personality, no pig could get close. If she could marry out at 27 or 28, that would be a great blessing. But what was the result? She had just turned 18 and had already met a pig. How infuriating. An 18-year-old cabbage was at its most tender and juicy stage. Was it going to be taken away? Lan Xiangdong sat on the throne, his brows increasingly furrowed. He even began to envision the possible scenarios in his mind. The atmosphere had built up to this point. His daughter would surely jump down from the throne and give this kid a hug followed by a passionate kiss. Oh no, don't. As he visualized this scene in his mind, Lan Xiangdong felt his heart shatter, wanting to play a song called Father for himself. Just as the BGM was playing in his heart, Lan Ruodong suddenly spoke up. Dad, let's go home. Lan Xiangdong was taken aback. Huh, go home. Just like this. The plot is off. At this moment, you shouldn't leave me, your old father, behind. Shouldn't you jump down from the throne and give your little boyfriend a hug? That's how it goes on TV. While Lan Xiangdong was filled with questions, Lan Ruodong continued. Let's go home. You've been freezing time for so long, you must be tired. They'll leave this to my brother. Wah. What? Lan Xiangdong was stunned on the throne. His little cotton-padded jacket was made of ice silk. Since childhood, it not only leaked air, but was also freezing cold. Why was it suddenly warm today? Was it because he saved her pig? Lan Xiangdong didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Right. Lan Ruodong seemed to think of something, turned her head, smiled with reddened eyes, and said, Thank you, Dad. And, no thanks. Lan Xiangdong's tongue was tied. Since his daughter entered her rebellious phase, he had not seen this kind of affectionate smile. At this moment, Lan Xiangdong felt his heart heal and also realized something. He turned his head to look at Gu Yuan below, murmuring to himself, I seem to know how to increase my daughter's affection for me. The Supreme Emperors, here's the third update from yesterday. I hope all fathers can keep following along for the sake of their diligent son. If possible, please send a little free power of love. Under the night sky, the cold wind howled. On the high icy throne, Lan Xiangdong withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. He turned his head to look at Lan Yuding, who was standing within the cordon, and casually dropped a line. The rest is up to you to handle. No unnecessary words. With a wave of his hand, the space beneath the icy throne shattered like a mirror, engulfing Lan Ruodong into the pitch-black rift. As the swirling snow dissipated, the terrifying pressure that weighed on everyone's heads also faded away. Among the ruins, Gu Yuan watched the closed rift in midair, a flicker of doubt flashing through his mind. Lan Ruodong was present the entire time, but did not greet him even once. Not even a shared glance. Could it be that she's holding back because her father is nearby and doesn't want to be too obvious? Gu Yuan stroked his chin, finding this line of thought reasonable. It's only natural for a girl to be a bit reserved in front of a strict father. While pondering this, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Gu Yuan took out his phone. A message popped up on the screen, sent by Lan Ruodong. Humph. Gu Yuan was taken aback and replied, What's wrong? Just rest well, talk tomorrow. Gu Yuan smirked. He could roughly guess what Lan Ruodong. A few days ago she had warned him not to come to the lower district, and he had agreed. But today he had just caused such a huge commotion in the lower district that she was so anxious she even summoned her father-in-law. Now there's no need to rush, she should start sulking. But it didn't matter. He could just push the blame onto his brother. It was he who had asked him to act as bait, and considering Lan Ruodong's feelings, he couldn't refuse. Everyone clean up the scene. Assist the city guards in assessing the losses. As Gu Yuan was contemplating, his brother-in-law's voice rang out. He was directing the aftermath while walking towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan put away his phone and smiled at him. Young Master Lan, my task is complete, but that werewolf died in the secret realm, and I couldn't bring the body out. Who cares about that thing? As long as you're fine. Lan Yuding waved his hand, not delving deeper into the fate of the body. Now let's settle the bill. As agreed, 2 million for a werewolf. I soloed that level 29 one, so I take 100. He rolled his eyes at Gu Yuan and summoned a holographic screen, quickly operating it. This time the capture was primarily due to your efforts. All 3 werewolves count on you. That totals 6 He rolled his eyes at Gu Yuan and summoned a holographic screen, quickly operating it. This time the capture was primarily due to your efforts. All 3 werewolves count on you. That totals 6 million with a 5 handling fee for the guild. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. His brother-in-law was generous. He initially thought this side job would only yield 8 million, but it turned out to be directly 6 million. Even after the 5 cut, he'd still have 7 million. Setting aside those wealthy second-generation heirs, this was definitely a significant sum for a newcomer. Most combat workers, even after working for 10 years, might not save up this much cash. The money is settled, now it's time to satisfy my curiosity. Lan Yuding closed the holographic screen, putting an arm around Gu Yuan's shoulder and lowering his voice. What was that gray-green vortex all about? I heard that captured werewolves say it was the trial of the god of frenzied hunt. Yes, the trial of frenzied hunt. Gu Yuan answered truthfully. Damn, Lan Yuding exclaimed. Did you provoke that much animosity? You even drew out a deity. What was this trial like? It was just hundreds or thousands of werewolves attacking me, with the lowest being level 25 and quite a few at level 30. Gu Yuan explained. Hundreds or thousands of level 25 to 30 werewolves. Is that what you call a trial? Lan Yuding gasped in astonishment and pressed on. And then, oi. Gu Yuan shrugged. I just held on, and when the trial ended I came out. Lan Yuding was utterly stunned. He released his grip on Gu Yuan's shoulder, looking at the youth as if how did you hold on? Lan Yuding couldn't comprehend. Even he would be in danger facing hundreds of level 30 werewolves alone. After all, both physical strength and spirit are not unlimited. Even if he could unleash his full potential, there would still come a moment when he runs out of energy. When truly exhausted to the point where he can't even perform a basic attack, he would still be overwhelmed by the monsters. Gu Yuan was only in his teens. How did he manage to endure for so long? I just held on like that. Gu Yuan shrugged, mainly relying on my skills, and secondly on the assistance of the mechanics along with the cooperation of my summons. Relying on skills. Just bragging. Lan Yuding's eyelid twitched, full of disbelief. What kind of room for operation does a level 10 novice have in front of hundreds of level 25 monsters? It must have been your summons, right? Of course I had my skills. Gu Yuan was slightly agitated. He could tolerate others calling him useless, but he couldn't stand being told he lacked skill. Shadow of the Night's displacement, the redemption coffins, damage mitigation, sacrificing gems for mana, sacrificing werewolves under the pressure of divine might, extreme summoning of Catherine. Aren't these all skills? Even if the kills were all attributed to the summons, you can't deny that there was skill involved. Moreover, I'm not just a level 10 novice. Gu Yuan cleared his throat and said, I'm already level 18. 18. Lan Yuding blurted out, his voice so loud that even the city guards cleaning the scene turned to look. Lan Yuding took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, but the shock in his eyes was impossible to hide. To reach level 18 just half a month after awakening. What kind of monstrous upgrade speed was this? It is worth noting that Lan Yuding himself awakened a rare profession and enjoyed the top-tier resources from the Winter Guild, with dedicated escorts to high-level secret realms for monster hunting every day. Even with that extreme leveling up method, it took him nearly 2 months to reach level 18. Yet this kid from a common background with no connections. Half a month. Level 18. This can't just be described as a genius. It's more like a cheat. You. Lan Yuding pointed at Gu Yuan, unable to utter a word. He was too excited. Someone like Gu Yuan, as long as he doesn't die halfway, his future accomplishments would probably rival those of the Frost King. He is the future king of the Abyss. And I am the one who discovered the king of the Abyss. Step. Just as Lan Yuding was grateful, he came to Jiang City and found this treasure in Gu Yuan. The commander of the city guards, Zhao Tai, strode over to the two, flanked by numerous bodyguards. Gu Yuan. Zhao Tai stood firm, his voice booming. Many have been caught up in the devouring secret realm, but I have never seen anyone escape alive. His tone was full of admiration. If that vortex had continued to expand, hundreds of thousands in the lower district would have faced disaster. You not only saved yourself, but also this city. He stood tall, his expression solemn. On behalf of the Lin Yuan City Defense Force and the people of the lower district, I thank you. I will report tonight's events truthfully to secure you the City Hero Medal. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan turned to Lan Yuding and signaled with his eyes, wondering if this medal was valuable. Lan Yuding understood and leaned towards Gu Yuan's ear, explaining in a low voice. This is a certification specifically for non-military combatants, allowing you to receive 3 Union coins as a stipend each month for life. If you ever want to enlist, you start as a non-commissioned officer. However, for practitioners in our top guild, this amount is just pocket change. It doesn't mean much. Gu Yuan's eyes widened upon hearing this. This wretched capitalism. Do you know what a stable job is? What guaranteed income means? 300 a month until death. No need to take on tasks, no need to enter secret realms, just sit at home and collect money. And you call that not meaningful? With this stable cash flow, he would have all his living expenses and daily costs covered. This was not just a medal, it was a permanent ticket to a living. I can eat until the union collapses. Just as Gu Yuan was squinting with greed in his eyes, silently making a vow. All stand. Zhao Tai suddenly issued an order. Attention. Swish. The hundreds of city defense soldiers around stood at attention, their boots clashing in the ruins. Over 100 city guard soldiers saluted simultaneously towards Gu Yuan. The atmosphere instantly became solemn and filled with a sense of danger. Even Gu Yuan, who was usually composed, stood more upright under the activation of his DNA. However, Lan Yuding, standing to the side, couldn't help but curl his lips. The emotional buildup is truly on point. He understood the military's high-level courtesy towards Gu Yuan and recognized their ulterior motives. Zhao Tai was trying to recruit Gu Yuan to his side. Who wouldn't be thrilled to receive a salute from 100 buzzcut soldiers? If Gu Yuan got too excited, he might end up joining the military, which simply couldn't be allowed. It wasn't that joining the army was a bad thing. In fact, most powerful warriors would ultimately end up on the battlefield. It's just that Gu Yuan's potential was immense, and entering the battlefield too early would be a great loss. One must understand that the true alien battlefield is a blood-soaked crucible. Under the fire of giant magical cannons, it doesn't matter if you're a genius or a fool, all beings are equal. If Gu Yuan were to fall before becoming a sovereign, it would be a terrible waste. I need to raise the stakes too. Lan Yuding thought, quickly formulating a plan in his mind. Since the atmosphere has been built up to this point, he cleared his throat, stepped forward, and positioned himself between Gu Yuan and Zhao Tai. He raised his voice to ensure everyone around could hear. Gu Yuan, in light of your outstanding performance in this mission, as well as your strength that far exceeds your peers, I hereby, as the Assistant President of the Winter Guild, officially approve your early promotion. From now on, you will no longer be an intern, but a formal member of our Winter Guild. Your salary will be raised to 3,000 a month. As his words fell, a wave of suppressed gasps erupted around them. The members of the Winter Guild widened their eyes, unable to conceal their astonishment and envy. 300,000. In the Winter Guild, the base salary for interns is between 30 to 80,000, with the top scorer reaching up to 100,000. For ordinary members after promotion, the base salary is around 150,000. A monthly salary of 300,000 is the starting base for senior members. To become a senior member of the Winter Guild, one must complete a second promotion and reach level 40 or above. Even the most gifted talents need to toil for 4 to 5 years to meet this standard. And what about Gu Yuan? He had only been employed for half a month, and he had already received the treatment of a senior member. This was an unprecedented exception since the guild's establishment. The surrounding guild members looked at Gu Yuan's youthful face, feeling a mix of emotions. They had struggled for years, even over a decade, to reach their current positions, while he had achieved it in just half a month. Sometimes one has to admit the vast gap between individuals. The disparity between people is indeed greater than that between humans and dogs. At that moment in the Yunding District Villa A07A, the night was deep, yet the lights in the villa remained bright. Post-war team building was an unshakable custom for warriors. Moreover, Gu Yuan's team had welcomed a new employee, the Crimson Sword Princess Catherine. A small celebration for the new employee was definitely necessary. However, considering that it was already past midnight, Gu Yuan didn't want it to be too ostentatious. He only had Yalberna cook a few simple dishes and prepared a late-night snack. Yet the quality of this late-night meal was elevated to a state akin to a national banquet by Catherine. This vampire princess brought out 3 bottles of dusty, label-eroded vintage red wine from her picturesque estate. This wine is called Blood Tears Sealed Before My Slumber, and it has been 300 years since. Catherine elegantly poured wine for Gu Yuan, dressed in her usual court attire with flowing waves. Suddenly, the rich, thick, and magically infused aroma of the wine filled the entire dining room. Gu Yuan sniffed and felt somewhat intoxicated. He didn't understand wine, only knowing that the grape wine crafted by vampires could already be considered a cultural relic. If this wine were to be sold, it would be enough to grant him financial freedom. Drinking it just like that made Gu Yuan feel a twinge of regret. However, it would be too low-class to talk about money in front of a vampire. Moreover, Gu Yuan had a premonition that he would never lack cultural relics like vampire red wine in the future. So, Gu Yuan sat at the head of the table, raised his wine glass with a relaxed smile, To the abyss, to Catherine cheers. Praise the abyss. Praise the abyss. The clear clinking sound of the wine glasses echoed in the dining room as the nighttime party commenced. The nature of the succubus was indulgent, and in front of the vampire's fine wine Yalberna was utterly devoid of self-control. After several glasses, her stunning face flushed with an alluring redness as she became completely tipsy. She abandoned the wine glass and directly grabbed the wine bottle sitting next to Catherine. "Hey," I said, "Catherine. Since you joined the company, you must understand the rules. I am employee number 1. You're senior. In the future when we meet, remember to call me Sister Y'all." Catherine held her wine glass, her expression unchanged. The vampire's habit of treating red wine like water made her drinking capacity unfathomable. Looking at her friend clinging to her, a glint of mischief flashed in Catherine's crimson eyes. She naturally wrapped her arm around Yalberna's shoulder, stroking her hair as she said, "All right, Sister Y'all. Since we're all sisters, we share everything, and the good things should be shared too. For example, our handsome and powerful boss. He is yours and naturally also mine, isn't that right, Sister Y'all? Hey, since you called me sister, this little matter." "Wait." Yalberna nodded fuzzily, feeling that something was off, but Catherine had already brought the wine glass to her lips. "Come on, Sister Y'all, to our unbreakable sisterhood, let's drink." "Oh, okay, let's drink." Yuan twitched at the corner of his mouth as he watched the scene before him. Is this what they call the Succubus Queen? Getting tricked by a few bottles of red wine. And now I have become something for both of you to share. However, it couldn't be blamed on Yalberna for not being quick-witted. This wine called Blood Tears was indeed peculiar. Yuan turned to look at the other side of the dining table. At this moment, even the dignified and solemn demigod Angeline's was rare to show a lively face. She was sipping her red wine in small gulps, and 2 unusual blushes appeared on her pale cheeks. This was not because she was greedy for wine. According to the teachings of the Holy Light, church priests were strictly forbidden from drinking. But now Angeline's was a fallen one. The more the Holy Light prohibited it, the more she felt compelled to do it. She was not merely drinking. She was using alcohol to perform a blasphemous ritual declaring war against the faith she had abandoned. "Master," Yuan was observing when Angeline suddenly turned her head, her face covered by a black cloth facing him. Through the cloth, Yuan saw that the half-god's gaze had turned hazy, even slightly infatuated. "Angeline's has something to pray for. To confide in you." She spoke, her tone filled with uncontainable. "Go ahead," Yuan nodded, his tone gentle. "You can confide in me at any time." "No," Angeline shook her head. "The most sincere prayers should be conducted in a church." She set down her wine glass and stood before Yuan. "My beloved master, may you bestow your grace, allowing Angeline's to welcome your arrival in the sanctuary of redemption." The fallen saint clasped her hands in prayer and leaned forward. Her voluptuous body, even more so than the succubus, pressed close to Yuan, causing him to startle, as if realizing something. Could it be? A CG scene was about to unfold. The Supreme Emperor's 2 updates today, taking a break, just in time to wait for the reading ratio. I hope the Emperors can maintain their reading, as a decrease in the reading ratio will be deemed as the book not being good. Please understand, Emperors. I hear your prayers. Yuan stood up, adjusting his slightly disheveled clothing with a calm demeanor. As he spoke, a hint of obsessive fervor appeared on the face obscured by the black cloth of Angelici. She reached out her hands, grasping Yuan's right hand tightly against her chest. "I am grateful for my buzzing." Alongside her raspy whisper, a dark golden radiance erupted from her hands. The space twisted and a sense of weightlessness overwhelmed them. When the light dissipated, the warm glow of the restaurant and the aroma of food vanished, and Yuan found himself standing within a grand hall. This is the Hall of Redemption, Angelicis' domain, a forsaken land where she corrupts the faithful of the Holy Light. The air was thick with a rich, sweet metallic scent. Above, the circular dome depicted the war between angels and demons as soft light streamed through the stained glass, casting distorted images of mythology upon the ground. The chapel's hall had no pews, only inverted, twisted black crosses. The once holy angel statues lay shattered, presenting poses of painful struggle. At the end of the hall, upon the altar, there was no deity honored, only a throne as dark as ink adorned with blood-red runes. Angelici took Yuan's hand, and along the dark red carpet ascended the steps to the altar. She turned around, placing her hands on Yuan's shoulders with an irresistible gentle force, guiding him firmly to sit upon the throne. Then this saintess, once revered by countless, took a half-step back. She lifted the hem of her nun's attire, bending her knees to kneel before Yuan's throne. "My lord." The face, shrouded in black metal, tilted slightly upwards. Angelicis' voice trembled, brimming with a repressed desire that had festered for a millennium. please listen to the lament of the lost lamb. This black and white nun's attire was once my proudest glory. It symbolizes the laws of the holy hall constraining all my emotions within. But at this moment, it can no longer confine the surging emotions within me. The saintess' slender fingers caressed the button at the collar of her nun's attire. Today I shall unbind this shackle before you, and please with the utmost blasphemy cleanse me of my past foolishness. Angelisi slowly stood unbuttoning the first button. The first decree of the holy hall: regard the holy light as the only true God, never betray it. Click. The first button fell to the ground, symbolizing the breaking of the decree. At this moment for Angelisi, beyond the abyss, there are no other gods. Then her fingers moved down along her collarbone, pinching the second button. The second decree of the holy hall: maintain purity of body and spirit, sever all impure desires. Click. The second button came undone, the taut collar flaring open to the sides. Now I allow the fire of my heart to consume me. The third decree of the holy hall: regard darkness as the source of all evil, until death do us part. Her slender fingers brushed over the deep crevice, pressing against the third button. I shall embrace the darkness, forever falling into the abyss. Her slender fingers continued downward. With each crisp sound of buttons being undone, a sacred decree crumbled. Angelisi's breathing grew increasingly rapid as her fingers paused at the last button at her waist. The 10th decree of the holy hall. Angelisi's voice became fervent and obsessive. To dedicate everything and become a pure vessel of the holy light. With the button falling, the fabric slipped away and dark golden holy light burst forth. Those curves, even more voluptuous than a succubus, shimmered in the distorted holy light. Yuan narrowed his eyes. The headlights of a large vehicle were truly blinding. My lord. Angelisi stepped forward, her curves quivering slightly. Please bestow your grace. Let this blasphemy and redemption ceremony begin. With that, she climbed onto the throne, enveloping Yuan in the twisted holy light. As you wish. Yuan nodded slightly, the dark abyssal energy bursting forth, intertwining and merging with the strange holy light. Ding ding ding. A distant and heavy bell tolled thunderously within the Hall of Redemption. As the holy light was thoroughly tainted by the abyss, the surrounding shattered angel statues wept streams of dark blood tears. The next day, when Yuan awoke, the heavy weight upon him had vanished. He rubbed his temples, feeling the surge of magic within him, and immediately summoned his attribute panel. In addition to the existing echoes of the succubus and shadow of the night, a new entry appeared in the status bar. Status: Abyssal Fire of Corruption. Description: you have infused the grace of the abyss into the body of the corrupted saintess. As a devoted believer, she shares with you her twisted divinity. Effect: your abyssal power has been endowed with new characteristics capable of distorting the will of the target, leading them to corruption. Is this what she meant by divine authority? Yuan suddenly understood. Angelisi had already fallen into corruption while creating suffering for the holy light, and had touched upon divine authority. Yet she had never wielded this corrupted divine authority, still believing in the holy light. Until she was abandoned and betrayed by the holy light, only then did she twist it with divine authority. The holy light truly invites mockery. Not only did it cut off the top seller, but it also pushed her towards the rival company. The divine authority which she feared was also grasped by her competitors. Yuan shook his head with a smile. He recalled that before contracting with Angelisi, she had promised to hand over the flame, symbolizing divine authority, to him. He had been puzzled as to why it had not been given to him until now. So it was this kind of offering. I like it. Yuan smiled with satisfaction. The abyssal dark energy which could only erode before now also had the ability to distort wills, expanding the ways to play. Combined with Yabelina's cage of desire, it should be very useful, right? Yuan thought. Sitting up from the bed, he stretched his limbs and casually glanced at his panel attributes. Name: Yuan Human. Level 18. Strength 25. Agility 25. Constitution 5055. Spirit 105. Status: Echoes of the Succubus Shadow of the Night, not activated. Abyssal Fire of Corruption. Moi. He was somewhat surprised. After enduring a whole night of blasphemous ritual, his constitution had only decreased by 10. Angelisi's vehicle was much more fuel efficient than Yabelina. Wait. This isn't fuel efficient, it's kinetic energy recovery. During the ritual, Angelisi must have activated grace reversal, converting the lost constitution into restoration. If it weren't for the time limit on grace reversal, it would be like driving at high speed, without consuming fuel. This move is quite useful. Yuan stroked his chin. Next time when racing with Yabelina, I should imprint this skill, so I can save fuel, right? Yuan gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. By the way, Yabelina was very quiet all night. This isn't like her character. Gu Yuan looked towards the master bedroom. Waking up without being in the arms of the Succubus Queen felt quite unusual. Moreover, given that woman's nature, it was indeed surprising that she didn't come to disrupt the blasphemous ritual. As Gu Yuan thought, suddenly, bang, crash, a sound of shattering glass echoed from downstairs. Immediately after came the Succubus Queen's howl. As a queen, I have been misled by wine and lust. From today onwards, I shall abstain from alcohol. In the Yunding District Villa A07, Gu Yuan, dressed in loose home attire, walked down the stairs. The scene in the first-floor dining room was nothing short of a disaster. The aftermath of last night's BloodClan national banquet was a complete mess. Empty wine bottles lay scattered on the floor with remnants of red wine oozing out like dried bloodstains. At the dining table, the imperious demon queen was sprawled across the surface, completely disregarding her image. Her once smooth long hair was now a tangled mess, and her white evening gown was stained with dark red wine, looking quite disheveled. Bang! Yabelna rubbed her throbbing head and punched the table, mumbling, "I'm going to die of my own stupid." Gu Yuan poured himself a cup of coffee and leaned against the kitchen island. "Oh, Yabel, you're awake." He teased. "Do you remember what you said last night? Am I also entitled to a share of your daily wages because of your good friend?" Yabelna's body stiffened suddenly, her cheeks flushing bright red. A royal demon wouldn't lose control even if hung over the memories of last night were vivid. That damn vampire hag. Yabelna shot upright, her violet demon eyes almost ablaze with fury. "She knew I couldn't hold my liquor. She deliberately got me drunk. The intention was to..." Her words halted abruptly. Yabelna suddenly realized something. She jumped up, gripping her wine-stained skirt, rushing to Gu Yuan, her gaze anxiously scanning his neck. "Did she take advantage of the situation last night? How much blood did she take from you?" "Not a single drop," Gu Yuan replied, but before he could finish, a lazy voice drifted down from upstairs. Catherine appeared on the second floor, slowly descending. She had changed into a dark red silk gown, her golden hair casually pinned up, still holding a glass of red wine. "Last night, I went through great lengths to get you drunk, planning to ask the boss for an advance on your salary." Catherine reached the dining table, her tone tinged with regret, "But then I found out someone had beaten me to it." Yabelna was startled and abruptly turned her head. "Who?" "Buzz." In that instant, she asked. A dark golden light began to coalesce behind Gu Yuan, revealing a tall and voluptuous figure. Angelus. She was still wearing her black and white nun's attire, but her whole demeanor seemed radiant. The previously pale and sickly skin now glowed with a hint of color, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The sense of being well-fed and satisfied was evident even to a blind person. Angelus drifted past Gu Yuan and floated in front of Yabelna. With her hands clasped together, she slightly bowed, performing a curtsy to the Demon Queen. "Thank you for your generosity, Demon Queen." Angelus' tone was gentle. "As you love, the grace of the Lord is indeed intoxicating." In an instant, Yabelna's blood pressure spiked, and she vaguely heard the battle song of the Minotaurs. "When time shatters, mountains turn to ash, and beauty withers away." Buzz. Yabelna cut off the background music, glaring at the piously expression nun before her, feeling a surge of rage. "I'm really going to be sick." "You." Yabelna pointed at Angelus, her mouth twitching in accusation. "Are all of you who play with holy light so adept at tea etiquette? No wonder Yi Anchi is so tea. So you're the true ancestor." Facing the accusation, Angelus remained unfazed. "Thank you." She bowed again, her tone sincere. "Last night, I truly was like a cup of tea after a drink, allowing my lord to savor for an entire night in slight inebriation." "You consider yourself tea?" Yabelna was left speechless, glancing at Angelus' even more exaggerated curves, thinking to herself that she was clearly a cup of sinful milk tea. In terms of cultural literacy and cunning, how could she compete with Angelus, the black sheep of a fallen saint? Unable to argue with Angelus, Yabelna decisively shifted her focus, aiming her ire at Catherine. "And you're a clown." She looked at the BloodClan princess, mocking. "You played mind games all night, trying to backstab your best friend, and what happened? You built a bridge for others, but you couldn't even sip your own soup. Isn't that embarrassing?" Catherine took a sip of red wine, her expression unchanged. "I don't care." She elegantly sat down on a chair, her tone calm. "I believe in first come first served, unlike someone who wants to be the big sister but lacks vision." "No need for vision. Ew, I just need to beat you." Yabelna's forehead throbbed with veins rolling up her sleeves. "All right, if you lose, you take third place." Catherine was unwilling to back down, revealing her sharp red nails. The two were at odds, but Angelus spread her arms to shield Gu Yuan. "My lord, I will protect you from everything." Gu Yuan's mouth twitched. Well, what a trio. One impulsive, one proud, and one tea-loving. Truly a show put on by three women. Normally Gu Yuan would enjoy watching the spectacle. However, these were 3 Abyssal bosses. If their show got started, it would be an epic war. Smack! Yuan set down his coffee cup and clapped his hands twice. At the same time, he activated the fallen flame within him. A pressure entwined with holy light and abyssal energies slowly emanated. Yabelna and Catherine's pupils constricted sharply, both sensing the divine power within, and immediately fell silent. Are you done making noise? Yuan scanned the room. If you're done, then everyone sit down. Yabelna let out a huff, pulling out a chair to sit. Catherine also retracted her blood claws, continuing to swirl the wine in her glass. Angelus respectfully pulled out a chair at the head of the long table for Yuan. Everyone is here. Yuan sat down at the head. Now, let's have a morning meeting. Without further ado, he got straight to the point. Now that Catherine has joined our team, is relatively complete. You 3 are the backbone of the team. It's fine to bicker daily, but during battle, you must work in harmony. Yuan's expression grew serious. No passive fighting, no putting pressure on teammates, and no slacking off as actors. Anyone who makes a mistake will have their entire month's salary deducted. Upon hearing this, the 3 women were taken aback. To them, Yuan's salary was like sweet rain, a blessing and indispensable. And the contract clearly stated the restrictions. Those who disobeyed the commands of the contractor had their salary deducted. That simply wouldn't do. The 3 women immediately grew serious. Now clarify your roles. Yuan pointed at Yabelna. Yabelna, you will take on the role of control. When the battle begins, use desire prison to weaken the enemy's reason. Then he pointed at Angelus. Angelus, you are the core support. Your Kosen chain should coordinate with Catherine's burst damage to produce higher AoE damage. At the same time, keep an eye on the Hell Puppet and my health, ready to use Pain Redemption to lock blood at any time. Finally, Yuan turned to Catherine. Catherine, you are the main DPS. Your teammates will create an output environment for you, and you don't have to mind my position. You just aim for the highest value enemy unit to unleash your damage. Do you understand? Yuan asked. Control link and eliminate. Yabelna nodded slightly, looking at Catherine. It'll create opportunities for you. All kills are yours. Catherine raised her glass to Yabelna, politely responding, thank you, Yabel. Angelus respectfully replied, I will follow the Lord's will and compose a hymn. Seeing the 3 reach a consensus, Yuan leaned back in his chair. The current system was quite sound, but it still lacked a tank, missing someone who could absorb damage. Though the Hell Puppet was sturdy, it was too slow and easy to get outmaneuvered. The defense needs to be reinforced. Yuan flipped his wrist. A cube-shaped chip radiating a ghostly blue light and swirling with data codes appeared on the table. Mecha Clan chip general level. This was the core material for crafting the Redemption Mech. According to Angelus, the Redemption Mech was a firepower platform that integrated defense, melee, and ranged capabilities. Back then, she had single-handedly fought her way through hell relying on these mechs. Of course, at that time, they weren't called Redemption Mechs, but rather the Judgment Mechs of the Sanctuary. Yanchi quietly recited. A faint, twisted, holy light seeped from her fingertips into Gu. Emperors of the highest fathers, this book is about to enter a silent period, and I urgently need your continued support. The version seen may differ from what you see when nurturing the book. If possible, please give your son a free boost of love. I bow to all fathers. In the study of the Cloud Peak Villa, Angelisi traced her fingers in the air. A list written in magical script appeared before Yuan. Master, this is the complete list of materials needed to create the Redemption Mecha. Yuan took the list and quickly scanned it. Living metal, magical energy, conducting neural lines, magical energy reaction furnace. Most of these are exclusive drops from the Mecha clan. Yuan stroked his chin. Let's go to those mechanical ruins, secret realms for levels 20 to 30. With our current efficiency, gathering these won't be difficult. Yes, Master, Angelisi nodded. But there is a core process that requires the assistance of human hands to complete. She extended her delicate finger and pointed to the last line of the list. Soul magic patterns, high-level enchantment. In order for Yi Jingchuan's soul to perfectly merge with the cold machinery, the mecha must be inscribed with soul magic patterns, otherwise it may be rejected by the original machine spirit. Machine spirit. Yuan frowned slightly. The machine spirit is the soul of the Mecha clan that automatically generates during the operation of high-precision machinery, and it is indestructible. This is an existence that even the god of death cannot fathom. Only the Mecha clan understands how to communicate with them. Although the Redemption Mecha does not belong to the Mecha clan, it can easily generate a machine spirit under prolonged operation, giving rise to independent consciousness, thus becoming a Mecha clan. To avoid this, there are only 2 methods. One is to use wet components as the mechanical core. For example, the Judgment Mecha of the Holy Order has its main operator not as a chip, but as a priest. The cruel craftsmanship involved is something even Yuan is reluctant to ponder in detail. In short, the more experienced the priest in battle, the less likely they are to find peace. The second method is to inscribe soul magic patterns on the machinery, binding the soul of a living being to suppress the machine spirit or even prevent the machinery from generating a machine spirit. Of course, this is also a taboo craftsmanship that is quite dark and cruel. In terms of cruelty, it seems comparable to wet components, but it's not as disgusting. Moreover, Yi Jingxuan is a volunteer, and with Gu Yuan being such a generous master, he will surely fulfill his wish. However, soul enchantment belongs to craftsmanship, not materials, and cannot be obtained in secret realms. Gu Yuan needs to find an enchanter to perform the operation, and it must be a high-level enchanter. Finding a high-level enchanter in the Winter Guild is not difficult. Gu Yuan just needs to post a bounty in the guild's task hall, and naturally someone will take the order. However, Gu Yuan does not have that many contribution points. A high-level enchanter must be expensive. I can't afford one with my contribution points. However, I do have quite a bit of cash, Gu Yuan calculated. With nearly 6 million in cash in hand, hiring a high-level enchanter should be sufficient. But finding someone offline to bypass the task platform could lead to disputes that the guild won't manage. To avoid being scammed, Gu Yuan must find a reliable enchanter. Looks like he'll have to trouble my big brother again, Gu Yuan thought. As a newcomer who has just arrived in Linyuan City and hasn't been employed long, how could he have connections with enchanters? His only connection is the local power broker in Linyuan City. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan took out his phone and sent a video request to Lan Yuding. Ding! The communication quickly connected. The holographic projection unfolded in midair, and Lan Yuding was seen wearing pajamas with messy hair. He looked like he had just woken up. Yo, Gu Yuan. Lan Yuding rubbed his eyes and joked. Looking for me, so early? Are you inviting me for some bean juice? To be honest, the guild is great for everything, but the bean juice is not up to par. Gu Yuan shook his head and got straight to the point. I want to find a reliable high-level enchanter with cash payment. Are there any good recommendations in the guild? Lan Yuding poured himself a cup of coffee and said, there are plenty. First turn, second turn, third turn. What level do you want? For a third turn enchanter, you might have to find the bitter cold monarch. Second turn will do, Gu Yuan replied. A third turn enchanter is considered a strategic level talent, specifically serving the fourth turn big shots. Soul enchantment belongs to high-level craftsmanship, but does not reach a level that requires third turn enchantment. Lan Yuding snapped his fingers with a smile. No problem, I happen to have someone like that under me. I'll have him contact you. Just let him know what you need him to do. Thanks, Lan Xiao. Gu Yuan smiled in satisfaction. No problem. After resolving Gu Yuan's needs, Lan Yuding did not hang up immediately. Instead, he leaned closer to the screen, his eyes revealing an uncontainable enthusiasm. On a serious note, Gu Yuan. Last night at the abandoned factory I saw you, flying in midair. Lan Yuding seemed to be probing for some extraordinary secret. You are not even level 20. Where did you get the ability to fly? Is it a capability from your equipment? Gu Yuan looked at the big brother on the screen who dreams of flying in the void and held back his laughter. Oh, that. Gu Yuan casually waved his hand. That was a rare skill that dropped in the hidden secret realm of Blood Moon Town. A skill, eh? Lan Yuding's breath quickened. A flying skill. Your luck is just too outrageous. If this were to be taken to the auction house, it would surely cause a bidding war. At this point, Lan Yuding's expression suddenly darkened, as if he had lost a lottery worth 100 million. Damn it, if I had known there was such a divine skill in that secret realm, I should have used that method to sneak in. He lamented as he pounded the table. Unfortunately, that hidden secret realm can no longer be entered. I still have to honestly grind the level 63rd turn tasks. This is what fate is. Looking at Lan Yuding's heartbroken expression, Gu Yuan suppressed the corners of his mouth and thought to himself, even if you win and you wouldn't get it, Catherine wouldn't meet you. Buzz buzz. Just as Gu Yuan was about to comfort Lan Yuding, his phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Looking down, it was a message from Lan Ruado. Are you awake? Gu Yuan picked up his phone and replied, just woke up. The other side replied, first came an expression, Beidou divine fists, continuous strikes. You broke your promise. Did you not promise me not to go to the lower city? Although the expression was violent, Gu Yuan felt that it was not anger, but rather the young lad's abundant concern. Of course, the small emotions of sulking were certainly there. To appease the young lady, Gu Yuan still had to make a statement about this matter. He secretly raised his eyes and glanced at Lan Yuding on the holographic screen, who was still mourning the shattered dream of flight. A dead friend will not harm the living. Big brother, for the sake of family harmony, I can only trouble you a bit. Gu Yuan's fingers flew across the screen as he quickly edited a message and sent it out. Sorry I broke my promise. However, your brother said that the bitter cold monarch values the case of the werewolves, and this is a good opportunity to show myself. He wants me to act as bait for the werewolves and protect me in secret. I know this is dangerous. But after all, I'm just a commoner and am several levels below you. To fight alongside you, I must climb higher. If I can get the bitter cold monarch's attention, I am willing to do whatever dangerous task. So, sorry to make you worry. A series of heartfelt declarations were sent out like a machine gun. It left the other side speechless. The text box showed the other party is typing, flashing continuously, but no message came through. Yuan smirked and put down his phone. He knew that after unleashing this combo, the young lady would need some time to digest it. At that moment, a dull sound of bang came from the holographic screen. It seemed that someone kicked open the door to Lan Yuding's room. Immediately after, the blue Yuding on the screen suddenly turned his head and shouted at the camera, "Damn, what the hell are you?" However, before he could finish his sentence, the screen was engulfed by raging blue flames. Zila. The holographic communication was abruptly interrupted amidst a sharp electric sound. "I'm sorry, big brother." Yuan silently drew an inverted cross on his chest. Seeing the blazing ice flames that filled the room in an instant, one could easily figure out what was happening. Although Lan Ruotong's method of settling accounts was somewhat violent, Lan Yuding, as a level 59 ice-type combatant, had high ice resistance and would definitely be fine. Yuan smiled as he put down his phone and began to savor the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Bena. About 5 minutes later, the phone lit up again. This time, it was a video invitation from Lan Ruotong. Yuan adjusted his expression and answered the video call. On the screen, Lan Ruotong was wearing a silk long dress, her ice blue hair flowing gracefully over her shoulders. She looked in high spirits, clearly having dispelled her emotions with the blazing ice flames. As for how she did it, she didn't mention it at all. "I heard from my brother that you are already level 18. Lan Ruotong got straight to the point, her light blue eyes sparkling with admiration. "Yes," Yuan nodded. "Impressive." Lan Ruotong did not hesitate to praise him. "This speed has already made history in the Winter Guild. Do you need me to help you?" Yuan extended an invitation with a smile. Although teaming up would result in shared experience, the experience itself wouldn't disappear. Furthermore, developing a closer relationship with the eldest young lady of the Lan family was an extremely important main quest. After all, the earlier one entered the Tian family, the greater the benefits. "I don't want to." Lan Ruotong decisively rejected, even pouting slightly. "Going with you to the secret realm, there's hardly any physical activity involved. It's too easy to gain weight." Speaking of which, she paused for a moment and continued, "You need to reach level 20 first before you can take me along." Level 20. Yuan keenly sensed something. "Why do you want to wait until level 20? In the job change system, combatants reach a watershed every 30 levels. As for every 10 levels, professional power will also be enhanced similar to Yuan's every 10 levels minion cap 5. This enhancement was indeed significant, as by the later stages minions would be in the thousands, but it only applied to the Abyss Walker. According to Yuan's understanding, the enhancement for other professions every 10 levels was very limited. Lan Ruotong still didn't know the mechanics of the Abyss Walker. Her target of level 20 must have another implication. Could it be? Yuan's eyes shifted, and he almost guessed it. What he was currently wearing was still the rookie standard robe of the Winter Guild. The standard equipment for formal members was restricted to level 20. Lan Ruotong's suggestion to rush to level up was certainly to allow herself to change equipment as soon as possible. Moreover, there should be other benefits to this change, otherwise the young lady of the Lan family wouldn't have brought it up spontaneously. "Are you planning to surprise me?" Yuan asked tentatively. "It's a secret." A smile crept onto Lan Ruotong's lips. "You'll know when the time comes, just hang in there." Surprise. After hanging up the communication, Yuan's heartbeat quickened. Given Lan Ruotong's second profession as a human-link currency warrior, the surprise she mentioned would definitely not be ordinary. There was a high probability that it would be an early divine weapon, usable at level 30 and above. Or perhaps it was some extremely rare treasure. Regardless of which, it greatly boosted Yuan's motivation. Time to work. Yuan turned around, and 3 employees appeared before him simultaneously. Queen of Succubi Bena held a purple whip. Her smile, as radiant as a flower. Fallen Saintess Angelis had her hands clasped, black scriptures crawling over the backs of her hands. Princess of Blood Catherine wielded a blood-red dagger, her golden hair styled high behind her. "Ladies, the break is over." Yuan waved his hand, the crimson-lined cloak draping behind him. "Let's head out, level up." In the secret realm, Jurassic Park Mecha Clan. It may be called a park, but there is no soil or vegetation here. Only a metallic ground flowing with energy circuits and towering mechanical turrets. Boom. A massive mechanical Tyrannosaurus was struck hard by Bena's whip. The purple demonic fire scorched its hard bronze armor. Although it didn't break through its defenses, the accompanying mental damage still harmed the machine soul within this mechanical behemoth. Its movements suddenly froze, and the red light in its electronic eye flickered. It's malfunctioning. Now's the time, Urbana shouted. Chains of shared sin. Angelis floated in midair, her slender fingers manipulating the void. The black scriptures shot out like a raging python, entangling not only the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, but also linking the mechanical pterodactyl in the sky and the charging mechanical velociraptor together. In the next second, a scarlet lightning bolt burst forth from the petals. Catherine. She lightly tapped her toes in midair and appeared atop the mechanical beast. Elegant duel. 6 blood-red roses bloomed on the armor. Catherine transformed into a streak of red light descending from the sky. 6 hits in 1 second. The dagger accurately pierced each rose mark. 50, 100, 300. The terrifying additional real damage exploded in an instant. Crack, boom. As a deafening explosion rang out, the heavily armored mechanical Tyrannosaurus shattered like a paper toy. After that, the transmission of damage began. Through the conduction of the chains of shared sin, that terrifying real damage surged into the mechanical pterodactyl and the mechanical velociraptor. Bang, 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 bang. It was as if a series of landmines had been ignited. Those mechanical creations didn't even touch Catherine's shadow before they violently self-destructed from within, exploding into burning parts and scrap metal all over the ground. The 3 beauties worked together in the hunt. Urbana provided control and openings. Angelis was responsible for conduction and gathering monsters, while Catherine completed the final true damage nuclear explosion. This assembly line-like harvesting tactic demonstrated overwhelming dominance against the highly defensive mechanical monsters. Not to mention that on the front line there were 5 hell puppets and hellhounds scurrying about, along with flying imps meticulously delivering finishing blows to the mechanical dinosaurs. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, Yuan stood atop a broken mechanical turret, watching the experience bar slowly and steadily rise, smiling with satisfaction. This experience is really solid. Yuan originally wanted to grind to level 30 at the Mechanical Tyrant Fortress. However, that secret realm had restrictions. One had to reach level 20 to enter. He could only settle for less and came to this level 25, Jurassic Park, where the experience was somewhat reduced. But fortunately, he was the chosen of the Wild Hunt. The moment he entered the secret realm, he activated the Wild Hunt mode. In this mode, the number of monsters in Jurassic Park doubled. The originally empty mechanical platform was now crowded with a dense mass of mechanical dinosaurs, as if someone had poked a hornet's nest. The doubling of monster numbers meant doubled danger. But for Yuan, this was simply an ocean of experience, a paradise of harvest. Experience doubled, drops doubled. At this rate, Yuan estimated in his heart, in at most 3 days I can not only gather all the materials to forge the salvation mecha, but also steadily level up to 20. However, Yuan suddenly frowned, his temples throbbing. To maximize the efficiency of monster grinding, he summoned Urbana, Angelis, Catherine, and all the demon minions at once. Typically during breaks, he could manage the presence of 3 abyss bosses. But in battle, the pressure exerted by the 3 bosses was something else entirely. Especially at this moment, as a wave of monsters surged in. Angelis activated her domain, summoning Yi Jingchuan to the forefront as a meat shield. This brought Yuan's mental pressure close to the critical point. I still don't have enough mental power. Yuan sighed, summoning a sacrificial gemstone, preparing to increase his mental power limit. Just then, a pair of soft, icy little hands pressed against Yuan's temples. Immediately a sweet voice rang from behind. Holy Heart, peace. The Supreme Emperor's the highly favored green tea girl is about to be revived. According to the previous outline, she wouldn't have any roles later on, but this character left a deep impression on many fathers, so the Emperor modified the subsequent outline to give her more scenes and even CG. Considering how well the Emperor listens to advice, can we give him a bit of power for love? Yi Anchi quietly recited. A faint, twisted, holy light seeped from her fingertips into Yuan's temples. The negative effects are reduced by 10, and the mental cap increases by 5. This is a minor auxiliary skill of the Holy Word Priest, with the increase in mental cap, depending on Yi Anchi's own mental attributes. An increase of 5 in mental cap is almost negligible to Yuan at this moment. However, the faint fragrance of gardenia emanating from the girl indeed eased Yuan's tense nerves. Thank you, Yuan said, tapping the metallic pipe beside him to signal Yi Anchi to sit down. The girl carefully stepped down while holding her pristine sacrificial robe, kneeling beside Yuan. Master, I am burdened by my sins and cannot bear your gratitude. But please allow me to confess my wrongdoings. Yanshi looked up, her emerald green eyes filled with fear and a desire to express herself. Gu Yuan nodded and said, "I am listening." Yanshi lifted her head, gazing at Gu Yuan, her only source of salvation. "Master, I pray in the holy hall, every day seeking your grace, but..." At this point Yanshi bit her lip, her voice becoming faint. "I have committed the grave sins of deception and regicide. I believe you must loathe me. Perhaps I should not seek your forgiveness and grace. For this I confess to you, confessing my usurpation and greed." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt the word grace reminded him of the chaotic and bewildering ritual he performed with Angelis in the Redemption Hall last night. In other words, to resurrect Yanshi, he must perform the same ritual on this green tea sister who once tried to kill him. Looking at her exquisite and sweet face, Gu Yuan's gaze became complex. He indeed felt anger at Yanshi's malicious schemes. Yet deep in his heart, he had never truly despised her. In fact, among all the opponents he had encountered, Yanshi was the one he recognized the most. Cunning, ruthless, decisive, she could endure to achieve her goals and accept everything calmly after. That remark, "I concede to you," was even more genuine than the praise from the former commander of the city guard. "I and she are actually of the same kind," Gu Yuan privately evaluated. "If it weren't for our conflicting beliefs, we might have gotten along very well." This echoed Yanshi's words before her death. Gu Yuan had always understood her. If he were the holy arbiter, he could hardly guarantee he wouldn't do something similar. After all, the holy light is not as forgiving as the abyss. Hell, the underworld, the wilderness. Whether you are mad, angry, savage, cunning, or blasphemous, the abyss acknowledges your rationale. Yet in the eyes of the holy light, those from the dark camp who do not die are sinners. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan looked at Yanshi and asked his most concerned question. "Yanshi, do you regret everything you've done?" Yanshi slowly raised her head. In her emerald eyes there was fervor and reverence, but no trace of regret. "I do not regret. I do not regret killing that boy. I do not regret the blasphemous acts I committed against you. Those are the sins I must bear, and more importantly, they are the necessary path I must take towards the abyss." Gu Yuan took a deep breath. He received a satisfactory answer. "I have never hated you." Gu Yuan placed his hand on Yanshi's forehead and calmly said, "In the abyss, all is permitted." With those words, Gu Yuan activated the skill, Abyssal Imprint. Target of Imprint, Angelis. Imprint skill, Redemption Hall. A dark golden light glimmered in Gu Yuan's palm. The domain belonging to demigods was instantly replicated by Gu Yuan. The space began to twist violently. The cold steel ruins surrounding them and the mechanical debris scattered across the ground all dissipated like bubbles. A magnificent and eerie Gothic hall rose from the ground, enveloping the two. The blood-colored stained glass emanated a dim red glow. Inverted black crosses like swords piercing the ground radiated a blasphemous aura. This is the god-forsaken place belonging to Angelis, and it is an excellent venue for the blasphemous ritual. Now it is under Gu Yuan's control. At the end of the hall, a pitch-black throne loomed. Gu Yuan recalled that it was on that throne yesterday that he bestowed grace upon Angelis. Suddenly, a cool little hand gently grasped his fingertip. Yanshi stood on the dark red carpet, slightly tilting her head to look at Gu Yuan. On her sweet face was the innocent smile Gu Yuan had first seen when he met her. Facing the impending grace, Yanshi's demeanor did not resemble that of a fervent believer, but rather that of a pure girl, charming and delicate. This is her unchanging trait. She not only desires Gu Yuan's grace, but also covets more. A smile tugged at the corners of Gu Yuan's mouth. As someone of the same kind, he understood that Yanshi was flirting with him. Using her customary methods, her usual tea ceremony. "Master, our height difference is quite fitting," Yanshi said with a cheerful smile as she looked at their shadows on the ground. The shadows of the two were cast on the ground by the light filtering through the stained glass windows. One large, and one small, one tall, and one short. Unlike the tall and fiery demeanor of Yair Bena, nor the grand and voluptuous form of Angelis,